Chapter 204. The second round of the match. Earth versus Kuei Jupiter, is my brother Xiaoyao your man? Ji Qingwu inquired, her exquisite face adorned with a mischievous smile. Oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had already surrendered. Murong Xing'er responded, her demeanor exuding an effortless charm, yet a flush crept upon her cheeks. For such matters could evoke shyness in any young woman. If you do not eat soon, there will be nothing left, Qingming interjected, diligently tackling her meal. Utterly captivated by the delightful flavors that surpassed her expectations. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingwu glanced at the table, where several sisters were engrossed in their own culinary battles, and promptly fell silent, joining the fray against the sumptuous dishes. In merely 10 minutes, the dining table resembled a whirlwind, with plates utterly devoid of remnants. Is that it? Murong Xing'er looked towards Jun Xiaoyao, then cast her gaze into the kitchen, searching for any leftovers, lamenting that the feast had not sufficed. Despite her earlier indulgence, she felt an insatiable hunger still lingering. You are not mistaken, Jun Xiaoyao confirmed with a nod. Indeed, it is all gone. Among the 6, 5 were young women who had consumed an impressive array of 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup, all in substantial portions, an astonishing feat that left him incredulous. Was it not said that girls eat sparingly, akin to cats? How could these particular cats be so voracious? With their current appetite, it seemed they could easily devour even more. Next time, could you prepare a bit more? Murong Xing'er gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with a pitiful expression, her demeanor strikingly tender, akin to a gentle kitten despite her fiery, confident aura, stunning beauty, and curvaceous figure. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao replied, ever serious when it came to matters at hand. I shall wash the dishes, Murong Xing'er declared, her delight palpable at Jun Xiaoyao's consent, an occurrence that brought her immense joy. Earlier, he had also agreed to be her boyfriend, albeit under her insistence, yet his acceptance signified considerable progress, a day worthy of celebration. I will handle it, Jun Xiaoyao asserted, rising to tidy up. Relying on these pampered ladies to wash the dishes would be a grave miscalculation. To his astonishment, Murong Xing'er and the others formed a line, watching him wash and clean, a sight that momentarily left him bewildered. What are you all doing? Curiously, this lineup consisted of enchanting maidens, a mesmerizing spectacle as they observed the chores being performed. With seamless grace, everything was accomplished in a mere 5 minutes. He removed the apron from his waist, and, with a flick of his hand, the entire kitchen vanished into the void. As dusk approached, only a sliver of the setting sun lingered on the horizon. Jun Xiaoyao reclined languidly in a rattan chair, savoring the evening ambience surrounding the Tower of All Heavens. Beside him lay Ji Qingwu, as Tian Luobing and the others had retired to their chambers for rest and cultivation. The spacecraft boasted a total of 8 rooms, each not merely a solitary space, but a complete suite comprising a bedroom, a bathroom, and a cultivation chamber. Brother Xiaoyao, I am of the demon race, Ji Qingwu murmured softly, snuggling closer to him, her beautiful eyes anxiously fixed upon his visage. The celestial rankings had unveiled her identity. She was not of the human race, but rather of the demon lineage. Yet, one could argue that demons were also a subset of humanity, differentiated solely by bloodline and ethnicity. Much like in Huaxiao, where the populace is comprised of 56 distinct ethnic groups. The Earth itself is home to hundreds of ethnicities and races, all undeniably human. She worried that her differing heritage might alter Jun Xiaoyao's perception of her. For days, this concern had weighed heavily upon her. What is the matter? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, casting a curious glance at Ji Qingwu. Why do you bring this up? Do you think I despise you? Despise me? What are you thinking? Ji Qingwu asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Despise you? Not at all, regardless of your race. You are my woman, Ji Qingwu. Remember this. You are Jun Xiaoyao's woman. His words momentarily startled her, but a gentle smile soon graced his face as he embraced her petite frame, his hand tenderly stroking her silky hair. What does it matter if you are of the demon race or the human race? No matter the faction, be it celestial or demonic, your sole identity is as my woman. I will remember that, Ji Qingwu replied softly, her small face breaking into a sweet, joyous smile. Shall we cultivate this evening? Jun Xiaoyao asked, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the alluring neckline of her attire, stirring delightful images and sensations in his mind. Brother Xiaoyao, Ji Qingwu understood the implication behind his question. To cultivate meant foregoing sleep, while not cultivating implied rest. The thought of sleep suggested that Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly come to her room. A wave of shyness washed over her. Although they had shared a bed before, their interactions had been limited to gentle caresses and tender kisses, without crossing any boundaries. Suddenly, feeling the intensity of Jun Xiaoyao's gaze made her blush even deeper. Yet, her heart brimmed with anticipation, and she replied, "Let us not cultivate, brother Xiaoyao. Let us sleep instead." As Jun Xiaoyao rose, the two entered the spaceship and eventually arrived at Ji Qingwu's chamber. The room was exquisitely adorned, exuding warmth and comfort. With a spacious and soft bed, that night, they indulged in tender affection, exchanging kisses and caresses, leaving Ji Qingwu breathless. Before they nestled together in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace and drifted into slumber. The following day unfolded with the usual practice, as they awaited their matchmaking battle. If they were to both reach the sacred realm, their combined power would be formidable. Regrettably, they were still some distance from achieving that state, Ji Qingwu remarked. Among the 6 individuals, Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Qinxian, Murong Xing'er, and Qing Ming had attained the sacred realm, while Shi and Tian Luobing were still only at the heavenly sovereign level. Reaching the sacred realm was not an endeavor to be accomplished swiftly. It required significant time unless one resorted to a cultivation-enhancing elixir, which would be an utter waste at their current level. Such miraculous potions should be reserved for when one had sufficiently advanced in their cultivation. At the second level of Heavenly Sovereign, combined with sacred techniques and artifacts, we are already adequately equipped, Jun Xiaoyao stated. When he returned from the sacred sovereign world, Ji Qingwu was merely at the second level of Earth Sovereign. In a mere 3 months, she had ascended to the second level of Heavenly Sovereign, a remarkable pace akin to a miracle. Under normal circumstances, the transition from the third level of Earth Sovereign to the second level of Heavenly Sovereign would take at least a decade, even for top-tier prodigies. For average talents, it could take decades, centuries, or even a lifetime to break through the Earth Sovereign realm. We must hasten our cultivation, Ji Qingwu urged. In a battle between Heavenly Sovereign and the Sacred Realm, I can only employ 3 secret techniques. After that, I would exhaust all my true essence. Tian Luobing shook her head. The chasm between the Heavenly Sovereign and the Sacred Realm is insurmountable. It is only due to their extraordinary prowess, as well as the reincarnation of the Empress and the Demon Emperor, that they can even contend with the Sacred Realm. Moreover, this is under the protection of Jun Xiaoyao, allowing them to unleash their full potential. We shall discuss this once we enter the 9th layer of the Myriad Realms. In 7 days, we shall gain access to the 9th layer, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He harbored no fears regarding the matchmaking battle. A mighty sage would not fear anyone. Even if an opponent appeared as a sage, he was confident in his ability to swiftly eliminate them, employing various methods to ensure their defeat. Chapter 205. A narrow path among enemies. In the aftermath of the 9th layer, one must confront the formidable beings of the ancient world. It is within this layer that true competition arises. In the coming days, we must not be complacent, for behind us stand 200 billion inhabitants of Earth, their fate and future resting upon our shoulders, remarked Murong Xing'er. The eldest among us, at the tender age of 30, she is 2 years senior to Mu Wanjun, exhibiting a commendable steadiness in her actions. Her thoughts are intricate, comparable to Mu Wanjun's, and though she appears carefree in the presence of Jun Xiaoyao, her mind is ever at work. To her, Jun Xiaoyao is akin to a younger brother, not unlike the small boy he was years ago. Upon hearing Murong Xing'er's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Time flowed inexorably forward, each second drawing us closer to the impending match. Match battle, round 2, Earth versus Kueishing. At long last, the match concluded. Earth was set to face Kueishing. Logically, Earth's ranking should not align with Kueishing's. However, due to the Earth team's swift annihilation of the Blood Blue Star team the previous day, the Celestial Tower arranged a more formidable opponent for Earth. Although the matchups were ostensibly random, the Celestial Tower meticulously assigned adversaries based on ranking and strength. Kueishing? Kueishing. What a twist of fate. The very planet to which the West fled to escape disaster has now become our opponent. Could this be mere chance? Upon seeing the results of the match, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their expressions transforming with intrigue. What a twist of fate it was. The West, having forsaken Earth and retreated to Kueishing, now found themselves matched against us in the second round. The irony was undeniable. "We shall annihilate them," Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed with a calm demeanor, his tone steady. Yet, Ji Qingwu and the others perceived the underlying intent of his words. Although they had not been acquainted with Jun Xiaoyao for long, they had come to understand his character and temperament. It could be said that nothing had truly provoked him until now. His current state transcended mere anger, manifesting a lethal resolve. This might stem from historical grievances. He had harbored disdain for the West from a young age. Faced with them now, he would not easily let the Kuei team escape unscathed. He aimed to crush them utterly. One strike, decisive and lethal. Tian Luo Bing, Ji Qingwu, Murong Xinger, and Qing Ming, along with Yi Qingxian, unusually found themselves in perfect accord with Jun Xiaoyao, nodding in agreement. For they too discerned the gravity of the situation and shared a mutual disdain for the West. At this moment on Earth, all humanity and living beings gazed intently at the colossal screen, for the second round of the match was imminent. Every battle held profound significance for Earth, entwining its future and destiny. The moment was upon us. At 11:59, the grand screen illuminated, revealing the match results. Upon seeing the adversary displayed on the colossal screen, the expressions of humanity and all living beings across the Earth shifted dramatically, a tapestry of emotions woven from anxiety, excitement, and profound enmity. Kuomuxing. In the second round, they faced the Western Kuomuxing. Emperor Jun, crush Kuomuxing. Annihilate Kuomuxing. Eliminate the alien civilization of the West. Let them comprehend the folly of abandoning Earth. Kuomuxing, ranked 587 in the new planetary dimension, loomed ominously. The battle stirred fervent discussions, shaking the Earth with waves of hatred. For the inhabitants of Earth, although the West represented an alien civilization, their withdrawal signified a disdainful abandonment of Earth itself. The anticipation for Emperor Jun to vanquish Kuomuxing was palpable, not solely for the sake of Earth, but also to satiate their inner wrath. Earth faced Earth. Could Emperor Jun emerge victorious? If Kuomuxing triumphed, it would signify the demise of Emperor Jun. Most of Kuomuxing's populace were fair-haired individuals, mirroring those of the West. Many were unaware that the Westerners had returned to Kuomuxing. They simply sought to conquer Earth and progress to the next round. Among the immigrants to Kuomuxing were some from Huaxia, who remained fixated on Earth, their minds twisted with anticipation to witness how long Earth could endure, even hoping for its obliteration. Only through such a fate could they vindicate their choices. When Earth decisively defeated the Blood Blue Star, countless Westerners and immigrant Waxians were taken aback, their hearts heavy as if they had swallowed a fly. Inwardly cursing, how could Earth possibly prevail? At that moment, as Earth encountered Kuomuxing, an air of tension enveloped many. What if Emperor Jun succeeded in defeating Kuomuxing? The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated, declaring, the teams entering the second round will showcase their cultivation levels. As the announcement concluded, each individual's information revealed their respective cultivation realms. Jun Xiaoyao, half-saint of the extreme realm. Qing Ming, half-saint of the extreme realm. Yi Qingxian, half-saint of the heavenly position. Murong Xinger, half-saint of the heavenly position. Tian Luo Bing, threefold heavenly sovereign. Ji Qingwu, twofold heavenly sovereign. In this moment, the cultivation levels of the Earth and Kuomuxing teams were unveiled. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Xiaoyao and Qing Ming had concealed their true powers, a subterfuge that even the Celestial Tower could not unveil. Xue Tian, minor saint of the heavenly position. Zhou Ji, minor saint of the heavenly position. Luo Wudi, minor saint of the heavenly position. Dong Guojun, minor saint of the heavenly position. Lu Qingming, minor saint of the heavenly position. On the planet Kuei Mu, an assembly of minor saints, all of whom have attained the celestial rank, stands united. The inhabitants of Earth are engulfed in despair upon witnessing their cultivation levels. Any individual from Kuei Mu possesses the capability to decisively overpower the Earth's combatants. As there exists a significant disparity in their realms of power, not to mention the overwhelming numerical advantage, it is a futile endeavor. The collective morale of the Earth's populace plummets into hopelessness. Following this confrontation, they are destined to be ensnared in an infinite cycle of resurrection battles. Only by vanquishing their adversaries can they ascend to the next tier. Should they suffer too many losses, their representing planet shall be condemned to become a battlefield. Earth stands on the brink of annihilation. The triumphs of the first battle will be met with demise in the second. My choice was indeed prudent. Immigration was the right decision. The celestial tower is poised to proclaim, Earth has succumbed, and Kuei Mu emerges victorious. In stark contrast to Earth, the atmosphere on Kuei Mu is one of exuberance, with countless individuals reveling in what feels akin to a celebration of their second victory. Embodying the spirited nature characteristic of the West, the grand screen trembles as the teleportation manifests. In an instant, two beams of light converge atop a majestic mountain. As the radiance descends, one side is occupied by the 10 celestial minor saints of the Kuei Mu combat team, while the opposing side comprises 4 half-saints and 2 celestial lords representing Earth. The clash of titans is imminent. At this moment, both the denizens of Earth and Kuei Mu are gripped by tension, mirrored by the anxiety of General Zhao Tianlai, who watches from the observation platform and harbors no flicker of hope. After all, the lineup from Kuei Mu is overwhelmingly formidable. Chapter 206, Instant Kill. Once again, is this it? Is this all? Atop the mountain, the battle had yet to commence. The two teams stood 500 meters apart. Kuei Muxing, accompanied by 10 minor celestial saints, stared in astonishment at their opponents, a mere 6 in number, 5 breathtakingly beautiful girls and 1 charming young man. The unexpected lineup left them momentarily speechless. Each woman was a paragon of beauty, while the man exuded an ethereal elegance. Yet, they were merely 6 in total, consisting of 4 feeble half-saints and 2 insignificant celestial lords. Was this truly the caliber of their adversaries? Was the celestial tower not intentionally allowing for such a disparity? Domain shield, second layer. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm and composed. As his words echoed, a massive light barrier, spanning 100 meters, enveloped him and his companions, Tian Luobing and others. In an instant, as Jun Xiaoyao's shield manifested, Qing Ming and Tian Luobing acted simultaneously, plunging the mountaintop into an abyss of night and ice. Following this, Yi Qingxian unleashed her second sword strike. Ji Qingwu and Murong Xinger unleashed the cataclysmic power of their supreme sacred artifacts. Boom! The mountaintop crumbled in an instant. The once 1,000 zhang peak reduced to a mere 500 zhang. Amidst the deafening roar of destruction, anguished cries echoed. A moment later, tranquility returned to the mountaintop. Is this it? Jun Xiaoyao and his 6 companions emerged unscathed, as if the preceding battle had no bearing on them, gazing nonchalantly at their opponents. Meanwhile, the Kuei Muxing team, composed of 10 minor celestial saints, had been utterly obliterated. Instant kill. Once again, an instant kill. Faster than the last. Kuei Muxing defeated. Earth victorious. Earth advances to the 3rd layer. Each member gains 2 celestial points. The voice of the celestial tower resonated, proclaiming Earth as triumph. At the same time, a radiant light engulfed Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, whisking them away, only to reappear within the 3rd layer of the celestial tower. Victory was theirs. Earth had triumphed. Emperor Jun Tian had emerged victorious. Earth had won. Instant kill, once more. More astonishing than the previous time. Kuei Muxing, was this all they had to offer? What a relief. On Earth, jubilation erupted. Every face radiated with excitement. In the second round of the matching battle, Earth had emerged victorious, advancing to the 3rd layer. Their opponents, the very Westerners whom Earth despised the most, had fallen to Emperor Jun Tian's swift strike. Just moments before, the Kuei Muxing team had looked down upon them. In the aftermath, Emperor Jun Tian echoed the sentiment with a simple, "Is this it?" At this moment, countless humans exhaled in relief, their spirits lifted beyond measure. 2 battles, 2 victories. Meanwhile, far away on Kuei Muxing, disbelief reigned. How could this be? They had been obliterated? Cursed is the Emperor of June, and cursed are the inhabitants of Earth. My choices shall not falter. The Emperor of June has merely triumphed by chance. The planet Wei Mu is formidable and shall never be reduced to a battlefield. Let us return to Huaxia, for we are indeed Huaxia people. When Earth ascends to the 9th tier, we shall devise a way to return. Upon Wei Mu, countless souls displayed disbelief, unable to fathom how the mighty Wei Mu battle team could be vanquished in mere moments by the Earth team. The Wei Mu battle team, comprised of 10 celestial small saints, epitomized the elite of Wei Mu. Yet, confronted by the seemingly feeble Earth team, which could scarcely muster 10 members, their swift defeat was unfathomable. However, a singular failure does not diminish Wei Mu's potential for future opportunities. Meanwhile, the mindset of Westerners and Huaxia immigrants, along with migrants from other nations, grew increasingly unsettled. Earth's performance was nothing short of astonishing. With a few more victories, Earth would no longer be a battleground. It would emerge as a sanctuary far safer than Wei Mu at present. In a fleeting moment, millions of Huaxiao immigrants in the West began to waver, yearning to return to Huaxia. Some Westerners also expressed a desire to return to Earth, boldly proclaiming their identity as Earthlings and Huaxia people. What of their pride? In the grand imperial palace of the Qin Empire, magnificent structures sprawled as far as the eye could see, reminiscent of celestial abodes. This locale was imbued with pure, dense spiritual energy, akin to a divine realm. Indeed, it served as the epicenter of power within the Qin Empire, the residence of Emperor Yingzheng. Within the court, Emperor Yingzheng radiated imperial majesty, encircled by 9 dragons. Your Majesty, a confidential letter from General Zhao Tianlai announced a shadowy figure who materialized before the court, bowing in deference. As the emperor spoke, the shadowy figure read, "The Earth Battle Team, in the second round of matches against the Emperor of June, annihilated Wei Mu and ascended to the 3rd tier." Upon completing the message, the figure presented it respectfully. "Continue to monitor the situation," Emperor Yingzheng stated calmly, securing the letter and gesturing for the shadowy figure to withdraw. Silence enveloped the court, with only Emperor Yingzheng seated upon the dragon throne. "Ha, splendid, splendid, splendid." Emperor Yingzheng erupted into hearty laughter, his spirits soaring. Over the years, he had not only nurtured the growth of the Qin Empire, but had also defended against other empires and sects, all while preparing to reclaim Earth, his first homeland. A millennium had passed since Zhang Sanfeng's arrival in the Qin Empire, and no one else had followed. This indicated the decline of Earth's martial civilization, a revelation he had not anticipated. In a world where martial arts have waned, Earth astonished all by annihilating its opponents in 2 rounds of matches, showcasing a formidable lineup of 4 saints and 2 revered elders, an outcome that far exceeded expectations. On the 3rd day, in the match, Earth triumphed, swiftly defeating its adversaries and securing 4 celestial points, thus ascending to the 4th tier. On the 4th day, in the match, Earth again emerged victorious, dispatching its opponents with ease and earning 8 celestial points, advancing to the 5th tier. On the 5th day, in the match, Earth continued its winning streak, vanquishing foes and acquiring 16 celestial points, progressing to the 6th tier. On the 6th day, in the match, Earth once more claimed victory, eliminating its rivals and obtaining 32 celestial points, moving to the 7th tier. On the 7th day, in the match, Earth prevailed yet again, annihilating opponents and garnering 64 celestial points, advancing to the 8th tier. On the 8th day, in the match, Earth triumphed, swiftly dispatching adversaries and earning 128 celestial points, entering the 9th tier. Congratulations, the Earth team has qualified for the 9th level of the Celestial Tower. A voice resonated, announcing Earth's entry into the 9th layer of the Celestial Tower. In an instant, the 6 members of Jun Xiaoyao were enveloped in a radiant light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the boundless, divine realm of the 9th layer. Within the 9th layer, the spiritual energy surged to 100-fold of that found on Earth, imbued with mysterious essences and energies. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this aura and energy were derived from the source of immortality and sacred power, albeit significantly weaker compared to that within his own primordial realm. Chapter 207, The 9 Extraordinary. Alliance Rules. Welcome to the 9th layer of the Tower of All Worlds. In the 9th layer, there are no chances for resurrection. Casualties are final. Within the 9th layer, 3 extraordinary opportunities, 3 remarkable transformations, and 3 unparalleled legacies are concealed. Obtaining any one of these grants the Alliance Horn. Each Alliance Horn allows for the creation of an alliance, with a maximum membership of 1 million. After 2 years, those outside the alliance will be erased. Simultaneously, the ranking battle of the Tower of All Worlds will be determined by the total amount of heavenly value. The more heavenly value one possesses, the higher their rank. Rules. Killing an enemy awards 1 point of heavenly value, and 50 of the enemy's gains. Killing a teammate deducts double the heavenly value, and allies cannot be harmed as they enter the 9th layer. The voice of the Tower of All Worlds resonated in Jun Xiaoyao and his companion's ears. Concurrently, a detailed outline of the rules emerged upon the virtual screen. This signified that the tower had just unveiled the regulations, which must now be adhered to. The rules are simple, clear, and straightforward. Essentially, there are two primary guidelines. First, the Alliance game entails the quest for 3 extraordinary opportunities, 3 remarkable transformations, and 3 unparalleled legacies. Securing any one of these will yield an Alliance horn, allowing the formation of an alliance and the recruitment of 1 million powerful individuals. Second, and central to the theme, is the ranking battle in the Tower of All Worlds, where everything is measured by heavenly value. However, the ranking is based on the total heavenly value accumulated by all individuals from a planet or realm. This presents a significant imbalance. The first rule is reasonable, yet the heavenly value ranking appears inequitable. The new realms and planets are limited to merely 10 individuals, while each ancient world boasts a population of 10,000. It is evident that ancient worlds are vastly superior, not only in strength, but also in numbers, overwhelming the new realms and planets. With 10,000 individuals in an ancient world, each contributing a single point of heavenly value, the total reaches 10,000 points. Conversely, the new realms and planets, with only 10 individuals, must each earn 1,000 points of heavenly value to compete with the ancient worlds. The disparity in numbers alone is a staggering 1,000 times. This is indeed a challenging game. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, recognizing the apparent malice directed towards the new planets and realms. Such is the nature of a world where strength reigns supreme. Everything is dictated by power. On Earth, victory was achieved. They had truly triumphed. No longer would it be a battleground. The Heavenly Emperor Jun was exceptionally formidable, effortlessly slaughtering foes as he ascended to the 9th layer, sweeping aside all in his path. Meanwhile, Kuei Muxing remained in a desperate struggle, in a tragic cycle of fate. Kuei Muxing finds itself ensnared. Once a formidable force poised to ascend to the 9th level with an invincible demeanor akin to Earth, its journey took a turn for the worse upon encountering Earth in the second battle. Following this defeat, its fortune waned, leading to increasingly formidable adversaries, resulting in an endless loop of resurrection. What was meant to be a meteoric rise turned into a 1 in a billion failure. It was unforeseen that the sovereigns of Earth would be so formidable. The planet erupted in jubilation. Now, with Earth ranked 39,999, it has entered the 9th level and cannot be relegated to a battlefield. Despite the seemingly low rank, the ancient worlds are included in this count. And since they did not participate in the elimination matches, with over 39,000 ancient worlds, Earth surged from the bottom third to 39,999, effectively placing it within the top 1,000. For the inhabitants of Earth, despair has transformed into hope, culminating in a firm resolution. No longer must they fear Earth becoming a battleground. For a century, countless individuals have been anxious about the upheaval following the protection period. Yet this turmoil has been quelled by the sovereign. The future looks ever more radiant and prosperous for Earth. Humanity, driven by avarice, now aspires for an even higher ranking, having been liberated from the specter of becoming a battlefield. The celestial tower glows with brilliance, its 9 hues: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold, rendering it a magnificent sight. On the grand screen, new rules for the 9th level emerge. This level is the realm of the ancient worlds, where new planets and dimensions are mere spectators. However, these rules are exceedingly harsh. It is hoped that the sovereigns will join an alliance. Otherwise, they risk annihilation by the celestial tower, which houses 400 million human elites. In 2 years, barring 9 alliances totaling 9 million individuals, the remainder will face extermination. This implies that 400 million elites within the celestial tower will be obliterated, a brutal reality. Not only is the competition for rank fierce, but the chances of survival are merely 1 in 10,000. Upon witnessing these rules, humanity on Earth fell into a profound silence. Countless individuals expressed concern for Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, for the sovereign represents Earth in battle. Though the immediate crisis has passed, they now face the threat of annihilation. Meanwhile, Kuei Muxing is engulfed in despair. With a record of 5 defeats in 9 battles, it remains trapped in an endless cycle of resurrection when it could have swept through to the 9th level, competing against the elites of ancient worlds. Little did it know that its fate would be irrevocably altered upon encountering the Earth battle team. Now, while Earth flourishes in its ascent to the 9th level, Kuei Muxing finds itself in a desperate struggle for survival. Alas, why must my fate be so cruel? I once thought that emigrating to the West would ensure my safety. Yet I did not anticipate the might of my homeland, Huaxia. I must devise a way to return to Huaxia. Earth is indeed our true homeland. If Wei Jupiter were to descend into chaos, we would find a way to return to Earth, for it has always been our sanctuary. Immigration should never have been an option. Henceforth, we shall refrain from migrating. In truth, immigration is often born of necessity. The land of Huaxia would surely embrace us. As long as we proclaim ourselves to be Huaxia people, we should be able to return home, never to emigrate again. The inhabitants of Wei Jupiter bear expressions of dismay, particularly among the Westerners. They were the first to initiate a mass exodus to Wei Jupiter, believing themselves to be of superior status, gazing down upon others from Earth as if they were mere ants. They thought that upon arriving at Wei Jupiter, they would find safety and a brighter future, while Earth descended into turmoil. Now, with Earth secured, Wei Jupiter faces peril, and at this moment, they are filled with regret. Some brazenly declaring their desire to return to Earth, their true homeland. Those Huaxiao individuals who have immigrated to the West exhibit even less shame. Harboring a persistent longing for the comforts of home, enamored with foreign lands, convinced that other nations surpass their own. When faced with adversity, they hastily seek refuge in their homeland, treating Huaxia as if it were a transient lodging, coming and going at will. Sending the wealth they accumulated in Huaxia to the West, groveling before foreign powers. At the observation platform, Earth is breathtaking, an unexpected marvel. The talent displayed is nothing short of prodigious. 4.5 saints and 2 heavenly sovereigns effortlessly annihilated their way into the 9th tier, surpassing all my expectations. Despite ranking near the bottom, their prowess is unparalleled. The strength of a single individual can indeed alter the fate of the world. These 6 individuals have the potential to change the destiny of an entire realm. Though their cultivation may not be high, within the same realm, they are truly incomparable. Such figures must be recruited to our Xianming heavenly sect. It feels as though they are united, and of course they are. They are part of the Earth battle team. Undeniably connected. No, I mean, they must have been together even before their arrival on Earth, akin to partners, for such a level of synergy could not be achieved otherwise. In this moment, Earth has become the focal point, even more so than the top 100 new celestial bodies and realms. The performance of the 6 from Earth, the sovereigns, is simply invincible, explosive in its brilliance. Their strikes result in instantaneous annihilation, be it against half-saints or lesser saints. Each encounter ends in a single decisive blow. Chapter 208. What are you planning? Are you unaware? It is utterly extraordinary. The Emperor must be informed. Zhao Tianlai. These past few days have been fraught with tension and exhilaration. During each match, he focused all his attention on Earth and its opponents, time and again. Earth annihilated its adversaries, sweeping effortlessly into the 9th tier. Witnessing this spectacle sent shivers through his very being. Nevertheless, he anticipated with bated breath whether the Jun Tiandi and his compatriots would emerge alive in the forthcoming 2 years. As for the prospect of creating a miracle by entering the top 100, that was a mere fantasy. After all, the 9th tier housed over 39,000 ancient worlds and nearly 400 million formidable beings, rendering competition against them insurmountable. Simply surviving would be a miracle, let alone a 6-person team contending with a 1,000-man brigade. The disparity in numbers was already a disadvantage. Boom. The Celestial Tower, 9th tier. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, causing the space to tremble slightly as a spacecraft materialized before him. This vessel, a sacred artifact, could withstand even the might of saints. Only a sovereign-level powerhouse could hope to dismantle it, and even then, it would require considerable effort. Thus, residing within it offered a modicum of safety. Initially, he contemplated using the Holy Celestial Palace, but with only 5 small chambers, it proved inconvenient for habitation. Besides, should the spacecraft sustain any damage, it would not be a great loss. Let us board the ship, Jun Xiaoyao declared. At that moment, Ji Qingwu and the others were watching him intently. Though they remained silent, he understood that they were silently inquiring about their next course of action. As a man, and indeed their man, it was only natural for him to take the lead and make the decisions in such a critical moment. How unfair, murmured Murong Xinger, pouting her alluring lips. Fairness? Fairness has always been a rare commodity in this world, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. The very opening of the Celestial Tower had predetermined the absence of equity. What shall we do next? Should we seek to join an alliance? Murong Xinger inquired. She recognized that even joining an alliance would be a formidable challenge. Given that the entire ninth tier of the Celestial Tower boasted over 300 million powerful beings, not to mention the influx of warriors from new planets and realms, totaling around 400 million. 400 million vying for 9 million spots. How dire. Relying on others was fraught with peril. Since there are alliance horns, let us seize them. If we cannot secure an alliance horn, we shall take the leader instead, Jun Xiaoyao asserted, a smile gracing his lips, yet his words were laced with frost. The 9 alliance horns were intimately connected to the 9 unparalleled beings. He must seek out one of these extraordinary figures in hopes of acquiring a horn. If that proved unattainable, they would seize the leader by force, slay it amidst a blood-drenched sky. However, the 9th level of the Celestial Tower is vast, rendering the search for the 9 unparalleled beings akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, Brother Xiaoyao, do you possess a solution? Listening to Jun Xiaoyao's words, Tian Luo Bing and the others felt their hearts race. This man exuded an overwhelming dominance. Previously, it seemed they had not noticed. Locating the 9 unparalleled beings is not insurmountable, yet acquiring them presents a true challenge. Jun Xiaoyao responded. Simultaneously, the spacecraft activated, swiftly ascending towards the heavens. A strand of divine thought entered the Yuan realm, observing the arrow on the virtual map, which aligned with the spacecraft's trajectory. While others sought the 9 unparalleled beings in vain, he possessed both direction and purpose, merely needing to follow the path indicated on the virtual map. I shall devote myself to cultivation, declared Yiqin Xian, turning gracefully to retreat to her room aboard the spacecraft. I too shall cultivate, added Ji Qingwu, following suit. Tian Luo Bing and Qing Ming subsequently departed, returning to their respective chambers to focus on their training. At the forefront of the vessel, only Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xinger remained. Will you not cultivate? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, gazing at Murong Xinger. Mature, flawless, and alluring, she embodied a captivating elegance, utterly irresistible. Of course, I shall cultivate. Why not join me in this endeavor? Murong Xinger replied with a playful smile. Really? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, his gaze unabashedly examining her exquisite form. Indeed, Murong Xinger, sensing his scrutiny, became flustered and bashful, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Yet, this predicament was of her own making. Initially inclined to dismiss it, she found herself unwilling to concede, responding defiantly with 2 words, all the while presenting her alluring figure, which was almost too magnificent to behold. Very well then, Jun Xiaoyao said, feeling slightly dizzy, as if he might succumb to a nosebleed from the sight. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Murong Xinger's delicate hand, guiding her towards her chamber. Ah, what are you intending to do? Murong Xinger had initially been jesting, not anticipating that Jun Xiaoyao would take action. As her hand was captured, her mind went blank, and she felt as though she had been electrocuted, her entire being rendered helpless. Anxiety coursed through her. What do you intend to do? Do you not know? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his intentions unmistakable. Do you not delight in teasing me? Therefore, I shall oblige. Observing Murong Xinger's astonished expression, he could not help but chuckle internally. This woman, who seemed fiery and passionate, was unexpectedly shy. It appeared that in his presence, her bravado was merely a facade. Murong Xinger instinctively shook her head, uncertain of what Jun Xiaoyao intended to do. She could only be led by him, hand in hand, towards her room. Do you dare? Jun Xiaoyao whispered 2 words into her ear. Ah, you. Upon hearing this, Murong Xinger felt as if she might explode. Her face flushed with heat, and her earlobes turned crimson. At that moment, embarrassment overwhelmed her. She was nearly overwhelmed by the intensity of her feelings. Goodness. She had never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would utter such words to her. It was utterly mortifying, humiliating, indeed. Despite being 30 years old, she had never experienced romance, nor had she interacted closely with the opposite sex. Yet here she was, being led by Jun Xiaoyao while he spoke such scandalous words. It would be strange if she weren't embarrassed. Are you afraid? Upon entering Murong Xinger's room, Jun Xiaoyao exerted a gentle force, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the soft, expansive bed. He then turned to close the door. His gaze fell upon Murong Xinger, who was now reclining on the bed. Because of the earlier events, her long, graceful legs were even more exposed, exuding an alluring charm. Not afraid. You wouldn't actually go through with it, would you? Murong Xinger gasped as she landed on the bed. Of course, as a formidable semi-saint, he could not possibly let her fall. Besides, the bed was incredibly soft. Even without any cultivation, she could not be harmed. Yet, as she looked into Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, a flicker of fear ignited within her. What if he truly intended to pursue her? Could she refuse or resist? However, deep down, she did not wish to reject him. In fact, a profound desire began to stir within her. After all, she was 30 years old and did not want to remain single any longer. In the past, she had been too proud to settle for anyone she deemed unworthy. But now that she had encountered someone special, she had no intention of letting him slip away. Moreover, their relationship was already defined as that of a couple. Engaging in intimacy felt entirely natural. It was simply a matter of shyness. Chapter 209. The Radiance of the Exceptional, the Cataclysmic Battle. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao found himself transported to the past. He was nearly atop her, mere inches apart, able to hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. The faint fragrance of her body wafting into his senses, igniting a fervor within him. This woman was irresistibly alluring, a natural beauty. Even in earnest, he felt no fear. Murong Xinger, sensing the teasing from Jun Xiaoyao, defiantly remarked. How could she, after all, allow herself to be intimidated by this young lad? Otherwise, she would find herself entirely under his control, and that simply would not do. Despite her trepidation, she maintained a facade of bravado. I shall return to my cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao endeavored to rein in his emotions, aiming to stand upright and distance himself from Murong Xinger, preparing to leave and focus on his training. He wished to avoid any further entanglements with her. Otherwise, he might truly act in a manner that would leave her shouting in vain. After entering the Celestial Tower, even when sharing a bed with Ji Qingwu, he had merely indulged in gentle touches and kisses without progressing further. This restraint was becoming increasingly torturous. Now, with Murong Xinger's teasing, he found it nearly impossible to contain himself. He must depart swiftly. Yet, at that moment, Murong Xinger reached out, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck, and in a moment of unsteadiness, she fell into his embrace, landing upon the bed. Subsequently, ding, event triggered. Master has captured Murong Xinger, reward points, 2 billion. On this day, she transformed from a girl into a woman. They indulged for a full 5 hours, ultimately exhausted, curled up in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. Little brother, Murong Xinger softly called out. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration. Why this title again? For a man, such a term is hardly endearing, especially after their intimate encounter. Where was her mind wandering? I simply enjoy calling you that. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Murong Xinger couldn't help but giggle. She was not being suggestive. She merely preferred this endearment, for she was older than him, reminiscing about the times he had covertly observed her. Now, that young boy had become her man. Such is the wonder of this world, where fate seems preordained. Boom, boom, boom. As night fell and the two were enveloped in warmth, the sound of cataclysmic explosions erupted, akin to the Celestial Tower on the brink of detonation. Even the spacecraft trembled under the strain of the surrounding space. Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brows. It was evident that a formidable saint was engaged in a fierce battle. He hastily got out of bed and donned his clothes. Just as he was about to exit the room, he heard Murong Xinger's voice behind him, laced with pain, causing his heart to tighten. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao turned and approached the bedside, expressing his concern. He reached out to support Murong Xinger, whose exquisite and alluring form lay completely exposed in the air, revealing itself to his gaze without reservation. At that moment, his heart echoed with thoughts of perfection, allure, and innate beauty. Yet, it was Murong Xinger who felt more embarrassed. She had intended to rise and dress, but the moment she moved, a wave of pain washed over her, a stark reminder of their recent passionate encounter. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao noticed the crimson stains on the sheets, and he was momentarily taken aback. Could this be her first time? He had not considered it earlier, but now, a twinge of guilt surfaced within him. He had assumed that Murong Xinger was no novice, which had led him to abandon all restraint and indulge in their fervor. What do you think? Murong Xinger retorted, irritation lacing her words. My first kiss, our first hand-holding, our first intimate encounter, these were all with you. Did you think I had other men before? Just take a rest. I will step out, Jun Xiaoyao replied, feeling somewhat sheepish yet secretly delighted to discover that his childhood goddess had no prior suitors. His tone softened as he spoke. All right, you go ahead. I will bathe and change, Morong Shinger said, slowly making her way to the bathroom, her movements slightly awkward. Had it been anyone else, he might have found it difficult to contain himself. However, at this moment, he refrained from smiling, acutely aware of the misdeed he had committed. He resolved to be gentler in the future. Afterward, he exited the room. The spaceship had come to a halt, suspended in the air. At the forefront, Qingming and Ji Qingwu stood, their gazes fixed on the horizon, their expressions somber. In the sky, a breathtaking beam of light surged upward, connecting heaven and earth. The radiance was several hundred meters in diameter, exuding an aura of destruction. Even from a distance, its terrifying presence could be felt. Moreover, a cataclysmic battle raged in the vicinity of that luminous pillar, resulting in ruptures and warped space. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge, particularly from Murong Shinger's chamber, Yi Qingxian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, a mix of discomfort and unease, and instinctively let out a cold huff. This scoundrel was undoubtedly engaged in mischief with Shinger. Why am I angry? What business is it of mine? She pondered, her irritation flaring, yet quickly realizing the absurdity of her feelings. But still, I am angry, and I need no reason. Jun Gu, Tian Luobing called out softly, her voice cold yet alluring, as she turned her gaze towards him. While on Earth, she was uncertain of how to address Jun Xiaoyao. It would be quite inappropriate to refer to him as husband like her sister did. However, as they were in a romantic relationship, a term of endearment was necessary. Upon seeing Ji Qingwu, she called out Xiaoyao Gich. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. During the catastrophe realm, Jun Xiaoyao had insisted she call him Brother Jun. She realized this title was rather fitting, and thus she continued to use it. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Murong Shinger's room, clearly inquiring whether they had indeed become intimate. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in acknowledgement, as if to confirm Tian Luobing's unspoken question. Was it really necessary to articulate such matters? Could it be one of the 9 extraordinary beings? Qingming inquired, although she was unaware of what exactly constituted these 9 extraordinary beings. Judging by the radiance and the fierce battles, it was evident that some unparalleled treasure had emerged. Otherwise, so many sages would not have engaged in conflict. It is indeed one of the 9 extraordinary beings. The Alliance Horn is within, Jun Xiaoyao responded. The arrow on the virtual map vanished. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, nearly 10,000 formidable beings gathered, and before them, a myriad of colorful lights appeared, unmistakably heralding the arrival of a super treasure. For him, the only items worthy of the title super treasure would be the 9 extraordinary beings and the Alliance Horn. Shall we make our move? Ji Qingwu asked. The demon emperor of the previous life was immensely powerful and astute, aware that those who rushed to seize the treasure were often mere cannon fodder. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, given the commotion in such an environment, the longer they waited, the more powerful beings would arrive. Thus, seizing the treasure would become increasingly difficult. Let us go for it, Jun Xiaoyao affirmed. It would be foolish not to act. While it was wise to be wary of becoming fodder, in the face of true strength, it was the weak who served as mere pawns, irrespective of timing. All right, we shall prepare to take action. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingwu assumed a fighting stance. Not only she, but also Tian Luobing, Qingming, and Yi Qingxian began to ready themselves. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt exasperated. You all resemble a band of ruffians. What distinguishes you from brutish marauders? You are exquisite celestial maidens. Do remember to maintain your image. Chapter 210. The First Alliance. The Celestial Emperor's Alliance. What's the matter? Qingming inquired. Ji Qingwu and the others gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, questioning his expression. Aren't you going to take action? You are girls. You must exhibit grace and poise. Be mindful of your image. You are neither savages nor brigands. Jun Xiaoyao sighed, raising a hand to his forehead. Girls? Graceful? Poised. Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu were momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's words, as if he were jesting. Here stood the formidable demon emperor, the illustrious empress, and the master of the heavenly sect. Did these notions bear any relevance to them? Nevertheless, upon reflection, they conceded. Yes, they were indeed girls, and it was imperative to embody grace and maintain an elegant image, rather than behave like ruffians or marauders. It had been a long while since they had engaged in combat. Let us strike first and discuss later. Opportunities for conflict may be scarce, Jun Xiaoyao declared. As he spoke, the Chaos Divine Demon body activated, and 5 Divine Beast manifestations appeared behind him: Kuanpeng, Baizhe, Qingluan, Xiongqi, and Qilan. The 5 manifestations complemented one another, their majestic power overwhelming. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao had elevated his Chaos Divine Demon body to the 7th level and could display 2 additional manifestations. Yet, in confronting these saints, 7 Divine Beast manifestations were unnecessary. Boom. In that instant, Jun Xiaoyao resembled a divine demon, a peerless emperor. With a mere motion, the celestial stars shifted. Stars of red, orange, yellow, and green coalesced into a colossal hand, spanning 100 miles. At that moment, the entire sky began to fracture. On Earth, the heavenly ranking. A tremendous roar erupted from the grand screen. Beams of light cascaded across the globe, causing countless individuals to turn their gaze toward the vast screen above. Upon witnessing the scene, they erupted in fervor, shocked, exhilarated, and filled with anticipation. For it was only when the Celestial Emperor and Tian Luo Bing engaged in a fierce battle, harnessing their true essence and holy power, that the grand screen would activate a synchronized live broadcast. They could observe the activities within the Celestial Tower. The same applied to other worlds and realms. Only their own martial artists could be seen through the projections during their battles within the Celestial Tower. So formidable. The emergence of the 9 unparalleled beings, the Alliance's horn sounded. The Celestial Emperor was preparing to seize the 9 supreme beings and the Alliance horn. Only by acquiring the Alliance horn and establishing an alliance could they hope to survive, potentially elevating Earth's ranking to unprecedented heights. How thrilling! The Celestial Emperor, an eternal deity. Those are divine beast manifestations. How magnificent! So cool. His power is that of the stars. Upon the colossal screen, the image of the sovereign Emperor Jun appeared. He resembled a celestial being, exuding an aura of supreme authority. With each motion, he emanated a cataclysmic power. His hand, composed of countless gathered stars, violently struck towards the heavens, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Concurrently, a luminous barrier enveloped Jun Xiaoyao, stretching 100 meters in size, shielding the entire vessel. It advanced step by step towards the sky, traversing 1,000 miles in mere strides, positioning itself before the blinding radiance. In the sky, the starry hand descended with overwhelming force upon the multitude of saints below. The sheer magnitude of this power was terrifying. "Is this the end for me?" echoed a voice in despair. Before the radiant spectacle, hundreds of saints engaged in fierce combat were rendered speechless upon witnessing the celestial hand. Within its vicinity, saints found themselves immobilized, ensnared by an unseen force. Realization dawned upon them. Doom was imminent. Meanwhile, the weaker saints experienced total annihilation, their physical forms shattered, and their souls were crushed into oblivion as they attempted to escape. The ground trembled as the colossal hand descended, obliterating everything within 100 miles. In the span of 5 seconds, the earth collapsed, and all saints within that radius perished. It was only then that Jun Xiaoyao emerged before the radiant light. The barrier enveloped them, defying the scrutiny and ambush of other powerful beings. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was fixed upon the source of the brilliance, a swirling mass of vibrant colors radiating destructive energy. It was immensely powerful, forceful, and tyrannical. Was he truly merely a half-saint? Upon the observation platform, countless powerful beings felt their spirits tremble. The sovereign Emperor Jun had effortlessly obliterated hundreds of saints, including formidable half-saints and peak minor saints. To him, these hundreds of saints were akin to mere ants, easily extinguished. They had long ceased to underestimate Earth, or rather, the sovereign Emperor Jun. His methods were profoundly extraordinary. Could even a great saint withstand such a strike? Furthermore, was that blow truly the pinnacle of his might? They were uncertain. What they did not realize was that the sovereign emperor was not merely a half-saint, but a peak mid-tier great saint. Should he desire, he could elevate his cultivation directly to that of a heavenly saint through elixirs. "Your Majesty, prepare for the destruction of the great Qin Empire," Zhao Tianlai thought, observing the extraordinary might of the sovereign emperor with a bitter smile. How terrifying and monstrous it is. If he emerges alive, the super sects of the Eastern Celestial Domain, along with other empires, will undoubtedly vie for the favor of Emperor Juntian. Should he enter the Great Qin Empire, it will surely become the target of all. He would have no doubt that His Majesty will certainly bring Emperor Jun Tian into the Great Qin Empire. After all, His Majesty is the ancestor of countless descendants of Yin and Huang and Huaxia. As a descendant, Emperor Jun Tian naturally ought to align himself with the Great Qin Empire, striving for the glory of both the Great Qin and the Huaxia of Yin and Huang. Senior brother, shall we still attempt to seize it? Within a mountain range, a female disciple inquired of her senior brother whether they should make another attempt to claim the alliance horn. Are you foolish? Do we intend to court death? Replied the senior brother, a semi-holy being of extreme realms, as he lightly tapped the head of his junior sister. That fellow effortlessly dispersed hundreds of saints with a mere wave. His power is enough to instill fear. And yet, you are thinking of seizing the alliance horn? What were you thinking? In other locations, countless teams and powerful beings watched Emperor Jun Tian with bated breath, yet none dared to make a move. Boom, boom. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the radiant spectrum of colors. He reached out, and instantly, the space trembled and fractured. Had he not possessed the chaos divine demon body, he would surely have been obliterated by that dazzling light. However, at this moment, the spectrum struggled in his grasp. Humph, want to move? Jun Xiaoyao coldly scoffed, channeling his holy power. In an instant, the radiant spectrum shattered, vanishing to reveal 5 treasures: armor, cloak, golden crown, shoes, and a crystal scepter. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, the 5 treasures soared towards Jun Xiaoyao, the armor enveloping him, the golden crown adorning his head, the crystal scepter firmly in hand, the cloak billowing in the wind, and the shoes appearing on his feet. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of the world. Amidst the radiance, in addition to the 5 treasures, there was also a horn and a 5-colored crystal orb. The first alliance horn has appeared. Recipient, Emperor Jun Tian. The resounding voice echoed throughout the 9th level of the Celestial Tower, reaching all the way to the preceding 8 levels. Chapter 211. Extraordinary Creation and Cultivation. The first alliance horn has emerged. Who is Jun Tiandi? How can this be? The alliance horn was meant for me, Pajun. Such fortune. At last, the first alliance has appeared. Who exactly is this Jun Tiandi? Humph. It is merely the first alliance horn. Within the Celestial Tower, there are still 8 more alliance horns. The leader of the first alliance is unexpectedly a warrior from a new planet. I truly did not foresee this. Within the Celestial Tower, billions of formidable beings were astonished, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Upon learning that the leader of the first alliance was indeed a warrior from a new planet, they felt ashamed, as if the ancient world had been shamed. Could it be that the ancient world is inferior to a warrior from a new planet? Most of the prodigious powers attributed this alliance horn to mere luck. Perhaps Jun Tiandi was the only one fortunate enough to encounter the alliance horn. Otherwise, he would never have been able to compete with the strong from the ancient world. The first alliance. Jun Tiandi is the leader of the first alliance. How magnificent! To join the alliance? Is it not more appealing to be the leader? Jun Tiandi, the eternal God. On earth, humanity erupted in fervor. Countless voices raised in cheer. No one anticipated that Earth would become the first alliance, with Jun Tiandi as its leader. Even if Earth could not elevate its ranking due to the first alliance, the might of Jun Tiandi would make the fantastical world aware that Earth is not to be trifled with, thanks to his existence. Swish. Adorned with his equipment, Jun Xiaoyao received a message in his mind. This equipment is known as the Alliance Set, exclusively possessed by the leader, categorized as a celestial artifact. Though merely a celestial artifact, the entire set exudes an unimaginable power, and it symbolizes his identity as the leader. With this set of equipment, he could command 1,000,000 powerful members of the Alliance. At that moment, a virtual light screen appeared before him. The screen displayed a prompt: please name the Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, he decided on Celestial Emperor Alliance. Upon confirming the name, the announcement was made. First Alliance, Celestial Emperor Alliance. Leader, Jun Tiandi. The first alliance of the Celestial Tower is officially established. Those wishing to join the alliance may apply to the vice leader and the leader. Alliance members are prohibited from attacking the vice leader and the leader and may enjoy the benefits of the alliance's celestial value enhancement. For more benefits, please consult the leader. The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated once more, announcing the establishment of the first alliance, reiterating the name of the leader. In that moment, Jun Tiandi became the focal point of the entire Celestial Tower. Ding! Event triggered. The Master has created the first alliance. Reward: 2 billion points in the sky. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the virtual screen, his expression shifting with each passing moment. Before him appeared a depiction of various guilds and alliances, each capable of having a leader, 9 vice leaders, 9 elders, 9 guardians, and 9 legion commanders, all while accommodating up to 1 million members. When the alliance's total score reached 10 million, each member would receive a 10% enhancement to their celestial value, which would increase to 20% upon reaching 100 million points. As points amassed, the enhancement to members' celestial value would become limitless. The sources of these points included slaying formidable foes, acquiring resources and treasures, receiving rewards from the Celestial Tower, and hunting ferocious beasts. These benefits were all part of the Alliance's offerings. Furthermore, members were prohibited from engaging in mutual slaughter. Doing so would result in a deduction of points and celestial value, though the leader held the authority to expel any member. The privileges and powers of the leader included: 1. Possession of the leader's set. 2. Immunity from attacks by members. 3. Receipt of 50% of all members' earnings in points and celestial value. 4. The ability to command all members. 5. The authority to expel members. Having reviewed the Alliance's benefits and his own privileges, Jun Xiaoyao's face broke into a smile. He then examined the benefits and powers of the vice leaders, elders, guardians, and legion commanders. The vice leaders received 20% of all members' earnings and were responsible for reviewing member applications and managing all members below their rank. Elders garnered 10% of all members' earnings while being able to deploy those under their command. Guardians received 5%, and legion commanders obtained 2% of the earnings from their subordinates, overseeing their respective members. After 5 minutes of understanding the Alliance's advantages, he began to take action. Murong Xinger, Qing Ming, Tian Luo Bing, Yi Qingxian, and Ji Qingwu were elevated to the rank of vice leaders. I have seen the leader, Murong Xinger said, filled with joy at her promotion, performing a graceful bow that was utterly enchanting. Ding! Event triggered. The Master promotes Murong Xinger and others to vice leaders, rewarding 30 billion points. Is everything all right? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with genuine concern. This question left Murong Xinger blushing profusely, internally chastising him for his words, feeling utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, powerful auras surged toward them, halting just outside Jun Xiaoyao's range. Upon closer inspection, he discerned thousands of sacred realm experts, predominantly semi-saints, with only a handful being lesser saints. The First Alliance only accepted those of lesser saint rank and above. Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out, clear and resounding across the miles. He neither played the saint nor sought to spare anyone's feelings, for they were all strangers, and there was no need for leniency. In the realm of the Celestial Tower, where 400 million formidable warriors reside, there exist merely 9 alliances, each limited to a membership of 100,000 individuals. This represents the coveted opportunity for survival. One must seize this chance with utmost diligence. Should an inhabitant of Earth find themselves in such a situation, they would unhesitatingly welcome others into their alliance, regardless of whether the newcomers are mere martial kings or ordinary individuals. I am a mid-tier minor saint. I am a lower-tier minor saint. I am a lower-tier minor saint. I am an upper-tier minor saint. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's voice, the majority hastily departed, for they lacked the qualifications to join the Celestial Emperor Alliance. If they lingered too long, they risked becoming targets for annihilation by the Alliance. Those who had attained the status of minor saints swiftly advanced, eager to secure a place within the foremost alliance. Joining an alliance signifies an opportunity for survival. Otherwise, they would face eradication at the hands of the Celestial Tower. The Celestial Emperor Alliance has already established 5 sub-alliances, with remaining positions contingent upon one's strength and capabilities. Once the membership reaches 100,000, the alliance will eliminate the last 10,000 members each month. An alliance does not accommodate the inept. Jun Xiaoyao continued to articulate his thoughts. Regardless of the alliance's regulations and benefits, he adhered to his own principles. Since he presided over an alliance, it was imperative to cultivate its strength rather than serve as a refuge. The weak would only burden the others. Subsequently, as members such as Tian Luobing were approved through the application process, they became empowered warriors within the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Upon witnessing the alliance's privileges and benefits, They were instantly filled with exuberance. Only Alliance members truly comprehend the advantages and rewards that accompany their membership. Chapter 212. I find you more amusing. Boom. At this moment, the vibrant crystal orb erupted with a dazzling array of colors. The radiant light soared into the heavens, far more potent and magical than before. The 3 unparalleled transformations have been activated. The transformation of cultivation has commenced. Within a radius of 1,000 miles centered on the establishment point of the Celestial Emperor Alliance, combat is prohibited. Spiritual energy is increased 1,000-fold. Containing 30 celestial essence and 30 sacred power and intent for a duration of 2 months. At this juncture, the voice of the Celestial Tower echoed. Jun Xiaoyao had activated one of the 3 unparalleled transformations, the transformation of cultivation. With the previous location as its center, combat was forbidden within 1,000 miles. Spiritual energy surged 1,000-fold, infused with celestial essence and sacred power. For those at the Saint Realm, this was undoubtedly a monumental blessing. Boom, boom, boom. As the voice of the Celestial Tower faded, the multicolored radiance engulfed the spiritual energy of the world, instantaneously forming a vast plaza spanning 100 miles. Adorned with 9 steps representing 9 tiers. Swish, swish. In an instant, members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance soared toward the plaza, commencing their cultivation. The plaza represented the first tier. However, everyone aspired to ascend to the second tier for their training. Yet, a formidable force obstructed them, rendering it impossible to step up. This situation left many perplexed. Only after enhancing their cultivation can they ascend to the higher tiers for training. The 9th tier is the pinnacle. The first to reach the 9th tier will be granted entry to the Hall of Transformation. The voice of the Celestial Tower continued to guide the strong within the Celestial Emperor Alliance. It was only at this moment that they comprehended their predicament. They needed to cultivate diligently to strive for breakthroughs, but the notion of advancing to the 9th tier seemed utterly implausible, especially since they were merely lesser saints. To breach the 9th tier would imply transcending to the realm of greater saints. Binger, Qingwu, it appears that this time, we must rely on the 2 of you. Jun Xiaoyao remarked softly, his gaze fixed on Tian Luo Bing and Ji Qingwu. Ascending 9 realms was evidently beyond the capabilities of the Saint Realm warriors, and with only 2 months at their disposal, hope remained solely for the Celestial Lords. All right, Tian Luo Bing, let us have a competition. Whoever achieves an elevation of 6 realms first may utilize 3 cultivation elevation pills to enter the Hall of Transformation. What say you? Ji Qingwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jun Xiaoyao's proposition. Subsequently, she directed her gaze toward Tian Luo Bing. Both were celestial lords, and now they would depend on their efforts to challenge the 9th tier. Should they falter, they could resort to the cultivation elevation pills, yet they must not exhaust their opportunities. Each individual could utilize only 5 throughout their lifetime. Thus, their plan was to utilize 3, reserving the remaining 2 for moments of stagnation and obstacles. Who fears whom? Tian Luo Bing retorted coldly, her figure shimmering as she soared toward the plaza, seeking a suitable spot to commence her training. You are the foul one. Your entire family reeks. Ji Qingwu pouted, her voice tinged with irritation. Simultaneously, she ascended into the air, commencing her cultivation. After being adversaries for several millennia, she was determined not to be outdone by Tian Luo Bing this time. My dear, your 2 little wives are quite entertaining, Morong Xinger remarked, linking her arm with Jun Xiaoyao's as she observed the verbal sparring between Tian Luo Bing and Ji Qingwu, unable to suppress her laughter. These 2 sisters truly were a pair of rivals. It seemed impossible for them to avoid bickering. She pondered whether, in the absence of Jun Xiaoyao, they might resort to physical confrontation. I find you to be far more amusing, Jun Xiaoyao replied softly, a devilish smile gracing his features. You are being quite unfair. Do not end up ruining your own body, Morong Xinger blushed, interpreting the word play in a different light and recalling their earlier wild antics in the room, leaving her utterly embarrassed. With that, she twisted her slender form and soared towards the plaza to begin her cultivation. Scoundrel, Yi Qingxian murmured, stepping beside Jun Xiaoyao, urging him to leave swiftly, lest he take the opportunity to spank her. Young Master Jun, you are indeed quite fortunate, Qingming observed as he watched the departure of Jun Xiaoyao's fiancée, Ian wives. His voice laced with intrigue. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was this man truly so captivating? Was solitary cultivation not more appealing? In the Celestial Tower, on the observation platform, news of the formation of the First Alliance, known as the Celestial Sovereign Alliance, spread across Earth and various new planets and dimensions, as well as over 30,000 ancient worlds, through the esteemed strongholds within the Celestial Tower. The alliance was established by a formidable being from a new planet. Earth, ranked third from the bottom among weak planets, had unexpectedly not only entered the 9th tier, but also founded the first alliance within the 9th tier of the Celestial Tower. Furthermore, one of the 9 unparalleled entities, the Creation, had emerged. Astonishingly, the first alliance was established by Earth. The Celestial Sovereign, June, was indeed extraordinary, having vanquished hundreds of Saint Realm powerhouses with a single strike, seizing the Alliance horn and founding the First Alliance. With this alliance in hand, he stood a significant chance of exiting the Celestial Tower and entering the fantastical realm. This June Celestial Sovereign must be recruited into our sect. The emergence of the 9 unparalleled entities was unprecedented. This generation was unlike any before. The First Alliance was undeniably fortunate. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, countless powerhouses were left in shock and envy. That June Celestial Sovereign was frighteningly powerful. A diminutive warrior hailing from a distant star has astonishingly vanquished hundreds of saints, forcefully seizing the Alliance horn to establish the First Alliance. Subsequently, the emergence of 9 unparalleled beings has sent shockwaves far beyond the Eastern Celestial Domain. Within the Celestial Tower, both the 8th and 9th levels are acutely aware of the establishment of the First Alliance and the appearance of these 9 extraordinary figures. In an instant, countless individuals are racing towards the Celestial Emperor Alliance, eager to claim this divine sanctuary. In 2 months, I should be able to arrive. Time is of the essence. The distance is vast, and I must seek the second unparalleled being. Joining the Celestial Emperor Alliance is my foremost task. With 9 alliances in total, the first has finally been established, and the Celestial Emperor Alliance lies merely 3 days' journey away. I must secure my place within the Celestial Emperor Alliance. To miss this opportunity would be to forfeit a significant chance. Within the Celestial Tower, on the 9th level, numerous powerful beings, closer to the realm of divine transformation, are hastening towards the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Their motivations are twofold: to join the Alliance and to contend for divine transformation. As the 9 unparalleled beings' divine transformations commenced, a thunderous resonance echoed after 3 hours, revealing a magnificent spectacle above Tian Luo Bing and Ji Qing Wu. The Frost Phoenix and the Flame Phoenix emerged, ethereal and regal, wielding cataclysmic powers. Tian Luo Bing, now at the 4th level of the Celestial Sovereign Realm, has ascended a tier, while Ji Qing Wu, at the 3rd level, has also advanced. A haunting melody reverberated across the plaza, reaching a span of 100,000 miles, clear to all powerful individuals within that radius. In that moment, countless prodigies gazed upon them with envy, for they had ascended a realm in merely 3 hours. Who could possibly rival their prowess? It is widely understood that in this realm, the lower one's cultivation, the greater the advantage one possesses. Chapter 213. The Great Qin Empire, Emperor Ingzheng. The Ancestral Dragon. On the following day, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance's membership reached 10,000. By the 3rd day, the number of members continued to swell. On the 4th day, both Ji Qing Wu, a 4th-tier Celestial Sovereign, and Tian Luo Bing, a 5th-tier Celestial Sovereign, ascended 2 levels simultaneously. This remarkable occurrence astonished and intrigued many, as it was evident that the two were competing to see who could cultivate more swiftly. Competition aside, such feats require innate talent. Upon reaching the realm of the Sovereign, advancing even a fraction becomes as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Yet, they had surmounted 2 realms in just 4 days. At this moment, they had entered the 2nd tier, where both the spiritual energy and celestial source were exponentially more refined and concentrated than those in the square below. System: if one were to break through, how can the realm be suppressed? Jun Xiaoyao inquired of the system. Previously, in the Saint Sovereign world, he had achieved the status of a mid-tier great saint. After more than 3 months since his return, he had now reached the pinnacle of mid-tier great saint, on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he chose to conceal his cultivation. Within the Celestial Tower, others were only aware of him as a half-saint at the extreme limit. Here, a breakthrough was possible, yet he was reluctant to reveal his true power, at least for the time being. Reply to Master. the system can suppress your realm. If you break through, the Celestial Tower will only know that your cultivation has improved, but it will remain unaware of your true power. Should you break through now, you would be recognized as a lower-tier Great Saint. Yet your actual cultivation is that of a higher-tier Great Saint. The spirit of the system, Sioux, New Jersey, responded. Understanding this, a joyful smile spread across Jun Xiaoyao's face, for he estimated that he could break through in a matter of days and ascend to the status of a higher-tier Great Saint. Although the difference between mid-tier and higher-tier Great Saints was but a slight realm, the disparity in combat prowess was monumental, akin to the distinction between a celestial sovereign and a half-saint. He was finally free from the worry of revealing his cultivation upon breaking through. On the 7th day, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu each broke through again, one after the other, within half an hour, now having ascended 3 tiers. On the same day, several lower-tier Great Saints within the Heavenly Emperor Alliance also achieved breakthroughs. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as an overwhelming force erupted from Jun Xiaoyao. Yet no visible phenomena accompanied it. The destructive might he emanated was terrifyingly magnified beyond any other lower-tier Great Saint's breakthrough. Leader of the First Alliance, Jun Tiandi. Lower-tier Great Saint, ascends 1 tier, a melodious voice proclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao had finally reached the 1st tier. With his elevated cultivation came its own burdens. Had he been a sovereign, the Hall of Creation would undoubtedly belong to him. However, the hall's possession by Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu was equally understandable. The leader had finally become a Great Saint. What level of terror could he now embody? He had already been formidable as a half-saint. Now, he would surely be even more domineering. With the enhancement of Little Saint's realm and the acquisition of the Alliance Leader's ensemble, his prowess surged dramatically. Curiously, there was no manifestation associated with the Alliance Leader. Indeed, the absence of such a phenomenon raised questions. Could it be that the Alliance Leader lacked any sign of ascendance? In the square, the formidable members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance gazed enviously, engaging in fervent discussion. In truth, 80% of those cultivating in the square were Little Saints. Anyone identified as a Little Saint was considered a member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. At this juncture, the greater the strength of Jun Tiandi, the more elated they felt. After all, they were all part of one alliance, akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string. On the 11th day, Ji Qingwu broke through to the 6th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, achieving a 4-tier elevation. On the 12th day, Tian Luobing ascended to the 7th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, also rising by 4 tiers. By the 18th day, Ji Qingwu attained the 7th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, advancing by 5 tiers. On the 19th day, Tian Luobing reached the 8th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, again progressing by 5 tiers. On the 24th day, Ji Qingwu broke through to the 8th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, elevating by 6 tiers. On the 25th day, Tian Luobing achieved the 9th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, rising by 6 tiers as well. In the square, a crystalline light screen displayed names alongside their ascension tiers. Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing stood proudly in 1st and 2nd place, respectively. This fortuitous occurrence was primarily orchestrated by the two of them, their realms soaring to unprecedented heights, inciting envy among countless powerful beings. On the 26th day, Yi Qinxian broke through to the semi-saint level. On the 27th day, Murong Xing'er ascended to the superior semi-saint level. On the 28th day, Qing Ming also reached the superior semi-saint level. Witnessing Qing Ming's breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Qing Ming had concealed her cultivation, for during her time in the Saint Sovereign world, she had already been a heavenly-level Little Saint. Her current breakthrough indicated she had attained the pinnacle of Little Saint, yet she had hidden it remarkably well, even deceiving the Celestial Tower. After nearly a month, the number of members in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance reached 50,000, and every individual had surpassed 1 realm. On the 30th day, the esteemed Alliance leader, Jun Tiandi, reached the mid-tier Little Saint level, elevating by 2 tiers. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao experienced another breakthrough. Presently, his apparent cultivation stood at mid-tier Little Saint, yet in truth, he had attained the Great Saint level of the Heavenly Realm. On the crystalline light screen, he ranked 133rd, indicating that at least 132 individuals had surpassed 2 realms before him. As time progressed day by day, the square became increasingly populated with formidable beings, and the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance multiplied. Finally, On this day, the seventh vice leader emerged, a powerful mid-tier great saint. Such a great saint was undoubtedly a supreme existence within the Celestial Tower, a figure both rare and coveted by any alliance. Your Excellency, Jun Tiandi, it is an honor to meet you. In the presence of Jun Xiaoyao stood Ing Tianzi, the ninth prince of the Qin Empire, a figure of 30 years, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign, reminiscent of a great monarch. He approached Jun Xiaoyao with a courteous greeting. Upon hearing the name of the Qin Empire, Jun Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. The surname Ing, tied to the illustrious Qin, could it be? Though outwardly composed, his inner turmoil surged like turbulent waves. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ing Tianzi, keen to observe his reaction upon hearing the revered title of the ancestor dragon, Ing Zheng. That was their forebear, the current emperor of the Qin Empire. 3 days prior, the ancestor had employed arcane methods to convey a message. Do not bring disgrace upon Huaxia. Live and journey to the Qin Empire, where countless ancestors await. Ing Tianzi nodded, astonished within. This Jun Tiandi was indeed remarkable, familiar with his own esteemed ancestor. It seemed the ancestor's words held true. He was indeed a prodigious figure from the ancestral homeland. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback by Ing Tianzi's revelations, having never anticipated that his suspicions would bear fruit. The ancestor dragon of the Qin had not perished, but had instead traversed into a fantastical realm, establishing a new Qin Empire. 5 millennia had passed, and he still thrived. What incredible strength must that entail? 5,000 years ago, the ancestor dragon unified Huaxia, shining for 5 millennia. Even after such a span, I, Jun Tiandi, shall not allow Huaxia to suffer indignities, he declared calmly, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an unmatched presence as if the heavenly sovereign had descended. Chapter 214. The establishment of the Second Alliance and the opportunities of the Array Path. 5,000 years ago, the ancestral dragon Ing Zheng unified Huaxia, bringing cohesion to the entire lineage of Yan and Huang. Without this, modern Huaxia would resemble Europe, fragmented and disunited. Presently, Jun Xiaoyao would not permit Huaxia to suffer humiliation. This implies that 5 millennia ago there was Ing Zheng, and in this era, there is I, the Celestial Emperor. This land of Huaxia is destined to be the pinnacle of civilization. How Yintian's gazed at the Celestial Emperor, rendered speechless, save for a single word, good. In the Qin Empire, Jun Xiaoyao's utterances would be deemed treasonous, for the Celestial Emperor had openly invoked the name of the great emperor and even compared himself to the emperor. In terms of cultivation, on the 38th day, Ji Qingwu ascended to the 9th heavenly realm of the Celestial Venerable, achieving a 7-tier elevation. Tian Luobing also successfully broke through, becoming a half-saint. Days prior, she had ceased to contend with Ji Qingwu and instead adopted a tranquil mindset to advance. Both had risen 6 tiers in a short span, reaching a level where they could directly utilize ascension pills, though they chose to wait until the final day, should they be unable to access the divine hall of creation. On the 43rd day, Ji Qingwu too attained a breakthrough, becoming a half-saint as she had wished, stepping into the ranks of the lower half-saints. At this moment, all 6 members of the Earth battle team had reached the sacred realm. Remarkably, they had surpassed 8 realms in just 43 days. The divine hall of creation belonged to Earth, and at long last, the entire team had achieved the sacred realm. The First Alliance surpassed 100,000 members, a coalition of 100,000 lesser saints. If they did not encounter other alliances, they would sweep through everything effortlessly. Furthermore, within the First Alliance, there were 4 formidable greater saints. Across the Earth, countless individuals were riveted by the information displayed on the giant screen. Though the scenes and circumstances within the Celestial Tower were obscured, the screen provided subtitles detailing the number of Alliance members and their corresponding information, including the cultivation status of one of the 9 legendary figures, the creation cultivation. Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing led the pace of cultivation. The stronger the First Alliance grew, the greater the opportunities for Earth. Concurrently, news reached Earth that Kemuxing would become a battlefield following the conclusion of the Celestial Ranking Battle, having suffered 15 defeats out of 20 contests. As time passed, the 58th day arrived. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the rank of Upper Lesser Saint, with his true cultivation reaching the pinnacle of Greater Saint. On this day, Tian Luobing became an Upper Half Saint. On this day, Murong Xinger attained the rank of Lower Lesser Saint. On this day, Yi Qingxian rose to the position of Middle Lesser Saint. On this day, Qingming broke through to the pinnacle of Lesser Saint, with true cultivation at the Middle Greater Saint level. As time flows inexorably onward, at long last, Ji Qingwu has ascended to the mid-tier semi-saint, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The announcement resounds throughout the entire 9th layer of the Celestial Tower. The preceding 8 layers are devoid of humanity. With each elevation in cultivation, rewards are bestowed. A 2-rank increase yields a direct ascent elixir. A 3-rank increase grants 2 such elixirs. A 4-rank increase earns 3 elixirs. Surpassing 5 ranks results in 4 elixirs. The accolades are significant. First place receives the Divine Palace of Creation, 30,000 Celestial Essence Orbs, 100 Holy Essence Orbs, 20 Direct Ascent Elixirs, and a 4-rank Cultivation Elevation. Second place earns 10,000 Celestial Essence Orbs, 20 Holy Essence Orbs, and 10 Elixirs, with a 2-rank elevation. Third place is awarded 1,000 Celestial Essence Orbs, 5 Holy Essence Orbs, and 5 elixirs, with a 1-rank elevation. In the square, an ethereal voice announces the rewards. Any who elevate their cultivation by 2 ranks or more are entitled to treasures and resources, while the top 3 receive even more formidable rewards. Instantly, beams of light descend upon numerous powerful individuals, bestowing rewards upon those who have surpassed 2 realms in their cultivation. In contrast, Ji Qingwu clutches a delicately carved artifact, a palace. The Divine Palace of Creation. Its true power and rank will only be revealed to her once she has refined it. Others remain unaware of the palace's true caliber. The voice of the Celestial Tower echoes once more, marking the conclusion of the Divine Cultivation event. In that moment, countless individuals are filled with envy and anticipation, admiring those who have ascended multiple realms within just 2 months, and particularly envying Ji Qingwu for attaining one of the 9 unparalleled divine cultivations. Celestial Empire, heed my command. All members, proceed eastward, proclaims Jun Xiaoyao, gripping a crystal scepter, suspended in the void. His resonant and commanding voice reverberates across the miles. At once, 100,000 members of the Celestial Empire soar towards the east, entering a mode of sweeping and plundering. Notification, event triggered. Tian Luo Bing's cultivation increases. Ji Qingwu's cultivation increases. Qingming's cultivation increases. Murong Xinger's cultivation increases. Yi Qingxian's cultivation increases. Reward points. 10 billion. Boom. 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 In the void, the ships erupt with sounds of destruction. On board, Jun Xiaoyao stands at the forefront, flanked by Murong Xinger, Tian Luo Bing, Ji Qingwu, Yi Qingxian, and Qingming, who are diligently cultivating within the ship's chambers. Their rapid advancements in cultivation necessitate steady and thorough training. The affairs of the alliance are entrusted to Murong Xing, supported by the 3 vice leaders and 2 elders. In their minds, on the virtual map, arrows have emerged. Simultaneously, all resources and treasures within a radius of 10,000 miles are displayed on this virtual map. Jun Xiaoyao communicates these coordinates to the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance for collection. Any formidable beings of the rank of Little Sage and above may be recruited into the alliance, while those outside the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are to be annihilated without exception. Wherever they traverse, they sweep away all obstacles. In a mere 5 days, the points of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance surged to 12.8 billion, with the Heavenly Value bonus reaching an astonishing 1180, nearly a 12-fold increase. Jun Xiaoyao's Heavenly Value stands at 2,882,502 points, securing his position as number 1. After all, it is the contributions of 100,000 alliance members that have enabled him to accumulate such Heavenly Value. Anything less than first place would be unjustifiable. The Heavenly Value accrued by the 100,000 alliance members places Earth at the 1,809th rank. The might of the alliance empowers Jun Xiaoyao and his 6 companions to rival over 30,000 ancient worlds, with their ranking now hovering around the 1,800 mark, surpassing more than 37,000 ancient worlds. Were it not for the alliance, Earth would scarcely penetrate the top 30,000. After all, each ancient world boasts 10,000 individuals. How could the Heavenly Value earned by merely 6 individuals compare? Currently, he possesses 100,000 alliance members, with thousands more joining monthly. Once the Heavenly Emperor Alliance reaches a membership of 1 million, the total Heavenly Value of Earth will be truly formidable. The second alliance, the Invincible Alliance, has been established. Leader, Hua Qingcheng. Those wishing to join the alliance may apply to the leader and vice leaders. Finally, in the third month since the opening of the Heavenly Tower, the second alliance has been formed. The leader of the second alliance, Hua Qingcheng, hails from the Heavenly River world, ranked 7th among the 30,000 ancient worlds. In terms of comprehensive strength, even the combined might of all new planets and realms pales in comparison to that of the Heavenly River world. Chapter 215. In truth, my real identity is the Dragon Clan Princess at last. The second alliance has been established. The ancient world, now ranked 7th, has made things quite challenging for the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. The Invincible Alliance exudes a formidable presence. Hua Qingcheng, reputed to be the greatest genius of the Tiangu world in a million years, achieved the status of Great Sage at the age of 182, making him the prime candidate in this competition. The Minghui Tianzong has come forth specifically for him. At the observation platform, thousands of formidable warriors gathered, discussing the establishment of the Second Alliance. If the Heavenly Emperor represents an unexpected contender, then Hua Qingcheng has undoubtedly become the focal point of attention. Most of the powerful individuals present at the observation platform have come with the intent of recruiting him into their sects, fully aware of his extraordinary talents and strength. The announcement of the 3 supreme opportunities, the Array Path opportunity, has commenced. With the Invincible Alliance as its nucleus, combat is prohibited within a radius of 1,000 miles. And the Array Path's essence is amplified 1,000-fold for a duration of 2 months. The 9 supreme opportunities have been established, and the second of the supreme events has emerged. As the horn of the alliance sounds, it intertwines with the opportunities of creation. To possess the horn is to have the means to forge an alliance, while simultaneously unlocking one of the 9 supreme opportunities. This time, near the Invincible Alliance, the Array Path opportunity has been unveiled, presenting an unparalleled divine realm for Array Path practitioners. Training in this environment allows for rapid advancement in one's array skills. The Array Path opportunity consists of 9 tiers, with the 9th tier promising the acquisition of the Array Divine Disc. The Celestial Tower has proclaimed the rewards for the Array Path opportunity, with the pinnacle of these rewards being an Array Supreme Treasure, the Array Divine Disc. However, we are not well versed in the Array Path, and the distance feels insurmountable, remarked Murong Xing, now at the peak of a lower small sage. She is not far from reaching the mid-tier small sage level. Having attained the status of a small sage, she has become even more alluring and beautiful. If Jun Xiaoyao were not a great sage, not possessing the chaotic divine demon physique, he would surely have to worry for his heart, as Murong Xing's charm is utterly irresistible. Among the 9 supreme opportunities, some are stronger than others, yet the cultivation of creation undoubtedly ranks amongst the highest. Jun Xiaoyao stated that regardless of where one is or when it is, the realm of cultivation is the most fundamental and significant aspect. As he established the first alliance, he encountered the cultivation of creation, and coincidentally, Ji Qingwu has reached the 9th tier, obtaining the Creation Divine Palace, the nature of which remains a mystery to her. Nevertheless, he believes Ji Qingwu will soon master the Creation Divine Palace. Currently, Ji Qingwu is consolidating her cultivation and refining the Creation Divine Palace. Sister Qingwu and Sister Binger have gained the most from this, as it seems tailor-made for them, Murong Xing said with a smile. Within their ranks, Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing possessed the lowest cultivation levels. To their astonishment, they encountered a fortuitous opportunity, resulting in both ascending by 8 or 9 tiers, a veritable miracle. Furthermore, the final rewards included not only cultivation-improving elixirs, but also substantial enhancements to several realms. The celestial and sacred essences were indeed treasures of cultivation for the sages. Qingwu, originally at the upper half-saint level, was elevated by 4 tiers to the mid-level of the minor sage. Binger, also at the upper half-saint level, received a 2-tier enhancement. Now reaching the pinnacle of the half-saint realm, Jun Xiaoyao remarked upon the peculiarity of these rewards, which not only featured elixirs for direct ascension, but also the celestial and sacred essences, alongside the astonishing elevation of their cultivation realms, surpassing all common understanding and knowledge. Darling, if you wish to break through to the great sage realm, I can assist you, murmured Murong Xing, snuggling close to Jun Xiaoyao. Her gentle voice carried an enchanting softness. and a delicate blush crept across her exquisite face. Naturally passionate and open in nature, she had grown even more tender since solidifying her bond with Jun Xiaoyao, shedding her previous shyness in his presence. However, as she spoke of aiding him in his breakthrough, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving Jun Xiaoyao perplexed. Why do you blush at my breakthrough? Moreover, I am already at the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Even within the realm of fantasy, I am a top-tier powerhouse. To achieve a swift breakthrough, I must rely on cultivation elixirs, as upgrading through points is exceedingly arduous, requiring a staggering 100 billion points. Do you possess any assurance to facilitate my ascent? How can you assist? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. To be frank, he was not yet inclined to break through, for he had already attained the pinnacle of the great sage realm. His current focus lay in stabilizing and honing his mental state, mastering sacred and divine techniques, and acquiring divine artifacts. Calculating the passage of time, he anticipated the completion of his synthesis of chaos fragments into a treasure. Initially, the system had projected completion within 4 months, yet the timeline had slightly extended. Nevertheless, he expected the fusion of the chaos fragments to succeed in the coming days. Darling, you know I am of the dragon lineage. In truth, my real identity is that of a dragon princess, possessing the dragon source. As long as we engage in mutual cultivation, nurturing the dragon source will enable you to achieve a breakthrough. During our earlier, intimate moments, I deliberately suppressed the dragon source to prevent wasting the opportunity for a breakthrough, Morong Xinger tenderly confessed. As she continued, her face flushed deeper, her heart fluttering with shyness. Although she shared no secrets with Jun Xiaoyao, completely belonging to him, speaking these words still stirred her bashfulness. The dragon source, in truth, was akin to the maiden's essence. A dragon princess, she was far from an ordinary woman. Within her resided the purest dragon source, cultivated over countless millennia, capable of transforming into a magnificent 7-colored chaotic divine dragon at its zenith. She had intended to present this gift to Jun Xiaoyao previously, but circumstances had prevented her. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation has yet to reach a bottleneck. Thus, his words would be a mere waste. Presently, Jun Xiaoyao stands at the pinnacle of the great saint realm. Should he break through, he would ascend to the heavenly saint level. However, the path to such a significant breakthrough is fraught with challenges. Therefore, she suggested, I see. Let us first solidify our foundation for a while. If a breakthrough proves elusive, you may assist me then. Yet, we could also consider dual cultivation. Would you care to give it a try? It could be quite enjoyable. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. In truth, he understood that a partner with extraordinary talent greatly increases the chances of producing offspring with remarkable gifts, as their bloodline would be profoundly powerful. Moreover, the virgin essence of certain exceptional women possesses an extraordinary quality. This phenomenon is not exclusive to women. Men may also share such potential. Although his chaotic divine demon body does not belong to the innate category, it is nonetheless a formidable postnatal form. The divine blood coursing through his veins is nothing short of miraculous. At present, as a great saint, he could indeed strive to challenge the heavenly saint realm. However, he found no necessity for such haste. Should a bottleneck arise, the cultivation elevation elixir would suffice. This elixir is effective only for those beneath the rank of Saint King. Above that, it loses its efficacy, merely existing as a remarkable and potent celestial pill. Currently, he has not encountered a bottleneck, allowing for personal breakthroughs. When he eventually faces such an obstacle, he would seek Morong Xinger as assistance. Nevertheless, they could still engage in dual cultivation for the time being. Why not? He inquired. Do you often dual cultivate with Yuzi and Wanjun? Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao mention dual cultivation, Morong Xinger's mind was flooded with bashful thoughts. While she could accept the notion of normal intimacy, the idea of cultivating in such moments was beyond her imagination. Suddenly, she pondered whether this fellow frequently engaged in dual cultivation with Wanjun and Yuzi, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her. Chapter 216. If war is to be waged, annihilate the fourth alliance. No. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Dual cultivation is not a frequent occurrence. Moreover, dual cultivation is not as improper as one might imagine. It is a form of profound practice. Furthermore, dual cultivation necessitates exceptionally stringent conditions, even among the most gifted male and female practitioners. The chances of successful dual cultivation are slim. I can give it a try, murmured Murong Xinger, her delicate face flushed, her rosy earlobes turning crimson. All right, let us proceed to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao responded, his heart racing at the sight of Murong Xinger, as he took her hand and led her toward her chamber. On Earth, the heavenly rankings displayed news that echoed around the globe. The Emperor Jun had swept through the first 8 tiers of the Celestial Tower. Upon entering the 9th tier, with a ruthless methodology, he had vanquished hundreds of saints, seized the Alliance Horn, and established the first alliance, the Celestial Emperor Alliance. The membership of the Alliance had now reached 170,000, including 9 great saints. Moreover, one of the 9 unparalleled entities, the Tao of Creation, had been acquired by the woman of Emperor Jun, a monumental honor for Earth. After all, amidst fierce competition from numerous ancient worlds and new celestial bodies, for the planet ranked 3rd from the bottom to achieve such a feat signifies that Earth is not as feeble as once thought. Now, with the absence of the alien civilization from Kwai-Mu star, Earth was poised to enter an era of peace. The Western world had transformed into a shared domain for all. In Huaxia, a proclamation was issued to the world. Presently, devoid of the West, Africa, the Indian subcontinent, and the island nations, Earth has truly entered a peaceful epoch, with Huaxia standing at the pinnacle of this era. Simultaneously, businesses and individuals from Huaxia began to penetrate the island nations, the Indian subcontinent, and Africa. Although they did not claim these territories for Huaxia, they were undoubtedly dominated by individuals from Huaxia. Is there dissent? None. For the existence of Emperor Jun ensured the preservation of Huaxia intact. This world has always revered the strong. After centuries of Western dominance, that chapter has finally concluded. The mass exodus to Kwai-Mu star has led to its transformation into a battlefield. This outcome is indeed ludicrous. Earth is the homeland of the West, and they will eventually return. From Kwai-Mu star, the Westerners relayed their message. Boom. The inhabitants of Kwai-Mu star shall show no mercy in the absence of Earth's consent. The heavenly rankings resounded with a powerful voice that reverberated across the globe and reached the heights of Kwai-Mu star. I am a Huaxia person. Emperor Jun is the soul of Huaxia. Though I am a migrant, I remain a Huaxia person of Earth. Thus I must return to my motherland, declared the Huaxia immigrants on Kwai-Mu star, boldly asserting their identity. Immigrants who leave Earth no longer belong to it. Entering Earth without permission, impersonating Huaxia people. Met with merciless retribution, the resounding voice echoed once more atop the celestial rankings. In the 3rd month of the Celestial Tower, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance has amassed a membership of 300,000, with statistics revealing 33 formidable beings in the Great Sage realm. Concurrently, Jun Tiandi's personal celestial value has reached an impressive 20 million, securing the foremost position, while Earth's total celestial value stands at 40 million, ranking 108th. On this day, the establishment of the 3rd Alliance of the Celestial Tower, War God Alliance, led by the Lord Lu Suifeng. Those wishing to join the alliance may apply to the Lord. The emergence of the 3rd Alliance is heralded. The leader hails from the ancient realm of Tsangming, ranked 4th, a mid-ranking great sage who has successfully mastered the path of the sword. Heralded as a paragon of the younger generation in Tsangming. The 9 legendary lineages, the supreme inheritance has commenced following the establishment of the 3rd Alliance. One of the 9 legendary inheritances has been unveiled. Yet, the nature of this inheritance remains shrouded in mystery. Only those who attain it will uncover its secrets. In the 4th month of the Celestial Tower, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance's membership has surged to 460,000, with 71 Great Sage Realm experts among them. Simultaneously, Jun Tiandi's celestial value escalates to 47 million, retaining the top rank. Earth's total celestial value has now reached 94 million, positioning it 22nd. On this day, the establishment of the 4th Alliance of the Celestial Tower, Rebirth Alliance. Led by the Lady Yu Linglong, those desiring to join the alliance may apply to the lady. The 4th Alliance is formed. The leader, Yu Linglong, daughter of the Realm Master of the Ethereal World, hails from the 13th ranked Ancient Realm, possessing terrifying strength and potential to become the next Realm Master. Within the Celestial Tower, she stands as the sole female leader thus far, exhibiting extraordinary prowess as a high-ranking great sage. The 9 legendary lineages. The power of creation has awakened, with a physical strength at the 9th tier. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier grants the power of the War God. The alliance has been established, and the legendary awakenings have commenced. However, this time, the period for creation is limited to just 1 month, significantly shorter than the previous 3 legendary inheritances. The leader, merely 30,000 miles away from the power of creation, receives a message from the deputy leader, Ing Tianzi, inquiring whether Jun Xiaoyao intends to compete for the power of the war god, especially since their alliance members are only 30,000 miles from that coveted location, a trivial distance for lesser sages. However, that location lies within the territory of the Fourth Alliance. In essence, it is their domain. All members are to vie for the war god power without inciting conflict with the Fourth Alliance. Should war arise, it would decimate the Fourth Alliance. Jun Xiaoyao speaks, his tone unperturbed, yet it exudes a terrifying might, akin to the descent of a war deity. Indeed, at this moment, he commands hundreds of thousands of alliance members, boasting the largest contingent within the entire Celestial Tower. Each member has undergone 2 rigorous assessments and eliminations to prove their strength. Now, should the need arise to eradicate some formidable beings, it would be effortlessly simple. Ing Tianzi spoke, subsequently issuing commands to the 9 esteemed elders, 9 guardians, and 9 legion commanders. Swiftly, the members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance surged towards the location of the Fourth Alliance, a veritable tide of existence above the minor sage level. As their might erupted, the very fabric of space fractured and the earth crumbled. Witnessing this from tens of thousands of miles away, the formidable beings of the Fourth Alliance were struck with astonishment. Having only recently established their alliance, their numbers barely exceeded 1,000. What was transpiring? Such a terrifying aura. The presence of numerous beings at the great sage level was palpable. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor Alliance had arrived? What were they doing here? Surely, they could not be seeking this fortuitous opportunity? Panic ensued among the members of the Rebirth Alliance. After much effort to join the alliance, they had believed survival was within reach, for within the entire Celestial Tower, only 9 alliances existed, allowing for merely 9 million to live. Nearly 400 million others would face annihilation. Joining an alliance was synonymous with securing a chance at life. Yet now, having just joined the Rebirth Alliance, they found themselves confronting the Celestial Emperor Alliance. In the face of the Celestial Emperor Alliance, the Rebirth Alliance was utterly insignificant. Each member of the opponent could obliterate the Rebirth Alliance with a mere breath. Thunderous roars echoed as the hundreds of thousands of members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance arrived before a towering mountain, at the summit of which stood a majestic pagoda soaring 1,000 feet high. The pagoda emanated unparalleled power, pure and untainted. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the oppressive force radiating from the pagoda. In that moment, the members of the Rebirth Alliance trembled in fear, save for their leader, Yu Linglong, whose aura remained steady. Chapter 2:17. With the beauty of the goddess Luo, resembling a fallen celestial being. The leader has decreed, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance shall not engage in war, but will fairly contend for the power of the war god. Should war be declared, they will eradicate the Fourth Alliance. Ing Tianzi, suspended in the air, exuded a terrifying aura of a great sage. With a sweeping glance, he directed his gaze towards the treasure tower atop the mountain and spoke in a voice that resonated for miles, akin to a thunderclap. At the peak of the mountain, hundreds of powerful beings from the Holy Realm, feeling the earth-shattering might of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance and hearing Ing Tianzi's voice, dared not utter a word, each behaving like obedient children. What alternative did they have? Did they wish to challenge the Heavenly Emperor Alliance? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the spaceship sliced through the sky, creating a cacophony in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the mountain. Leader, leader, leader. The powerful members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance chanted thrice in respect. In truth, they were all formidable beings of the Holy Realm. Their cultivation not significantly inferior to Jun Xiaoyao, and many great sages surpassed even the cultivation of Jun Tiandi. However, Jun Tiandi effortlessly vanquished hundreds of Holy Realm beings, including half-saints and lesser saints, with a single move. Now, the upper lesser saint's strength was a mystery. Of course, they were unaware that the upper lesser saints were not a true reflection of Jun Xiaoyao's actual power. His real cultivation was that of a great sage at the pinnacle. At the summit of the mountain, the members of the Fourth Alliance trembled with fear. In their lifetimes, spanning 100 or 200 years, they had never felt so humiliated. In their own world, They had basked in glory and pride. Yet, upon arriving here, they encountered such a disheartening scene. After struggling to join the alliance, hoping for a chance to thrive, they had barely settled in before the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Before the might of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, they were no more significant than ants. The leader of the First Alliance, Jun Tiandi, the leader of the Rebirth Alliance, Yu Linglong, stood at the forefront of all the powerful beings, equally at a loss. Having just established her alliance, she was taken aback by Jun Tiandi's swift arrival. She pondered how he could have come so quickly. Had she delayed, even slightly, the alliance horn might have belonged to him, as he had established his alliance nearly 4 months ago, and the distance was so great. How could it be that he arrived here by such coincidence? Did he perhaps know of the alliance horn's existence? This thought seemed absurd, yet it was difficult to dismiss. Sleep a little less, and this alliance will no longer concern you. Stepping off the spaceship, Jun Xiaoyao proceeded with measured grace, accompanied by Murong Xing'er, Yiqin Xian, and Qing Ming. His gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression calm, a faint smile gracing his lips, hands clasped behind his back. He strode with the demeanor of an unparalleled emperor, his eyes landing upon the young woman at the mountain's peak, who possessed an ethereal charm, like a celestial maiden yearning to ride the winds. Her figure is nothing short of perfection, with a pair of alluringly long legs. Alas, her visage is obscured by a veil, rendering her true beauty unseen. Yet, even without witnessing her face, her entire demeanor evokes an inexplicable thrill in the heart, suggesting she is a woman of unparalleled grace. Moreover, her cultivation has reached the exalted rank of a high saint, a feat not easily achieved in acquiring the alliance horn. How many could claim such a status? Thus, I must express my gratitude to you, esteemed sir, for indulging in a bit of extra slumber. Yu Linglong, while Jun Xiaoyao appraised her, found herself observing him in return. Upon seeing him, her spirit trembled inexplicably. This youth is astonishingly young, merely 22 years of age, yet he has attained the rank of a high minor saint. How could one cultivate to such heights at such a tender age? Her cultivation method is extraordinary, allowing her to discern the age of others at a glance. To be so young and yet command the respect of countless alliance members speaks to an extraordinary power. In addition to this, the youth known as Jun Tiandi possesses an enigmatic allure, bearing the beauty akin to that of the goddess Luo, as if he were a fallen immortal. Never before has she bowed to anyone, nor regarded any of her peers with reverence, yet now she realizes she is no match for this Jun Tiandi. This realization resonates deeply within her. One alliance is sufficient. An additional set of leaders' regalia would serve no purpose. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with an unassuming demeanor, stepping out of the spacecraft with grace, as if walking upon solid ground. Accompanied by Murong Xing'er, Yiqin Xian, and Qing Ming, he continued, "What you say holds truth." Yu Linglong responded, her irritation evident, for she had discerned that Jun Tiandi had no inclination to converse with her, not even casting a glance in her direction. This slight wounded her pride. Was she to be deemed less than the 3 maidens by his side? Indeed, those 3 girls were exceptionally beautiful. Yet she too possessed her own charm. Such is the nature of women. If one gazes at her, she accuses you of being a rogue. If one ignores her, she feels dismissed. "Let us commence," Jun Xiaoyao declared, his tone remaining as tranquil as ever. Members of the Tiandi Alliance respond in unison. Immediately, powerful auras surged forth, soaring toward the summit of the great mountain to test their strength. In truth, this trial of creation is a test of physical prowess, requiring no techniques, no artifacts, and no skills, only the raw strength of one's corporeal form to strike the god of War Tower. Meeting the power requirements of the tower would grant passage to higher realms. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire mountain quaked as countless powerful beings, transcending the realm of minor saints, gathered before the war god tower, striking it with resounding fists. The tower responded with indications, a passage signaled by a radiant green light, while failure was marked by a crimson glow. Each individual was afforded but a single opportunity. Stage 1, failure. Stage 1, failure. Stage 1, failure. 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 All were met with defeat. Countless minor saints could not even surpass the first stage, and even the great saints faltered at this initial hurdle, igniting a wave of discontent among the masses, who began to suspect the tower was malfunctioning. With a thunderous roar, the first stage was finally conquered. Time slipped away, second by second. Among the members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance, 1/3 attempted the challenge, yet only a little over 1,000 succeeded in passing the first stage, with merely 300 advancing to the second and just over 100 to the third. 33 individuals triumphed at the fourth stage, and only 2 managed to ascend to the fifth stage. Simultaneously, the formidable beings of the Rebirth Alliance also partook in the assessment, their results falling short of expectations. Why don't you give it a try? In the afternoon, every member of the Celestial Emperor Alliance completed their tests, achieving the best result of reaching the 7th stage. The members of the Rebirth Alliance similarly underwent their evaluations. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Murong Xinger and inquired, "What about you?" "No, I shall not," she replied, shaking her head. Though she was a minor saint, her status as a woman placed her at a natural disadvantage in terms of physique and constitution. Even as a princess of the Dragon Clan, Yi Qingxian also declined, and Qing Ming followed suit. "I shall give it a try," Jun Xiaoyao declared. With that, he began to stride toward the War God Tower. With each step, his aura surged, unassisted by any cultivation technique, relying solely on the strength of his body. In that moment, he resembled a deity, a celestial emperor, a war god. The sky contorted, the earth trembled, and ominous clouds gathered within a 1,000-mile radius, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Chapter 218. The 9th level. Can your man pass? Boom. Jun Xiaoyao arrived before the War God Tower. With a gentle lift of his hand, he delivered a seemingly effortless punch to the tower, which immediately trembled slightly and erupted with a blinding radiance. The brilliance soared into the heavens. First level passed. With a single step, he advanced to the 2nd level. As before, another punch was unleashed. Boom. 2nd level passed. Boom. 3rd level passed. Boom. 4th level passed. Boom. 5th level passed. In no more than a minute, Jun Xiaoyao had conquered 5 levels, remaining unfazed throughout, a faint smile gracing his lips, an expression of unwavering confidence and strength. This sight left countless spectators in awe. In contrast to others who had also reached the 5th level, Jun Xiaoyao appeared remarkably serene. Boom. 6th level passed. Boom. 7th level passed. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao had attained the highest accomplishment of all, passing the 7th level. It was unexpected. The leader seemed slender, yet possessed such formidable strength. My man is truly powerful. Could he pass the 8th level? The 8th level is exceedingly difficult, surpassing the limits of mere physical strength. Indeed, even I, who command 31 domains of power, could not succeed. Would the Heavenly Emperor manage it? To pass the 8th level, one must possess at least 100 domains of power. Otherwise, the War God Tower remains unshakable. Even possessing 100 domains does not guarantee success at the 8th level. The leader is unlikely to pass. As they watched Jun Xiaoyao ascend to the 8th level, countless members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, as well as those from the Rebirth Alliance, began to murmur among themselves. Even some powerful beings of the Great Sage Realm had reached the 7th level and stood at the 8th, but failed to pass. The inability of those who command domains of power was shocking and despairing. If even the domains of power are insufficient, what kind of physical strength is required to succeed? Boom. Just as the saints were deliberating, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and launched another punch at the War God Tower. Instantly, the tower trembled, the space warped and shattered. Mountains crumbled, and the land within 1,000 miles collapsed, rivers flowing backward. All the powerful beings in the Holy Realm felt a terrifying pressure. The force descended like an overwhelming tide. Those of lower cultivation turned pale. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Jun Xiaoyao atop the War God Tower. 8th level passed. A vibrant green light shot into the sky, and a resounding voice announced Jun Xiaoyao's success at the 8th level. He passed. He actually passed. Could it be that he has cultivated domains of power? Has he surpassed 100 domains? Such formidable physical prowess. It is truly remarkable. The leader's strength is indeed terrifying. At this moment, an air of excitement enveloped the crowd as they engaged in animated discussions. Only those who have attained the 7th tier of the sacred realm can fathom the terror of the 8th tier. To their astonishment, Jun Xiaoyao has effortlessly passed through, showcasing an extraordinary physical prowess. Among the spectators, countless female cultivators gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, captivated not only by his striking handsomeness, but also by his status as the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. More importantly, his formidable physical strength hinted at untold prowess in other realms. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao remained oblivious to the impure thoughts swirling in the minds of these women, for the implications would have been profoundly awkward. My cultivation of the chaotic divine demon body is aimed at strength, not for frivolous pursuits, he mused. Can your man pass the 9th tier? Yi Qingxian inquired. My man, is he not also yours? Morong Xinger replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Qingxian. I have no such man, Yi Qingxian retorted sharply. You may deceive him, but can you deceive me? We are both women, after all. Morong Xinger chuckled. How long will you continue to feign indifference? Your words may say one thing, yet your heart betrays another. Otherwise, why would you follow him to the celestial tower? Why would you oppose her at every turn? You clearly seek his attention, yet stubbornly refuse to admit it. I am still not a woman, Yi Qingxian asserted, her cheeks flushing. There is a significant distinction between a woman and a girl. You have shared intimacy with him, thus you are a woman. As for me, I remain untouched. Even if I were to cultivate for centuries or millennia, I would still be called a girl. The transformation from girl to woman requires a pivotal change. After uttering these words, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, questioning why she had confided so much. Boom, boom, boom. While the two conversed, Jun Xiaoyao had already ascended to the 9th tier, standing in complete stillness. Yet, the very heavens trembled and quaked as if sensing the animosity between him and the war god tower. Could he succeed? Surely not. The 9th tier was shrouded in mystery. If he could pass, he would ascend to the pinnacle and attain the power of the war god. This was the most crucial moment. At that instant, the hundreds of thousands of members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, along with the formidable beings of the Rebirth Alliance, all gazed intently at the summit of the war god tower, their hearts racing. It felt as though the one standing atop was themselves. Gradually, breaths were held in anticipation, fearful that their very exhalations might disrupt Jun Xiaoyao's concentration. Simultaneously, countless powerful figures retreated swiftly to the outskirts of the mountain, for they understood that the impending strike would be the most potent assault from the Heavenly Emperor. Regardless of the outcome, the moment was monumental. This strike undoubtedly surpassed the previous blow in its ferocity. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand and, with a single punch, struck towards the divine war tower. His fist seemed to carry the weight of the entire world, and in that moment, his seemingly frail physique appeared as majestic as a deity or demon. Crack, crack, boom. At that instant, the very heavens and earth shattered. Within a radius of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and even 100,000 miles, mountains collapsed. Rivers ceased to flow, and space itself fractured. The entire mountain range crumbled, yet the divine war tower remained suspended in the air. Jun Xiaoyao's fist landed upon the tower, freezing time in that moment. Countless powerful beings were sent flying, and even hundreds, if not thousands, of lesser saints were affected by the shockwave, spitting blood and nearly perishing in that place. Their faces turned pale, as the mere residual force nearly led to their demise. Thus, if Jun Tiandi's strike were to fall upon them directly, would they not be reduced to mere wisps of smoke? They held no doubt regarding this. Their hearts were shaken to the core. The power of Jun Tiandi was utterly terrifying. Time passed, second by second. The 9th level was announced with a resounding voice, declaring that Jun Xiaoyao had passed the 9th level. First Alliance, Alliance leader Jun Tiandi, passed the trial of the divine war tower through the power of creation, reaching the 9th level. The celestial tower resonated with a loud and dignified voice, echoing clearly throughout the entire 9th floor of the celestial tower. Excellent. Jun Tiandi has reached the pinnacle. So formidable. Jun Tiandi, the eternal deity. Among the 9 unparalleled champions, they had secured 2. This power was truly overwhelming. On Earth, the grand screen displayed everything about Jun Xiaoyao, visible to all. As he ascended to the peak, over 2 billion humans around the globe erupted in excitement. The stronger Jun Xiaoyao became, the more beneficial it was for Earth. Such power was immense. To what extent had his physical body reached? In the trial, he could not employ techniques or martial arts, and his domain could only circulate within his body. It was evident that he had not utilized the power of his domain and must have shaken the divine war tower solely with his physical form. He was inscrutable, beyond imagination. The realm of lesser saints was formidable to such a degree. If one were to become a heavenly saint or even a saint king, would they not rival another Emperor Ingzheng? Emperor Ingzheng swept the eastern wilderness with the might of a saint king. On the observation platform, tens of thousands of powerful beings were astounded. Through the virtual projection, they could sense the cataclysmic force. They possessed similar power, yet they relied on techniques and sacred skills. In terms of pure physicality, they could not even begin to compare with Jun Tiandi. The state of that young man was beyond comprehension. Countless individuals are reminded of the great Emperor Yingzheng of the Qin dynasty, a figure of miraculous prowess. In the formidable realm of the Eastern Celestial Domain, he triumphed over all adversaries, even while merely at the Sacred King level, thus establishing the Qin Empire's supremacy within the Eastern Celestial Domain. Chapter 219. One of the 9 extraordinary powers. Terrifying rewards, O heavens! Had I known that Emperor Jun possessed such formidable strength, why would I have chosen to emigrate? This wretched Emperor Jun, why did you not disclose your immense power sooner? On Kuei Mu Star, countless Westerners wore bitter smiles as they executed a mass evacuation. This was the turning point of fate. Had they not fled, even with Hua Xiao at the helm of the world, they would not have awaited their demise in vain. Now, Kuei Mu Star has become a battlefield, and what awaits them is nothing but trampling. Countless Huaxia immigrants harbored grievances against Jun Xiaoyao, and many even cursed him. Oh my, how powerful my parents are. In the Sunshine community, Mu Qingwan gazed at the colossal screen displaying the heavenly rankings. Upon seeing her father's visage, her pretty face radiated pride, for he was her father, and she had come to realize that he was the great hero of Earth. In kindergarten, she felt like a little princess, for she had a father whom people across the globe revered and admired. Indeed, Wanner's father is the strongest in the world. Mu Wanjun remarked with a smile, her exquisite face adorned with a blissful and sweet expression. Leader, leader, leader. At the 9th level of the Celestial Tower, from afar, a tsunami of cheers erupted. All members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance rejoiced sincerely for Emperor Jun. The stronger their leader became, the better the alliance would flourish. The might and prodigiousness of Emperor Jun were witnessed firsthand, and upon his ascension to the 9th tier, an overwhelming respect blossomed within countless hearts. Simultaneously, curiosity stirred among many. What rewards awaited at the 9th tier? After all, the nature of the God of War's power remained a mystery. For those who reach the 1st tier, a domain of power is rewarded. For those who reach the 2nd tier, 2 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 3rd tier, 4 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 4th tier, 8 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 5th tier, 16 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 6th tier, 32 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 7th tier, 64 domains of power are rewarded. For those who reach the 8th tier, 128 domains of power are rewarded. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, Emperor Jun is rewarded with the Tower of the God of War, the Power of the God of War, the Hammer of the God of War, and 999 domains of power. At the Celestial Tower, a resounding voice announced this latest bounty. All who passed the 1st tier test would receive a reward, even those who merely achieved the 1st tier. In truth, for the saints, the reward for the 1st tier was the most favorable, for only the great saints could access domains, comprehend, and cultivate within them. In other words, domains are the exclusive domain of the great saints. The probability of Shaosheng grasping the domain of power is but 1 in 10,000. Yet at this moment, through the initial stages of Shaosheng, even the half-saints and honored ones are capable of obtaining a singular domain of power. Although it is merely a single domain, it grants them the opportunity to engage with the realm and even cultivate within it. One might say that this domain resembles a seed. With a seed, there exists the potential for germination and the transformation into a towering tree. The most esteemed reward is naturally bestowed upon those who ascend to the 9th tier of power, the Sovereign Emperor, Jun Tiandi, who has received one of the 9 unparalleled gifts of creation, a reward of terrifying wonder. Boom, boom, boom. An endless radiance envelopes the sky, cascading in all directions. Those worthy of receiving rewards rightfully obtain their due. In this moment, thousands of saints sit cross-legged, beginning to merge with their domains of power. As all commence this fusion, a command from Jun Xiaoyao resonates. Members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, proceed southward. This command pertains to those members who have not yet received rewards, while those who have remained in place to merge with their domains. Yes, all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance bow in affirmation. Leading the members forward this time is Li Hanxing, one of the 9 Vice Alliance leaders, a formidable figure in the Great Saint realm. It is worth noting that all Vice leaders, elders, guardians, and legion commanders are also of the Great Saint realm, with exceptions made for Murong Xinger and her companions. Boom, boom, boom. After Jun Xiaoyao issues his command, he wholeheartedly embraces the rewards. He is seen suspended in the air as the War God Tower transforms into a stream of light, entering his brow. An infinite domain of power merges with him, annihilating the world within a radius of 10,000 miles. Within him, the world tree operates continuously, assisting Jun Xiaoyao in refining the domain of power. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao does not cultivate the domain of power, for he has mastered the laws of power. Though he possesses but a single law, it is exponentially more powerful than 999 domains combined, existing on an entirely different tier. One could also assert that this law of power is not one he cultivated himself, but rather one birthed by the world tree. Currently, the world tree has manifested 999 domains and 33 laws. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic divine body is extraordinarily formidable, capable of shaking the War God Tower merely through the might of his physical form. As time passes, minute by minute, an hour elapses. The world falls into silence. Jun Xiaoyao floats in the air, opening his eyes. In a flash, he vanishes, only to reappear thousands of miles away, landing atop a flying vessel. Husband, you are incredible. Murong Xinger approaches, grasping Jun Xiaoyao's hand and speaking tenderly, her small face radiant with admiration. Overflowing with excitement and sweetness, he ascended to the 9th tier, acquiring one of the 9 unparalleled powers, rendering his strength even more formidable. Did you not already know? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his expression radiant and sunlit. Yet, to Murong Xinger, it bore a deeper implication. A blush blossomed on her delicate face as she playfully twisted her small hand upon Jun Xiaoyao's arm. There are others present, she huffed, clearly displeased. Other girls were around. What sort of carriage was this? It was inappropriate to seek solitude in one's quarters. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao maintained his smile, though it appeared rather mischievous to Yi Qingxian. This little vixen seemed to be itching for trouble, once again provoking him. No matter, he reassured her. Yi Qingxian seethed with anger, yet she was powerless against Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, she couldn't even express a hint of dissatisfaction, for fear of retribution. Though it had been over half a year since their last encounter, and it had only happened once. Nevertheless, she understood that this rogue was capable of anything. All is well then, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, mindful not to overstep. Giggling uncontrollably, Murong Xinger could no longer contain her amusement. Her laughter only exacerbated Yi Qingxuan's frustration. She prepared to snort in disapproval, but ultimately refrained, casting a glare at Jun Xiaoyao before retreating to her room. I'm going to train. You all can handle matters outside, Jun Xiaoyao declared, turning to depart. Having just received the boon of transformative power, he needed to dedicate time to refining his newfound abilities. Meanwhile, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. The treasure synthesized from chaotic fragments had been completed. Chapter 220, The Grade of Treasures. The War God's hammer as the supreme artifact are we cultivating alone? Murong Xinger asked with a playful laugh. Beside her, Qing Ming was utterly perplexed. Cultivation? Isn't it a solitary endeavor? How can 2 people cultivate together? This innocent girl remained unaware that the true joy of cultivation lies in the shared experience. Come, let us cultivate together. Jun Xiaoyao, with a furrowed brow, turned to glance at Murong Xinger before making his way toward his room. Really? A cunning smile graced Murong Xinger's delicate face as she swayed her enchanting figure and hurried towards Jun Xiaoyao. At the forefront of the spaceship, Qing Ming suddenly had an epiphany, her beautiful face flushing with understanding. These 2 were quite mischievous. It was not cultivation at all, but rather a matter of mischief. 3 hours later, Murong Xinger emerged from Jun Xiaoyao's room. Jun Xiaoyao had finished his bath and lay on his bed, his consciousness delving into the Yuan realm. The area surrounding his consciousness, spanning millions of miles, belonged exclusively to him, filled with treasures and resources, as well as the Yuan God Hall, where even Murong Wanjun and the others could not intrude. In this place, only the spirit of the system was present. Master, the treasures have been successfully synthesized. The system's spirit, Xuanji, announced, floating before the virtual screen. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao realized that Xuanji was no longer a mere virtual entity, but had manifested as a stunning two-dimensional beauty, with a flawless face and figure, and a voice that resonated perfectly. Her long, slender legs were smooth and fair, captivating to the core. Why? Jun Xiaoyao chose to disregard the treasures and focused on Xuanji. While the treasures were significant, the system's spirit held even greater importance, as his strength and rise depended on it. The transformation of the system's spirit was undoubtedly a matter of utmost significance that needed to be understood. Returning to Master, Xuanji replied, I have condensed my true form, but I am currently unable to leave the Yuan realm. Oh, what about the treasures? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. It turned out that everything he had perceived and contemplated was correct. Xuanji was no longer a virtual being, but now possessed a true form, albeit unable to exit the Yuan realm for the time being. Just as Jun Xiaoyao finished his inquiry, 5 beams of light materialized within the Yuan realm, each enchanting and mysterious, hovering before him. Within each beam of light lay a treasure, a war hammer, armor, a cloak, a golden crown, and a pair of shoes. The treasure emanated a mysterious aura, instilling a sense of impending doom within Jun Xiaoyao, causing his heart to tremble. This artifact, composed of chaotic fragments, was indeed a formidable chaotic-grade divine weapon. Remarkably, it was part of a set, embodying extraordinary marvels. One might argue that a solitary artifact, devoid of the potent attributes of a complete set, pales in comparison. When assembled, the power and attributes transcend mere arithmetic. The synergy may yield results where 1 + 1 = 3, or even 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Chaotic Warhammer, primary attack. Strength amplification up to the 9th tier. Chaotic armor, primary defense. Defense amplification up to the 9th tier. Chaotic golden crown, primary defense. Defense amplification up to the 9th tier. Chaotic cloak, primary aura. Aura amplification up to the 9th tier. Chaotic war boots, primary speed. Speed amplification up to the 9th tier. Set activation. 5-9. Amplification at the 5th tier. Each of these 5 treasures was accompanied by detailed attribute descriptions. Even a single piece had reached the lower-grade chaotic divine weapon status, while the complete set achieved an exceptional chaotic grade level. Should all 9 be gathered, they would ascend to the supreme chaotic grade realm. Should it be refined? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. 5 chaotic grade divine weapons were indeed a rarity. At present, aside from these chaotic divine weapons, the artifacts within his origin realm were merely ordinary grade. None of the exceptional divine weapons had yet materialized, let alone the supreme ones. Even the supreme artifacts could not rival his chaotic grade weapons. In truth, treasures in this world are classified as spiritual artifacts, heavenly artifacts, immortal artifacts, sacred artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each category is further divided into lower, middle, upper, exceptional, and supreme grades. Beyond divine artifacts, there exist world grade, chaotic grade, cosmic grade, heavenly path grade, imperial path grade, grand path grade, and eternal grade classifications. As for the powerful beings he had encountered, the mightiest among them wielded only the top-tier immortal artifacts, with the use of sacred artifacts being exceedingly rare. However, within his origin realm, there was an abundance of immortal and sacred artifacts, and countless divine weapons. Now, he was on the verge of mastering chaotic-grade divine artifacts. The master may first fuse, then nourish it with divine blood. Currently, the master's cultivation is too low, without the chaotic divine demon body. Fusion with chaotic-grade divine artifacts would be impossible. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the chaotic-grade divine artifacts should not be employed. Xuanji informed Jun Xiaoyao. Fusion was indeed possible, yet he would still need to nourish the chaotic artifacts with divine blood. Moreover, his cultivation was insufficient, were it not for the chaotic divine demon body. The system would not permit him to fuse with chaotic-grade divine artifacts. Caution was paramount. Unless in dire circumstances, it was best to refrain from utilizing chaotic-grade divine artifacts. Understood, replied Jun Xiaoyao. The chaotic-grade divine artifacts were his trump card, reserved for critical moments. Moreover, with his 3 supreme techniques being immensely powerful, he found no necessity to resort to artifacts, not even divine weapons. Furthermore, he had mastered the domain, the laws of natural disasters, and the tome of obliteration. Now, he has obtained the War God Tower and the War God Hammer, both of which are chaos-level artifacts. Generally speaking, they are not particularly useful. The War God Tower is a supreme artifact, as is the War God Hammer. The celestial compass indicates to Jun Xiaoyao that the treasures he has acquired are artifacts, albeit of a supreme grade. Naturally, they pale in comparison to chaos-level artifacts, and even fall short of world-class ones. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness from the primordial realm. He began the process of merging the chaos-level artifacts, a task that took a full half-month. Throughout this period, he fused 5 chaos-level artifacts and nourished them with the blood of chaos deities. Simultaneously, he mastered the War God Tower and the War God Hammer. When the power of the War God was employed alongside the War God Hammer, their combined might reach tenfold. The War God Tower serves as a vessel for storing power, allowing him to accumulate his strength during training, which can be continuously supplied during battles. This, in essence, acts as an external dantian. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of his room. Qingming Fairy, is something amiss? Noticing the furrowed brow of Qingming, he inquired with curiosity. They had encountered each other in the Holy Sovereign World, and considering the passage of time, they had known one another for over half a year. However, their moments together had been few. To him, Qingming appeared to be unambitious and composed, though somewhat enigmatic. Yet, he had largely deduced her identity. Today, judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had encountered difficulties in her cultivation. Young Master Jun, how fares your cultivation of the Book of Divine Annihilation? Qingming asked directly, bypassing any preamble. She trusted that Jun Xiaoyao had guessed her identity, especially since the heaven ranking had revealed her origins, the realm of the underworld. It was clear she hailed from the underworld goddess domain, which is essentially the Holy Sovereign World. Thus, she must be a descendant of the underworld goddess domain. Chapter 221. The Reward. Brother Xiaoyao accompanies Qingwu in play, having mastered 3 annihilation laws. Jun Xiaoyao did not conceal anything when he sensed that the celestial Qingming had encountered some troubles. The annihilation divine text rested in his hands. And being a descendant of the nether god realm, Qingming should be able to perceive certain matters. Besides, apart from the annihilation divine text, he possessed countless other treasures. I have grasped 6 annihilation laws. However, I feel I have reached a bottleneck. I wish to inquire if you possess any methods. And I would like to see the annihilation divine text. Qingming spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Acknowledging that the annihilation divine text was a cherished possession of Jun Xiaoyao, originally belonging to the nether god realm, but now in his possession. To cultivate the annihilation laws, it was not strictly necessary to consult the annihilation divine text. Allow me to take you to a certain place, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, casting a glance at Qingming. With a wave of his hand, Qingming vanished, only to reappear in an expansive and enchanting world, where the aura of spiritual energy was exceedingly pure, imbued with celestial essence and sacred power. It was even more potent than the Tower of Heaven, at least 10 times so. In such a place, it would be strange if one's cultivation did not advance by leaps and bounds. In a state of astonishment, Qingming's gaze was drawn forward, where stood a colossal tree. The sight of this towering tree left her utterly speechless, for it harbored an infinite array of domains. From its trunk to its vines, leaves, flowers, and fruits. Each was a treasure, exuding the essence of domains and laws. Could this be the fabled world tree? Qingming gazed at the majestic tree, momentarily losing her composure. She could hardly believe that she was witnessing the legendary world tree, the existence of which had long been shrouded in myth, its reality uncertain, perhaps merely a tale of old. And now, it stood before her, towering 100 miles high, with a trunk 500 meters thick, its branches and leaves stretching for 1,000 miles, constituting an entire world in itself. Countless leaves, innumerable flowers, and myriad fruits adorned it, nurturing 999 domains and 33 laws. Astonishingly, even the annihilation laws of the nether god realm were present, merely one of the 33 laws. It was truly wondrous, and she finally comprehended why Jun Xiaoyao had claimed that one need not consult the annihilation divine text to cultivate the annihilation laws. Indeed, this place was far more extraordinary than the annihilation divine text. Remember, this is a secret, he cautioned. The voice of Jun Xiaoyao resonated in her ears. Turning to look, she found only a virtual figure. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qingming nodded earnestly. She clearly recognized the significance of this secret. undoubtedly a trump card belonging to Jun Xiaoyao, one that must remain concealed from outsiders. Indeed, this was her first encounter with the existence of the world tree, a fact unknown to others. You may continue your cultivation. Call for me once you have finished, Jun Xiaoyao instructed. With that, the virtual figure vanished, retreating from the primordial realm. Within this realm, the world tree occupied a distinct domain. Brother Xiaoyao, as her consciousness withdrew from the primordial realm, the voice of Ji Qingwu rang in her ears. Simultaneously, a gentle fragrance enveloped her. During this period, Ji Qingwu had been diligently cultivating in her chamber, solidifying her foundation and mastering the refinement of the divine hall, scarcely leaving her room. It had indeed been a while since she had seen Ji Qingwu. Qingwu, how fares your cultivation? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, turning to see Ji Qingwu approaching him. Her exquisite visage was adorned with a sweet smile, and the floral ornament on her brow accentuated her enchanting allure, rendering her a captivating beauty. My foundation is stable. Furthermore, I have mastered the divine hall, allowing you all to cultivate within it, where the time ratio is 3:1, and you can also draw from the spiritual energy and celestial source power from the outside. Ji Qingwu exclaimed joyfully as she reached Jun Xiaoyao's side, naturally taking his hand and leaning her delicate form against him. Excellent, Jun Xiaoyao replied, affectionately tousling her smooth hair and inhaling the fragrance that lingered. After a period of absence from close interactions, he found himself missing her. What transpired outside recently? Ji Qingwu asked curiously. She had been engrossed in her cultivation, oblivious to the events occurring beyond her chamber. In truth, it would have been impossible for her to cultivate peacefully amidst the dangers of the Tower of the Heavens, always needing to remain vigilant. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's protection, she could cultivate without reservation, developing a profound trust in him. The fourth of the 9 unrivaled powers has emerged, the power of creation, Jun Xiaoyao disclosed. This girl truly possesses a bold spirit. Such a significant event, and yet she did not venture out to witness it. Has someone reached the summit? I see now. Brother Xiaoyao has received the reward for this power of creation, hasn't he? Ji Qingwu asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed up at him. Soon, she confirmed her suspicion that someone had indeed reached the summit, and it was none other than her beloved brother Xiaoyao. Indeed, your guess was correct. There is a reward. What would you desire? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his spirits lifted. Truly, it is brother Xiaoyao. How splendid. Among the 9 unparalleled powers, we have claimed 2. The reward, you see, is the companionship of my dear brother, Jun Xiaoyao, as we engage in playful endeavors. When Ji Qingwu realized she had guessed correctly, her joy knew no bounds. After all, she is but a young girl in this lifetime. Hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had acquired one of the 9 supreme powers, and knowing that only 4 had appeared within the entire celestial tower, of which she and Jun Xiaoyao possessed 2, filled her with a sense of profound significance. As for the reward, she found herself at a loss, for she already possessed boundless resources for cultivation and treasures, all bestowed by Jun Xiaoyao. Resources that could last a lifetime and beyond. Moreover, should they ever be depleted, Jun Xiaoyao would surely provide more. Thus, she could scarcely fathom what reward she might desire. The most precious reward, indeed, would be for her dear brother to remain by her side eternally. As time flowed on, into the 5th month, 2 new alliances emerged, the Xiantian Alliance and the Galaxy Alliance. The leaders of these alliances hailed from the top 10 ancient worlds. Presently, within the Celestial Tower, there are 6 alliances in total, while 3 more have yet to be established, indicating that only 3 alliances and 3 unparalleled powers remain unaccounted for, with just over a year remaining until the Celestial Ranking War. Meanwhile, the first alliance, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, has amassed a staggering membership of 820,000. Among these members, there are 133 great saints, while the remainder consists of formidable lesser saints. Jun Xiaoyao's personal celestial value stands at an impressive 54 million, securing his position at the pinnacle of the rankings. The total celestial value of Earth reaches 108 million, placing it 7th overall. Should this trend persist, Jun Xiaoyao will undoubtedly maintain his lead, and Earth may even have the opportunity to ascend to the 1st position. However, such an endeavor is fraught with challenges, for the 9th level is dominated by the ancient worlds, each boasting 10,000 members, alongside their own alliances. In general, it is not overly difficult for Earth to remain within the top 10, considering there are only 9 alliances within the Celestial Tower. And even if the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were to fall to the bottom, it would still rank 9th. Moreover, the gains of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance members surpass those of other alliances by a factor of 10 or more. Chapter 222. The last peerless. The ranks of the Celestial Emperor Alliance continue to swell, sweeping away all in their path. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao disseminates the locations of resources and treasures, allowing alliance members to directly gather them while evading catastrophic disasters. This significantly accelerates the accumulation of points and enhances the members' gains in power, creating a virtuous cycle. In totality, the Celestial Emperor Alliance's profits are tenfold compared to other alliances, and their strength is rapidly on the rise. On this day, the leader received word from Li Hanqing. We have encountered an ancient city. Approximately 300,000 miles from Jun Xiaoyao's location, a magnificent ancient city, sprawling over tens of thousands of miles, has emerged. The entire city appears as a singular entity, akin to a treasured artifact. Upon this discovery, Li Hanqing promptly informed Jun Xiaoyao, harboring suspicions that the leader must have already been aware of the city's existence. After all, why had he directed them eastward previously, only to encounter the forces of fortune? Had they moved half an hour sooner, the Alliance's banner would undoubtedly belong to the Celestial Emperor Alliance. During this time, Jun Xiaoyao had been commanding from a considerable distance, revealing the locations of treasures and resources wherever he went. He seemed almost prophetic, indicating where treasures lay, where resources could be found, where formidable foes resided, and where beasts roamed. This time, as Jun Xiaoyao instructed them to head south, the discovery of the ancient city confirmed what was already known to the leader. All members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance enter the ancient city was the command that rang out. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of powerful individuals from the Alliance rushed toward the city, ultimately establishing their presence within its walls. Shortly thereafter, another order was dispatched. The Celestial Emperor Alliance would remain stationed in the ancient city for 6 months. All members were to enter a state of cultivation to enhance their prowess. From this moment forward, the weakest 30,000 individuals would be eliminated each month. Jun Xiaoyao's decree spread throughout the ancient city. For a moment, the members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance were perplexed, unsure why they were to remain in this location for half a year. However, regarding the eliminations, there was no dissent. In fact, all members supported it. After all, eliminating the weakest among them was in consideration of the Alliance's future, as there would ultimately be 9 alliances within the Celestial Tower. Though confusion lingered, no one dared to defy Jun Xiaoyao's orders. Seeing that the leaders of other alliances were not in a hurry, they too felt no urgency. Thus, the entire Celestial Emperor Alliance entered a state of rigorous cultivation, striving to enhance their abilities. Within the first month of entering the ancient city, the Celestial Tower unveiled the 7th Alliance, heralding the emergence of 9 unparalleled legacies. In the 3rd month, the 8th Alliance emerged from the Celestial Tower, heralding the arrival of 9 extraordinary opportunities. According to the indicated distances, these locations were not far from the ancient city, reachable within a mere 10 days. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance naturally dared not venture outside the city to seize the legacies and opportunities for even a solitary individual, or a handful, despite numbering in the hundreds, would likely find their efforts in vain against such formidable prospects. As the 4th month unfolded, the leader had yet to issue a command. We had already spent 4 months in the ancient city, our cultivation having risen a level, yet we accrued neither points nor celestial values. Were we truly to linger here for half a year? What was the purpose of the leader's arrangement? Let us not speak carelessly. The leader's plans undoubtedly possess their own rationale. Indeed, the leader must be orchestrating something grand. During our time following him, we scarcely needed to seek treasures or resources, for he had forewarned us well in advance, demonstrating an astute strategic mind. Within the ancient city, countless powerful individuals grew increasingly curious, pondering the true intentions of Jun Xiaoyao. After all, the spiritual energy and celestial essence within this ancient city were no different from those in other locales. Cultivating here seemed a waste of time compared to searching for treasures and resources. Yet, despite the widespread curiosity, no one dared to voice complaints. They all held firm belief in Jun Xiaoyao's arrangements. Furthermore, as the leader, he would not allow his alliance to falter in comparison to others. especially since the first alliance was the inaugural one established within the Celestial Alliance. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar reverberated, causing the entire ancient city to tremble. Concurrently, a radiant pillar of 7 colors appeared at the city's center, its diameter reaching a staggering 100 meters. The moment the pillar emerged, it shot upwards to the zenith of the heavens. The earth quaked, and the fabric of space itself tore asunder. The faces of the powerful within the ancient city reflected sheer astonishment, as they sensed a looming threat of annihilation in the face of such a tumult. All life appeared utterly insignificant. Not only did the denizens of the ancient city sense this alarming commotion, powerful beings within a radius of countless miles also took notice. Spiritual energy, celestial essence, and sacred power surged toward the ancient city in a frenzied torrent. What was happening? Could it be that the last extraordinary opportunity had finally manifested? 3 major fortunes and 3 legacies had already surfaced. Could this occurrence be one of the 9 extraordinary opportunities? Such a terrifying uproar. The leader's presence in the ancient city was, it turns out, to await the emergence of the most potent opportunity. The leader is indeed sagacious, possessing an almost prophetic insight. How formidable he is. At last, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance began to grasp the situation. It becomes clear why the leader chose to remain stationed here for half a year. It was, in fact, to await the most formidable and extraordinary opportunity. Simultaneously, there is a profound curiosity regarding how the leader possesses such foresight. After all, this is the first time encountering the Celestial Tower. The expanse within the Celestial Tower is vast and boundless, its true size unknown. To locate the 9 unparalleled treasures seems akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, the leader appears to possess an uncanny knowledge of their locations, patiently waiting here, just as he did for the previous 2 treasures. It seems as though he had prior knowledge of the resources and treasures along the way. At this moment, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are in a state of exhilaration. The stature of Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts has reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Slowly, the ancient city quiets down. However, the vibrant pillars of light remain suspended in the air, growing increasingly colossal as they continue to absorb the ethereal essence of the Celestial Tower. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's figure emerges. He reaches out, grasping a luminous orb from within the multicolored pillar. As the radiance disperses, 5 items materialize, the leader's set in a colorful crystal. First Alliance. Leader Jun Tiandi, you are now the leader. Would you like to re-establish the alliance or merge the leader's set and the alliance horn? At this juncture, the voice of the Celestial Tower resonates. Should Jun Xiaoyao choose not to establish a new alliance, he is now qualified to do so. However, as Jun Tiandi, he already holds the position of leader of the First Alliance, and one individual cannot wield authority over 2 alliances simultaneously. Thus, the choices are either to re-establish the alliance or to merge the leader's set, including the alliance horn. How shall I merge them? Jun Xiaoyao inquires. Meanwhile, within the ancient city, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, along with more than 300 million powerful beings within the Celestial Tower, feel their breaths grow heavy. This is because the forthcoming actions of Jun Tiandi may extinguish hope for countless strong individuals, leading many to their demise here. Merging the leader's set enhances its grade. Merging the alliance horn allows for an increase of 500,000 members. Additionally, during their time in the Celestial Tower, alliance members will receive a 50 boost to their strength, while the leader will benefit from a 100 enhancement. The voice of the Celestial Tower responds to Jun Xiaoyao. As the words echo, the entire Celestial Tower erupts in fervor. This seems excessively favorable to the First Alliance. Not only does it allow for an increase of 500,000 members, but the members also gain a 50 boost to their strength, while the leader enjoys a doubling of his power. How will the game proceed from here? Chapter 223. Announcement of Rewards, Fusion of the Alliance Master Set and the Alliance Horn. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate. He articulated his decision to re-establish the alliance. Was he jesting? Even a fool would not abandon an alliance cultivated over half a year to forge a new one. Establishing a new alliance was akin to relinquishing a high-level character to play a lowly one, a path to ruin. Just moments ago, the voice from the Celestial Tower had clearly directed him to choose between merging the alliance set and the horn. First Alliance, Celestial Emperor Alliance. Member cap, 1, 5 million. Vice Alliance cap, 12, Elder cap, 12, Protector Cap, 12, Legion Leader Cap, 12. All members receive a 50 power enhancement during their time in the Celestial Tower, while the Alliance Master, Jun Tiandi, receives a 100 power enhancement. The voice of the Celestial Tower proclaimed. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor Alliance leveled up. The member cap was no longer 1 million, but rather 1,500,000, with increased limits for Vice Alliances, Elders, Protectors, and Legion Leaders. What a game this was! The First Alliance truly claimed the title of first. 1,500,000 against 1 million. The key point was that the First Alliance would benefit from a 50 power enhancement. This Alliance Horn had squandered 50,000 slots. Alas, if I were Jun Tiandi, I would have made the same choice. His luck was simply extraordinary. Out of the 9 unparalleled opportunities, he encountered 3 and seized 2. What could the final unparalleled opportunity be? In the Celestial Tower, countless powerful beings engaged in discussion. Originally, there would have been 9 alliances, but now only 8 could exist, effectively reducing the number by 1. However, the First Alliance gained an additional 50,000 slots, meaning that within the Celestial Tower, 50,000 more individuals would inevitably perish. Simultaneously, on the observation platform, numerous powerful beings were left in shock. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. The planet Earth, ranked 3rd from the bottom, had unexpectedly taken the lead in the Celestial Tower. This revelation caught everyone off guard. At this very moment, Earth had become the center of attention. The 9 unparalleled opportunities unveiled. The final opportunity, duration of 6 months. After 6 months, there will be the Alliance War, the Personal Ranking War, and the Celestial Ranking War. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao triggered the unparalleled opportunity. This was the last of the 9 unparalleled chances within the Celestial Tower. The voice of the Celestial Tower echoed throughout, clearly heard by all powerful beings. In the past, whether it was a fortune or a legacy, the time granted was only 1 or 2 months. This time, however, it was a full 6 months, implying the magnitude and wonder of this final unparalleled opportunity. More importantly, the Celestial Tower announced that after 6 months, there would be an Alliance War, a Personal Ranking War, and a Celestial Ranking War. Without a doubt, thrilling battles awaited in half a year. Anticipation mounted. In a year's time, countless powerful beings would be erased. The Personal Ranking Battle. The battle for supremacy among the celestial realms, and the League Wars evoke an exhilarating sense of anticipation. I must find a way to join a league. Without it, I am destined for demise. The ancient city feels so distant. The proximity to the Third League urges me to hasten my journey thither. I ponder what rewards await at the conclusion of the Celestial Tower. They must surely be substantial. The entire Celestial Tower is in a state of fervor, as countless powerful beings find themselves enveloped in despair. With over 400 million strong, only 8,500,000 League members can survive. The rest face obliteration. In the face of the Celestial Tower, who can hope to escape? The only opportunity now lies in taking a gamble, striving to join a league. The criteria for entering a league are twofold: fortune and whether the league's leader will extend an invitation. Now, the rewards for the Personal Ranking Battle and the Celestial Ranking Battle are announced. The voice of the Celestial Tower once again piques the curiosity of countless individuals. While it cannot compare to the value of life, these rewards represent the ultimate aim for all who enter the Celestial Tower. And everyone yearns to uncover what the rewards entail for both the Celestial Ranking Battle and the Personal Ranking Battle. Meanwhile, the mighty on the observation platform are equally curious. Many possess a modicum of knowledge, yet few grasp the entirety of the situation. Beyond this, Earth, the planet Kwai, along with over 100,000 new celestial bodies and dimensions, and 30,000 ancient worlds, await with bated breath. The top 100 in the Celestial Ranking Battle will receive all resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. Ranked 51 to 100 will receive 5% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. Ranked 21 to 50 will receive 10% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. Ranked 11 to 20 will receive 10% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. Ranks 4 to 10 will receive 20% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. The third place will receive 5% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. The second place will receive 10% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. The first place will receive 40% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. The rewards of the Celestial Ranking Battle belong to the planets, dimensions, and worlds, not to any individual, and the top 100 will be exempt from the next celestial ranking battle. With the announcement of the rewards concluded, the 30,000 ancient worlds, along with over 110,000 new celestial bodies and dimensions, are all ablaze with excitement. The rewards for the top 10 command a substantial portion of the resources and treasures, particularly the first place, which claims a staggering 40%. In an instant, the major factions across the eastern celestial domain are envious, for the resources and treasures of the celestial tower represent an astronomical sum. The purpose of the celestial ranking battle is, after all, to vie for the resources and treasures within the celestial tower, is it not? Haha. With Earth currently ranked 6th, we stand to gain countless resources and treasures. The Emperor of Heaven shall forever be a deity. With just over a year remaining, Earth might well ascend another rank. Should we reach 3rd place, prosperity will truly be ours. However, Earth will inevitably attract the attention of countless great worlds. Thus we must diligently cultivate our skills. At this moment, Earth is ablaze with fervor. Initially, it was thought that Earth would succumb to becoming a battlefield. Now, against all odds, it has reversed its fate, firmly maintaining its 6th position, having vanquished countless ancient worlds. Personal ranking rewards are as follows. From 51st to 100th place, one will receive 100 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 1 treasure and skill. From 21st to 50th place, one will receive 200 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 3 treasures and skills. From 11th to 20th place, one will receive 300 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 4 treasures and skills. From 4th to 10th place, one will receive 400 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 5 treasures and skills. For 3rd place, one will receive 500 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 8 treasures and skills. For 2nd place, one will receive 1,000 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial treasury, and the opportunity to exchange for 10 treasures and skills. For 1st place, one will receive 2,000 life quotas for the strong, access to the celestial hall, the chance to exchange for 10 treasures and skills, 1 celestial radiance, the title of celestial son, and an opportunity to alter the rules of the celestial tower. With the announcement of personal rewards, all eyes turn green with envy. A glance at the list of rewards is enough to drive any powerful being mad with desire. 1st place is divine. To attain it would mean becoming the most dazzling prodigy among celestial beings. More importantly, the rewards for 1st place are astounding. While others gain entry into the celestial treasury, the 1st place winner enters the celestial hall. Furthermore, the opportunity to change the rules of the celestial tower is the most formidable prize of all, truly unimaginable. Chapter 224. The Prism of Colors and the 6 Eternal Fragments. This is it, the final struggle. We must strive to emerge alive. The individual ranking battle presents the only opportunity for survival beyond the alliance. The 1st place is likely to be claimed by one of the great sages. Yet, it is worth noting that all 8 leaders possess remarkable capabilities. Although Jun Tiandi is merely a minor sage, his enigmatic strength certainly positions him as a formidable contender against the great sages. Regardless of his ranking, his gains from this endeavor will undoubtedly incite envy among countless souls. At this moment, neither the celestial tower nor the observation platform, nor the myriad of newly discovered planets and dimensions, nor the ancient realms remain tranquil. The atmosphere is charged with astonishment and envy. Simultaneously, there is a profound sorrow for those within the celestial tower, as hundreds of millions are destined to be mercilessly obliterated. It seems that opportunity and peril are intricately linked. Nevertheless, irrespective of the turmoil within the celestial tower or beyond, the formidable beings of the Tiandi Alliance within the ancient city are deeply engrossed in meditation and comprehension. The greatest opportunity lies before them, and they are determined not to let it slip away. Furthermore, with the support of their alliance, there is little to fear from external threats. Their sole focus must be on cultivating their own strength and striving to seize this unparalleled chance. Qingwu, Qingxian, Binger, Xinger, and Qingming, for now. Set aside your training and see if you can glean any insights here. If not, we shall lend our efforts as a united alliance. Jun Xiaoyao addressed his companions before settling into a meditative posture, commencing his reflection. The opportunities here mirror the environment of cultivation and transformation, comprising 9 levels, all centered around the prism of colors. To this day, Jun Xiaoyao remains uncertain about the nature of this opportunity. 6 months prior, the system had directed him southward, leading him to the ancient city, yet it did not reveal what fortune awaited within. This final opportunity has drawn countless powerful beings toward the ancient city, with 2 primary objectives: to seize the opportunity and to join the Tiandi Alliance. Following the announcement of rewards for the individual ranking battle and the celestial ranking battle, innumerable strong beings have intensified their efforts, even to the point of desperation, for failure could mean annihilation. The Tiandi Alliance is overwhelmingly powerful, and we must fortify ourselves. With 1.5 million members in the Tiandi Alliance compared to our 1 million, it is imperative that we connect with other alliances to collectively challenge the Tiandi Alliance. With just a year remaining, our alliance must fortify its strength. Otherwise, we shall be crushed by the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Regardless of the outcome of the alliance war, our primary adversary remains the Celestial Emperor Alliance. It is not merely the formidable members. Even the 7 great alliances are sensing a crisis. Initially, there were to be 3 ranked battles, yet only the rewards of 2 have been disclosed, with no mention of the alliance war. Although this omission may seem inconsequential, it is decidedly unfavorable for the 7 great alliances. Consequently, they have begun to perceive the Celestial Emperor Alliance as a hypothetical foe. After all, the Celestial Emperor Alliance boasts 1.5 million members, surpassing the others by 500,000, and their members possess a 50 power enhancement, while the leader enjoys a 100 power boost. Within the ancient city, the Celestial Emperor Alliance has wholly immersed itself in comprehension and cultivation. As the days pass, on the 8th day, the nature of this opportunity becomes clear: the cultivation of domains. In this realm, one can perceive and enhance their domain. The stronger the domain, the higher the tier one can reach for cultivation. This opportunity bears no stringent conditions. Even without cultivating a domain, one can persist in training within the ancient city. The atmosphere is saturated with the essence of domains. Merely being within the ancient city allows one to grasp the existence of domains. It can be said that unlimited cultivation is possible here, where spiritual energy has surged to 500 times its normal level, with celestial essence and sacred power each at 20. In such an environment, even if one cannot cultivate a domain, their progress in cultivation is extraordinarily rapid. This place is undoubtedly a sanctuary for cultivation. My lord, the domains here offer me little assistance. I shall manage the alliance and later journey to your world for cultivation, Qingming declared. Her focus lies solely on the annihilation laws. While the ancient city provides some benefit, it pales in comparison to the world tree. Since she began to cultivate the domain laws before the world tree, she has developed a reliance on it. Ensuring the alliance maintains its 1.5 million members while fostering a constant competitive atmosphere is essential. Without diligence, one will face elimination. The elders, guardians, and legion leaders must adhere to this as well, Jun Xiaoyao stated. The alliance is pivotal in preserving Earth's ranking and serves as his very foundation. Now, he must seize this opportunity. Having Qingming assist in managing the alliance is most advantageous. Given the vastness of the alliance, one individual cannot oversee it alone. Fortunately, there are other elders, guardians, and legion leaders to help. Understood, Qingming nodded, rising to head towards the Lord's residence in the ancient city where the leader resides. Once she departed, Jun Xiaoyao resumed his cultivation, advancing through the stages: 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. In a mere fortnight, Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the 6th tier. In truth, he could have reached the 9th tier, for during the last instance of the creation power, he attained the 1st rank with a remarkable 999 domains of power. However, he chose not to advance directly to the 9th tier, instead relinquishing the domains of power to delve into the comprehension of other realms, namely the Sword Path and the War God realm. Within this short span, he achieved 666 domains in these 2 areas, a feat easily comprehensible given his possession of the World Tree. Through divine perception, he observed that the World Tree harbors 999 types of domains and 33 laws. Moreover, as one who cultivates the supreme law, it is only natural for him to further explore these domains with ease. Akin to a high school senior returning to elementary school, it is as effortless as child's play. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why is the creation power rewarded with domains of power? Does this not constitute a form of cheating in the face of such fortuity? The system's reward of 999 domains of power upon attaining a domain opportunity. Could this truly be considered fair? Jun Xiaoyao engaged in a dialogue with Xuanji, pondering, in truth, the Celestial Tower is inherently unjust. The trials also hinge upon luck. Encountering a formidable being of creation power often precludes the opportunity for domain attainment. When one encounters both creation power and domain opportunity, they are intrinsically linked. Achieving first place in creation power should bestow the highest domain opportunity as well. Xuanji elucidated further. In the Celestial Tower, the 9 peerless treasures are merely one opportunity for creation, specifically the union of creation power and domain opportunities. The others are mere embellishments. A prompt to reach the 9th tier is essential, for the prism of 7 colors is what you truly require, and refining this prism will take at least 2 months. Ultimately, Xuanji conveyed a singular message. Within the entirety of the Celestial Tower, the only true opportunity for creation lies in the realms of power and domain, while the rest are inconsequential. The genuine treasure is indeed the prism of 7 colors. Upon hearing about the eternal fragments, Jun Xiaoyao inquired with 4 simple words. Previously, the system had hinted at the existence of 6 eternal fragments within the Celestial Tower, yet nearly a year had passed without sight of even a trace of them. Could it be that the prism of 7 colors contains an eternal fragment? Indeed, the 6 eternal fragments are encapsulated within, Xuanji affirmed. Jun Xiaoyao continued to question. Will refining the prism of 7 colors affect the cultivation of others? Chapter 225. The hierarchy of realms. It will undoubtedly have an impact. However, that will only manifest in 3 to 4 months. Moreover, you may not fully refine this prismatic pillar. At that time, the Spirit Palace and the Realm of Origin, along with the World Tree, will assist the Master, Sue New Jersey remarked. Following her words, silence enveloped the surroundings. Junshi Oyo fell into contemplation before making his way towards the 9th tier. In truth, the members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance had previously attained the 6th to 7th level of creation power. Now, upon the precipice of the domain's fortuity, countless formidable beings were cultivating at these stages. Soon, Junshi Oyo found himself at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, at the apex of the prismatic pillar. Situated at least 100 miles above the ground of the ancient city, gazing at the vast prismatic column, he felt a surge of astonishment. Within this radiant pillar resided 6 fragments of eternity. The time required for their refinement was truly uncertain. Let us commence. 3 hours later, Junshi Oyo's mind was tranquil, entering a state of oblivion. With his eyes gently closed, he began the process of refining the prismatic pillar. A droplet of his essence blood was summoned. As it fell upon the pillar, this blood, the divine essence of a primordial god-demon, caused the pillar to tremble, quivering slightly before settling into stillness, as if nothing had transpired. The air distorted, and the space quaked. At that moment, the World Tree stirred, and a radiant glow emanated from the Spirit Palace. Simultaneously, the Realm of Origin began to consume the prismatic pillar. In tandem, Junshi Oyo swiftly refined the pillar, fortifying his domain, and astonishingly, the laws of life reached 3 pathways, sufficient to grant him 3 chances of resurrection. The formidable beings within the ancient city remained oblivious to the changes occurring within the prismatic pillar. Outside the ancient city, throngs of powerful individuals hastened to join the Celestial Emperor Alliance. However, the alliance leader was absent. Instead, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, resembling a celestial goddess, radiating an aura of ethereal mystery that left countless Holy Realm cultivators in awe. The leader is currently in seclusion. I am the vice leader of the Celestial Emperor Alliance, entrusted with all matters concerning the Alliance. Henceforth, the Celestial Emperor Alliance shall only admit those of the upper small saint rank or above, with great saints receiving priority. The Alliance thrives on competition. Each month, the 10,000 lowest ranked and weakest individuals will be eliminated, and elders, protectors, and legion leaders will also engage in this competition. Qingming stated, suspended above the ancient city. Her voice was crisp, chillingly alluring, yet instilled a sense of trepidation in countless powerful beings, for it carried an aura of destruction. One glance at her revealed she was not to be trifled with. Her presence belied her actual cultivation level, making her seem akin to a super great saint. Thereafter, the Celestial Emperor Alliance was enveloped in competition and reorganization, an omnipresent struggle, unrelated to Jun Xiaoyao, for he is currently immersed in a critical phase of cultivation, devoting himself entirely to the refinement of the seven-colored pillar of light. As time passes, days turning into weeks, and weeks into months, an alarming realization begins to dawn upon the powerful. They notice that the seven-colored pillar has significantly diminished in size, while their own progress in the realm of cultivation is virtually negligible, even stagnant. This revelation astonishes them greatly. However, those who have not ventured into the 8th or 9th tiers remain oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's circumstances, attributing the phenomenon solely to their own cultivation failures. The skies roar incessantly, thunder rumbling and arcs of electricity crisscrossing the atmosphere. The seven-colored pillar continues to shrink, drawing an even more frantic influx of spiritual energy from within a radius of several thousand miles around the ancient city. What of the Alliance leader? Could it be the leader? Surely, the Alliance leader must reside in the 9th tier, and this commotion must be the result of their actions. The leader's prowess is indeed extraordinary. Such opportunities are beyond the reach of others. I sense that the leader's power will ascend to the 5th tier. The 5th tier. Is it a jest? The first tier comprises 9 channels, the second tier, 99 channels, the third tier, 999 channels. Last time, they attained 999 channels of power, and coupled with their inherent strength, they must surely have entered the 4th tier. As for the 5th tier, that seems implausible. Indeed, the 4th tier requires 9,999 channels of power, and to date, no one has been reported to achieve the 5th tier in the Great Sage realm. The 5th tier necessitates at least 9,999 channels or more. As the forces sense the shift in space and acknowledge the state of the seven-colored pillar, countless cultivators cease their practices, realizing that further cultivation has become futile. As their realms stagnate, concurrently, many begin to notice the Alliance leader's absence, finally concluding that the leader must be in the 9th tier, having acquired 999 channels of power during the creation of destiny. Such a number is indeed sufficient to step into the 9th tier. In an instant, myriad powerful beings speculate that, following this, the leader could attain the 5th tier. Yet, they are immediately met with opposition from countless others. After all, no one has yet reached the 5th tier in the Great Sage realm. It must be understood that the requirements for the 5th tier are exceedingly demanding. Regardless of the realm, they are categorized into 9 tiers. 1 to 9 channels for the first tier, 10 to 99 channels for the second tier, 100 to 999 channels for the third tier, 1,000 to 9,999 channels for the fourth tier, and 10,000 to 99,999 channels for the 5th tier. The 5th tier? Surely, this is a jest. Even within the Eastern Celestial Domain, one seldom encounters individuals whose realms have reached the 5th layer, save for those born with extraordinary gifts or the truly sacred beings, many of whom have existed for centuries or even millennia. Currently, Jun Xiaoyao's power realm stands at the 4th layer, while his other realms languish at merely the 1st or 2nd layer. Admittedly, he has not focused on cultivating his realms during this time. It has been entirely the world tree that fosters his growth. The cataclysmic upheaval within the ancient city continues unabated, growing increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, Murong Xing'er and her companions convened and decided to withdraw the alliance from the ancient city, awaiting Jun Xiaoyao's return from a distance of thousands of miles. Their airship hovered in the sky, as Murong Xing'er and her companions ceased their own cultivation. With Jun Xiaoyao expending all his efforts in training, they must ensure the safety of the alliance, leaving him free of worries. As the 5th month drew to a close, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, and the radiant pillar connecting heaven and earth vanished. Simultaneously, the entire ancient city also disappeared, leaving behind a black hole where the city once stood. It was as if all of existence had been consumed by this abyss. The laws of the black hole now governed Jun Xiaoyao, who floated in the air. Throughout these 5 months, he diligently refined the radiant pillar, thereby strengthening his realms. However, it was impossible for him to refine the radiant pillar alone. Even 5 months, let alone 5 or 50 years, would not suffice. Fortunately, he possessed the and the world tree. In truth, By the second month of refining the radiant pillar, he had discerned that it harbored the laws of the black hole, obscured by the myriad realms cultivated by other powerful beings, which concealed the black hole's essence. Moreover, adjacent to the black hole's laws floated 6 fragments of eternity. At this moment, he continually refined the radiant pillar, collected the 6 fragments of eternity, and successfully cultivated the laws of the black hole, reaching the 9th level of these laws. Should he progress even further, he would ascend to the 2nd layer of the laws. Who could have imagined that within such pure energy as the radiant pillar lay the very essence of the black hole's laws? Chapter 226. Mastering the laws of black holes. In addition to acquiring the energy of the colorful light pillars and the eternal fragments, there exists the law of black holes. Ultimately, the entire ancient city shrank to the size of a palm, resting in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. The law of black holes, the first tier. The law of natural disasters, the first tier. The law of life, the first tier. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself, astonished to realize he had mastered 3 distinct laws. The law of life is one of the 9 supreme laws. The law of black holes is one of the 99 great laws. The law of natural disasters is also one of the 99 great laws. Beyond these laws, he had also grasped numerous other domains, and at present, his command over these domains was sufficient. As he traversed the path, he dismantled everything in his wake. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, likening himself to a demolisher. With each trial, he left a trail of destruction. The Hell Realm had emptied the ancient emperor's tomb. The Natural Disasters Realm had removed the Hall of Natural Disasters and the 9th layer of heaven, and the Sacred Sovereign World had transported away the Sacred Sovereign City, rendering the realm non-existent. Now, the Celestial Tower was no different, as he had obliterated the ancient city. All of it now resided within the primordial realm. In a flash, he crossed the expanse of space. Within a minute, he descended upon a spaceship 10,000 miles away. The 9 extraordinary opportunities conclude. First tier, reward of 1 domain. Second tier, reward of 2 domains. Third tier, reward of 4 domains. Fourth tier, reward of 8 domains. Fifth tier, reward of 16 domains. Sixth tier, reward of 32 domains. Seventh tier, reward of 64 domains. Eighth tier, reward of 128 domains. First place, Alliance Leader Jun Tiendi. Reward, Array Divine Plate 1, Light of the Domain 1, War God Armor 1. The voice of the Celestial Tower resounded, announcing the conclusion of the 9 extraordinary opportunities and the rewards for this seizing of chance. Every powerful being who reached the first tier received a reward. There was no 9th tier, only the first place. The first place, Jun Tiendi, received the Array Divine Plate, the Light of the Domain, and the War God Armor. As the announcement echoed, streams of radiant light cascaded down, ultimately reaching the hands of countless formidable beings. These were the rewards they had earned. With this reward, my domain ascends to the 2nd tier. A semi-holy being like me has surprisingly mastered 3 domains. Surely, few lesser holies possess domains stronger than mine. The 2nd tier. This opportunity is indeed extraordinary. We possess domains that even great holies might not attain. In an instant, countless powerful beings erupted in fervor. It must be noted that domains are the exclusive domain of the great holies. Even they may struggle to comprehend or master them. Yet, now semi-holy and lesser holy beings had seized domains. This was the manifestation of opportunity, and the warriors of the Tiendi Alliance were ecstatic. In the grand expanse of the Celestial Tower, only 2 extraordinary rewards of domain have been bestowed. The first is the power of creation, and the second is the opportunity of domain that has just been granted. Both rewards have been claimed by the Celestial Emperor Alliance, monopolizing the fortune of creation. Where, then, can one find reason in this? At this moment, the more than 100,000 members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance erupted in exuberant cheers. In their hearts, the Celestial Emperor holds an unparalleled status. Beyond his cultivation, it is his ability to lead them to seize opportunities for creation that earns him their utmost respect. Furthermore, they comprehend that the true strength of Jun Xiaoyao transcends any measurable realm. With only 1 month remaining, they are to remain in place. The alliance will undergo a period of consolidation. Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonated across 1,000,000 miles, clearly reaching the ears of all the powerful members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Calculating the time, it has been 1 year and 5 months since entering the Celestial Tower. And within a month, the Alliance war, the personal ranking battles and the celestial ranking battles will commence. During this month, they are to rest, recover their spirits, and adjust their states while reorganizing the alliance to face the battles in their most optimal condition. On Earth, countless individuals have grown numb. The prodigious feats of the Celestial Emperor are beyond description. Since entering the Celestial Tower, it seems as though the entire world revolves around him. He swept through the first 8 layers with effortless ease before ascending to the 9th layer, where he vanquished hundreds of saints, establishing the foremost alliance, gaining creation, and seizing opportunities. His journey has been marked by invincibility. Once ranked 3rd from the bottom, Earth has astonishingly transformed into a battleground, with Jun Tiandi defying the odds and elevating Earth to 6th place, crushing thousands of ancient worlds and over 100,000 new planets. Now, the crucial moment approaches. Countless individuals on Earth are intently focused on the grand screen of the celestial rankings, eager not to miss a single moment of excitement as it pertains to the fate and future of Earth. Concurrently, Earth is rapidly laying the groundwork for the establishment of a new world. Regardless of the outcome in the celestial ranking battles, Earth will undoubtedly remain within the top 100, thus securing rewards that will transform it into a sacred realm for cultivation within the mystical world. Across the planet, numerous cities and squares boast statues of Jun Tiandi. Atop the observation platform, his name has become the most discussed topic. He has emerged as one of the top 10 prodigies in the eyes of representatives from all superpowers. Regardless of his ultimate performance, as long as he exits the Celestial Tower alive, he will be a coveted target for the major superpowers seeking to recruit him due to his extraordinary brilliance. Simultaneously, representatives of countless superpowers have begun reaching out to their sects to formulate enticing conditions and offers to attract Jun Tiandi. It can be said that Jun Tiandi is undoubtedly one of the 10 prodigies that the superpowers of the Eastern Celestial Domain most desire to court. As the esteemed Son of God, he is destined to become the next sect master a century hence. The Son of God wields the ability to access the full resources of the sect. He stands as a candidate for the position of sect master, holding a status second only to the master himself, and is on equal footing with the deputy master. The Son of God is the chosen disciple of the sect master and is poised to enter the sacred grounds for cultivation. All superpower representatives are formidable figures. The responses received from sects and factions are largely uniform. They acknowledge the Son of God as a candidate for sect master or the next in line. These sects are willing to go to any lengths to court Jun Tiandi. 90% of the responses indicate that even if they cannot win over Jun Tiandi, they must refrain from opposing him, unless they are capable of completely obliterating him in one decisive strike. Otherwise, offending such a person would spell disaster for their sect in the future. Your Majesty, will Jun Tiandi come to the Great Qin Empire? Within the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire, ministers engaged in discussion. Seated upon the imperial throne is the current Emperor Ingzheng of the Great Qin Empire. Emperor Ingzheng is a marvel of the Eastern Celestial Domain, having established a superpower in a mere 5,000 years. Rising from nothing to dominate the region as a sacred king, standing shoulder to shoulder with various super sects and factions. Even the ancient sects and sacred grounds must show deference to the Great Qin Empire. Recently, the name Jun Tiandi has echoed through the imperial palace. This is primarily due to his extraordinary talents, compounded by the fact that he hails from Earth, specifically from the Huaxiao lineage. The majority of the populace in the Great Qin Empire shares Huaxiao blood, and all the mythical figures from Huaxiao's millennia of history reside within the Great Qin Empire. Regardless of whether he comes to the Great Qin Empire or not, he is, without a doubt, a Huaxiao individual. Emperor Ingzheng spoke, his words imbued with an indomitable aura. Wherever there are Huaxiao people, there lies the Great Qin Empire. Huaxiao is a civilization. Your Majesty, General Zhao Tianlai has sent another missive, inquiring how you wish to handle the matter of Jun Tiandi. At this moment, a secret message arrived from the observation platform as well. Everything there is managed by Zhao Tianlai. Currently, other superpowers and sects are eager to court Jun Tiandi, and Zhao Tianlai seeks to ascertain Emperor Ingzheng's intentions regarding the situation. Chapter 227. The Arrival of the Alliance War and the Marriage of the Sixth Princess. An expanse of 30,000 miles was granted. Emperor Ingzheng spoke with simplicity, his words few yet profound. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the messenger bowed and withdrew. The sixth princess? The sixth princess. Within the court, the officials were stirred. What did the sixth princess represent? The significance was clear to all. It is known that she is the most cherished descendant of Emperor Yingzhong, the daughter of the current crown prince, and at the tender age of 16, she is breathtakingly beautiful, hailed as the fairest maiden of the Qin Empire. Moreover, her prodigious talents are remarkable. By the age of 16, she has already reached the semi-saint realm, making her the most gifted among the Ying lineage. It has even been said that she may become the first empress of the Qin Empire, as Emperor Yingzhong harbors such aspirations, intending to cultivate her into the empire's sovereign. In her youth, she wields immense power. To grant the marriage of the sixth princess illustrates the high regard the emperor holds for the emperor of the heavens. It is not inconceivable that the Qin Empire might one day take on a new surname, for all are aware of Emperor Yingzhang's grand vision. In this world, the Ying lineage may fade, but the Qin Empire must endure. The blood of Huaxia cannot be extinguished. His desire is not for the Ying family to dominate the world, but for the Huaxia people to hold supremacy over it. The Celestial Tower. The competition within the Heavenly Emperor Alliance is fierce. Currently, the membership has reached 1.5 million. Yet the rivalry is relentless. New members join daily, while others are expelled. Those expelled from the alliance do so after failing challenges. In the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, merit prevails. Although 1.5 million members may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to the hundreds of millions of strong contenders in the Celestial Tower, which boasts over 300 million formidable beings. Ultimately, these 300 million will face annihilation. Thus, every powerful individual aspires to join the alliance. As time passes, the anticipation builds. On this day, the voice of the Celestial Tower resonated, announcing the imminent commencement of the alliance war. At that moment, all formidable beings within the tower could no longer remain at ease, for once the alliance war began, no further entries into the alliance would be permitted. Those who had not joined would find no chance of survival beyond the personal ranking battles. Simultaneously, the powerful from the 8 major alliances were engulfed in anxiety, uncertain of the rules governing the alliance war. Suddenly, beams of golden light appeared in the void, enveloping all strong individuals. Ultimately, they were transported into a passageway, and the brief transit concluded. In the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, all 150,000 members manifested within a wondrous grand city. The city gates bore a blank plaque. Yet soon on the plaque appeared 3 words, Heavenly Emperor City. A million miles away from Heavenly Emperor City, there are 8 other grand cities, forming a circular formation of 9 magnificent cities in total. Within these 8 cities reside the formidable beings of the alliances, including the Invincible Alliance and the Rebirth Alliance. Among others, they, like the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, have only recently been transported here. Beyond the 9 grand cities lies a multitude of mighty warriors, all drawn from the Celestial Tower, arriving from various realms. Following the Alliance War, they too shall partake in personal rankings. The spiritual energy within Heavenly Emperor City is remarkably pure, perhaps 100 times more so than elsewhere. What are the rules? Are there rewards for the Alliance War? The members of the Alliance are growing anxious, for the Alliance War is about to commence. Will there be casualties in this grand conflict? Moreover, why is there a need for an Alliance War? Is there an incentive? Various questions swirl in their minds, yet no answers are forthcoming. Only the Celestial Tower holds the knowledge of the rules. This applies not only to the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, but to all alliances. And even the powerful beings beyond the 9 grand cities are filled with curiosity. Should there be deaths in battle, they might have the chance to become replacements, perhaps even evade annihilation. The rules of the Alliance War are as follows. True death will not occur in the Alliance War. The battles will last for 7 days, comprising a total of 9 rounds. The victorious alliance earns 1 point and can increase its member cap by 100,000, while the defeated alliance loses 1 point and its member count decreases by 100,000. After the 9 rounds of the Alliance War, rankings will be determined based on points, and in the event of a tie, combat results will prevail. The Celestial Tower announced the rules of the Alliance War. Upon hearing the regulations, all Alliance warriors began to discuss fervently, expressing both excitement and dismay. Overall, the assurance that true death would not occur in the Alliance War brought immense relief to countless Alliance members. This rule, however, favors the strong while further weakening the weak, as victorious alliances gain members while the defeated lose them. Simultaneously, the personal ranking battles will take place, with the following rules. Excluding alliance members. Rankings will be based on points. The most highly ranked warrior will gain entry into the alliance. At the conclusion of the alliance war, the top 100 personal rankings will be determined. In the early stages of the personal ranking battles, true death will prevail. After announcing the rules for the alliance war, the Celestial Tower proceeded to declare the personal ranking battles. Both battles will occur concurrently, meaning that participants in the personal ranking battles will serve to fill the ranks of the alliance war. With each round, the victorious alliance will gain 100,000 members, who will be selected from the highest-ranking warriors in the personal ranking battles. Finally, an opportunity has been afforded to others. However, the personal ranking battles entail genuine mortality, which is truly brutal. In reality, there are no rules governing the personal ranking battles. Rules exist, yet it is strength that truly speaks. In the early stages of the personal ranking battles, there are essentially no rules. It is merely a contest for points. The one with the highest score stands a chance to enter the alliance. The discussions are fervent, echoing throughout the Celestial Tower. Not only that, but across Earth, the planet Kauai, alongside 30,000 ancient worlds and 110,000 new celestial bodies and realms. The formidable beings atop the observation platform are equally astonished by these rules, for they differ entirely from those of the past, surpassing all expectations. Alliance War. Draw for duel. Rules. Annihilate all opponents. The last one standing shall be deemed the victor. An hour later, the Alliance War shall officially commence. The voice of the Celestial Tower resounds. Concurrently, 8 translucent jade slips materialize in the void, shrouded in a mysterious glow that renders both divine perception and thought powerless to penetrate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 jade slips hover above the centers of 9 grand cities. Behold, the Celestial Empire Alliance, Celestial Empire City. Jun Xiaoyao stands atop the city wall, extending a hand to grasp one of the jade slips as it soars towards Celestial Empire City. Simultaneously, the leaders of other alliances seize their respective jade slips, which now float above their grand cities. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5, as the voice of the Celestial Tower resonates. The 8 jade slips erupt with a dazzling brilliance. Once the radiance fades, a number materializes upon each slip. Chapter 228. What I desire is not the process, nor even the outcome 1. The Alliance of Rebirth 2. The Invincible Alliance 3. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance 4. The War God Alliance 5. The Profound Sky Alliance 6. The Galaxy Alliance 7. The Great Sage Alliance 8. The Ascendant Alliance. As the numbers appeared, everyone comprehended who their adversaries were. Indeed, the entire Eastern Celestial Domain, along with various new celestial bodies and ancient realms, bore witness to this scene. The fortune was such that they encountered the Heavenly Emperor Alliance right at the start. The Galaxy Alliance was unfortunate. The confrontation between the Heavenly Emperor Alliance and the Galaxy Alliance meant that any alliance facing the Heavenly Emperor would inevitably face defeat. It could be asserted that the Alliance War held no suspense. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance continued to grow stronger. Now, it was merely a matter of ranking the other alliances. There was no contender for the top position against the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. In an instant, excitement surged. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance was assured of victory. Whoever faced the Heavenly Emperor Alliance was simply unlucky. After all, they had encountered them, which was a 1 in 6 chance. Preparations for battle commenced. If the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were to falter, it would bring shame upon those who faced them. If there were casualties, they would occupy the last position among the 100,000. The Alliance War did not entail true death. Thus, one must strive earnestly. Simultaneously, it was conveyed that the Heavenly Emperor Alliance would stand until the very end, allowing them to fight without concern. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon the 1.5 million strong warriors of the Heavenly Emperor City and spoke calmly. These warriors hailed from various new celestial bodies, new dimensions, and ancient worlds. They shared no common belief, making integration an impossibility. Moreover, with the Heavenly Emperor Alliance holding the advantage, the competitive spirit had dwindled. What he desired was to pit 1.5 million against 1 million. Regardless of the outcome, he would stand until the very end, ensuring his victory in the Alliance War. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance would emerge triumphant. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance would emerge triumphant. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance would emerge triumphant. As they listened to Jun Xiaoyao's words, The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance cheered, their hearts filled with awe. They understood that their leader had discerned their innermost thoughts. How formidable was their leader? Such confidence in standing until the very end. The final statement was clear. They could stake their lives in this battle, for there would be no true death. They could fight without reservations, even in death. The Alliance would not fall. Though the Alliance war had yet to truly commence, outside the 9 great cities, a devastating battle erupted. Over 300 million warriors gathered, annihilating their opponents to earn points, thus securing their chance to enter the Alliance. This was their sole opportunity for survival. How could they not go mad? In an instant, outside the 9 great cities, the atmosphere was rife with bloodlust. The sacred intent shattered. The entire world seemed as though it had succumbed to annihilation. The air was filled with anguished cries, reminiscent of a hellish realm. After the passage of an hour, beams of radiant light appeared above the cities belonging to the 8 alliances, and in an instant, all members of the alliance were transported away. When they re-emerged, they found themselves on an expansive and boundless battlefield. However, this battlefield was inescapable, with only death as the outcome, no avenue for retreat. The Celestial Emperor Alliance, led by the 12 Legion commanders, 12 guardians, 12 elders, and the 7 vice leaders, surged forth with a staggering force of 1.5 million formidable warriors towards the Galactic Alliance. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, Jun Xiaoyao, stood poised in the air. Behind him were Qing Ming, Tian Luobing, Morong Xinger, Yiqin Xian, and Ji Qingwu, all enveloped in a protective light shield. Clad in the Alliance's attire and wielding a crystal staff, Jun Xiaoyao gazed into the distance, where the impending battle loomed. The clash of 1.5 million Holy Realm warriors against 1 million Holy Realm adversaries could not merely be described as overwhelming. For the opponent also comprised formidable beings of at least minor saint rank, necessitating collective assaults for annihilation. Should we remain passive? Is that truly wise? Yi Qingxian queried, a practitioner of the sword path, driven and unyielding. She found it difficult to reconcile with Jun Xiaoyao's stance. In her view, a leader should exemplify action and leadership. Must they resort to sheer numbers to overpower the enemy? Such a victory would be devoid of honor. In this world, fairness is a rare commodity. Moreover, victory does not hinge upon methods or processes, but rather on the outcome. What I seek is not the means nor the journey, nor even the conclusion, but the safety of you all, Jun Xiaoyao replied with serene composure. These warriors hailed from various realms. Once they departed from the Celestial Tower, they became foes. Even now, they remained members of the Alliance, yet the next moment could usher in life or death encounters. His motivations were singular, for Earth, for home, for those he cherished. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Yi Qingxian felt a tremor within her heart. His tone was calm and unassuming, yet it conveyed his convictions and boundaries. In that moment, she gained a glimpse into Jun Xiaoyao's soul. Even if only a fragment was revealed, it was enough to stir profound emotions. Regardless of whether he faced disdain or ridicule, he was resolute in upholding his principles, which encompassed those dear to him. Ji Qingwu, Tian Luobing, Morong Xinger, and even Qing Ming. All eyes turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, the weight of his words resonating deeply within them. As the battle raged on, the numerical superiority of the Celestial Emperor Alliance gradually became evident. Time slipped away, second by second, until finally, in the vast expanse of the Galactic Alliance, only the leader, Huangfu Wushuang, remained. In stark contrast, the Celestial Emperor Alliance boasted a membership of 600,000. Dare you not face me in battle, Jun Tiandi? Huangfu Wushuang inquired. Despite his awareness that the Galactic Alliance could not rival the Celestial Emperor Alliance, he had not anticipated such a devastating defeat. As the adversary relied solely on sheer numbers to overpower them, a realization that filled him with profound discomfort. Even more disheartening was the sight of Jun Tiandi, the leader of the Celestial Emperor Alliance, leisurely enjoying the view from above. Let it end, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Huangfu Wushuang before uttering 3 simple words. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the deputy leaders and elders of the Celestial Emperor Alliance unleashed a cataclysmic force that mercilessly descended upon Huangfu Wushuang, leaving no room for doubt. He was annihilated. Victory for the Celestial Emperor Alliance. 1 point. Member cap increased by 100,000. Celestial City. Spiritual energy amplified by 500 times. Galactic Alliance defeated, -1 point. Members decreased by 100,000. The voice of the Celestial Tower resounded, announcing the triumph of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Following this declaration, a radiant light enveloped Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, swiftly transporting them into Celestial City, where members previously thought fallen now stood unharmed. The Celestial Emperor Alliance emerged victorious. Was this victory not achieved through fair means? Were they merely coasting to an effortless win? Jun Xiaoyao's non-intervention signified the inevitable success of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Since victory was assured, there was no need for him to engage. A true sovereign does not act lightly. His very existence guaranteed the triumph of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. The outcome was beyond doubt. Their ranks would swell by 100,000, rendering the next battle equally predictable. On the viewing platform, amidst Earth, Kueishing, and the Eastern Celestial Domain, in various new celestial bodies and realms, as well as ancient worlds, discussions flourished, yet excitement remained subdued. The victory of the Celestial Emperor Alliance was anticipated. Even in the realm of the immortal spirits, where Huangfu Wushuang resided, there was no sense of surprise. For the Galactic Alliance had always been incapable of contending with the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Chapter 229. The Divine Destruction Law of the Azure Void. The celestial value of Emperor Jun has surged dramatically. The Earth's ranking has ascended to 5th place. It appears that the Alliance will also involve celestial values. This revelation is unexpected. The Alliance war has, in effect, transformed into a contest of celestial rankings. At this moment, countless individuals realized the exponential rise in Emperor Jun's celestial value. Within the ranks of the Celestial Alliance, the values of its members fluctuated, experiencing both increases and decreases. Conversely, members of the Galactic Alliance, including its leader, witnessed a significant plummet in their celestial values. The implications became clear. While death may not signify true demise, the celestial values are indeed real. It is time to cultivate and prepare for the next battle. Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed. All the formidable beings of the Celestial Alliance should return to the city and commence their cultivation, awaiting the next confrontation. As dusk descended, 400,000 members were transmitted out from the 9 great cities. Simultaneously, the top 40,000 individuals in the personal ranking battle were transported into the 9 great cities. The Celestial Alliance has increased its ranks by 100,000. The Rebirth Alliance has increased its ranks by 100,000. The Invincible Alliance has increased its ranks by 100,000. The War God Alliance has increased its ranks by 100,000. The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated. Instantly, countless powerful beings soared towards the Celestial City, as it was evident that all 400,000 sought to join the Celestial Alliance. Only a fool would choose otherwise. For the Celestial Alliance is undeniably the strongest, growing ever more formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 seconds later, the Celestial City closed its gates, having reached the maximum of 100,000 entrants. Alas, many powerful beings who failed to enter the Celestial City sighed in disappointment and turned towards the other great cities. Since their first choice had not materialized, they would now pursue their second option. Swiftly, the 400,000 members dispersed into the 4 great cities. Emperor Jun reiterated, "The Celestial Alliance shall surely prevail. You may battle at your discretion. Should the Celestial Alliance falter, the new members will be the first to be expelled, followed by the weakest among you." Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed throughout the Celestial City. Such words may seem irresponsible and brazen, yet they proved most effective. It is understood that despite any potential failures, Emperor Jun himself would never be defeated. In the Celestial Tower, the 8 Alliance leaders, aside from the tower itself, wield the greatest authority. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. All powerful beings entered a state of cultivation, preparing to better embrace the next battle, especially the members of the Celestial Alliance, where the spiritual energy was 500 times greater. They were all aware that as long as they persevered and maintained composure, the Celestial Alliance would continue its victorious trajectory. In pursuit of perpetual victory, chaos would be avoided. After all, there was no threat of death. Let us strive for greatness and see what rewards the Alliance war may bestow. Soon, the second round of battle approached. In the second round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance drew number 1, facing the Rebirth Alliance. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance boasted 1.6 million members, while the Rebirth Alliance had 1.1 million. Victory was achieved once more. marked by an overwhelming superiority in numbers. Jun Xiaoyao remained suspended in the air, refraining from engaging in combat. As the third round commenced, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance grew to 1.7 million, pitted against the Galactic Alliance's 800,000. Again, they triumphed decisively. In the fourth round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance expanded to 1.8 million, clashing with the War God Alliance's 1 million, resulting in another crushing victory. At this juncture, Jun Xiaoyao's personal celestial value soared to 18,230,000, securing first place, while Earth's total celestial value reached 37,010,000, placing it fourth overall. The fifth round saw the Heavenly Emperor Alliance surge to 1.9 million, facing the Galactic Alliance, now reduced to 600,000. The victory was overwhelming, nearly causing the Galactic Alliance to collapse. Having encountered the Heavenly Emperor Alliance in 3 out of 5 battles, one could question whether the Galactic Alliance was cursed. This outcome elicited laughter from the observation platform, Earth, and various new planets and realms, as the sheer improbability of such fortune was apparent. In the sixth round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance faced the Invincible Alliance, with 2 million against 1.5 million. At last, 2 undefeated alliances were to meet. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance boasted 5 victories, as did the Invincible Alliance. Now, a terrifying battle was imminent, though the odds favored the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, with a numerical advantage of 500,000. This battle would either widen the gap between the two factions or draw them closer together. Should the Heavenly Emperor Alliance emerge victorious, their next battle would involve 2.1 million members, while the Invincible Alliance would have 1.4 million. Conversely, a loss would see the Heavenly Emperor Alliance reduced to 1.9 million, with the Invincible Alliance at 1.6 million. In that moment, countless gazes were fixed upon the battlefield. Though not the final confrontation, it was a crucial battle, symbolizing the rivalry between the first and second alliances, both established in close succession, with similarly matched member strengths. In this world, a clash between the foremost alliances was inevitable. With a resounding boom, the teleportation opened, and the formidable warriors of both the Heavenly Emperor Alliance and the Invincible Alliance materialized on the battlefield. A cacophony of divine power and destructive intent surged forth, colliding with cataclysmic force. Over 2 million minor and major saints battled, causing the very world to tremble and the fabric of space to tear apart. Suspended in the air, Jun Xiaoyao exuded an air of tranquility, while opposite him stood Hua Qingcheng, radiating an aura of annihilation, akin to a supreme overlord. He, too, mirrored Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor. The battle was dismissed with utter disdain. Time passed, second by second, and a miraculous scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Invincible Alliance, comprising 1.5 million warriors, managed to match the 2 million of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Now, fewer than 100,000 formidable fighters remained on the battlefield, with both sides nearly equal in number. This surpassed everyone's expectations. 150,000 had, in an indirect manner, triumphed over 200,000. Your situation seems to be quite unfavorable, Heavenly Emperor Jun. Hua Qingcheng remarked with a smile, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao, who was 100 miles away. Despite being merely a minor saint, he did not underestimate Jun Tiandi, recognizing him as an extraordinary powerhouse, not a fool. To regard Jun Tiandi as insignificant would be sheer folly. The outcome had long been predetermined. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering. The sole disappointment was that he had not accrued any heavenly values from this battle. However, should he eliminate Hua Qingcheng, he would obtain 50% of the latter's gains, which should amount to around 40 million heavenly values. Oh, is that so? Hua Qingcheng replied with a smile. He was no fool and understood the implications of Jun Xiaoyao's words. Essentially, the shifting tides of battle did not concern him, as long as Jun Tiandi remained. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance would claim victory. Such confidence was remarkable. Likewise, this was Hua Qingcheng's sentiment. With him present, the Invincible Alliance would emerge victorious. At last, the battlefield fell silent following a final explosive sound. 150,000 members of the Invincible Alliance and 200,000 members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance had all vanished without a trace. At this moment, only the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, along with the 5 vice leaders, and the leader of the Invincible Alliance, Hua Qingcheng, remained. Now, shall we engage in battle? Heavenly Emperor Jun? Hua Qingqing inquired, exuding a devastating aura. He aimed to crush Jun Tiandi with the might of a grand saint, hoping to compel him to reveal his true strength, thus providing a clearer path to victory. He was even confident that he could eliminate Jun Tiandi without resorting to sacred techniques or artifacts. Engage me in battle? Haha. Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with audacity. Qing Ming, eliminate him in 3 strikes. After his laughter subsided, he turned to the enchanting Qing Ming beside him and declared, 1 strike will suffice. A subtle smile graced Qing Ming's exquisite face. This smile was captivating, quickening the heartbeats of those who beheld it. She stepped forward, yet did not exit the protective barrier of Jun Xiaoyao, for within that shield lay invincible defense, allowing her to fight without concern. Haha. Hua Qingqing laughed, infuriated to the point of mirth. He held contempt for the Emperor Jun, yet he was utterly unprepared for the Emperor's disdain towards him. In fact, the Emperor did not even deem it necessary to intervene personally. Instead, he casually summoned a woman beside him to take action. To add insult to injury, he proclaimed that she would strike him down with 3 blows. What an immense humiliation. The greater affront, however, was when the woman boldly declared that a single blow would suffice, utterly reducing him to the status of refuse. Chapter 230. The conclusion of the alliance war. As the laughter of Hua Qingqing resonated through the air, Qing Ming had already made her move. With a graceful flick of her delicate, porcelain-like hands, the entire space trembled. Instantly, the surroundings darkened into a profound night. Her luscious lips parted, and after uttering 2 words, she gracefully stepped back to stand beside Jun Xiaoyao, her movements fluid and precise, resembling a flowing stream rather than a battle, leaving countless spectators bewildered. Was this truly a confrontation? Who was she trying to fool? Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted on the battlefield, swiftly followed by the sound of blood gushing. Blood? Indeed. Who was spilling blood? It could only be Hua Qingqing. What transpired? As the darkness dissipated, the area where Hua Qingqing had stood transformed into a mist of crimson, and he vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance triumphs. 1 point. Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Reinforcements of 100,000. Invincible Alliance. Reduction of 100,000. The voice from the Celestial Tower jolted numerous bewildered powerhouses back to reality. In that moment, they realized the demise of Hua Qingqing and the victory of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Until now, they had remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. The gazes directed at Qing Ming were filled with trepidation. Just how powerful was this woman to have effortlessly obliterated Hua Qingqing? Was she still merely a lesser saint? One might even believe she had attained the status of a supreme saint. Could it be that she had mastered the 5th heaven's domain? Such a notion seemed implausible. Even a supreme saint might not possess mastery over the 5th heaven's domain. But how had she so easily vanquished Hua Qingqing? No one understood. Qing Ming's method of annihilating Hua Qingqing was not rooted in the 5th heaven's domain, but rather in the 1st heaven's laws of annihilation, laws that were exponentially more powerful than mere domains. Whoosh! Jun Xiaoyao and his companions were transported back to the Heavenly Emperor City. They cast a glance at the 2 million members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. What could be said? It was indeed shameful. Jun Xiaoyao remarked calmly, unhurriedly making his way toward the Lord's manor, while all members hung their heads, resembling children caught in wrongdoing. The embarrassment was palpable. At this moment, they bore no resentment towards Jun Xiaoyao's words. After all, he had earned the right to speak thus. Just as he had proclaimed before, with him present, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance was destined for victory. He had fulfilled that promise. Even in the face of Hua Qingqing, he had not needed to intervene. It was the woman beside him who had decisively ended the conflict. Qing Ming, the Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, had always been formidable. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance held a certain disdain for Qing Ming and her companions. Yet they found themselves unable to act against them, as they were the women of the Alliance leader. However, it has now become apparent just how formidable the vice leader, Qing Ming, truly is, an existence to be reckoned with. If the vice leader possesses such extraordinary capabilities, one can only ponder the immense strength of the leader himself. The mere thought is daunting. Fortunately, that man is their leader and not their adversary. Otherwise, despair would be their only companion. The leader shall triumph in the next battle. All members of the Alliance. watching the departing figure of Jun Xiaoyao, proclaimed loudly. This time, they had been careless, overconfident, and blinded by their recent victories. They now realized that the Heavenly Emperor Alliance was not invincible. Defeat was a possibility. 200,000 were vanquished by 150,000. And had it not been for Jun Tiandi, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance would have faced defeat. In the fifth heaven domain, there is no mistake. Could she not be a little saint? Regardless of her true nature, it is evident that her age does not exceed 100 years. Such a prodigy. She willingly follows Jun Tiandi. How exceptional must he be? Are the others equally extraordinary? This is truly surprising. It turns out that the genuine prodigies conceal themselves within the seemingly weakest realms. On the observation platform, countless powerful beings were astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. They were all taken aback by Qingming's strike. The more enigmatic the attack, the more unsettling it became. In the midst of battle, the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness. What unfolded remained a mystery, yet Qingming stayed by Jun Xiaoyao's side, never stepping onto the battlefield, which only heightened the fear. In the seventh round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, with 210,000 members, faced the God of War Alliance, comprising 130,000. Victory was overwhelming. In the eighth round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, now at 220,000, confronted the Invincible Alliance, which had recovered to 150,000 after an earlier defeat. However, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance had increased its numbers by 20,000 since their last encounter. Consequently, the atmosphere turned tense. The previous indirect defeat had left all members feeling humiliated. This time, they unleashed a devastating force, obliterating the Invincible Alliance, resulting in the loss of 30,000 members and annihilating the entirety of the 150,000-strong Invincible Alliance. Furthermore, the two vice leaders combined their might to subdue Huangfu Wushuang. In truth, Hua Qingqing could not have been so easily eradicated. The prior encounter had merely left him with lingering shadows. Upon seeing Qingming, a tremor coursed through him. In the ninth round, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance boasted 230,000 members against the Galactic Alliance's 20,000. There was no suspense. Utter annihilation ensued. This battle marks the final confrontation of the Alliance War, wherein the Galactic Alliance faced the Heavenly Emperor Alliance on 4 separate occasions. It is widely acknowledged that, even without the presence of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, the Galactic Alliance would have inevitably faced defeat. Now, the situation has devolved to a mere 10,000 members remaining in the entire alliance. The culmination of the Alliance War has been officially declared by the Celestial Tower, which has also revealed the rankings. 8th, Galactic Alliance. 7th, Xiantian Alliance. 6th, War God Alliance. 5th, Great Sage Alliance. 4th, Lingxiao Alliance. 3rd, Rebirth Alliance. 2nd, Invincible Alliance. 1st, Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Unquestionably, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance has claimed the top position, followed by the Invincible Alliance, while the Rebirth Alliance's unexpected emergence in 3rd place raises eyebrows. It was deemed improbable for them to achieve such a rank. However, fortune favored them as they frequently encountered the Lingxiao, Great Sage, and Xiantian alliances, facing the Heavenly Emperor and Invincible Alliances only once. Without this fortuitous alignment, the Rebirth Alliance would not have secured 3rd place. In this world, luck plays a pivotal role in one's strength. Is there a reward for the Alliance War? This conflict has replaced 360,000 formidable warriors. The most unfortunate were those who entered the Galactic and Xiantian alliances, while the most fortunate were those who aligned with the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Now, one wonders if rewards will be announced. It seems unlikely that there will be any. Upon the conclusion of the Alliance War, countless individuals reflect upon the significance of luck. The war has finally reached its end, and ultimately, we have emerged victorious. I am curious if there will be any rewards for the Alliance War. The trials of the Celestial Tower have been immensely fruitful, and I am thoroughly satisfied. All gratitude is owed to the Alliance leader, who has transformed our destinies. In the city of the Heavenly Emperor, numerous Alliance members expressed their sentiments. Having been within the Celestial Tower for nearly 2 years, they are grateful for their encounter with Jun Tiandi. Otherwise, they might have perished or still be struggling to survive. Of course, those of the Great Sage realm possess a slight advantage, as they can join an alliance wherever they go, provided they encounter one. Now, the distribution of rewards for the Alliance War begins. Chapter 231. The terrifying rewards of the Alliance War. The ranking battle commences finally. The rewards for the Alliance War are being distributed. Previously undisclosed, the announcement echoes through the Celestial Tower following the conclusion of the Alliance War. A wave of curiosity sweeps over countless individuals, eager to uncover the nature of these rewards. What rewards await? Such anticipation fills the air. Whether among the formidable beings within the Celestial Tower, the myriad new planets and realms, or the ancient worlds and observation platforms, an insatiable curiosity prevails. They yearn to learn the specifics of the Alliance War's rewards, particularly regarding the distribution among the 8 major alliances. Is there any reward for the last place? The rules are clear. Only the top 3 positions will receive rewards. For the third place, all members are granted a single domain for 1 day in the Celestial Sacred Vein. The Legion Commander receives 2 domains for 2 days. The Protector 3 domains for 3 days, the Elder 5 domains for 5 days, the Vice Alliance Leader 10 domains for 10 days, and the Alliance Leader 20 domains for 20 days. Indeed, it becomes evident that not all alliances receive rewards. Only the top 3 are acknowledged. If every alliance were rewarded, the significance of the Alliance War would be diminished. For the second place, every member is awarded 2 domains for 2 days in the Celestial Sacred Vein. The Legion Commander receives 4 domains for 4 days, the Protector 8 domains for 8 days, the Elder 16 domains for 16 days, the Vice Alliance Leader 32 domains for 32 days, and the Alliance Leader 128 domains for 2 days in the Celestial Divine Realm. The rewards for second place are strikingly more formidable than those for third, rendering any comparison between the two utterly inconceivable. At this moment, countless individuals eagerly await the rewards for the first place, the Celestial Emperor Alliance. The anticipation is palpable, especially considering the terrifying nature of the second place rewards. For the first place, all members are granted 8 domains for 8 days in the Celestial Sacred Vein. The Legion Commander receives 16 domains for 1 day in the Celestial Divine Realm, the Protector 32 domains for 2 days, the Elder 64 domains for 3 days, the Vice Alliance Leader 128 domains for 10 days, and the Alliance Leader an astonishing 999 domains for 30 days in the Celestial Divine Realm, along with the fusion of an 8th-tier alliance set and 1 celestial warship. Upon the revelation of the rewards for the Celestial Emperor Alliance, all present are left in a state of astonishment. The treatment afforded to the Legion Commander alone rivals that of the Alliance Leader of the second place. The allure of the rewards for the first place Alliance Leader leaves everyone envious. Once again, in the realm of the 999 domain, having entered the so-called Divine Realm for a mere 30 days, he has already assimilated an 8th-tier Lordess ensemble and commanded a warship of the heavens. It is no exaggeration to say that not only ordinary warriors, but even the great saints, celestial saints, and even the supreme saints would envy such rewards. This bounty indeed stirs trouble. The Emperor of Heaven, June, has soared to great heights within the Tower of All Heavens. Every benefit and reward appears to have been meticulously arranged for him. In an instant, all the prodigious forces within the Tower of All Heavens pale in comparison to June Tiandi, rendering them utterly insignificant. Furthermore, in the forthcoming personal ranking battle, he is poised to secure the top position. At present, his value within the realm stands unrivaled. The Earth he represents now holds the 3rd place in the ranking battle of the heavens. Rewards are now being distributed in the realm. The divine veins and divine realm shall remain accessible only after the completion of the ranking battles. Now, the personal ranking battles and the ranking battles of the heavens continue. In these battles, the value within the realm is paramount, excluding alliance members. Those with the highest realm value outside the 9 great cities may enter. Each individual may be challenged up to 3 times a day. Refusal to engage results in a deduction of 50 of their realm value as a penalty, while unlimited challenges may be issued, provided one does not fail more than 3 times. Exceeding 3 failures results in a permanent loss of challenge eligibility. Simultaneous challenges cannot exceed 100 ranks. Both the personal ranking battle and the heavenly ranking battle will conclude within half a month. All battles will not result in true death. The voice of the Tower of All Heavens resonates, announcing the rules of the personal ranking battle and the heavenly ranking battle. Following this proclamation, 1,000 independent arenas materialize at the center of the 9 great cities, each enveloped in a mystical barrier. Concurrently, 1,000,000 of the mightiest beings, possessing the highest realm values, enter from beyond the 9 great cities to partake in this ranking battle. In truth, the personal ranking battle is quite equitable, effectively preventing malicious will tactics and cyclical challenges. Thus, the number of challenges is restricted daily. However, unlimited attempts are permitted, provided the failure count does not exceed 3. To put it simply, 3 failures signify the definitive end of one's combat journey, awaiting the final ranking. I sense that the number of challengers aiming for Jun Tian-D is the most considerable, with Jun Tian-D currently holding the highest realm value. Many aspire to claim his esteemed value for themselves. Now, it all hinges on personal prowess. The Emperor of Heaven must now take action, regardless of the ranking battles. The ultimate determinant remains one's own strength. I am indeed curious to ascertain the extent of Jun Tian-D's formidable abilities. Observing the heavens from the Tian observation platform, across Earth, various new celestial spheres, dimensions, and ancient worlds, curiosity is palpable. More individuals yearn to witness Jun Tian-D in action, eager to behold the true extent of his power. Countless members of the Alliance eagerly anticipate their participation, not for the sake of rewards, but rather to enhance their standings. Such an improvement might attract the attention of powerful sects and forces from the higher realms, propelling them to unprecedented heights. The higher realms undoubtedly refer to entities akin to the Eastern Celestial Domain. Nevertheless, even in the absence of tangible rewards, they yearn to validate the fruits of their efforts over the past 2 years. Moreover, since there is no real risk of death in these battles, it serves as a valuable opportunity for self-exploration and the honing of combat experience. Should one fail to secure a position within the top 1,000, they would willingly concede points to their leader. This sentiment resonates with me, as safeguarding the leader's first place is paramount. Attaining a rank within the top 100 is exceedingly challenging. Achieving a position within the top 10,000, however, would bring me joy even in slumber. In the personal ranking battles, only the top 100 receive rewards. Those above the great sage may attempt to play, but it is unnecessary to become overly concerned. For those of the lesser sage realm, merely entering the top 10,000 is commendable. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance engaged in animated discussions. Their arrival at the Celestial Tower can be deemed fortunate, yielding abundant rewards. Presently, most have abandoned the pursuit of personal rankings, recognizing that such endeavors are games for the great sages, while the lesser sages merely observe the spectacle. Several members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance even contemplate the idea of conceding points. However, such occurrences are rare. As the personal celestial value of Jun Tian-D approaches 200 million, surpassing the second-place contender by a staggering 70 million. Only by defeating Jun Tian-D can one hope to challenge his ranking. Yet, exceptions exist, for within the Celestial Tower, nothing is ever set in stone. I sense that the number of challengers against us is at its peak, remarked Ji Qingwu with a smile from atop the city wall. As a superior lesser sage, her celestial value exceeds 20 million, placing her within the top 100. Other formidable warriors, perceiving her relatively weaker cultivation and her femininity, are likely to challenge her. What are the great sages? Tian Luo interjected coldly, her voice frigid. She too is a superior lesser sage, with a celestial value identical to Ji Qingwu's. In truth, all 5 of them belong to the same sub-alliance, having accumulated equal celestial value. Consider it a trial, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Ji Qingwu and Tian Luo possess the lowest cultivation among them, both being superior lesser sages, followed by Mu Rongxing, who is a pinnacle lesser sage, and Yi Qingxian, also a pinnacle lesser sage. Qing Ming, on the other hand, has attained the status of a great sage, with their objectives at the Celestial Tower already met, and even exceeding expectations. The subsequent personal rankings bear little significance. Nonetheless, striving for a position within the top 100 remains a worthy pursuit. As for the rankings pertaining to Earth, he alone can manage that endeavor. Chapter 232. Is Hua Qingqing truly powerful? A single strike to vanquish indeed. Tian Luo Bing and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group made their way to the arena, awaiting challenges from other competitors. Should no one present themselves, they would return to their cultivation, for within the confines of the Heavenly Emperor's city, the spiritual energy was both pure and abundant, allowing for rapid advancement in their practices. As anticipated, they were the prime targets for the other formidable warriors seeking challenges. Tian Luo Bing, Ji Qingwu, Yi Qingxian, and Mu Rongxing. each possessing the strength of lesser saints, boasted over 20 million celestial points, marking them as veritable harbingers of fortune. As for Qing Ming, her enigmatic and fearsome abilities had instantaneously obliterated Hua Qingqing, leaving no one daring to challenge her. After all, no one wished to offer points freely. Challenging Qing Ming was tantamount to handing out rewards. Boom, boom, boom. Across the myriad arenas, cataclysmic battles unfolded. Yet a wondrous protective barrier ensured that true death did not occur, nor did it interfere with the adjacent contests. 10 minutes later, Tian Luo Bing concluded her bout, having been challenged thrice, each time emerging victorious. 13 minutes later, Mu Rongxing Air finished her fight, similarly triumphant in all 3 challenges. 18 minutes passed before Ji Qing Wu wrapped up her contest, also winning against her 3 challengers. Half an hour later, Yi Qingxian completed her battle, victorious in her own 3 challenges as well. Simultaneously, Qing Ming concluded her skirmishes, having challenged others and secured victory in all 8 encounters without exception. As a result of these fierce engagements, their celestial points soared to an astounding 30 million. Those who wish to challenge me, come forth, Jun Xiao Yao proclaimed from atop the arena, his hands clasped behind his back. His voice resonated over 100,000 miles, clear and distinct to countless strong individuals. I challenge you, Jun Tiandi. A voice echoed from the skies, accompanied by an overwhelming aura bearing down upon Jun Xiao Yao. In an instant, the challenger stood before him, Hua Qingqing. Yes, it was indeed Hua Qingqing. During the last alliance war, he had faced defeat against the Heavenly Emperor Alliance and sought a duel with Jun Xiao Yao, only to be dismissed and ultimately obliterated by Qing Ming in a single strike. That moment had become a lifelong disgrace for him, one he yearned to avenge. As for defeating Qing Ming, he harbored no confidence, even feeling a shadow of doubt creeping into his heart. In his perception, Jun Tiandi was not exceptionally strong. The leadership of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, he believed, was bolstered by the support of several women at his side. Now, he finally found an opportunity to confront Jun Tiandi. You? Jun Xiao Yao responded, momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his features. This reaction ignited a fierce anger within Hua Qingqing, who felt further belittled, as if Jun Xiao Yao were mocking him for his previous humiliation. The formidable beings atop the grand city all directed their gazes towards the arena. Upon hearing Jun Xiao Yao's words, a playful smile adorned their faces, accompanied by an eager anticipation for the impending clash with Jun Tiandi. They yearned to discern the true extent of Jun Tiandi's might, or, perhaps, to uncover whether he possessed any genuine prowess at all. With a single step forward, Hua Qingqing erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing the entire arena to tremble as the power of a high-ranking great sage surged forth. His being brimmed with a cataclysmic sword intent, transforming into an embodiment of the sword way, which, centered around Hua Qingqing, conjured a realm of blades. In a fluid motion, he unleashed a torrential downpour of sword rain upon Jun Tiandi. Simultaneously, the sword of the sword way cleaved towards him. This was a confrontation of great sage caliber, and Hua Qingqing was renowned as one of the most fearsome prodigies in the world. This strike was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary great sage. More significantly, Hua Qingqing was a master of the sword way, an art of unparalleled terror. By initiating the attack, he sought to annihilate Jun Tiandi in one fell swoop, avenging his previous humiliating defeat. The sword of the sword way. Indeed, he was a prodigious force in this domain, a true sword saint. Merely this single strike was sufficient to dominate the entire realm of great sages. This sword, infused with the essence of 188 realms of sword intent, was something even the mightiest of great sages might struggle to withstand. Would Jun Tiandi be able to endure such a blow? As they beheld Hua Qingqing's onslaught, countless powerful figures were left in awe. The majority of great sages recognized that they could not contend with Hua Qingqing, underscoring just how terrifying this strike truly was. A prodigious great sage and a master of the sword way, this attack epitomized the pinnacle of combat within the great sage realm. In that moment, many began to speculate that Jun Tiandi might face defeat, for he was not a great sage and had never revealed his true power. However, when all eyes turned to Jun Tiandi, their expressions were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Was this it? Jun Xiaoyao wore a serene smile, his hands clasped behind him. With a subtle lift of his lips, he uttered 2 words. As he spoke, his right hand, which had been resting behind his back, slowly extended towards Hua Qingcheng, executing a gentle yet measured palm strike that lacked any cataclysmic uproar. Yet, the arena fell into an eerie silence. In an instant, the realm of destructive power shattered both the sword rain and the sword of the swordway. Following this, the forceful domain bore down upon Hua Qingcheng with crushing intensity. A spurt of blood erupted from his lips as his body was sent spiraling through the air like a severed kite, ultimately tumbling outside the arena. The power of the domain had been unleashed in full force. Forget that he attained 2 realms of 999. His domain has transcended into the 4th heaven. The sword Dao of Hua Qingcheng is undeniably formidable, yet his realm pales in comparison to that of the Emperor Jun. This underscores the significance of the domain. It is immensely powerful. Before the might of a domain, all else is rendered insignificant. Although strong, a domain does not govern all. The victory of Emperor Jun is intrinsically tied to his own cultivation and strength. Could he be a great sage? Upon witnessing Hua Qingcheng being subdued by Jun Xiaoyao, countless formidable beings were left in shock. They quickly grasped that being vanquished was quite ordinary, for Jun Xiaoyao possessed the power of the 4th heaven, making the subjugation of Hua Qingcheng a rather effortless feat. Moreover, even a girl accompanying Jun Xiaoyao could effortlessly annihilate Hua Qingcheng. As the leader, how could Jun Xiaoyao not be a match for Hua Qingcheng? Who else dares to challenge me? Standing upon the arena, Jun Xiaoyao surveyed his surroundings and, after a moment, spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice resonating across miles. Silence enveloped the area. Even with Hua Qingcheng subdued, who could still rival the Emperor Jun? Challenge him? Do they wish to hand over points? Since none were forthcoming, then I shall challenge you all. Everyone except my own shall take a turn. A faint smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's face as his voice echoed once more. Following this, he began to name his challengers, starting with the highest ranked. Those challenged were permitted a maximum of 3 responses per day, while there was no limit on the challengers, provided they did not fail more than 3 times. Oh, how audacious! He aims to seize the top position in the celestial rankings. If even Hua Qingcheng is no match for him, who could possibly stand against him? A complete dominance. The leader is invincible. This is the epitome of an extraordinary powerhouse. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's declaration, all present erupted in excitement. The highest ranked among them wore grim expressions. It goes without saying that they would inevitably be pillaged by Jun Xiaoyao. Subsequently, he continued to issue challenges. The initial few accepted the duel, yet as time passed, Jun Xiaoyao grew somewhat bored, for those he named, whether minor or major sages, outright refused to engage, deducting 50 of their celestial points, all of which accrued to Jun Xiaoyao. By the end of the day, Jun Xiaoyao had fought 33 battles, emerging victorious in 1,033 encounters, as 1,000 challengers declined. At this moment, the celestial points of Emperor Jun reached a staggering 70, 450,000, securing his position at the pinnacle. Together with Qing Ming and the others, the total celestial points for Earth soared to 98, 322,000, ranking first in the celestial hierarchy. 2 firsts, both significantly surpassing the 2nd place. The standings are secure. Chapter 233, The Mastery of the Celestial Tower. Securing the 1st position, the Emperor Jun Tian is extraordinarily formidable. Not only does he hold the personal rank of 1st, but he has also single-handedly propelled the Earth to the pinnacle of the rankings. A singular individual wields influence over the entire world. The entire celestial tower is under his dominion. Such a figure can either become an ally or a mere acquaintance. Becoming an adversary is utterly inadvisable, for it would result in a nightmare, an insufferable calamity for any faction, sect, or individual. The celestial tower has essentially solidified its standings. Upon the observation platform, thousands of formidable beings engaged in fervent discussions. The topic of conversation revolved entirely around Emperor Jun Tian. In addition to the discussions, countless eyes reflected envy, for the terrifying rewards were indeed tantalizing. These rewards would be astronomical even in the realm of fantasy, let alone on Earth. Whether it pertains to the alliance rewards of Emperor Jun Tian, his personal accolades, or the prizes from the celestial rankings battle, each is astonishingly remarkable, inciting envy even among the most powerful factions in the Eastern Heavenly Domain, yet none dared to covet it. After all, this was a widely acknowledged reality throughout the entire fantasy world. Any who dared to act would undoubtedly invite retribution from other factions. However, the forces that would come to challenge were not motivated by the interests of Earth or Emperor Jun Tian, but rather to leverage the Emperor's authority to command the lords. On the following day, Jun Xiaoyao challenged once more, emerging victorious. On the third day, Jun Xiaoyao continued his challenges, achieving victory again. On the fourth day, Jun Xiaoyao persisted, securing yet another win. On the fifth and sixth days, until the 11th day, when Jun Xiaoyao ceased his challenges, having called out every formidable opponent ranked within the top 30,000, all of whom declined to engage in battle. Murong Xinger and Qing Ming, although merely lesser saints, were equally undefeated. Over the span of 10 days, the rankings underwent a monumental transformation. Jun Xiaoyao claimed the first position, followed by Qing Ming in second, Yi Qinxian in third, Murong Xinger in fourth, Tian Luobing in fifth, and Ji Qingwu in sixth. The top 6 positions were entirely dominated by them. Earth's total celestial value reached an astounding 329.09 million, securing the first place, with a value 15 times that of the second contender. It can be said that neither the individual rankings nor the standings in the celestial rankings battle could be shaken. Emperor Jun Tian and his companions are truly exceptional. Who could have anticipated that Earth would herald the dawn of a true pinnacle civilization? Our Huaxia civilization is destined to ascend to greatness. The celestial tower must be nearing its conclusion. This time, Earth has triumphed, and Emperor Jun Tian has achieved victory. During this period, Earth has been ablaze with fervor. Each individual envisions a radiant future. Darkness is a thing of the past. 4. The sovereign of heaven, Jun Tiandi, has altered the fate of Earth, an act that can be described as defying destiny. Had it not been for Jun Tiandi, Earth would undoubtedly have descended into a battlefield, vanishing into oblivion within a few years. I hope my husband and Binger return soon. In the Sunshine community, within a villa, Tian Yuzi is also present, enjoying her time. Today's Earth is tranquil and prosperous. Since Jun Xiaoyao and his companions entered the Tower of All Heavens, she frequently visits the Sunshine community, either to play or to cultivate her strength, or to assist Mu Wanjun in managing the affairs of the Huaxia people entering the Yuan realm. With Earth now stable, they do not hasten to bring more individuals into the Yuan realm. Furthermore, with Jun Xiaoyao in the tower, they are cautious about activating the portal, fearing it may disrupt him. Although there is little risk, they remain apprehensive of potential consequences. Missing your husband? Mu Wanjun chuckled. She is 9 years older than Tian Yuzi, yet appears to be merely in her early 20s, exuding maturity and stunning allure. Sister Wanjun, don't you feel the same? Tian Yuzi's exquisite face flushed slightly as she spoke. Their bond is akin to that of best friends, even surpassing the typical closeness of friends, as they are both women of Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, they will return in 2 months, Mu Wanjun replied with a smile. Who wouldn't he miss him? I yearn to be by Jun Xiaoyao's side, wishing to melt into him. In the great Qin Empire, the armies are prepared, yet no war has commenced. However, it is astonishing to note that the great Qin Empire has dispatched countless powerful individuals to the observation platform, causing a stir among various factions in the Eastern Celestial Domain. They soon comprehend the Empire's intentions, which are directed at Jun Tiandi. It is well known that while the great Qin Empire is formidable, it does not dare to confront the entire Eastern Celestial Domain, as it merely stands as a dominant force among many equally powerful factions. The movements of the Great Qin Empire have also stirred other superpowers in the Eastern Celestial Domain. In no time, numerous superpowers have dispatched formidable forces, all aiming to seize Jun Tiandi and draw him into their own ranks. Meanwhile, in the vast depths of space, countless billions of miles from Earth, a colossal warship streaks through the void like a meteor, heading in the opposite direction of Earth. On board stands a man clad in a black robe, his visage shrouded in mystery, his age indeterminate, and an elusive aura emanating from him that evokes trepidation. Behind him stand 6 silver-armored guards. The black-robed man gazes at the device before him, suddenly furrowing his brow, for the one he seeks has inexplicably vanished from this vicinity. What could this mean? The celestial mirror bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Divine has proven faultless, yet how is it that the goddess of calamity has vanished without a trace? Even if she were to conceal herself within a minor realm, she should not evade the celestial mirror's gaze. The man clad in black spoke with a grave tone. He was commanded by the Lord of the Divine to apprehend the goddess of calamity. Throughout this journey, he had been following the celestial mirror's guidance. But upon reaching this desolate location, the essence of the goddess had completely dissipated from the mirror. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, devoid of maps, even a deity could easily lose their way. What shall we do now? Return? That would surely invite the Lord's wrath. Advance? Yet, the direction remains uncertain. Moreover, he was no god. How could he dare traverse the boundless desolation of the cosmos? Chief, perhaps we should employ the celestial search technique, suggested a guard, bowing in anticipation of orders. Utilizing the celestial search technique would deplete the battleship's energy for an entire month. Upon hearing the guard's proposal, the man in black fell into deep contemplation. This was certainly not a prudent course of action for a battleship adrift in the cosmos. After all, in the vast emptiness of space, should an unforeseen event arise and the ship become incapacitated, they would be left to await their demise. Yet now, it seemed that apart from the celestial search technique, there were no alternative options remaining. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze towards the guard and commanded, "Initiate the celestial search technique." Upon receiving the order, the guard swiftly retreated into the control room of the battleship to commence the procedure. As the celestial search technique was activated, immense energy surged forth, causing the surrounding space within 1,000 miles to tremble violently, fracturing and releasing a myriad of mysterious energies that spread across an expanse of countless billions of miles. Chapter 234, Establishing a Sect. The Eternal Hall. The technique of celestial searching was executed swiftly for a full hour before it finally concluded. A guard approached the man clad in black robes. "My lord, the calamity goddess indeed vanished from this location, subsequently heading southeast. Her final trace was detected to the south, still half a month's journey from here." The guard bowed respectfully, relaying the results of the celestial searching technique to the man in black. "Secure the last known position and await the warship to accumulate energy before we set forth," the black-robed man commanded. Although employing the celestial searching technique had depleted the warship's energy, it had yielded the last whereabouts of the calamity goddess. With his formidable cultivation, he was confident he could locate her upon arrival at that place and return with her for a report. In the city of the Celestial Emperor, within the Lord's residence, Jun Xiaoyao occupied the foremost seat, accompanied by Murong Xing'er and the others. At this moment, their faces radiated with excitement. This outcome was unexpected. Although the event would not conclude for several more days, they believed it had already solidified. No one could surpass them, nor could any realm surpass Earth. When the time came, they would be rewarded with astonishing resources. "In just 5 days, we shall be able to enter the celestial realm for cultivation," Ji Qingwu exclaimed joyfully. The celestial sacred veins were exclusive to the members of the 3 major alliances, and even the alliance leaders had only a limited time within. Yet they, on the other hand, would be granted access to the celestial realm for their cultivation. Undoubtedly, the celestial realm would far surpass the sacred veins in value. "Actually, what piques my curiosity the most is the celestial treasury," Murong Xing'er remarked. Within the celestial treasury, extraordinary treasures could be obtained. However, they were not lacking in resources and treasures, for Jun Xiaoyao had already bestowed upon them countless riches. Even if he had not, they had independently acquired innumerable treasures and resources. Jun Xiaoyao, each person has a quota for survival. What are your plans?" The usually reserved Yi Qinxian turned her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao, posing her inquiry. This was her primary concern. "Indeed, Brother Jun, you cannot possibly forsake it," Tian Luobing added. They possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of quotas, which held little significance for them. But for other formidable beings, these quotas represented life itself. Those who fell short would be obliterated within the celestial tower. Let us not dwell on that for now. We shall observe the regulations of the celestial tower. Should we gain control over several hundred or thousand survival opportunities, we could employ secret techniques to select exceptional talents to accompany us, planting these techniques within them to prevent any potential betrayal. This would also constitute an immense reservoir of resources and strength. Jian Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, resources and treasures held little allure for him, as he possessed an abundance that could last a lifetime. What piqued his interest were the quotas for life. If he could secure hundreds or thousands of lesser saints and greater saints, it would constitute a formidable force. Furthermore, within his system, there existed a feature for establishing a super sect. If he could incorporate these individuals into the sect, it would transform into a powerful organization. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he declared his intention to retire for the night. After exchanging pleasantries, Qing Ming departed the hall, followed by Yi Qingxian. Subsequently, Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, and Murong Xinger refrained from disturbing Giant Xiaoyao. He remained seated, lost in contemplation. Indeed, his divine consciousness delved into the origin realm. Xuanji, are there any prerequisites for founding a sect? Giant Xiaoyao inquired of the spirit of the system. In response to the master, establishing a sect requires no conditions. However, the sect leader must be you, master. I suggest selecting a city or a location for the sect's establishment. In fact, the process of building a sect is identical to that of forming the current alliance. The management is governed by super sect rules, relieving the master of any concerns. The more powerful the sect, the greater the rewards for the master, such as points. Xuanji elucidated, dispelling Giant Xiaoyao's uncertainties. Xuanji, I shall establish a sect. The name shall be Eternal Hall. The location, Ancient City. Giant Xiaoyao mused for a moment. Since no conditions were necessary, he resolved to create a sect, intending to incorporate those lesser saints and greater saints. Not only would he gain control over a multitude of greater saints, but he would also leverage the strength of the sect to accrue points. Establishing sect. Sect established successfully. The sect is named Eternal Hall, currently at level LV1. For further details, please refer to the sect panel. In less than a minute, the sect was completed. Following Xuanji's announcement, an independent virtual screen appeared before Giant Xiaoyao, measuring an impressive 10 meters, adorned with numerous pages. The homepage displayed the sect's fundamental information: 1 sect leader, 9 vice leaders, 9 elders, and 9 guardians, 1 divine child, 9 holy sons, and 9 holy daughters. Giant Xiaoyao perused the sect panel with great attention for a full 10 minutes before finally diverting his gaze. This was even more detailed than the alliance's structure, undoubtedly. It was a product of the system's meticulous design, surpassing the alliance's management panel in intricacy. Xuanji, how can we manage the powerful beings within the Celestial Tower once they are incorporated into the sect? Giant Xiaoyao asked, as this was his foremost concern at present. Returning to the master, the sect has its rules. Betrayal will incur severe punishment. The most terrifying punishment is the extraction of the soul and the refining of the spirit. The master may set the criteria, and any hint of rebellion will invoke the sect's punitive measures, instantly erasing the transgressor, Xuanji replied. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon the sect's regulations. The rules were straightforward, yet formidable. Indeed, this sternness was directed towards traitors and those with divided loyalties. As long as one did not betray or sell out the sect, there would be no constraints. For a full half hour, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his consciousness from the Yuan realm. Then, he took out the ancient city. This place would serve as the sect's stronghold. Here, he had acquired 6 fragments of eternity, grasped the laws of the black hole, and obtained this ancient city, which was now under his control, making it an ideal foundation for the sect. In the future, he would settle down, seek a powerful location, and diligently develop the sect, forging an unparalleled force of strength. Time passed day by day, and at last, the individual ranking battles came to a close. The celestial ranking battles concluded. Individual rankings, finished. Celestial rankings, finished. Now, we shall announce the standings of the 2 ranking battles, with rewards distributed as previously declared. After the rewards are dispensed, those victorious in the alliance battle will enter the sacred veins and realms for cultivation. The voice from the Celestial Tower echoed throughout. The ranking battles had ended, and so too would the Celestial Tower. It was over. They were to be annihilated. Jun Tiandi and his companions had slots, regardless of the cost. They had to secure a position, lest they be obliterated within the Celestial Tower. The minor saints had little hope. Only the great saints had a chance. I wished to follow Jun Tiandi. The ranking battles concluded. Some rejoiced while others despaired. This was not merely sorrow, it was utter despair. Now, within the Celestial Tower, there remained 300 million strong practitioners, yet only a minuscule fraction would survive to leave. The rest would be erased by the Celestial Tower. Chapter 235. The Ranking of All Realms. Earth at the apex in an instant, countless formidable beings turned their gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao. For those who ranked within the top 100, a chance at survival awaited them. In other words, They could accompany the top 100 strong and depart the Tower of all realms alive. However, the prerequisite was that they must possess sufficient strength to be acknowledged. Rank 51 to 100, the list is as follows. Will receive 100 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for one item and one skill. Rank 21 to 50, the list is as follows. Will receive 200 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for 3 items and 3 skills. Rank 11 to 20, the list is as follows. Will receive 300 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for 4 items and 4 skills. Rank 4 to 10, the list is as follows. Will receive 400 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for 5 items and 5 skills. Soon, the rankings were revealed. In the void, a colossal luminescent screen displayed the names and their corresponding rewards. In truth, there was no need for an announcement. Everyone was already aware of the standings and the rewards. Third place, Yiqin Xian, will receive 500 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for 8 items and 8 skills. Second place, Qing Ming, will receive 1,000 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the treasure vault of all realms, and the opportunity to exchange for 10 items and 10 skills. First place, Jun Tiandi, will receive 2,000 survival slots for powerful beings, access to the divine hall of all realms, the chance to exchange for 10 items and 10 skills. 1 instance of divine light from all realms, the title of divine sun, and an opportunity to alter the rules of the Tower of all realms. Within a mere 3 minutes, all rankings and rewards were disclosed. Jun Tiandi claimed first place, Qing Ming second, Yi Qingxian third, Morong Xing'er fourth, Tian Luobing fifth, and Ji Qingwu sixth. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of envy and jealousy surged forth. The most envious were those directed towards Jun Tiandi, for he not only secured the top position but also had his companions dominate the top 6 ranks, a situation that seemed utterly unfair. The top 100 will receive survival slots. They may leave the Tower of all realms. Now, Jun Tiandi will select first, followed by the second, third, fourth, and so on, until the end. Those who remain unchosen shall face obliteration. Simultaneously, Jun Tiandi is granted a singular opportunity to amend the rules of the Tower of all realms. The voice of the Tower of all realms began to announce the matter of the survival slots. Indeed, as expected, anyone with a slot would be permitted to leave the Tower of all realms. Upon hearing the final words, the powerful beings within the Tower of all realms, in various new planets and realms, amidst 30,000 ancient worlds, and upon the celestial observation platform, all eyes were fervently fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. For the reward he had garnered was nothing short of extraordinary. This reward possessed the power to alter the very rules of the Tower of all heavens. Now, the question loomed, what rule would the Heavenly Emperor alter? In that moment, an overwhelming sense of anticipation enveloped the crowd. I shall modify the rule such that all great saints, upon passing my trial, may leave the Tower of all heavens at my side, declared Jun Xiaoyao with a calm demeanor. This was the rule he intended to change. In truth, he had acquired countless resources and treasures, rendering further desires unnecessary. However, it seemed a grave loss to obliterate so many lesser and greater saints within the tower. Upon meticulous calculation, he discovered that there were over 8,000 great saints within the tower. If he could escort these formidable beings away, he would possess an unparalleled and powerful faction. This rule, it was undeniably selfish yet astonishingly audacious. If it were me, I would take all beings of lesser saint rank and above. What grand ambition! It was unforeseen that he aimed to liberate all the great saints of the Tower of all heavens, thousands of them. How splendid! I am at the great saint level. I can survive and escape. I vow to follow the Heavenly Emperor unto death. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's proposed alteration, countless individuals were struck with astonishment. Whether from Earth, new planets, or ancient worlds, all were left in a state of disbelief. This proposed rule was perceived as exceedingly selfish by the multitude of powerful beings within the tower, as they yearned for Jun Xiaoyao to take everyone with him. Yet, human nature is inherently selfish, Jun Xiaoyao deemed only the great saints worthy. However, would the Tower of All Heavens consent to such a terrifying rule change? In an instant, a multitude awaited the tower's response. At that moment, new planets, realms, and ancient worlds held their breath in anticipation. Never before had it been heard that the first place could alter the rules. This was a first. Could the rules truly be transformed? Rule change successful, a resonant voice echoed, affirming Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. The rule he sought to change had been successfully enacted. Now, he could escort all great saints from the Tower of All Heavens, provided they passed his trial. Through this portal, you shall pledge unwavering allegiance to me. Those with ulterior motives, wishing to exploit me for escape, shall not pass the trial. This opportunity is singular. Standing atop the heavenly Emperor's city, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and a colossal luminous gate materialized. Those who wish to exit the Tower of All Heavens must pass through this portal. Those who failed the test would not be taken away. The luminous portal, a creation of the system, serves as the gateway to the Eternal Hall. By passing the assessment, one is deemed a disciple of the Eternal Hall. The sect's panel meticulously records the detailed profiles of these individuals while simultaneously embedding a restriction within them. Any trace of treachery will lead to their obliteration, regardless of the vast distances that may separate them. As his voice resonated, numerous figures hurried towards the portal, eagerly queuing to enter. One by one, the great sages approached the gate, and an announcement echoed above. 95% had succeeded, while a mere handful clung to a false hope. Their intent was not to follow Jun Xiaoyao, but merely to secure a chance at survival. However, despair loomed over the majority, instilling fear that precluded any semblance of optimism. Should they fail the test, Emperor Jun would not extend an opportunity from the 2,000 spots available. Even the top 100 would recognize their disloyalty and reject them. Thus, the inevitable outcome would be annihilation. Having lived for decades, even centuries, the weight of this truth was not lost on them. The stakes were too high. Time slipped away, second by second, as all the great sages traversed the portal. Ultimately, 245 succeeded, while 101 fell short. The top 2,000 ranked individuals were selected until the quota was filled. Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed loudly that as the first to choose, he possessed the privilege to select at will. Naturally, being unfamiliar with these formidable beings and unaware of their character or aptitude, he would not scrutinize each one individually. Thus, strength would dictate the terms. Those with the highest rankings would have the opportunity to undergo the test. Passing it meant they could accompany him to safety. Swiftly, countless powerful beings from the celestial realms, ranked highly, rushed forth, eager to test their mettle and follow Jun Xiaoyao to survival. Chapter 236. The Ancestors of Humanity and Dragons. The Chaos Clan. What choice do we have left? The great sage and the most formidable beings have been taken away by Emperor Jun Tian. Alas, what can be done? Indeed, he holds the first rank, possessing the privilege to choose first and the authority to alter the rules. Let us partake of the soup. It is better than having none at all. Witnessing Jun Xiaoyao select the mightiest of the sacred realm, many within the top 100 seethed with resentment, yet found themselves powerless. After all, it was Emperor Jun Tian who ranked first and wielded the power to modify the rules. Half an hour elapsed, and the testing concluded. 2,000 pinnacle small saints were chosen by Jun Xiaoyao. Next came the selection by Qing Ming, who similarly utilized Jun Xiaoyao's portal. They all understood that while the reward slots belonged to them, the benefits ultimately accrued to Jun Xiaoyao. For every strong individual they selected would fall under his management. The greater Jun Xiaoyao became, the safer they felt. Time passed. Half a day went by. Yi Qingxian, Morong Xing'er, Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, and other top contenders had completed their selections. Those left unchosen were engulfed in despair, awaiting their fate, total annihilation. Boom, 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 with the resounding echoes. All those who had not been selected were eradicated by a wave of dark light, devoid of screams, devoid of bloodshed, enveloped in utter silence. Yet, they all comprehended the gravity of the situation. Over 300 million strong souls had been wiped out. In that moment, a chill ran through them, for death loomed perilously close. A reminder of the fragility of life. Following this, the ranks of the celestial competition were to be revealed. Rankings 51 to 100 will receive 5 of the resources and treasures of the celestial tower. Rankings 21 to 50 will receive 10 of the resources and treasures of the celestial tower. Rankings 11 to 20. Will receive 10 of the resources and treasures of the Celestial Tower. Rankings 4 to 10. Will receive 20 of the resources and treasures of the Celestial Tower. Third place, the Mysterious World. Will receive 5 of the resources and treasures of the Celestial Tower. Second place, the Heavenly River World. Will receive 10 of the resources and treasures of the Celestial Tower. First place, Earth. Will receive 40 of the resources and treasures of the Celestial Tower. The rankings of the Celestial competition and their corresponding rewards have finally been announced. Earth, having secured the first position, is granted a staggering 40 of all treasures and resources from the Celestial Tower. This astronomical figure is a testament to the efforts of Jun Xiaoyao and Qing Ming. How splendid! Earth shall shine even brighter in the future. Long live Earth! Long live the Emperor of Heaven! Behold, the myriad of colorful light pillars. They are infused with spiritual and celestial energy. Astonishingly, the presence of sacred intent and power, as well as domains, can be discerned within. Oh my, the Earth has evolved. This is a heavenly artifact. I have indeed discovered a celestial treasure. Upon the announcement of the final rankings, nearly 20 billion souls erupted in exuberant cheers, embracing one another in tears. In that moment, the entire Earth transformed into a sea of joy. Soon after, individuals noticed thousands of luminous pillars illuminating the sky. These pillars consisted of pure spiritual and celestial energy, even imbued with sacred intent and power. The 7 colored beams altered the very environment of our planet. The spiritual energy surged 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold. In merely half a day, the purity and richness of Earth's spiritual energy increased 300 times compared to before, and it continued to pour in, becoming ever more refined and concentrated, as if an endless flow had commenced. Some even stumbled upon heavenly artifacts while walking, while others unwittingly acquired celestial treasures. It was not solely the spiritual energy that grew pure. The celestial energy on Earth became increasingly rich, transforming the planet into a realm of ethereal essence. Moreover, advanced satellites detected the emergence of over 100 life-sustaining planets surrounding Earth. These celestial bodies brimmed with pure and abundant spiritual energy, teeming with endless resources and treasures. Gradually, these planets merged seamlessly with Earth, signifying that our planet had expanded to a magnitude 1,000 times larger than before. Earth had indeed become a paradise. In such an environment, even without the ability to cultivate, one could live for 2 to 3 centuries. Never did we imagine that Earth would one day metamorphose into its current splendor. It is truly magnificent. The Emperor of Heaven remains an eternal deity in the hearts of countless individuals. Additionally, the planets that have integrated with Earth are unclaimed territories, untouched by human habitation, preserving their pristine nature. Nevertheless, the modern Earth is a treasure trove at every turn. As for the rewards from the rankings of the celestial realms, the top 10 will receive their complete bounties within half a month. The worlds of the top 10 will be safeguarded by the Celestial Tower for a duration of 2,000 years. After announcing the rewards, the Celestial Tower elucidated that the resources and treasures awarded to the top 10 worlds are far too numerous to be fully integrated at once. It is impractical to shower billions of resources and treasures upon the world from above. Such chaos would ensue. Thus, these resources and treasures will remain concealed within their respective worlds, awaiting discovery and collection. And thus, we proceed. Radiant beams of light descended upon the formidable champions who had earned their rewards. The Celestial Sacred Vein and the Celestial Divine Realm have now been unveiled. The Celestial Treasury and the Celestial Temple are also accessible. The techniques and skills within the treasury require celestial points for exchange. In 36 days, the Celestial Tower shall conclude. The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated once more. Now is the time to exchange for treasures and resources, as well as to engage in cultivation. Brother Jun, farewell. A group of individuals arrived at the very heart of the 9 grand cities, the location of the Celestial Treasury and the Celestial Temple, as well as the Celestial Sacred Vein and the Celestial Divine Realm. At this moment, Tian Luobing and her companions intended to visit the Celestial Treasury, while Jun Xiaoyao sought the Celestial Temple. We shall meet again shortly, Jun Xiaoyao declared, waving his hand as he proceeded towards the Celestial Temple. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 3 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao stood before the Celestial Temple, which resembled a dwelling of divine emperors. However, It exuded an aura of emptiness, devoid of any presence. The vastness of the temple was unfathomable. Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Is this truly the Celestial Temple? Celestial Temple, welcome. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed, and Jun Xiaoyao recognized it as the voice of the Celestial Tower. Having been in the Celestial Tower for nearly 2 years, he was well acquainted with this voice, though he had never experienced it at such proximity. Where are the treasures? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze sweeping about, concealing his curiosity, astonishment, and confusion deep within his heart. Who, after all, had constructed this Celestial Tower? What purpose did it serve? Young one, in this place, I am the sovereign. Your curiosity, doubts, astonishment, and confusion cannot escape my notice. The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated in Jun Xiaoyao's ears. Simultaneously, within the temple, a phantom materialized, a half-dragon, possessing a human form with a dragon's tail. Chapter 237. The Divine Hall of All Heavens. Eternal artifact, who are you? A human or a dragon? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Since the truth cannot be concealed, let us speak plainly. Is this a human or a dragon? I am one of the ancestors of both the human and dragon races. Belonging to the chaos lineage, the ethereal figure responded. The Tower of All Heavens is my creation. Congratulations on becoming this generation's titled God's son, it continued. Oh, so this Tower of All Heavens is indeed his handiwork. Why create the Tower of All Heavens? Jun Xiaoyao questioned. To maintain the order of the universe. To foster both destruction and life, the figure replied succinctly. At the same time, I have been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, perplexed. While I comprehend the need to maintain cosmic order, after all, controlling war to avoid global chaos is preferable, and only through destruction can greater vitality emerge. What do you mean by waiting for me? Yes, waiting for you. The earth itself is an eternal artifact crafted by me, which has now evolved into a primordial eternal artifact, thus giving rise to the exceptional humanity of earth. Your arrival at the Divine Hall of All Heavens signifies that you are the one I have awaited. Do you wish to take me as your master? The figure asked, its tone calm and unhurried, as if the matter bore no weight upon it. What can you teach me? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. While he did not oppose the idea of taking a master, he sought to understand what knowledge could be imparted. Internally, he was astounded, realizing that this person had crafted the very planet he stood upon, and that Earth was indeed an eternal artifact, far beyond his previous comprehension. Previously, he had been aware of the eternal fragments of Earth, but he had been oblivious to the fact that the planet itself was an eternal artifact. It seems this individual is extraordinary. I do not teach others, the figure stated. I will grant you a singular treasure. Apart from that, I shall protect your Earth for 30,000 years. Whether you can grow is entirely up to you. In this world, true strength comes from one's own path. Treading upon the paths of others will never lead to genuine power. Even if you grasp myriad laws and great principles, they remain the paths of others. The ethereal figure's words left Jun Xiaoyao in astonishment. To take you as my master yet receive no teachings, this was a novel experience. However, as he listened to the figure's reasoning, he found each word resonated with truth. A true master must forge their own path, and following the paths of others will never yield true strength. Disciple pays respects to master. Without further contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao bowed deeply. Slowly, you can currently be considered a named disciple of the true self. Only by attaining divinity within a century can one truly be regarded as a disciple of the true self. At present, you have 2 senior sisters and 1 senior brother. The true self, as the eternal sovereign, exists beyond the 33 layers of the universe. This is merely a fleeting shadow. Without passing the assessment, do not dare to claim yourself as a disciple of the true self. Remember this. The shadow nodded slightly. An invisible force lifted Jun Xiaoyao. The disciple humbly adhered to the teachings of the master. Jun Xiaoyao felt a profound shock. To bear the title of eternity as a Tao name signifies an extraordinary prowess. Yet here he was, unable to ascend to the status of a true disciple. Merely a named disciple. The requirement to attain divinity within a century was indeed a harsh trial. Accept the rewards you rightfully deserve. The shadow of the eternal sovereign, having spoken, bestowed radiant beams of light upon him. The brilliance enveloped Jun Xiaoyao, while simultaneously, his leader's ensemble began to ascend in power. Time flowed by, second by second. 10 minutes later, the rewards had been fully distributed. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's leader's ensemble had reached the 8th tier, with each piece now possessing the might of a supreme sacred artifact, and the entire set rivaling that of a supreme divine weapon. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao chose 2 secret arts, the rule of resurrection and the rule of immortality. In truth, both pertained closely to the laws of life. The rule of resurrection allows one to revive oneself or others. The rule of immortality places oneself in an undying state, enabling infinite resurrection once a certain threshold is reached, closely resembling the laws of life. Together, these 3 laws could ensure his eternal existence. In this world, survival is paramount. The longer one lives, the greater the opportunities that arise. As the saying goes, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Additionally, Jun Xiaoyao selected the Chaos Sacred Flame for Ji Qingwu, the Chaos Ice Flame for Tian Luo Bing, the Chaos Indestructible Scripture for Murong Yenner, the Reincarnation Sacred Canon for Mu Wanjun, the Holy Soul Control for Su Mingyao, and the Chaos Time and Space for Tian Yuzi. Finally, reflecting on it, although Qing Xian often opposed him, she was indeed a good person. Regardless of their circumstances, she was once his fiancée. Thus, he chose the Chaos Sword Domain and the Chaos Sword Intent for her. Upon entering the Divine Temple of all heavens to select 10 treasures and skills, his quota was now exhausted. As he chose the skills, his divine light from the Divine Temple of all heavens had also fully fused, along with the title of the Divine Son. All of your rewards have been claimed. This is the treasure bestowed upon you by the true self, the Divine Temple of all heavens. The Divine Temple of all heavens is an eternal artifact, encompassing both defense and offense. It possesses an internal world measuring 990,000 miles in length, width, and height. Explore it for yourself. Should you fail to attain divinity within a century, the true self shall reclaim the Divine Temple of all heavens. The shadow of the eternal sovereign spoke, and as the words fell, Jun Xiaoyao has now appeared outside the Hall of Celestial Realms, precisely at the location where he had just parted ways with Murong Xinger and the others. Gazing at the Hall of Celestial Realms, he looked down at the palm-sized representation of it in his hand, feeling a profound shock. This eternal artifact is truly extraordinary. No wonder his master claimed he would not teach him, but instead bestow upon him a single treasure. It all makes sense now. With such a possession in his grasp, who could possibly contend with him? The eternal artifact allows him to hide within, impervious even to the gods themselves. Furthermore, the world contained within spans a length, width, and height of 999 million miles, capable of accommodating over 1,000 Earths. What brings him the greatest joy is the assurance that the Eternal Lord shall protect Earth for 30,000 years. As long as he remains on Earth, no one shall dare to cause trouble there. Naturally, this primarily concerns his family and friends. He cannot possibly remain on Earth for eternity. Otherwise, it would indeed be peculiar if he did not ascend to godhood within a century. System, are you aware of my master's existence? Jun Xiaoyao stood still, awaiting Tian Luobing and the others, engaging in a mental exchange with the spirit of the system, Su New Jersey. In response to the master, Su New Jersey acknowledges. In fact, he has sensed Su New Jersey's presence, though he has not confirmed it. Or rather, even if he is aware of my existence, he would likely ignore it, because I am quite similar to him. The spirit of the system replied. Jun Xiaoyao pondered over Su New Jersey's words. His master, the Eternal Lord, must undoubtedly be an extraordinary being. Since the system is akin to him, it implies that if the system were to manifest in human form, it would also bear resemblance to the Eternal Lord. What remarkable powers has he encountered? At that moment, Murong Xinger and her companions emerged from the celestial treasury and approached Jun Xiaoyao. How was your harvest? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a smile. The treasures within the celestial treasury surely cannot be compared to those of the Hall of Celestial Realms, but he was nonetheless curious about the caliber of treasures it contained. Chapter 238. The Turtle Shell Shield. Upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's curious demeanor, the young ladies were utterly delighted. They had selected several remarkable treasures and skills from the celestial treasury, and most importantly, apart from Jun Xiaoyao, they held the highest rankings. Consequently, they were the first to choose and redeem the most powerful and exquisite items available. The thought of it filled them with immense joy. Brother Jun, this is for you. Tian Luo Bing extended her delicate hand, revealing a gilded folding fan. It emanated an ancient aura, appearing simple yet undeniably a supreme artifact. Upon entering the celestial treasury, she had spotted it immediately and, thinking of Jun Xiaoyao, had unhesitatingly exchanged for it. "Thank you, Binger," Jun Xiaoyao replied joyfully as he accepted the fan. A supreme artifact to play with was indeed a rarity, even for him. "This is for you, my love." Morong Xing'er presented a hairpin, suitable for securing hair, particularly useful when Jun Xiaoyao donned his golden crown. This, too, was a supreme artifact. Next, Ji Qingwu and Qingming also bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao supreme artifacts, all of which were accessories, devoid of any skills or techniques. As they understood he had no need for such. "Hey, do you want this?" Yi Qingxian interjected, her petite face turned slightly aside, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. With a gesture, she revealed a palm-sized shield resembling a turtle shell. However, despite its appearance, this turtle shell-like shield was the sole world-class artifact within the celestial treasury, possessing defiance of heaven's defense, an item that had caught Yi Qingshuan's eye. "A turtle shell? You little rascal, are you insulting me?" Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Gazing at the shield reminiscent of a turtle shell, the words "little rascal" instinctively emerging in his mind. "Humph, do you think I am as simple-minded as you? Just take it. Don't get yourself killed," Yi Qingxian retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, gifting such an item could be construed as an insult. Yet its formidable defense was undeniable. She had sacrificed 4 slots to acquire it. Otherwise, she could have exchanged for 4 supreme artifacts. "Young Master Jun, this turtle shell comes from Miss Qingshuan's goodwill, exchange for 4 slots," Qingming interjected, understanding Yi Qingshuan's intentions as a fellow young woman. "Thank you. No one in this world can defeat me. By the way, this is for you," Jun Xiaoyao said, accepting the turtle shell shield. He was certainly not foolish. Understanding the good intentions of Yi Qingxian, he could not help but feel the weight of wasted opportunities, lamenting the 4 slots that could have been exchanged for 4 supreme artifacts. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, wishing not to hurt Yi Qingshuan's feelings. As he contemplated this, a radiant orb of light formed in the palm of Jun Xiaoyao's hand, which he then presented to Yi Qingxian. Subsequently, he retrieved several more orbs of light, offering them to Ji Qingwu and the others, crafted specifically for their exchange. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Thank you, Jungu. Thank you, husband. Thank you, young Master Jun. Thank you." The delight on their faces was palpable as they observed Jun Xiaoyao selecting powerful techniques for them. They were acutely aware that the treasures within the heavenly temple far surpassed those in the heavenly treasury, assuring them of the preciousness of their gifts. Their hearts swelled with joy, knowing that as they thought of Jun Xiaoyao, he too thought of them. There is a saying, "The greatest happiness lies in the mutual affection between 2 souls. When I think of you, you think of me." Ding! Event triggered. Tian Luo Bing. Ji Qingwu, Yi Qingxian, Morong Xing'er, Qingming reward the host with treasures, awarding 5 billion points. "Let us proceed to cultivate," Jun Xiaoyao declared with a smile as he made his way toward the celestial realm of gods. Upon arrival at this sacred place of cultivation, they swiftly approached a teleportation gate. Once they entered, they were transported to an endless expanse of starry skies. This celestial domain was suffused with ethereal energy and divine power. Devoid of any mundane spiritual energy, the lowest level here was pure celestial essence. The richness of the celestial energy here was 500 times that of the Tiandi city, and the divine power was 100 times greater. In this environment, even a pig could grow stronger in a single day. It was no wonder that only the top-ranking alliance had the privilege of entering this realm, while even the leader of the second-ranking alliance was allotted merely 1 day for cultivation. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao enjoyed a full month, and Tian Luo Bing and her companions each had 10 days. Upon their arrival, Tian Luo Bing and her companions wasted no time. For every second in this place was invaluable. Leaving this realm would mean losing the opportunity to find such an environment elsewhere. Indeed, this was a once-in-a-millennium chance. Boom. After half an hour, Ji Qingwu was the first to break through, followed closely by Tian Luo Bing, surrounded by the pure celestial essence and divine power. Their cultivation levels soared even without the need for active practice. Within a single day, aside from Jun Xiya, Morong Xing'er and the others had all advanced at least 1 realm. Time flowed like a river. The vice leader of the Tiandi alliance, along with elders, guardians, and legion leaders, arrived at the celestial realm of gods, each seeking a place to cultivate. As time flowed on, the leaders of the Celestial Emperor Alliance and the Invincible Alliance, along with their protectors, gradually departed. Soon, Tian Luo Bing and her companions also ventured forth. As the 10-day period had elapsed, although Jun Xiaoyao was diligently immersed in his cultivation, his consciousness enveloped everything around him, allowing him to keenly perceive each of their breakthroughs. Qing Ming had ascended to a lower celestial saint. Yi Qingxian and Murong Xing had reached the upper great saint level, while Tian Luo Bing and Ji Qingwu had attained the mid-great saint rank. Ding! Event triggered. Qing Ming's cultivation has advanced. Yi Qingxuan's cultivation has advanced. Murong Xinger's cultivation has advanced. Tian Luo Bing's cultivation has advanced. Ji Qingwu's cultivation has advanced. Reward points. For billion. Observing their swift progress filled Jun Xiaoyao with immense joy. At last, on the 10th day, he too broke through to the lower celestial saint level. Following this breakthrough, his cultivation surged upward. By the 14th day, he had reached the mid-celestial saint level. By the 19th day, he attained the upper celestial saint level. On the 23rd day, he became a celestial saint. And by the 29th day, he achieved the peak of the extreme celestial saint level. As the 30th day arrived, although Jun Xiaoyao's extreme celestial saint cultivation reached its zenith, he still required more time to break through. On this final day, he devoted only half a day to cultivation. During the subsequent half-day, Jun Xiaoyao activated the primordial realm, voraciously absorbing the celestial energy and sacred power from the myriad divine realms. The divine realms erupted with a cacophony of sound. Jun Xiaoyao felt reassured, for the celestial tower was crafted by his master. A small amount of celestial energy and sacred power would surely not invoke any objections from his master, especially since he had been bestowed the eternal artifact. Furthermore, the celestial tower opened only once every 2,000 years. Even if he drained the celestial energy and sacred power from the myriad divine realms entirely, it would likely be restored by the next opening. Of course, if it did not recover, it would simply be unfortunate for the next generation of prodigies. Everyone's fortunes and fates are unique. After all, they had encountered the former Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, the eternal sovereign did not impede him. Within the primordial realm, the core area, celestial source area, sacred power area, and treasure area were continuously inundated with celestial energy and sacred power. The spiritual energy surged to 300 times, 310 times, 320 times. Celestial energy reached 31, 32, 33. Sacred power stood at 31, 32, 33. Sacred intent also at 31, 32, 33. After half a day, Jun Xiaoyao distinctly sensed that the celestial energy and sacred power within the myriad divine realms had dwindled significantly, now reduced to merely 1/10 of their original quantity, prompting him to gradually cease his efforts. The 4 major areas within the primordial realm now boasted spiritual energy levels reaching a staggering 1,000 times, celestial energy at 500 times, and sacred power and intent at 100 times. Such was the state of the primordial realm now. These 4 regions, in a sense, constitute a new celestial realm. Moreover, they surpass the celestial realm itself. After all, he has assimilated the ethereal essence, sacred power, and divine intent from the entire celestial realm into the primordial domain. Chapter 239, Sister Qingxian, are you snatching a husband? You resemble your senior sister. Within the realm of the myriad heavens, the voice of the eternal sovereign, the esteemed master, echoed, a sound ethereal, seemingly emanating from an indiscernible source. It appeared that my temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of my senior sister. Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently and replied with utmost reverence, acknowledging that many eons ago, his senior sister had engaged in actions akin to his present conduct. Once he had composed his thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao departed from the realm of the myriad heavens. There was no further need for cultivation in this place. After exiting the realm, he made his way back to the Celestial Emperor City. In the void, the voice of the celestial tower resonated, or rather, it was the voice of the eternal sovereign, specifically the echo of his ethereal form. Such a figure of grandeur would undoubtedly remain unperturbed by trivial matters. Suddenly, golden rays of light emerged in the void, sweeping up countless formidable beings as they ascended towards the heavens, ultimately departing from the celestial tower. As time elapsed, It finally became the turn of the Celestial Emperor's city. With a deft motion of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao ushered numerous great saints and lesser saints into the ancient city, the stronghold of their sect. Once all was accomplished, the members of the Celestial Emperor Alliance were also swiftly transported away. However, at that moment, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu were swept away by a surge of golden light, ascending towards the horizon. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xinger, along with a few others, were conveyed in an entirely different direction. This unfolding scene left Jun Xiaoyao's heart in turmoil. Brother Jun, Brother Xiaoyao. The voices of Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu echoed from the skies, tinged with sorrow and an overwhelming sense of longing. Concurrently, a blue jade slip soared towards Jun Xiaoyao. In the blink of an eye, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu vanished, as if they had evaporated from existence in this world. What is happening? Jun Xiaoyao grasped the blue jade slip, rapidly being enveloped by golden light. He felt utterly lost, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, entirely at a loss for how to react. At this moment, he yearned to understand the reason behind this separation. He was compelled to inquire of his master why they were being transported apart. Though the circumstances remained unclear, he sensed that this separation might signify an eternal farewell, a parting that would render them incapable of reunion. Young Master Jun, Binger and Qingwu are not from Earth. Thus, they will be sent back to their original world. Came the voice of Qingming beside him. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be true? Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu are not from Earth. Who are you trying to deceive? Notification. Event triggered. Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu separate from the master. Reward points 4 billion. Qingming is right. Once the teleportation concludes, I will inform you. The answer is Yi Qingxian. Very well. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor. Yet a single strand of white hair appeared at his temples, revealing the significance of Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu's departure. It aged him in an instant. His overall disposition was somber, his eyes slightly closed, lost in contemplation. Beside him, Murong Xing gently embraced his arm, leaning against him, wishing to lend him her support. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, until the teleportation ended. A bright light enveloped them as Jun Xiaoyao and the others materialized in a grand plaza. The ground was adorned with white jade, and the ethereal aura created an ambience akin to a celestial realm. In the plaza, millions of formidable beings gathered, each having emerged alive from the Tower of All Heavens, standing according to their ranking in the All Heavens value system. Jun Xiaoyao and his companions stood on the highest step. Opposite the plaza, a grand dais loomed, upon which thousands of powerful figures gazed intently at the plaza, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Welcome to the Eastern Celestial Domain. Those ranked beyond the top 100 in All Heavens value may choose to join new factions or sections. For those unwilling to remain in the Eastern Celestial Domain, a return to your original world will commence in 3 days. A resonant voice echoed across the plaza. Yet, all external matters were of no consequence to Jun Xiaoyao. His gaze turned toward Yi Qingxian, Tian Luobing, and Ji Qingwu, the Empress of Tai Xian and the Demon Emperor of the 5th Demon Domain. Both had lived for 3 to 4 millennia, engaged in battles for 2 to 3 millennia, and perished unexpectedly in their final conflict, reincarnating on Earth. Now, having no ties to the Eastern Celestial Domain, they were destined to return to their original world. Yi Qingxian spoke softly, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, a hint of warmth concealed within her eyes. She had mastered the Chaos Sword domain and the intent of the Chaos Sword. After careful consideration, she realized that Jun Xiaoyao possessed 10 slots. He would surely exchange for techniques or treasures for Mu Wanjun and the others, and considering himself, each could only receive 1 treasure or technique. To her astonishment, she found that Jun Xiaoyao had thought of her, even offering her 2 choices. How did you know? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, scrutinizing Yi Qingxian. Because I am not from Earth either, she replied. During my last sojourn in the sacred realm, I annulled my engagement, partly due to my belief that I could return to my own world. However, I was unexpectedly transported back to Earth. A few days ago, while conversing with Binger and Qingwu, they disclosed certain matters to me. I had intended to inform you upon my return to Earth, but alas, we were separated. Yi Qingxian remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Ding. Event triggered. The master has discerned the identities of Tian Luobing, Ji Qingwu, and Yi Qingxian. Reward points. 30 billion. You belong to the Eastern Wilderness domain, do you not? Jun Xiaoyao said, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth, albeit feebly. Indeed. The master of the Guiyuan Heavenly Sect in the Tianming realm. Would you care to accompany me to the Guiyuan Heavenly Sect? Yi Qingxian nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation and a hint of shyness, for she contemplated the prospect of their budding relationship, perhaps even forging a partnership. The Tianming realm is not merely a world, it is a territory within the Eastern Celestial Domain. The Guiyuan Heavenly Sect is one of the 10 foremost sects within the Tianming realm. Are you vying for a husband, Qingxian? Murong Xing'er interjected, perceptively recognizing Yi Qingchuan's sentiments. Although Yi Qingxian had not articulated them directly. Who would covet such a thing? I merely perceived his homelessness, Yi Qingxian retorted, her exquisite visage flushing crimson. Yet, her denial rang hollow, lacking conviction. Haha, I thought the name of the fair Qingxian sounded familiar. So you are indeed the master of the Guiyuan Heavenly Sect. Pray do not claim that Jun Mingzhu is without a home, for he shall be journeying to the great Qin Empire, which serves as the second homeland for countless Huaxia ancestors. Furthermore, Qingxian, are you not also of Huaxia descent? At that moment, a hearty voice resonated as Ying Tianzi approached. Chapter 240. The choice of Jun Xiaoyao. It appears that the multitude of formidable beings in the square have begun to select their respective sects and factions. Those who have emerged alive from the Celestial Tower are all prodigious entities of the sacred realm. Naturally, the super sects and factions are eager to recruit them. However, what they value most are the top 100 prodigious powerhouses. Among them, Jun Tiandi is the most sought after by all factions, as he himself embodies a superpower. In the Celestial Tower, upon encountering Yi Qingxian, Ying Tianzi felt a sense of curiosity, as if he had seen her before and had heard tales of her illustrious name. Yet, he could not recall where he had encountered her. It was beyond his expectations to discover that Yi Qingxian was, in fact, the reincarnation of the master of the Guiyuan Celestial Sect. Ying Tianzi, the prince of the Daqin Empire, remarked, I have met you in your youth, esteemed Lady Qingxian. Yi Qingxian furrowed her brows, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, I remember encountering you, but it seems unnecessary to address you as senior now, as it would imply your aging. Ying Tianzi chuckled, his tone exceedingly polite, and even respectful before Yi Qingxian. For she had been the revered master of the 10 great celestial sects of the Tianming realm a century prior, a remarkable woman hailed as the sword deity. Even the emperor praised her, asserting that the eastern wilderness would belong to Yi Qingxian and her brethren in the coming millennium. Yet, it was unforeseen that the Guiyuan celestial sect would decline overnight, and its master would vanish from sight. It turns out that the master of the Guiyuan celestial sect had reincarnated. At that moment, on the high platform opposite the square, countless formidable beings were sending jade talismans towards Jun Xiaoyao. In an instant, thousands of jade talismans appeared before him. Each jade talisman bore a message, straightforward and easily comprehensible, outlining conditions, promises, and benefits, all in hopes of enticing Jun Xiaoyao to join their sects and factions. The Tianhao Holy Gate, a super sect of the Eastern Wilderness, welcomed young Master Jun to join, offering the status of Divine Son, the position of current Vice Master, and the prospect of becoming the next Master. The Qingwei Empire, one of the 33 empires of the Eastern Wilderness, extended a welcome to young Master Jun, promising a marriage to the 9th princess, the status of a prince, in a territory of 300,000 miles. The Taiwan Celestial Sect, another super sect of the Eastern Wilderness, invited young Master Jun, offering the status of Divine Son, the current Vice Sect Master, and the resources at his disposal, along with the prospect of becoming the next Sect Master. By Lai Celestial Sect, Dongming Empire. As Jun Xiaoyao surveyed the scene, he was met with a deluge of information. The benefits offered were extraordinary. The sects promised the status of Divine Son, the current Vice Master, and the next Sect Master, with resources and treasures at their disposal. The kingdoms and empires offered marriages, territories, and princely titles, all remarkably similar in their allure. They have all shown utmost sincerity. It is believed that throughout the eons, Jun Mingzhu stands as the foremost figure. Beside him, Ying Tianzi quivered with admiration. How enviable! Even though he is the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, he pales in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao, who is leagues above him. One might say that wherever Jun Xiaoyao goes, he is second to none, destined to soon become a supreme overlord. Such a status is nothing short of extraordinary. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that all factions and kingdoms have extended such preferential treatment to Jun Xiaoyao. My husband, murmured Murong Xinger, softly calling out to Jun Xiaoyao, eager to discern his choice, whether to return to Earth or remain in the Eastern Celestial Domain. In truth, the present Earth bears little distinction from a realm of immortals, having seamlessly integrated into the fantastical world, not far removed from the Eastern Celestial Domain. I wish to visit the Great Qin Empire, Jun Xiaoyao declared without hesitation or contemplation. Joining other sects or empires was out of the question, for he was the sovereign of the Eternal Palace, presiding over countless great and lesser saints, with ambitions to forge the most powerful force in the universe. Even if he were to join an empire, it would undoubtedly be the Great Qin Empire, as it was founded by the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. Excellent. Splendid. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Ing Tianze was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his seat. He then announced Jun Xiaoyao's decision. The moment Ing Tianze spoke, countless prestigious sects and factions, as well as kingdoms and empires, felt a wave of disappointment, curious about the benefits the Great Qin Empire offered that prompted Jun Xiaoyao's allegiance. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, wary of creating misunderstandings or rifts with the Emperor of Heaven. However, some managed to uncover that Jun Tiandi himself hailed from the ancestral lands of the Great Qin Empire, and, naturally, he would align himself with it. What came as a surprise was that after Jun Tiandi chose the Great Qin Empire, nearly 900,000 members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, who had yet to select a sect or faction, all opted to join the Great Qin Empire following Jun Tiandi's decision. Even the 7 deputy alliances, 12 elders, 12 guardians, and 12 legion leaders chose to follow Jun Xiaoyao into the Great Qin Empire. It can be said that 2/3 of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance suddenly pledged their allegiance to the Great Qin Empire. This development left countless sects and factions, kingdoms, and empires in envy, and even more astonishing was Jun Xiaoyao's personal charisma, for it was solely due to Jun Tiandi that these members joined the Great Qin Empire. In the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire, within the court, at this moment, a multitude of celestial beings and revered saints, including the 8 great holy kings, have convened. They are all anxiously awaiting the final outcome, eager to discern which faction or empire the celestial Emperor Jun will align with. There is little hope for an alliance with the Great Qin Empire, as numerous powers and sects within the Eastern Celestial Domain surpass it in strength. The conditions and benefits offered by those formidable factions are undoubtedly more enticing than those of the Great Qin Empire. It can be said that the likelihood of the Celestial Emperor Jun joining the Great Qin Empire is merely 1%, and that chance relies entirely on the emotional ties with Huaxia and the Great Qin. Within the imperial court, a flurry of information is relayed, detailing the movements from the observation platform and noting which prodigies and powerful figures have affiliated themselves with various factions and sections. The Celestial Emperor Jun, faced with no viable choices, remains steadfast in his decision. This information consistently underscores that he has not chosen to join any sect or faction, nor any empire or kingdom. Naturally, the inhabitants of the Great Qin Empire are aware that the unparalleled talents Qing Ming and Murong Yin'er will undoubtedly accompany the Celestial Emperor Jun, as they are likely among his consorts. Securing the Celestial Emperor would also mean acquiring these extraordinary prodigies. Upon the imperial throne, Emperor Ingzheng grows increasingly anxious. Reports from the Crown Prince arrive with urgency, and outside the court, a series of hasty voices emerge from the Qintian Observatory, a place dedicated to intelligence and information. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the court turn toward the grand gates of the palace, for the message from the Crown Prince is assuredly of great significance. Chapter 241. The 3 million miles of fiefdom bestowed upon the Celestial Emperor. In a fleeting moment, a figure swiftly entered the palace. The Shadow Guard proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince has conveyed a message. The Celestial Emperor has chosen to join the Great Qin Empire." Simultaneously, the Celestial Alliance, comprising 900,000 members, 7 vice allies, 12 elders, 12 guardians, and 12 legion commanders, has also elected to join the Great Qin Empire. After bowing in respect, the Shadow Guard announced this momentous news, relayed by the Crown Prince Ing Tianze through the swiftest of secret arts. Good. Upon hearing this information, Emperor Ingzheng rose, exclaiming the word thrice. An unparalleled imperial aura radiated from him, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world. With a single imperial wrath, countless bones lay in his wake. Emperor Yingzheng had established the Great Qin Empire in the Eastern Celestial Realm, having slaughtered not just hundreds of thousands, but millions. Indeed, it was measured in the billions. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Voices of congratulations resonated throughout the court as everyone expressed heartfelt joy. The Celestial Emperor was considered their descendant, hailing from the lands of Earth, specifically from the Huaxia civilization. Such an extraordinary prodigy joining the Great Qin Empire heralded an immeasurable future. The stronger the Great Qin Empire grew, the safer they felt. This sentiment was understood by all beings and humans alike, and they acted accordingly. A decree was drafted. Let the entire Great Qin Empire celebrate for 10 days. The Great Qin army shall retreat 100 miles to welcome the Celestial Emperor and the Celestial Alliance into the Great Qin Empire. The sixth princess shall be granted in marriage, the title of Divine Son bestowed, a fief of 300,000 miles conferred, and the Celestial Emperor shall be ennobled. Emperor Yingzheng spoke, instructing the drafting of the decree to confer titles upon the Celestial Emperor, as well as the Celestial Alliance. Soon, the imperial edict spread throughout the Great Qin Empire, igniting shock and excitement. Who, then, was this Celestial Emperor? A defiance against fate. Even the next generation of emperors could scarcely receive such grand titles. Who was the Celestial Emperor, truly? It was said that he was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the past million years, coveted by all within the Eastern Celestial Realm, each striving to recruit him into their sects and empires. Ultimately, the Celestial Emperor chose the Great Qin Empire, reputedly a genius from the ancestral land of the emperors. Undoubtedly, he was the next generation's sovereign. The Celestial Emperor was unparalleled within the Great Qin Empire. To be titled the Celestial Emperor was a rank surpassing that of a prince. The Great Qin Empire was in a state of fervor and astonishment. Yet, 99% of the populace remained unaware of the Celestial Emperor's true identity, as his news could only travel from the observation tower to the imperial palace, and from there disseminated outward. Naturally, they were unaware of the matters surrounding the Celestial Tower. However, one thing was certain. The Celestial Emperor wielded unparalleled power. The observation tower drew its curtain. Countless superpowers, empires, kingdoms, and sects, accompanied by their chosen prodigies, departed in unison. Jun Xiaoyao, Morong Xing'er, Qing Ming, and Yi Qingxian followed General Ing Tianzi of the Great Qin Empire as they left the observation platform, swiftly boarding a celestial beast carriage that soared towards the Great Qin Empire. The celestial beast carriage, measuring an impressive 15 meters in length and 10 meters in width, was drawn by 3 beast kings, gliding through the air at an astonishing speed. Inside the carriage, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness delved into a blue jade slip, a message bestowed upon him by Tian Luo Bing after her transmission. Brother Jun, I am deeply sorry for not sharing many things with you. I hail from the Tai Xin heaven, while Ji Qingwu comes from the 5th demon realm. Rest assured, we shall not engage in combat again. You must come find us. We await you in Tai Xin heaven or the 5th demon realm. Missing you. The voice within the jade slip belonged to Tian Luo Bing, cold yet alluring. At this moment, it carried a sense of longing and a hint of sorrow, suggesting she had wept while leaving this message. After reviewing the jade slip, Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then stored the slip within his Yuan realm, determined to seek them out in Tai Xian heaven and the 5th demon realm once he had resolved matters on Earth and in the Eastern Celestial domain. Fortunately, during his time on Earth, he had provided them with countless resources and treasures, ample enough that they could not exhaust them even over a century. Not to mention the rewards from the Celestial Tower. He believed they would lack for nothing and would not need to venture into perilous situations due to scarcity. My dear, after some time, let us seek out Binger and Qingwu, Morong Xing'er said gently, aware of Jun Xiaoyao's distress. Such a situation would be painful for anyone to endure. Indeed, they are cunning and will not cause us worry, Jun Xiaoyao replied, a smile gracing his face. How splendid. One an empress, the other a demon emperor. Both are formidable figures, and I trust they will not face misfortune. When I find you, I shall teach you both a proper lesson. Haha, are you implying that we are simply old women? Interjected Yi Qingxian. In truth, she too bore a heavy heart, for her sect, the Guiyuan Celestial Sect, had declined in her absence. Now merely a minor sect of little repute. I feel as though I was your enemy in a past life, said Jun Xiaoyao, at a loss for words. Did I ever express such a sentiment? He mused. Before delving into cultivation, one might consider anyone under 30 as youthful, but after embarking on the path of cultivation, such notions vanish, for the strong can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Saints can live for tens of thousands of years. Take me. For instance, Tian Sheng can live for 100,000 years. In their previous lives, Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu were merely 3,000 to 4,000 years old, undeniably among the youngest of the mighty. Moreover, they do not exist in their former lives, but rather in this current reincarnation. If one were to consider their age, they are but 20 years old. You may have lived for an extensive period in your past life. Yet, in comparison to Ji Qingwu and Tian Luobing, you still fall significantly short. Furthermore, what does age truly matter? As long as one possesses an admirable physique, that suffices. In the Grand Palace of the Great Qin Empire, the Shaoyang Palace is typically a residence for men or the royal princes. However, the master of the Great Qin's Shaoyang Palace is a breathtakingly beautiful maiden of merely 16 years. This young girl, at the tender age of 16, is renowned as the most exquisite beauty within the Great Qin Empire. Additionally, she possesses unparalleled talent, having ascended to the semi-holy realm at such a young age. The emperor has meticulously nurtured her, intending to cultivate her into the empress of the Great Qin Empire to govern the entire realm. This illustrates the exceptional nature of her gifts. However, she is not the emperor's daughter, but rather his great-granddaughter. After all, the emperor has lived for several millennia. Despite having countless concubines, he has devoted himself to governance and the expansion of the Great Qin Empire, striving to reach the sacred king level of cultivation, which makes conceiving a son or daughter quite challenging. Consequently, there are currently only 33 heirs within the entire Great Qin Empire. Once the emperor's princess marries, she no longer holds the title of princess. In the realm of the Great Qin Empire, the present-day princesses are all descendants of the emperor. Humph. The ancestral emperor is being unfair. I have no desire to marry, a stunning young girl pouted, her delicate lips forming a frown, her little face puffed up in displeasure. It was evident that she was upset, for she had just received an imperial decree mandating her marriage to the Juntian emperor. Although she had heard whispers of such an arrangement previously, she had dismissed them. Now, upon receiving the official decree, she realized it was no mere rumor. After all, this was the ancestral emperor's command. She could not fathom being betrothed to another. It is crucial to understand that she is the treasured jewel in the ancestral emperor's palm, destined to become the empress of the Great Qin Empire. How could the emperor possibly bestow her upon another man? And who exactly is the Juntian emperor? Chapter 242. The Great Qin Empire welcomes the return of the celestial emperor Jun'a. This is driving me to despair. Jun Tiandi, I shall strike you down. The young lady, the sixth princess of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Luo, exclaimed. Luoer, do not speak so recklessly. You are already 16 years old. The emperor ancestor has arranged your marriage for your own good. Your betrothed is merely 23, not much older than you, and in 3 days, he will arrive at the empire. The speaker was the sixth princess's mother. The princess had been engrossed in her cultivation within the palace and was oblivious to the events outside. What a figure this Jun Tiandi is. The emperor's decision to bestow such a marriage upon the sixth princess must be for the benefit of both the empire and the princess herself. Mother, do you know something? Ing Yuluo furrowed her brow. Why do you and the emperor ancestor favor this Jun Tiandi so? I am your kin, yet he is but an outsider. Even if he hails from the mightiest empire in the eastern celestial domain, how could the emperor ancestor bestow my hand upon him? What exactly is the background of this Jun Tiandi? Could he be one of the 10 prodigious beings that once suppressed the era? Yet, those 10 paragons have no desire to ally with the Great Qin Empire, and they are already 200 to 300 years old. To be honest, even the 10 mightiest prodigies of the eastern celestial domain do not capture my interest, let alone others. I shall tell you, lest you offend him, her mother replied. He is known as Jun Tiandi, hailing from a place not of martial civilization, yet he entered the mystical realm of the eastern celestial domain, competing with 110,000 new planets and dimensions, alongside 30,000 ancient worlds. Those ranked among the last 20,000 shall be relegated to the battlefield. His ancestral land ranks third from the bottom, while other new planets and dimensions send 10 individuals into the celestial tower, and each ancient world sends 10,000. However, his ancestral land, with its low martial civilization, could only send 6, for half-saints and 2 venerables, into the celestial tower, where they competed against billions of holy realms. Jun Tiandi, accompanied by several half-saints and venerables, swept through all opposition, elevating his ancestral land to the 30,000th position. In a final, decisive move, he vanquished hundreds of holy realms, establishing the first alliance and dominating 3 of the 9 greats. During the Alliance War, he decimated rival alliances, claiming dominion over the entire battlefield. He has been hailed as the most extraordinary prodigy of the Eastern Celestial Domain in a million years, with the entire realm offering him the most generous terms to win his allegiance. Ultimately, he chose the Great Qin Empire, stating simply, thousands of years ago, there was the ancestral dragon. Thousands of years later, there is me, Jun Tiandi. The ancestral land of Huaxiao and the Great Qin Empire share a common lineage. The 6th princess's mother spoke steadily for a full hour, recounting all that Jun Tiandi had accomplished within the celestial tower. Jun Tiandi is indeed unparalleled, sweeping through the celestial tower with unmatched prowess, controlling the entire celestial tower, even altering its rules thereafter. Is it true? Listening to her mother's words, Ying Yuluo felt a shock in her heart. Could there truly be such an extraordinary prodigy in this world? Surely, her mother was not fabricating tales to comfort her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, anticipation had already begun to blossom within. She longed to discern whether the Emperor Jun Tian truly existed. If he possessed such formidable prowess, then indeed, the imperial ancestor had her best interests at heart. It must be genuine. A few months prior, the emperor had intended to betroth her to him. Now, with a territory spanning 300,000 miles, he was conferred the title of Emperor Jun, and the entire Great Qin Empire celebrated for 10 days. The imperial legions retreated 100 miles to welcome Emperor Jun Tian into the Great Qin Empire. Tell me, could her mother deceive her? The birth mother of the 6th princess gently caressed her daughter's flowing hair, speaking tenderly. Unbeknownst to them, her daughter had already grown up. It wouldn't be long before she would become a wife and a mother. For 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xinger spent their time aboard the beast carriage. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious, offering ample room to rest. At last, they entered the territory of the Great Qin Empire, and wherever they went, be it a small town or a grand city, celebrations erupted in honor of Emperor Jun Tian. In just 3 days, the entire Great Qin Empire had learned of Emperor Jun Tian's remarkable feats, the betrothal to the 6th princess, the conferral of 300,000 miles of territory, the title of Emperor Jun, and his command over the Emperor's Legion. Even the legions of the Great Qin Empire had retreated 100 miles to welcome Emperor Jun Tian. My dear husband, you have now become a renowned figure throughout the Great Qin Empire. I believe it won't be long before the entire Eastern Celestial Domain is aware of your existence. Murong Xinger nestled close to Jun Xiaoyao, her mature and alluring figure almost causing one to bleed from the nose. During these 3 days, with Yi Qingxian and Qingming present, Jun Xiaoyao endured considerable discomfort. In this moment, he wished he could chastise Yi Qingxian and Qingming, or perhaps even punish them. What good was fame if it did not enhance one's power? Jun Xiaoyao scoffed. Within the beast carriage, he spent most of his time acclimatizing to his cultivation and strength. Otherwise, he might be provoked into a reckless state by Murong Xinger. This way, more beautiful women will be drawn to you, Murong Xinger remarked with a giggle. Nearby, Yi Qingxian cast a disapproving glance at Murong Xinger, as if to say, as Jun Xiaoyao's wife, shouldn't you be more protective? Do you truly wish for him to have more women? Can you speak more sensibly? Jun Xiaoyao playfully smacked Murong Xinger on her pert backside, the sensation delightfully springy and utterly captivating. Had it not been for Qingming and Yi Qingshuan's presence, he would have thoroughly tormented Murong Xinger for several days. During this time, she had been exceedingly arrogant, knowing he could do nothing to her, and incessantly teasing him. Do you not like it? Murong Xinger pouted, rubbing her backside. Just moments ago, she had felt a sting, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration. I believe you are far more entertaining. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, emphasizing the word entertaining with particular weight. Murong Xinger was fully aware of the implications of that word. In fact, even Yi Qingxian and Qingming, nearby, caught the subtle undertone. causing both young women's faces to flush crimson. They silently chastised Jun Xiaoyao, wondering if he truly considered them invisible, so unabashed was his demeanor. Enough of this, you two. Once we arrive, you may engage in whatever antics you desire, but please refrain from flaunting your affection here, Yi Qingxian interjected, a hint of irritation in her voice. As a young woman herself, she found it hard to endure the antics of Murong Xinger and Jun Xiaoyao. Had she the strength to confront Jun Xiaoyao, she would have undoubtedly intervened, but alas, she was no match for him. Simply avert your gaze, Jun Xiaoyao suggested, though he tempered his behavior considerably and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed, each second slipping away. Noon arrived in the capital of the Great Qin Empire, the holy city of Luoyang, which was bustling with life. Spanning an immense 800,000 miles, Luoyang boasted a resident population that reached a staggering 100 billion, making every inch of this land extraordinarily valuable. Here lay the very center of power, politics, culture, and the arena for the mightiest warriors of the Great Qin Empire. At this moment, a crimson carpet stretched for 100 miles down the main avenue, leading into the imperial palace. Such grandeur and scale had never before been witnessed in the Great Qin Empire, underscoring the significance of the arrival of Emperor Jun. On either side of the red carpet stood the elite and mighty of the Great Qin Empire, alongside disciples from the academies. Throughout the grand city, countless virtual screens displayed information about the Celestial Tower, detailing the 11,000 new star realms and dimensions, over 30,000 ancient worlds, as well as the alliance wars, the celestial rankings, and personal duels. The 9 unparalleled champions were also highlighted, along with the rules governing the Celestial Tower. Most importantly, the screens showcased Emperor Jun's achievements and all pertinent details regarding his prowess within the Celestial Tower. Chapter 243, Meeting the Grand Ancestor of the Great Qin in the brief span of 3 days. Countless individuals within the Great Qin Empire became acutely aware of the origins and prodigious talents of the Emperor Jun. It is no exaggeration to acclaim him as the foremost prodigy in the Eastern Celestial Domain over the past millennium, for his prowess transcends mere extraordinary talent. He is, in essence, an invincible force. The true extent of his power remains a mystery, yet numerous superlative beings, upon observing his techniques and combat skills within the Celestial Tower, have concluded that he is capable of contending with even the heavenly saints and perhaps the supreme saints. Remarkably, he is merely 23 years of age. If granted a century's time, even the sacred kings might find themselves outmatched. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the imperial capital, the resounding chimes of 9 mighty bells echoed throughout the sacred city of Luoyang, the capital of the Great Qin Empire. As the ringing subsided, the entire city was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling an ethereal realm. The Great Qin Empire heralds the return of Emperor Jun. Within the imperial palace, a resonant voice rang out. In the distant sky, the silhouette of a celestial beast chariot emerged, traversing the very fabric of space to appear above the sacred city of Luoyang. At this moment, the celestial defensive array surrounding the city was deactivated, allowing the celestial beast chariot to gracefully descend within the confines of the sacred city, leaving a multitude in awe. As the chariot came to a halt, a strikingly handsome youth emerged from within. Appearing to be in his 20s, he possessed exquisite features and a strikingly chiseled visage. Clad in a dark robe of the same hue as the current emperor's dragon robes, he exuded an aura of elegance and nobility, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside him stood 3 breathtakingly beautiful maidens. At this juncture, the guiding Ying Tianzi and General Zhao Tianlai also made their appearance, leading the legions of the Great Qin Empire alongside Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun. In that moment, the entire sacred city of Luoyang erupted upon the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao. The extraordinary and powerful are always regarded with reverence and admiration, and Emperor Jun undoubtedly stands as the paragon of excellence and strength. Jun Xiaoyao surveyed the scene below, wearing a serene smile and nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, with his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward with a poised and commanding presence, exuding an aura that left countless formidable beings in awe, reminiscent of the great emperor Ying Zheng himself. With each step, 1, 2, 3, though seemingly slow and measured, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were contracting with each stride, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao entered the precincts of the imperial palace. He descended gracefully, making his way towards the crimson carpet, his demeanor composed and unperturbed. As he approached the palace, the status of the powerful figures flanking the crimson carpet only heightened, with innumerable superlative beings and prodigious talents casting their gazes upon him. It is all about respect and reverence. Time, with its relentless passage, swiftly brought Jun Xiaoyao to the grand gates of the imperial palace. Before these gates stood a formidable assembly, and upon the imperial throne sat a man in his 30s, radiating the supreme aura of an emperor. Clad in the essence of the dragon, he exuded an imposing majesty. He was none other than the ancestral dragon of the Great Qin Empire of Earth, the founder of the current Great Qin Empire in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Truly, he was a descendant of a lineage steeped in imperial heritage, displaying an admirable spirit. Such a handsome youth. It is hard to believe that he is the invincible sovereign of the Celestial Tower, his realm of cultivation obscured. Yet he is merely 23 years and 3 months old. He resembles the emperor in his youth. At the palace gates, hundreds of esteemed ministers gathered, their eyes fixed upon the advancing youth. Witnessing his every movement, they were struck with awe. To maintain such composure and grace before the emperor was a sight unprecedented. Remarkably, he was only 23. More importantly, he was the prodigious force ruling the Celestial Tower, a true unparalleled being capable of commanding an era. The 10 figures of the Eastern Celestial Domain would surely pale before him. A mere 100 paces was but a few minutes' walk for Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Moreover, he could not walk like an ordinary person. To do so would have caused Emperor Yingzheng to wait at the palace gates for a day or two. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao stood just 100 meters from Emperor Yingzheng. He halted, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect, an act befitting a younger generation. The descendant of the Huaxia, Emperor Jun, pays his respects to the ancestral dragon of the Great Qin. This action left everyone astonished, their expressions shifting dramatically. For Jun Xiaoyao's gesture was deemed inappropriate. One must kneel before the emperor, yet he merely bowed. A sign of youthfulness that was utterly sacrilegious in the eyes of the subjects of the Great Qin Empire. In an instant, the vast assembly of millions fell silent, their gazes riveted upon Jun Xiaoyao and Emperor Yingzheng. Well. No wonder he is the son of the Qilin of Huaxia. My heart is greatly comforted. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yingzheng rose and approached Jun Xiaoyao. Upon reaching him, he playfully patted his shoulder 3 times and burst into hearty laughter, his joy unmistakable. Ultimately, he placed his hand upon Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder, leading him into the palace like a friend. This scene left all present in a state of shock. Could it be that Emperor Yingzheng was so affable? It is known that he is a decisive ruler, the architect of the Great Qin Empire, having fought countless battles and taken countless lives. Yet now, he displayed such amiability. Such a scenario had only previously occurred in the presence of the 6th princess. Even in the presence of the 6th princess, he maintained a demeanor that was both affable and indulgent, yet exuded an air of authority. Soon, it became apparent to all that only those who truly possessed extraordinary talent could catch the emperor's eye. As long as one was sufficiently formidable, all rules and regulations became mere illusions. Upon entering the imperial palace, the grand banquet of the Qin Empire awaited, intended to honor Jun Xiaoyao. Alongside this celebration, marriage decrees and titles were to be conferred. Jun Xiaoyao harbored deep reservations regarding these marital arrangements. After all, why was there yet another marriage decree? Back on Earth, he had received 5 marriage contracts, and now, upon arriving in the Qin Empire, Emperor Yingzheng was once again bestowing a marriage. However, despite his internal dissent, he could not voice his objections openly, as the eyes of countless officials were upon him. It seemed prudent to wait until the banquet concluded to discuss the matter privately with the emperor. Naturally, the princess selected for him by the emperor would be stunningly beautiful. Yet that was of little consequence. He had encountered many enchanting women before, and he certainly could not afford to indulge himself frivolously. During the lavish feast, Jun Xiaoyao recognized numerous individuals, among them the venerable Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong. The sight of these figures left him astounded. It was as if the legendary heroes and myths of old had come to life in the Qin Empire. After a full 2 hours, the banquet finally drew to a close. Jun Xiaoyao and his companions departed from the imperial palace, settling in the Tianyang Hall located nearby, a choice made specifically by the emperor, as it was not far from the Shaoyang Palace. Once they were settled, Qing Ming and Yi Qingxian returned to their quarters, while Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xing also retreated to their room. "What's next, my love?" Murong Xing inquired, perched on Jun Xiaoyao's lap, her arms encircling his neck. Her delicate and flawless form leaned against him, the faint scent of her presence enveloping him. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming surge of desire. She was simply irresistible. Chapter 244. The Sovereign of Earth. Emperor Jun. As the Celestial Tower drew to a close, Earth emerged triumphant, with the Celestial Alliance reigning supreme and Emperor Jun at the pinnacle. Yet, one might ponder, why have they not returned to Earth? It is likely they have ventured into other realms. Surely, their return is imminent, for Earth has seamlessly integrated into the fantastical world. Emperor Jun, too, must be within that realm, and his homecoming is merely a matter of time. Emperor Jun, a force of unparalleled might, stands as the savior of Earth. On Earth, the announcement of the Celestial Tower's conclusion resonated across the land, heralding a new era. Presently, Earth enjoys a state of safety and is poised to enter an unprecedented flourishing age, a golden age of martial prowess, having acquired 40% of the resources and treasures from the Celestial Tower. Furthermore, Earth has expanded 1,000-fold, with spiritual and celestial energies now at 1,000 times their former levels. In the presence of such abundant spiritual energy, one's cultivation can advance at an astonishing pace. However, despite the conclusion of the Celestial Tower, Emperor Jun and his companions have yet to make their return, leaving countless individuals in a state of astonishment and confusion. After all, it was Emperor Jun who salvaged Earth from its destined fate as a battlefield, establishing himself as its true savior. With the announcement from the celestial rankings echoing loudly, the fate of Earth was declared. Simultaneously, Emperor Jun's identity was revealed. He is the rightful master of Earth. Should Earth remain a planet without a sovereign, it would inevitably suffer the incursions of formidable adversaries. Now, with Emperor Jun at the helm, no one dares to disturb the tranquility of Earth. The proclamation from the celestial rankings ignited a fervor among the populace, filled with exhilaration. While the ascension of Emperor Jun to the throne of Earth may evoke trepidation in other nations, it matters little. After all, it was he who rescued Earth. Moreover, the planet has expanded immensely, capable of accommodating many more inhabitants. With the absence of Western influence, peace should reign supreme. How wonderful! My father is the master of Earth, exclaimed Mu Qingwan with uncontainable joy. In the Sunshine community, Mu Wanyan chuckled. Well then, our little princess, it is time for bed. Her affectionate gaze was filled with tenderness. Good night, Mama. Good night, Aunt Z. Good night, Sister Mingming. Mu Qingwan pouted her delicate lips, reluctant to leave, yet she followed the nanny towards her room, not forgetting to bid good night to her mother and the others. Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao were also present, engaging in playful antics. The Haven Tea ventured into other worlds. Have they? Tian Yuzi inquired solemnly. Generally speaking, after the conclusion of the Celestial Tower, one would expect to be teleported back. Yet, several days have elapsed, and Jun Xiaoyao has yet to return to Earth, nor have any signs of Tian Luobing and the others been detected. What? Are you thinking about your husband? Mu Wanjun smiled. She too felt a twinge of concern, but she refrained from displaying it. As the eldest among Jun Xiaoyao's companions, she felt obliged to take on a leadership role. Junjia, aren't you missing him? Tian Yuzi pouted. It has been 2 years. After such a long separation, how could one not miss him? My heart yearns for him, and my body craves his presence. Indeed, once he returns, we shall ensure he submits his daily assignments. Mu Wanjun remarked with a smile. Right, that rascal is always teasing me. When he returns, we shall confront him together. Tian Yuzi nodded in agreement. Her youthful face inexplicably flushed. Junjia, Sister Z, you two are quite the flirts. Can you refrain from being so forward in front of me? You are both celestial goddesses. You must maintain your image, interjected Su Mingyao, who was watching television nearby. She found their banter intolerable. Both of them had experienced much, while she was still merely a girl. Ah, Yao Yao, you wouldn't understand. Once you marry him, you'll realize that one's image holds little significance. Besides, in front of your own man, such considerations are unnecessary. Perhaps it's best that I do not corrupt you. We shall leave that for your brother to teach you when he returns. Tian Yuzi teased, her laughter light-hearted. Had it been anyone else, she would not have spoken so freely, considering the other youth. However, She recognized that Yao Yao harbored feelings for Jun Xiaoyao and would eventually be one of his women, making her playful jests seem harmless. "You two are such shameless women," Su Mingyao exclaimed, her exquisitely beautiful face reddening as if it might bleed. She was merely a 17-year-old girl. It would be odd if she were not shy. In the grand imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire, within the Tianyang Hall, resides the Heavenly Emperor. Who is this Heavenly Emperor? The entirety of the Great Qin Empire is aware that he is the one personally bestowed the title by the Great Emperor Yingzheng, a figure of greater esteem than a prince. Even a prince must respectfully address him as the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he is the consort of Princess Yingyuluo, the sixth princess of the Great Qin Empire. It is conceivable that the emperor may one day entrust the empire to the Heavenly Emperor. "Darling, it's time to rise." On the spacious and soft bed, Murong Xinger awakened. Last night had been utterly wild. They nearly lost themselves from dusk until dawn. She could not recall how many times she had reached her peak, pleading for mercy from Jun Xiaoyao, repeatedly calling him daddy. It had been utterly satisfying. "Oh, it's already noon," Jun Xiaoyao said as he finally awakened. He was in a deep slumber, a mere aftermath of the previous night. He is the supreme being of the extreme realm, possessing the eternal demon body. His physique is extraordinarily robust. Engaging in such endeavors is effortlessly within his grasp. Even without relying on his cultivation and physical prowess, he remains indestructible. "Darling, are you feeling weary?" Murong Xinger inquired gently, her face adorned with an alluring charm. Her delicate, fair fingers rested upon her luscious lips, presenting an indescribably enticing sight. "Are you being mischievous again?" Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Murong Xinger, pondering whether she had not been sufficiently teased the night before. Having only just recovered, she now sought to provoke him once more. Chapter 245. The sixth princess of the Great Qin, Yingyuluo. "Ah, my dear husband, please do not bully Xinger any longer. I shall not dare again. I merely worry about you. If you are too weary, I can assist you." Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Murong Xinger felt her cheeks flush crimson. What a rogue, she thought, her heart racing at the boldness of his words. She recalled Jun Xiaoyao's formidable prowess and feared he might once more take advantage of her. However, as he continued, the implications of his statement became unmistakably suggestive. "Assist? Come here and do it yourself," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his expression one of disbelief. This woman truly left him speechless. As he spoke, he reached out and effortlessly lifted Murong Xinger into his arms. "Ah!" Murong Xinger gasped, hastily retreating to the bathroom. She understood that if she lingered even a moment longer, she would undoubtedly find herself at his mercy, unable to escape the confines of the bed. Moreover, this was not Earth or any other place. It was the imperial palace of the Great Qin. What weighed most heavily upon her was the fact that the sixth princess of the Great Qin Empire was bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao as his bride. And she was still but a girl. If she were to witness any impropriety, it would surely corrupt her innocence. 10 minutes later, Murong Xinger bid farewell to Jun Xiaoyao and returned to her own chamber. Although they were united in marriage, the strong required solitude for their cultivation. Once one attained sainthood, interruptions during training were intolerable, necessitating separate chambers regardless of the location. Once Murong Xinger had departed, Jun Xiaoyao commenced his cultivation. He delved into the laws of immortality, resurrection, and life, mastering the three divine techniques and the celestial light of the heavens. He also refined his mastery of the heavenly palace. Thus, 3 days passed in solitude. During this time, Jun Xiaoyao remained in his chamber, diligently practicing, ultimately harnessing a law of immortality and a law of resurrection, as well as achieving mastery over the heavenly palace. Such abilities were invaluable for survival. On this day, Zhao Yunhe, a subordinate, came to pay his respects to the Heavenly Emperor. "The Emperor summons you, Your Majesty," he announced, his voice resonating with authority as he stood before the entrance of Jun Xiaoyao's chamber in the Tianyang Hall. Came Jun Xiaoyao's response from within the room. He paused his cultivation, adjusted his attire, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he beheld a martial general clad in armor, a figure who, by the adornments he bore, could be recognized as a significant general within the Great Qin Empire. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Zhao Yunhe bowed respectfully. Having lived for 500 years, his cultivation reached only the minor saint realm. Yet, a minor saint forged in the crucible of battle was no ordinary being, for he had endured countless trials of life and death. Let us go, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. As I walked towards the exterior of the Tianyang Palace, I found myself amidst more than 100 silver-armored guards. I gestured respectfully to Zhao Yunhe, mindful of the utmost decorum before Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao is the consort of the 6th princess, a title bestowed by the emperor himself, holding a rank even more esteemed than that of a prince. More importantly, he is a formidable and unparalleled powerhouse, a prodigy who commands the celestial tower, with a future that knows no bounds. Under the escort of the guards, Jun Xiaoyao proceeded deeper into the imperial palace. General Zhao, is he not in the Hall of Governance? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. This direction does not lead to the Hall of Governance. Where are we headed? To the banquet hosted by the emperor at the Shangyuan Hall. Zhao Yunhe replied with a bow, his eyes brimming with envy. The Shangyuan Hall is indeed a part of the emperor's harem. While no one covets the emperor's consort, the mere fact that Jun Xiaoyao is summoned to the Shangyuan Hall speaks volumes of the emperor's regard for him, treating him as a close kin. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao responded nonchalantly. Moments later, Zhao Yunhe escorted him to the depths of the imperial palace, where he could not follow. Jun Xiaoyao was led by a palace attendant into the Shangyuan Hall. In the Shangyuan Hall, Emperor Yingzheng was seated in a pavilion, with a woman appearing to be in her 30s at his right hand. Beside them was a breathtakingly beautiful girl of around 14 or 15 years, clad in palace attire, exuding beauty, nobility, purity, and elegance, radiating a vibrant aura. Emperor Ancestor, Luo'er does not wish to marry, the girl pouted adorably, expressing her resistance against the emperor's intention to betroth her to Jun Tiandi. Despite the fervent rumors circulating about Jun Tiandi's extraordinary prowess, she remained skeptical. After all, he is merely 23 years old. How could he possibly possess such transcendent abilities? Is he truly more formidable than the 10 legendary figures of the Eastern Celestial Domain? Moreover, she has never laid eyes on Jun Tiandi and knows not what he is like. Now, summoned by the Emperor Ancestor, she has begun to surmise the reason. Anticipating yet also rejecting the prospect of meeting Jun Tiandi, the Emperor Ancestor, after all, has her best interests at heart. In the presence of outsiders, Emperor Yingzheng is a figure of great authority, yet before this youthful girl, he exudes a gentle and benevolent demeanor. Emperor Ancestor, you are doing this for the Empire, are you not? Yingyu Luo remarked defiantly, pouting. It is said that countless superpowers and empires in the Eastern Celestial Domain wish to court Jun Tiandi. Are you not doing this to attract him as well? Luo'er, do not speak disrespectfully. The woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yingyu Luo's words. Such an act is indeed an affront, a rebellion against the sovereign. Even if you have captured the affection of the emperor, it is unwise to challenge him so recklessly. In that fleeting moment, the mother of the 6th princess was filled with trepidation, fearful of inciting the emperor's wrath. Ah, dear Luo'er, you are mistaken, the emperor replied. The celestial sovereign is no mere creature of the ordinary. The grandeur of the Qin Empire cannot contain him. His stage lies not within our realm, nor in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Perhaps it resides in the Holy Domain, or even beyond that. Emperor Yingzheng rose, casting a fond gaze upon Yingyu Luo. Were it anyone else who dared to defy him in such a manner, their fate would surely be dire. Yet, this young maiden was the most cherished among his descendants. He spoke with measured grace, for he possessed the discernment to recognize that a person like Jun Xiaoyao could never be tethered to the Qin. His destiny was far removed from the Qin and the Eastern Celestial Domain. His affiliation with the Qin Empire stemmed solely from his lineage. This also served to demonstrate to the Eastern Celestial Domain that a prodigy like Jun Xiaoyao had chosen the Qin Empire, which speaks volumes of its allure. At that moment, a herald's voice echoed at the entrance of the Shangyuan Hall. Shortly thereafter, a palace attendant entered, followed by a poised young man. He bore an air of calm confidence, striding with a dignified presence, exuding an ethereal aura as he approached the Shangyuan Hall. Upon hearing the announcement, the emperor turned his gaze, and Yingyu Luo also looked towards the entrance, her heart racing. Despite her reservations about the celestial sovereign, he was, after all, the one bestowed upon her by her ancestor for marriage. Meeting her betrothed naturally filled her with anxiety, for she was but a 16-year-old girl. Jun Xiaoyao pays homage to the ancestral dragon, he declared, walking with a pace neither hurried nor slow. As he reached the pavilion, he came to a halt 5 meters from Emperor Yingzheng, slightly bowing in respect. Chapter 246. The Boundaries of the Galaxy. Good, good, good. Come, sit here, Emperor Ingzheng said with a satisfied smile. In this moment, he seemed less like an emperor and more like an elder greeting his descendants. After bowing respectfully, Jun Xiaoyao took his place to the right of Emperor Ingzheng, nodding slightly to the woman and the young girl before settling down. Ding. Event triggered. The master meets the sixth princess. Event increases by 1 person. Reward points. 2 billion. Beside them, the woman scrutinized Jun Xiaoyao, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction upon seeing him. Simultaneously, the young girl observed him quietly. His facial features were exquisite, with sharp contours and an elegant demeanor that exuded an otherworldly charm, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. In an instant, Ying Yulu's heart raced as if struck by lightning. This Jun Tiandi, how strikingly handsome. It was her first encounter with someone so captivating. His temperament, appearance, and audacity shattered her previous notions. Typically, prodigies and exceptional talents would display utmost reverence in the presence of an emperor, yet Jun Tiandi remained neither servile nor arrogant. In fact, he had never referred to Emperor Ingzheng as emperor, instead opting for Zulong, making his stance abundantly clear. I am Jun Tiandi, and I shall not address others as emperor. Who could have imagined that after thousands of years in our Huaxiao, a descendant like you would emerge? Excellent, very good. Luo'er, you two should get acquainted. Emperor Ingzheng engaged in conversation with Jun Xiaoyao, discussing matters related to the Tower of All Heavens and Earth. He recounted his sweeping conquests across the realms and how he unexpectedly arrived in the Eastern Celestial Domain, discovering a new land that inspired him to diligently cultivate and establish the Qin Empire, an endeavor that spiraled out of control. He had learned about events following the Qin dynasty through his descendants, yet after the Ming dynasty, no one had returned to the Qin Empire, leaving him utterly ignorant of the Earth. Now, hearing Jun Xiaoyao speak of Earth filled him with both curiosity and nostalgia, for it was his ancestral homeland. Having met young Master Jun, Ying Yulu had been lost in thought when she was suddenly called by Emperor Zudi, causing her to startle. Her exquisite visage, still youthful, flushed a delicate pink. Approaching Jun Tiandi, she performed a graceful curtsy. As the sixth princess of the Qin Empire, her status was immensely revered. Basking in the emperor's favor, she was undoubtedly the most cherished descendant in the imperial palace, akin to a moon revered by all. Yet now, she was required to pay her respects to Jun Tiandi. Unconsciously, she was unsure of her own emotions. The princess pays her respects. Jun Xiaoyao rose and extended his hand. With a gentle lift, it was a gesture of courtesy, yet inadvertently, he grasped Ying Yuluo's delicate hand, and in that instant, he felt as if he had been jolted by electricity, his face flushing in embarrassment. Opposite him, Ying Yuluo mirrored his reaction, her mind a blank canvas. As though struck by a similar electric shock, tension arose, shyness enveloped her, and her heart raced, her petite face flushing crimson as she lowered her head. At a loss for words. Haha, today has truly been an eye-opener. You little ones are quite amusing, exclaimed the Emperor Ingzheng, observing the scene before him. Luo'er, fearless as you are, it seems you have discovered the sensation of shyness today. The great emperor, having lived for millennia, whether in cultivation or warfare, found himself momentarily taken aback by the youthful antics of the younger generation, evoking a sense of nostalgia for his own advancing years. Yet, this feeling was distinctly luxurious. A rare delight. Regarding the marriage you have bestowed, my lord, Jun Xiaoyao began, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Before he could finish, Emperor Ingzheng raised a hand, halting his words. This marriage is settled. I shall entrust Luo'er to you. When you go to your fief, that shall be your wedding day, declared the emperor, his voice resolute. Jun, there is no jest in this. My decree is final. Your Majesty, I already. Jun Xiaoyao attempted to convey, a bitter smile forming in his heart. Yet before he could elaborate, the emperor interjected once more. A man with multiple wives is commonplace. Luo'er is bestowed upon you. She is now part of your family, a matter entirely your own, the emperor asserted. My lord, I must return to Earth in a few days, the matter of my fief. Jun Xiaoyao continued, but he faltered, not due to interruption from the emperor, but from his own hesitance. Still, the unspoken words were clear. You are yet unaware of where your fief lies, I presume? It is at the galactic frontier. At the far eastern edge of the great Qin Empire lies a territory devoid of any adversaries. a locale that also holds the distinction of being the closest point to Earth, thus rendering it the most suitable site for the establishment of a teleportation array. Henceforth, the defense of the galactic frontier shall rest upon your shoulders. I shall grant you an additional 1,000,000 legions, proclaimed Emperor Ingzhong, his gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. The galactic boundary, the sole frontier of the great Qin Empire untainted by enemies, is flanked on the opposite side by the boundless expanse of interstellar space, marking it as the nearest location to Earth. It is a place of profound significance to him, both a source of concern and utmost vigilance. I comprehend, replied Jun Xiaoyao, lost in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Let it be so. The advantage lies in its proximity to Earth. In 3 days, the final opportunity for the powerful beings from various realms to return will arrive. Should you wish to return to Earth, you may do so through the power of the heavens 3 days hence. Otherwise, the endeavor to return on your own will require considerable effort. Will you bring Luo'er with you when you return to Earth? Emperor Ingzheng inquired, contemplating the matter. He desired for Jun Xiaoyao to remain within the Great Qin, yet he understood that Jun Tiandi could not linger indefinitely, for Earth is their ancestral home. Only once Jun Tiandi has resolved matters on Earth can he come here without reservations. I shall discuss this with the 6th princess, Jun Xiaoyao responded, feeling somewhat awkward. Very well, Emperor Ingzheng nodded, visibly pleased. I take my leave, said Jun Xiaoyao as he rose to pay his respects. He retreated 3 steps and made his way towards the pavilion's exit. Ying Yulu, momentarily taken aback, flushed crimson, trailing behind Jun Xiaoyao, her heart racing, overwhelmed by shyness. This scenario inadvertently affirmed their relationship. Exiting the Shangyuan Hall and departing from the Imperial Palace, Jun Xiaoyao set his course towards the Tianyang Hall. Chapter 247. Luo'er has grown up behind her. A young girl trailed closely, her head bowed, her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. Her lips pouted in a sulky manner. I am the 6th princess, you know. This is infuriating. Can't you wait for me? Along the way, countless individuals bowed in reverence to Ying Yulu, for she was indeed the 6th princess of the Great Qin, the most favored descendant of the emperor. Yet, at this moment, she ventured forth without any palace maids or ceremonial entourage, instead following Jun Xiaoyao like a mere attendant, which left many astounded. Darling, wait for me. Finally, Ying Yulu mustered her courage and called out. As she uttered the term darling, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if it might bleed. Her voice was soft and melodious, enchanting to the ears. Jun Xiaoyao halted, and as Ying Yulu caught up with him, he resumed his stride. Noticing the palace attire she wore, he instinctively reached out and grasped her delicate, fair hand. Ying Yulu gasped as Jun Xiaoyao held her hand, her heart racing. Overwhelmed with nervousness and shyness, her mind a blank slate. Earlier, in the Shangyuan Hall, their contact had merely been a fleeting touch, not a true grasp, let alone hand-holding. But now, with him holding her hand, the implication was entirely different. She felt utterly mortified. The esteemed 6th princess of the Great Qin Empire, so noble and yet so young, had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, much less being led by the hand in such a manner. Ding! Event triggered. Master held the hand of the 6th princess. Reward points. 3 billion. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, feigning ignorance, though he was equally anxious. This young girl was breathtakingly beautiful, and her youth stirred within him a sense of guilt. Darling, Luo'er is embarrassed, Ying Yulu whispered, her voice barely audible. Akin to the sound of a mosquito, perhaps only she could hear it, or perhaps she could not even hear it herself. Jun Xiaoyao held Ying Yulu's little hand, which was smooth and cool, delicate and fragile, causing his own heart to race. Before long, they arrived at the Tianyang Hall. 6th princess, you must have heard. I will be returning to Earth in a few days to address pressing matters. Upon entering the chamber, Jun Xiaoyao spoke to Ying Yulu. Returning to Earth meant he could not take Ying Yulu with him. Therefore, he would have to leave her in the Eastern Celestial Domain. However, as she had been betrothed to him by the Emperor, she certainly could not remain within the Imperial Palace. Hence, it implied that Ying Yulu would have to journey to his fief. I understand. Luo'er will heed Darling's arrangements, Ying Yulu replied softly. Before she encountered Jun Xiaoyao, she had felt a strong aversion. Yet, upon meeting him, her heart raced uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to me, I had already accepted Jun Xiaoyao. In these past few days, I shall make the necessary arrangements. When the time comes, you shall proceed to the galactic frontier, and after I have settled matters on Earth, I will come to find you in the fiefdom. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, acknowledging that since he had accepted the imperial marriage bestowed by Emperor Ingzheng, the sixth princess would henceforth be his beloved. Although she is still young, he is willing to wait for 2 years. Moreover, even if he departs from the eastern celestial domain to return to Earth, he will ensure that the galactic frontier is properly arranged, so that Yulaw is not threatened, as she is merely a 16-year-old girl. More importantly, she has always lived in the imperial palace, accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort, untouched by the hardships of the world. To be alone in the galactic frontier would indeed be a considerable challenge for her. Luo'er will wait for you in the fief, my husband. Yulaw nodded, looking obedient. Though she is young, she is, after all, a half-saint. In the realm of Earth, she would be an unparalleled existence. Upon witnessing Yulaw's agreement, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of astonishment. This young girl, so resilient and independent? For a moment, he felt a pang of reluctance. Subsequently, he directed his consciousness into the Yuan realm, and moments later, a spatial ring materialized before him, which he then placed into Yulaw's delicate hand. Thank you, my husband. Yulaw gazed at the spatial ring, aware that it contained resources and treasures. However, she paid little heed to material wealth, for as the most favored sixth princess of the great Qin Empire and the most extraordinary prodigy of the realm, she lacked for nothing. Yet, this gift from Jun Xiaoyao carried a different significance, filling her heart with immense joy. I shall escort you back, Jun Xiaoyao smiled, instinctively brushing his fingers through her silky hair. Are you not wishing for me to accompany you, my husband? Yulaw asked curiously. As a wife, is it not customary to dwell together, albeit in separate chambers? Is it that my husband does not desire my company? For a moment, Yulaw was taken aback. Her luminous eyes fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao, misty with impending tears. This left him somewhat speechless and awkward. You're still so young. How can I bear to have you accompany me, Luo? Wait until you grow up, Jun Xiaoyao said earnestly, without deceit. Luo'er has already grown. Is it that my husband finds me lacking, hence his words? Yulaw's eyes glistened, her gaze clouded with tears ready to spill. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, proving that she was indeed not as small as one might think, and quite developed. It should belong to the papaya, shouldn't it? Small? However, Luo'er is not small anymore. In the Great Qin, one can marry at the age of 14. Luo'er is already 16, and several of her younger sisters have already wed. Had it not been for her exceptional talent, she too would have been married off. In her view, the excuse of being too young is merely a pretext for her husband's lack of affection. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yulaw and spoke. Ah, my husband, you. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Yulaw's heart soared with joy. However, she suddenly realized the direction of his gaze, and her exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson. Although she was small, she was indeed 16 and understood these matters. The big that her husband referred to was not about age, but about her figure. In that moment, Yulaw felt overwhelmingly shy, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. After all, she was the lofty sixth princess of the Great Qin, adored like the moon among the stars. Who dared to gaze at her in such a manner? At that instant, an unusual feeling arose within her. Ding! Event triggered. The master has teased the sixth princess. Reward: 5 billion points. Feeling shy, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. So you are indeed young. There was a hint of awkwardness and a twinge of guilt. Where should I direct my gaze? After all, she is but a child. Not small at all. If my husband desires Luo'er, she can set aside her shyness. Yulaw quietly murmured. Shy. Certainly shy. Overwhelmingly so. Yet, the imperial ancestor had already betrothed her to the Emperor Jun, and their current relationship was that of husband and wife. She belonged to her husband, and should he desire her now, she would strive to quell her shyness. Good, let us return, Jun Xiaoyao said, reaching out to touzle Yulaw's hair affectionately. Chapter 248. Danger approaches. Luo'er returned to the palace first. Luo nodded obediently and spoke sweetly. In such a manner, should others from the Qin Empire witness her, they would surely be astonished. The illustrious sixth princess of the great Qin Empire, so noble, yet at this moment, displayed such docility. It is believed that even the emperor would find it challenging to elicit such compliance from the sixth princess. It appears that the girl requires her husband to manage her affairs. After Luo departed, Jun Xiaoyao entered the Yuan realm. In a palace within the core area, the goddess of calamity was engaged in her tedious training. Following her departure from the realm of calamity, she was able to cultivate once more. Currently, her cultivation had reached a terrifying level, yet to avoid detection by formidable foes, she could only practice within Jun Xiaoyao's Yuan realm. Upon Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, the goddess of calamity was filled with delight. It had been half a year since she last saw her husband. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Although they had met in the Yuan realm for nearly 3 years, their relationship had grown considerably closer. My husband, it has been so long since you last visited me. The goddess of calamity pouted her rosy lips adorably, exuding an irresistible allure. She was already mesmerizingly enchanting, and at this moment, she was even more breathtaking. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao noticed a change in her aura, likely indicative of her cultivation breakthrough. What level of cultivation had she attained now? Though curious, he refrained from inquiring. Do you wish to go outside? Jun Xiaoyao asked. 3 years had passed. While this might not mean much to the goddess of calamity, for Jun Xiaoyao, being confined for such a duration felt akin to imprisonment. Now, being no longer on Earth, it should pose no issue for her to step out momentarily. Yet, she pondered. Never mind, my husband's cultivation is still not high enough. I shall refrain from going out to avoid bringing him trouble. Upon hearing this, the goddess of calamity was immensely excited. She certainly wished to go outside, yet she contemplated the potential troubles her presence might bring to Jun Xiaoyao. Troubles he was currently unable to resolve. Therefore, it was best to remain indoors for the time being. It's all right, Jun Xiaoyao reassured her. On Earth, he would have been hesitant to let the goddess of calamity venture out, fearing her formidable enemies might find her, thus endangering the planet. However, now in the Eastern Celestial Domain, even if powerful adversaries approached, he felt prepared to confront them. The goddess of calamity looked at Jun Xiaoyao, obediently nodding, her heart brimming with joy. Soon after, Jun Xiaoyao led the goddess of calamity out of the Yuan realm, appearing in a room within the Tianyang Palace. Ding! Event triggered. Master takes the goddess of calamity out of the Yuan realm. Reward, 5 billion points. In the distant depths of space, a massive warship swiftly traverses the vast expanse of space. The leader, clad in a dark robe, erupts into hearty laughter. Is there a joyous occasion? A few guards, intrigued by their leader's exuberance after 2 long years of monotonous flight, ponder. Could it be that they are about to land on a new world? The goddess of calamity has manifested. As the ship accelerates over the course of 3 days, the dark-robed leader gazes at the compass, where a luminous point has emerged. This point, previously under the control of the Divine Master through mystical means, had vanished 2 years ago, but has now reappeared. This indicates that the goddess of calamity has entered their grasp. If they can locate this light, they will seize her. Guards, hasten the ship, commands the leader, urging them to reach their destination at the utmost speed. Once they capture the goddess of calamity, they can report back and devote themselves to profound cultivation and enhancement of their powers. Meanwhile, the goddess of calamity has departed from the realm of origins. Accompanied by Jun Xiaoyao, as they stroll through the streets, acclimating to their new environment after eons spent in the palace of calamity. Husband, I desire this. Husband, I wish for candied hawthorn. Husband, I want this dress. Husband, I am hungry. Husband, I am tired. Throughout their journey, the goddess of calamity expresses her wants. All simple and unremarkable, yet these trivial items hold great allure for her. In this moment, she resembles a little girl, and Jun Xiaoyao observes her with a hint of a smile. After a full day of exploration, they return to the Tianyang Palace in the evening. There, Jun Xiaoyao instructs the palace maids to prepare a room for the goddess of calamity, as she is a young woman, and it would be inappropriate for him to share a bed with her. Besides, there is Murong Xinger who could accompany her. Indeed, the goddess of calamity is exceptionally beautiful, even more so than Murong Xinger. Among the women he knows, Murong Wanjun is mature and alluring, graceful and intelligent. Tian Yuzi is stunning and sensual, icy yet gentle. Su Mingyao embodies youthful beauty, a soft and adorable girl. Ji Qingwu is fiery and passionate, proficient in dual cultivation. Yi Qingxian is proud and breathtaking, cold and resolute. Tian Luobing is a city-renowned beauty, an icy goddess. Qing Ming is serene and ethereal. Ing Yulu is delicate and innocent, pure and elegant. And Murong Xinger is passionate and a natural beauty. The goddess of natural disasters, strikingly beautiful and enchantingly alluring, exudes an unparalleled charisma akin to that of a divine warrior. Yet, there lingers an aura of danger about her, perhaps a consequence of her cultivation. It is essential to recognize that she cultivates the principles of natural disasters, rendering her akin to a deity of annihilation. Within the confines of his chamber, Jun Xiaoyao embarks upon his cultivation journey. Inside the celestial tower, he has acquired several peak treasures, and his domain has now reached an impressive 4,821 paths. Such a domain aligns perfectly with his cultivation level, placing him at the pinnacle even among the highest echelons of the heavenly saints. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao's ascension has been remarkably swift, leaving the enhancement of his domain struggling to keep pace. Otherwise, his domain would undoubtedly exceed these bounds. With a mere thought, Jun Xiaoyao summons the World Tree before him. The World Tree is not only a bastion of principles, but also possesses the ability to devour and transform domains. Domains, in their essence, cannot be compared to principles. They exist on entirely different planes. If domains represent mortals, then principles embody true deities. Thus, the very essence birthed by the World Tree is inherently powerful and miraculous. Jun Xiaoyao possesses the chaotic divine demon body, 3 divine skills, the leader's ensemble, and even a chaotic grade artifact. Furthermore, his favored treasures are predominantly gravity-based, wild, and unparalleled. Additionally, the rewards from the Celestial Tower include 999 paths of power domains, which he has transformed entirely into power domains to refine his might. Dispersing his focus would hinder the manifestation of his utmost strength. Now, he seeks to integrate the domains manifested by the World Tree. Chapter 249, The Fifth Layer of the Realm? An imminent threat in the realm of power, the count rose to 4,822. The count continued to ascend, 4823, 4824, 4825, until it reached 9,988, and then 9,989. For a full 2 days, Jun Xiaoyao's realm of power surged to 9991, merely 8 counts shy of achieving the 5th layer. The 5th layer of the realm is incomprehensibly more potent than the 4th. The chasm between the two is insurmountable. However, at this moment, all the power of the World Tree's domain had been completely consumed and assimilated by Jun Xiaoyao. If given just one more day, the World Tree would generate the remaining 8 counts of domain power necessary for Jun Xiaoyao to ascend to the 5th layer. The 5th layer is a domain only accessible to the holy kings who have lived for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that neither the great saints nor the celestial saints have ever mastered the 5th layer of the realm. It appears I must devise a method to cultivate the World Tree. With that thought, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew from his meditation and mused aloud. At present, the World Tree had only undergone 3 transformations, capable of generating merely 10 counts of domain power per day, with even fewer for the loss. Thus, it is imperative to find a way to nurture the World Tree to maturity. This would not only allow it to produce more domains and laws, but also significantly enhance its combat prowess. The World Tree, in its 3rd transformation, boasted 4 massive vines, each 100 meters thick and stretching 100 miles long, embodying the essence of destructive power. "My dear," a sultry voice drifted in from outside the room. It was Murong Xinger, testing the waters to discern whether Jun Xiaoyao was in the midst of cultivation. Should he be, she would retreat to avoid disturbing him. If not, he would surely respond. "Yes, come in," Jun Xiaoyao called. No sooner had he spoken than Murong Xing opened the door, her mature and alluring figure, exquisite visage, and long, graceful legs captivating his gaze. She appeared as a tempestuous wave, utterly irresistible. Jun Xiaoyao's blood surged at the sight, an endless source of fascination. "My dear, have you been indulging?" Murong Xing'er closed the door behind her, kicked off her shoes, and approached him with her delicate, fair feet. Suddenly, she sniffed the air around him as if she had discovered a new world, her curiosity piqued by the scent of a girl lingering on Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, in Murong Xing'er's eyes, it was perfectly normal for her husband to carry the fragrance of another girl, considering his fiancée Yi and the likes of Tianyuzi, as well as Qing Ming and the 6th princess of Deqin. Yet, the fragrance that wafted through the air was unfamiliar, not belonging to Yi Qingxian, Qing Ming, or even the 6th princess, which piqued her curiosity. Why would her husband, surrounded by such breathtakingly beautiful women, venture out for illicit pleasures. It seemed unlikely. The astute nose of a dog, indeed. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, extending his hand to gently brush against Murong Xinger's delicate nose, pulling her into his embrace. The softness of her form stirred a surge of blood within him, prompting his hands to wander. Women, after all, possess a heightened sensitivity in such matters. Presently, only I, Qing Xian, and the sixth princess are here, without even Qing Ming being counted among them. Yet I am well acquainted with their essences. The scent enveloping you is not theirs. Murong Xinger gasped, leaning weakly against Jun Xiaoyao, surrendering herself to his playful whims. You have not seen her. She has always been by my side. And when the time is ripe, you shall come to know her, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Indeed, the goddess of calamity had been close at hand, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal herself. Wow, husband, you truly know how to have fun, Murong Xinger exclaimed, her interest piqued. Do you have a secret lover? Who might she be? The most enchanting and beautiful girls on earth are all his, yet it is not known that any other realms have connections to Jun Xiaoyao. Though curiosity lingered in her heart, she refrained from further inquiries after hearing his words. Will it be enjoyable? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Upon hearing his tone and feeling his actions, Murong Xinger quickly realized he was teasing her. His notion of play was far removed from her own. The following day at noon, Jun Xiaoyao had completed his preparations to depart from the eastern celestial domain and return to Earth. Over the past 2 days, Qing Xian had also made a visit to the once mighty Guiyuan heavenly sect, whose decline weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, she had come to terms with it, recognizing that such decline might simply be fate. In the vast river of time, nothing is everlasting. After making some arrangements, Yi Qing Xian returned to the Great Qin, for she had finally understood her desires. She resolved to accompany Jun Xiaoyao to Earth, as it was her home, and more importantly, her heart was tethered to a certain individual. Husband, Luo awaits your return in the fief, she mentioned. Furthermore, Yingyu Luo, the wife of Emperor Jun, would also leave the imperial palace alongside him, though her destination was not Earth, but rather the boundaries of the fief near the galaxy. Arrangements had already been made on that front. Accompanying Yingyu Luo were the formidable Million Legion and the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, which had transformed into the Heavenly Emperor Legion. Besides them, the Great Qin Empire boasted 100 formidable heavenly saints, along with 300 palace maids and attendants. The dowry of the sixth princess was a staggering 100 carts. The entire holy city of Luoyang gathered to bid farewell to Emperor Jun Tian and the sixth princess. At the grand city gates, officials and emperors assembled. Luo, I shall return to my fief within a year. Jun Xiaoyao gazed tenderly at the youthful maiden before him, gently tousling her hair. However, at that moment, a shadow crossed Jun Xiaoyao's brow, and a tremor coursed through him, akin to the arrival of a catastrophic threat. This sensation was unprecedented, and countless powerful figures within Luoyang felt a similar unease. At this juncture, several sages among the officials spoke up, while the expression on the emperor's face grew grave. An unknown menace loomed. Though it had yet to arrive, its presence was palpably felt, unmistakably approaching. Boom. Crack. In the skies above, a thunderous sound rang out. Suddenly, the previously cloudless expanse was grotesquely rent asunder, creating a gaping chasm of unfathomable size. The ominous threat of annihilation emanated from this very rift. The heavens above were torn apart, and the oppressive force of destruction swept across the entirety of the Great Qin Empire. Even the neighboring empires and superpowers could sense the impending doom. Such phenomena had not occurred for tens of millions of years, yet they had transpired in ancient times. Now, the powerful beings from other realms were making their return. Every formidable entity within the Eastern Celestial Domain could feel the disturbance. In an instant, countless empires, superpowers, magnificent kingdoms, and esteemed sects, alongside innumerable grand sages, heavenly saints, and even more extraordinary beings, turned their gazes towards the heavens, focusing intently on the direction of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 250, the Holy King, with a single strike, annihilated the ancestral dragon. This is my personal affair, and I shall uphold the dignity of the Daqin. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao spoke, stepping gracefully into the air. With a mere wave of his hand, a wondrous defensive light shield materialized, swiftly enveloping the entire holy city of Luoyang. Simultaneously, a faint light shield manifested around him as well. The majestic lord's ensemble emerged upon him, an 8th-tier attire, comparable to supreme artifacts, seamlessly integrating offensive and defensive capabilities, wielding the power to devastate the heavens. At this moment, the chaotic divine demon body activated, revealing his cultivation level for the first time. This was indeed the first occasion he displayed his complete realm of cultivation. After all, he was facing the Holy King, the pinnacle of Holy Kings. A Holy King whose realm had been suppressed. He could not afford the slightest negligence. The Celestial Sage? The ultimate Celestial Sage. Good heavens! He is the ultimate Celestial Sage. When he entered the Celestial Tower, he was merely a half-saint. How could he have transformed into an ultimate Celestial Sage within 2 years? A 23-year-old ultimate Celestial Sage. How terrifying is that? How has he cultivated to such a level? The ultimate Celestial Sage. This must be his true cultivation. He is about to engage in battle with the 7 supreme Holy Kings. At last, we shall witness his genuine prowess. In this moment, the entire Eastern Celestial Domain trembled. Jun Tiandi had already captured the attention of the higher echelons over the past 2 years. Recently, his name had resonated throughout the Eastern Celestial Domain. Countless legends regarding Jun Tiandi abound. Now, with the unveiling of his cultivation, the Eastern Celestial Domain erupted in fervor. Previously, no one had grasped the extent of his genius or his true strength. Witnessing his cultivation, it would be odd if they were not stirred. A 23-year-old ultimate Celestial Sage. This is undoubtedly a miracle in the Eastern Celestial Domain and perhaps even in the world. Now he is set to contend with the 7 supreme Holy Kings, igniting the passions of countless onlookers, all curious about the true might of Jun Tiandi. My husband is an ultimate Celestial Sage. He is immensely powerful. My husband must remain safe. Outside the Luoyang Heavenly City, within an ornate princess carriage, Ying Yuloa gazed at Jun Tiandi in the sky, her heart racing, her beautiful face flushed with excitement. She had initially believed Jun Tiandi to be merely a great saint, never anticipating he was an ultimate Celestial Sage. A 23-year-old ultimate Celestial Sage. At last, her husband can reveal his true strength. On the ground, Morong Shinger spoke, her heart filled with concern, yet understanding her man's character. He never undertakes endeavors without certainty. The ultimate Celestial Sage indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Qingming's heart trembled. She believed her cultivation had surpassed that of Jun Xiaoyao, but little did she know how mistaken she was. At this moment, she yearned to witness the true extent of Jun Xiaoyao's formidable power. Only a holy king could compel him to take matters seriously. Yi Qingxian gazed at the sky, the man before her resembling a divine emperor, reigning supreme over the world. In her heart, she mused, the man I desire is precisely like him. The supreme sacred artifact of the ensemble. With such a relic, do they truly aspire to uphold this civilization? The figure in the black robe observed the youth not far away and was, to be frank, utterly astonished. This young man had reached the pinnacle of heavenly saint by the age of 23, a prodigious talent so rare that it could be counted among the millions even in his own realm. He had not anticipated such a genius to emerge within the realm of holy-level civilization. Nevertheless, as he was an adversary, he must be eradicated, crushed in his infancy. Regrettably, the world suppressed their realms. Otherwise, he could have fought with all his might. Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the heights of the heavens, standing tall like a battleship. 100 miles away, his demeanor was calm and unruffled, and he cast a cursory glance at the black-robed figure aboard the battleship. The might of the Holy King was indeed terrifying, yet before his chaotic divine demonic form, it could hardly shake him. A soft voice resonated throughout the holy city of Luoyang. Countless superpowers and empires from the Eastern Celestial Domain, through the vast cosmic screen, beheld the scene unfolding above Luoyang. The voice of Jun Tiandi could be said to echo throughout the entire Eastern Celestial Domain. What? Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, everyone stood agape. What did it mean? So, you do not even regard the Holy King with respect. This implies that if the world did not suppress your realms, you would be qualified to engage us in a full-scale battle. As for now, you are not worthy opponents for Jun Tiandi. Arrogant, domineering. Everyone trembled. Such audacity was remarkable. To be so brazen before the pinnacle of holy kings was truly shocking. Facing the 7 apex holy kings with such composure was indeed audacious. Disaster comes from the mouth. Because of your words. I shall refine all the beings of this grand city and transform them into the blood and sustenance of my esteemed pet. The expression on the black-robed figure shifted as an icy aura gradually enveloped him. After speaking, he waved a hand, and instantly, a sentinel stepped forward. The sentinel unleashed the oppressive might of a peak holy king, overwhelming and crushing towards Jun Xiaoyao. In his view, a mere pinnacle heavenly saint was no match for such overwhelming pressure. The power of the war god's hammer, Jun Xiaoyao did not dare to be complacent. In the face of a formidable foe, he must employ all his strength, for to falter now would be disastrous. He stood resolute against the majesty of the holy king. He harbored no fear whatsoever. With the chaotic divine demonic body and the world tree, no oppressive force could overwhelm him. As the sound reverberated, the crystal staff in his hand levitated gracefully in the air. In its stead appeared a colossal warhammer, radiating an aura of annihilation. The hammer, with a handle extending 100 meters, bore a head several meters in size, appearing unremarkable yet erupting with pure, devastating power. At the moment the god of war's hammer manifested, Jun Xiaoyao had already unleashed the might of the god of war, instantly amplifying the hammer's strength tenfold, while simultaneously activating 9,991 fields of power. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the space for miles around. The warhammer, imbued with destructive might, was hurled towards the peak Holy King's guardian. In that instant, the entire eastern celestial domain trembled, and countless powerful beings turned pale. Was this the caliber of strength expected from a celestial saint? This strike, although aimed at the peak Holy King's attendant, struck fear into the hearts of millions of formidable warriors in the eastern celestial domain, causing them to tremble in trepidation. Oh no! The black-robed warrior and the other 5 guardians sensed the overwhelming force unleashed by Jun Xiaoyao, their expressions shifting in alarm. The attendant who had initiated the attack turned pale with dread. At this moment, there was no time to evade, only defense and counterattack remained. In his grasp, a blood-red longsword materialized, emanating unmatched brilliance as it sliced through the air towards Jun Xiaoyao, infused with the intent of destruction. A peak holy king and an extreme celestial saint clashed, unleashing cataclysmic attacks that caused the very fabric of space within thousands of miles to crumble and fracture. At last, the sword's brilliance collided with the warhammer, creating a rift in space. The sword shattered, while the warhammer continued its relentless assault upon the guardian. The force of annihilation was pure and unparalleled. Chapter 251. The hammer shatters the Saint King. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens, resonating with a sense of dread. The cry had not yet ceased when the body of the guardian rapidly disintegrated. In an instant, the guardian vanished, obliterated by the sheer might of the warhammer. As the guardian's essence attempted to flee, it was met with the destructive force that shattered it to pieces. Boom! The power of the warhammer annihilated the guardian, cascading down upon the warship. The black-robed figure and the 5 guardians were visibly shaken, their forms flickering as they hastily retreated, forsaking even the protection of the warship. Crack! Crack! The colossal warship, spanning 10 miles, was cleaved in two by the warhammer's strike. Rumbling, the fierce battle in the skies sent tremors through the ground. A mountain, situated 100 miles from Luoyang, was leveled to the earth. Such terrifying power. Could this truly be the might of a supreme artifact? The leader's ensemble rivaled a supreme artifact, and the war goddess hammer was indeed one. In the hands of Emperor Jun Tian, its destructive potential was unleashed with devastating effect. A single blow vanquished the pinnacle Saint King. The extreme realm heavenly saint, Emperor Jun Tian, was a force to be reckoned with. The pinnacle Saint King had been obliterated. Who could withstand such a strike? This power reigned supreme over the eastern celestial domain, unmatched by any other. A fleeting silence enveloped the eastern celestial domain, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonishment and chatter. A pinnacle Saint King, annihilated with a single blow, this was beyond belief. Even those who witnessed it struggled to accept the reality, many thinking they were caught in an illusion. My husband is extraordinary. My man, my idol. In the sedan chair, Ying Yuluo was overwhelmed with excitement. At just 23 years old, the extreme realm heavenly saint had slain a Saint King. Such a man was undeniably captivating. More importantly, that striking figure was her husband. Is this his true strength? Qingming spoke, her heart in awe. The sheer power displayed was astonishing, An apex Saint King felled in an instant. Could this truly be his utmost prowess? If not, what lay beyond? No, this does not reflect my husband's true strength. His genuine power emerges when he wields no weapon, Murong Xinger remarked wisely. Indeed, she was correct. Jun Xiaoyao's authentic might was revealed in the absence of arms. A descendant of mine, embodying my essence. Within the decade, an invincible Saint King shall rise within the Qin. Emperor Yingzheng of Luoyang laughed heartily, a mix of fury and exhilaration surging through him, provoked yet exhilarated by the day's events. Upon witnessing the extraordinary prowess of the descendant of the Huaxia, the heavenly Emperor Jun, who effortlessly vanquished a Saint King with a mere strike, it became evident that his strength was at least on par with that of a Saint King. At the tender age of 23, such exceptional talent foretold the emergence of an unparalleled Saint King in the Qin dynasty a decade hence. In a state of exhilaration, orders were promptly dispatched to the 33 formidable Saint Kings, instructing them to be ever ready to intervene, ensuring that Jun Tiandi would not suffer harm at the hands of Saint Kings from other realms. The expression on the black-robed figure's face darkened with displeasure. At that moment, fury surged within him. This was his sole interstellar battleship. Without it, how could he return? Surely, he could not rely on his sacred power to traverse the vastness of space. That would take years to return to his own world. Moreover, interstellar travel was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to annihilation. Now, this perfectly functioning vessel had been shattered by a young celestial saint, and one of his companions, a peak Saint King's attendant, had been obliterated in the process. How could he not be enraged? Simultaneously, a sense of greed began to take root within him. Though the ensemble wielded by the young man was merely a supreme sacred artifact, its power equated to that of a supreme divine instrument, and the war hammer he possessed was also of supreme caliber. Should he acquire such treasures, his strength would surge immensely. Who knew? Perhaps the youth possessed other invaluable artifacts as well. Is this all the peak Saint Kings can muster? Let us engage them all, Jun Xiaoyao declared. This is hardly sufficient for a true battle. With the war god's hammer and the might of the war god, he had already dispatched a peak Saint King. What of his 3 divine techniques, the chaotic divine demon body and the world tree, not to mention the celestial temple bestowed upon him by his master? Furthermore, there were other treasures, domains, and laws under his command. In an instant, he realized he had overestimated these Saint Kings. Act now and obliterate him, the black-robed figure commanded, nearly choking on his own rage. He suspected that if he allowed the young man to continue speaking, he might very well be driven to madness. One more thing, this saint-level civilization was no trifling matter. Complacency could lead to disastrous consequences. Suddenly, the black-robed figure and 5 other guardians, 6 peak Saint Kings in total, unleashed a cataclysmic wave of sacred might, their divine intent saturating the very heavens, while their sacred power rent the earth asunder. With a resounding crash, 6 obliterating assaults surged forth towards Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, he did not falter. The war god's hammer was hurled forth with tremendous force. Space itself was torn asunder, and the earth crumbled beneath the onslaught. Within 100,000 miles of the celestial realm, the surroundings were reduced to chaos. Jun Xiaoyao stood like a deity, an embodiment of divine wrath. Clad in the attire of the alliance leader and wielding the war god's hammer, he engaged in a fierce battle against the 6 peak Saint Kings. In the celestial heights, each strike he delivered could effortlessly dispatch any being beneath the rank of a Saint King. With a resounding crash, a Saint King was finally vanquished by Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao too was struck by a figure cloaked in black, causing him to retreat 100 miles. A mouthful of blood spilling forth. Undeterred by the crimson stain at the corner of his mouth, Jun Xiaoyao wielded his war hammer with fervor, embodying a true battle maniac. Indeed, since acquiring his formidable powers, he had yet to reveal his prowess due to a lack of worthy adversaries. Now, at last, he found a worthy opponent. The space around them shattered repeatedly, with thunderous roars echoing as the entire eastern celestial domain trembled. Jun Tiandi, drenched in blood, found his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. Growing more valiant with each clash, his warhammer becoming increasingly familiar in his grasp. Time trickled by, and Jun Xiaoyao remained oblivious to the hundreds of blows he had endured. Had it been any other Saint King, they would have been obliterated long ago. Yet, Each impact upon Jun Xiaoyao merely forced him to stagger a few steps back. His physique was akin to that of a demon. While he endured countless strikes, his adversaries fared even worse. Aside from the first Saint King guard, who had been dispatched in an instant, only a black-cloaked figure and 2 guards remained. The other 3 Saint King guards had already succumbed to Jun Xiaoyao's might. The scene left the powerful beings of the Eastern Celestial Domain in utter astonishment. Was this truly a battle? It appeared more like Jun Tiandi was merely honing his skills. The 2 guards constantly evaded while the black-cloaked figure was reduced to a state of bleeding profusely. Half an hour passed, and Jun Xiaoyao coughed up another mouthful of blood, retreating 100 miles once more. In the air, only the black-cloaked figure remained, having dispatched the 2 guards with ease. Jun Xiaoyao stood firmly in the sky, the war hammer casually resting on his shoulder, devoid of any intent to strike. His gaze directed at the black-cloaked figure was filled with disdain and contempt. It was evident that Jun Tiandi was deeply disappointed, feeling that his opponent was far too weak to pose any real challenge. You must die. The black-cloaked figure was now gripped by fear. Having just torn through space into this realm, he had yet to land before being mercilessly battered by a young man of divine stature. Frustration consumed him. The very thought of his indomitable physique being unable to withstand Jun Xiaoyao's blows was infuriating. Fear crept in. If this single youth was so formidable, what other horrors might this world conceal? With no worship at his disposal, he realized that if he lingered any longer, he might meet his demise in this place. As he spoke, his aura fluctuated rapidly. Chapter 252, The 9 Calamities Saint Emperor and the Manifestations of the 7 Divine Beasts. The expression on the face of the black-robed figure was frigid. As he channeled his power, a crimson light surged skyward. The aura emanating from him shifted ominously, clearly indicating his struggle against the oppressive force of the world. As he sought to momentarily break free from its constraints in order to regain some of his strength. Only by doing so could he hope to annihilate the youth before him. In fact, he aspired to obliterate this world and abscond with the goddess of calamity. Otherwise, only annihilation awaited him. This world was perilous beyond measure. A mere 23-year-old had shattered 6 of his pinnacle Saint King comrades, leaving him grievously injured. What manner of saintly civilization was this, that it harbored such a terrifying prodigy? How I regret coming to this world. Swish, swish. Hiss. The black-robed figure's hands moved through intricate gestures, his aura raging fiercely. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Observing this scene, the Saint Kings and unparalleled beings throughout the Eastern Celestial Domain sensed impending doom. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with an air of nonchalance, as though he were watching a play unfold. This is bad. He is resisting the world's suppression and striving to recover his prowess. As a pinnacle Saint King, he is nearly invincible. If he regains his strength, no one will be able to suppress him. Which realm does he hail from? How powerful is he? Why does Jun Tiandi not intervene and allow him to restore his abilities? Is Jun Tiandi being excessively arrogant? Such confidence could prove disastrous. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, countless powerful beings were struck with awe, their expressions shifting dramatically. If he were to regain his strength, this domain might face utter ruin. Strong beings would never permit anyone to witness their humiliation. Thus, that powerful figure would silence anyone who posed a threat, annihilating the entire Eastern Celestial Domain. A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the Eastern Celestial Domain to tremble. Mysterious rules began to shift, as the world's suppression was shaken by the black-robed figure, albeit at a dire cost to himself. Boom, boom, boom. The fluctuations in the black-robed figure's aura transformed. He was no longer merely a Saint King, but had ascended to the realm of Saint Emperor. 1 Calamity Saint Emperor, 2 Calamity Saint Emperor, 3 Calamity Saint Emperor, 4 Calamity Saint Emperor, 5 Calamity Saint Emperor, 6 Calamity Saint Emperor, 7 Calamity Saint Emperor, 8 Calamity Saint Emperor, 9 Calamity Saint Emperor. In an instant, the black-robed figure's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, mere steps away from the Saint's sovereign level. Witnessing this spectacle, the saints of the Eastern Wasteland trembled. The Saint Emperor is the supreme being of the entire Eastern Celestial Domain. It is worth noting that the mightiest Saint Emperor of this domain had only endured 6 tribulations, while this black-robed figure had endured 9. A Saint Emperor of 9 calamities. In comparison to the Holy Emperor who has endured 6 tribulations, The current figure is exponentially more formidable, existing on an entirely different plane. If the Holy Emperor of 6 Tribulations represents a mere warrior, then the Holy Emperor of 9 Tribulations embodies a sage. This implies that the dark-robed powerhouse now possesses the capability to annihilate the entire Eastern Celestial Domain. At this moment, the sages of the Eastern Celestial Domain trembled, their faces pale with dread. Countless individuals cursed the Emperor Jun Tian for this calamity he has summoned upon them. They also blamed him for his arrogance in allowing the dark-robed powerhouse to recuperate his strength. Had he intervened, the dark-robed figure would have surely been unable to regain his power, and the sage kings of the Eastern Celestial Domain could have effortlessly vanquished him. Yet now, none stood as a match for the dark-robed figure. Is this all there is? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, observing the dark-robed powerhouse with a nonchalant demeanor. If it is merely this, then there is nothing of interest left. The Holy Emperor is indeed a formidable force, but Jun Xiaoyao specializes in confronting such overwhelming existences. He possesses countless trump cards, any one of which could easily subdue this Holy Emperor. Is that insufficient? The dark-robed powerhouse, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, gazed with madness and asked flatly. At this moment, he regarded Jun Xiaoyao as one would an insignificant insect. What of the supreme artifacts and divine armaments? At this juncture, as a 9 Tribulation Holy Emperor, he could crush all. Even the supreme artifacts would be of no consequence to him. Of course, had Emperor Jun Tian achieved the status of a sage king and wielded a supreme artifact, he would have no choice but to flee. Unfortunately, he remained merely a heavenly saint. If it is merely this, I am quite disappointed. There is nothing entertaining left. Then let us conclude this, Jun Xiaoyao declared coolly. As he spoke, the Alliance Lord's attire vanished, having been stowed away, and the God of War's hammer was also secured. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood empty-handed. Yet, a cataclysmic aura erupted from him. The chaos divine demon body surged forth, and behind him appeared a colossal projection of extraordinary phenomena. Within this projection, 7 divine beasts manifested. The 7 divine beast projections merged, forming an unparalleled spectacle. Kuanpeng, Baizhe, Qingluan, Xiongqi, Qilin, Shinfeng, and Xuanwu, Chaos Divine Demon, commanded attention as Jun Xiaoyao floated high above the heavens. The divine beast projections erupted forth, growing from a mere 100 meters to a staggering 500. The 7 divine beasts within the projection came alive, their destructive power coalescing instantaneously. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a punch. High above the skies, he remained composed and unperturbed. The formidable figure cloaked in black was none other than the 9 Tribulations Holy Empress, accompanied by the explosive manifestation of the 7 divine beasts. With a singular, unadorned punch, he struck towards the black-clad powerhouse. In that instant, the space, which had been on the brink of destruction, eerily came to a standstill. Within that punch lay the annihilative power of the 7 divine beasts, causing the very fabric of space to solidify in its wake. The black-robed strongman's eyes were filled with terror and reluctance. The formidable beings of the Eastern Sky Domain were rendered speechless, utterly astonished that Emperor Jun Tian had managed to harness the manifestations of the 7 divine beasts. It was well understood that each manifestation surpassed even the holy body. In fact, only those of legendary divine bodies could possess such divine beast manifestations. Yet here was Emperor Jun Tian, singularly commanding the power of all 7. Was this not a testament to his being a divine body, and an extraordinary one at that? Otherwise, how could he possibly wield the might of 7 divine beasts? As the sound of a crack echoed, the space shattered, returning to its normal state. The black-robed figure, in a state of stupor, was swept away as the distorted space churned, reducing him to mere fragments before he could even escape with his primordial spirit, vanishing entirely from this realm. So feeble was his existence. With a soft sigh, Jun Xiaoyao uttered a phrase, reaching out with a hand to grasp 7 spatial rings, which fell into his possession. He sighed once more, descending gracefully to the ground. With a flick of his fingers, a dense storm cloud gathered within a 100-meter radius, followed swiftly by a torrential downpour, cleansing the bloodstains from his form. With a single wave of his hand, a luminous barrier emerged, isolating him from the outside world. Moments later, as the barrier dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao had donned a fresh, pristine outfit, restoring his refined and handsome demeanor, reminiscent of a scion from a noble family or an erudite scholar. Chapter 253, Mu Wanjun. Pleading for mercy. The name of the Emperor Jun resounded throughout the eastern sky domain, igniting a fervent uproar. Within the celestial tower, the extent of Jun Xiaoyao's power remained a mystery, but the recent confrontation with the cloaked figure unveiled his might. With a single strike, he vanquished a holy king, and in the final clash, obliterated the nine-tribulation holy emperor. At merely 23 years of age, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial saint realm, effortlessly dispatching both the peak holy king and the nine-tribulation holy emperor. Such is the essence of Emperor Jun. In this moment, whether they were ordinary warriors, formidable superiors, or even hidden sovereigns of unparalleled strength, all were engulfed in awe and reverence for Emperor Jun. None dared to label him merely a prodigy, for he embodied the true essence of an extraordinary powerhouse, capable of annihilating nine-tribulation holy emperors with ease. If it were said that the cloaked figure, upon recovering to the status of a nine-tribulation holy emperor, could single-handedly decimate the eastern sky domain, it might hold some truth. However, asserting that Emperor Jun alone could achieve such a feat was indisputable. The great Qin Empire erupted in jubilant celebration. 3 days prior, Emperor Jun had graced the empire with his presence, prompting nationwide festivities in his honor. Yet, many remained skeptical, deeming the praise excessive for a mere youth, a 23-year-old genius. If he were a holy king, such celebrations might be warranted, but in just 3 days, Emperor Jun had established his supremacy, swiftly defeating a holy king and slaying a holy emperor, a feat truly beyond comprehension. Consider this, he is merely 23 years old, a celestial saint with prodigious talent. Given a century, his ascension to the rank of holy king is inevitable. At that juncture, would the holy sovereign still be his match? Moreover, the eastern sky domain currently lacks a holy sovereign. Even if one existed, could they withstand Emperor Jun's prowess? Now, Emperor Jun belongs to the great Qin Empire, signaling that the empire boasts the foremost powerhouse of the eastern sky domain. Suddenly, a multitude of golden beams illuminated the sky, imbued with extraordinary power. Jun Xiaoyao recognized that the portal had been activated. Any delay would complicate his return to Earth. My lord, the bride emerged from the sedan, her astonishment giving way to a heartfelt gaze directed at Jun Xiaoyao, filled with reluctance. Wait for me a year, and I shall return to my fief after attending to my affairs, Jun Xiaoyao reassured Ing Yulua. He then bid farewell to Emperor Ingzheng. With a wave of his hand, a luminous barrier materialized, enveloping Murong Xinger, Yi Qinxian, and Qing Ming, propelling them into the depths of the void, vanishing as if they had evaporated in the golden light. The departure of the celestial emperor has left the citizens and formidable warriors of the great Qin Empire in a state of curiosity and confusion. Soon, an imperial edict was proclaimed by Emperor Ingzheng, declaring that the boundaries of the galaxy would serve as the domain of the celestial emperor. He has returned to his ancestral homeland to attend to certain matters and shall return to his fief after a year. This decree serves as both a notification and an implicit announcement to the realm, informing the denizens of the eastern celestial domain that the celestial emperor has not truly departed. He has merely returned to Earth to resolve affairs and will come back after 1 year. With such an invincible force as the celestial emperor in their midst, who would dare to provoke the great Qin Empire? In truth, even without Emperor Ingzheng's proclamation, the superpowers and great empires of the eastern celestial domain are well aware of the circumstances, as countless prodigies from other realms returning to the eastern celestial domain on this very day are also making their way back to their worlds. Although it may pose some inconvenience, it does not render their return impossible. Thus, it can be said that the celestial emperor has not truly left. The grand procession of the sixth princess and her retinue departed from the holy city of Luoyang, making its way toward the boundaries of the galaxy, the designated fief of the celestial emperor. As the wife of the celestial emperor, it is only natural for her to venture to his domain. Within a century, the goal is to unify the cosmos. Emperor Ingzheng stood upon the walls of the holy city of Luoyang, gazing at the distant convoy and then casting his eyes upon the void. He spoke with a calm demeanor, yet emanated an unparalleled imperial majesty. He remains the ancestral dragon of millennia past, sweeping across the cosmos and unifying Huaxia. Now, his ambition encompasses the entirety of the eastern celestial domain. Unify the cosmos. Unify the cosmos. Unify the cosmos. The ministers echoed thrice, and the citizens of Luoyang's holy city all knelt in reverence. Golden light flowed like an ocean, vibrant and resplendent. Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by Yi Qingxian and 2 others, was swiftly transported. Time passed, second by second. After 2 minutes, the transport concluded with a subtle whisper of wind, followed by a bright illumination. Their bodies descended rapidly, with Jun Xiaoyao stabilizing himself in the void, his gaze sweeping over the familiar world, Earth. After a 2-year absence, he had finally returned. Upon realizing he was back on Earth, Jun Xiaoyao transformed into a streak of luminous energy, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in Jiangnan City, his return unnoticed by anyone on this planet. Oh, back at Longquan Mountain, he mused, momentarily taken aback to find Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao absent. However, it seemed that they had recently stayed there, as familiar scents lingered, suggesting they had gone out for leisure. Yaoer should be at school, and Yuzi must be with Wanjun, murmured Morong Xing as she proceeded towards the rooms within the villa. She had resided there before, and it contained her own quarters. I shall take a moment to rest. Qingming exchanged greetings with Jun Xiaoyao before making his way towards the room. Well, I'm returning to Jiangcheng, Yi Qingxian spoke, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Yet, she found herself devoid of reasons or excuses to linger, feeling somewhat awkward about staying. I will visit you in Jiangcheng after a while, Jun Xiaoyao replied. At this moment, he had numerous matters to attend to, and Yi Qingxian likely had her own responsibilities as well, so he did not intend to prolong her stay. After all, Yi Qingxian had once been his fiancée, but their relationship had since dwindled to that of mere acquaintances. As they conversed, the pair walked towards the outskirts of Longquan Mountain. Upon reaching Jiangcheng, Yi Qingxian stated, "Come to the Yi residence." In no time, they parted ways, and Yi Qingxian said farewell to Jun Xiaoyao before swiftly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in Sunshine Community, Mu Wanjun and Tian Yuzi were enjoying tea on the villa's balcony, their laughter echoing in the air. Their bond resembled that of close friends, almost akin to sisters, united by their shared affection for a singular man. Both were stunningly beautiful, exceptionally intelligent, and remarkable in the business realm, sharing common interests, particularly concerning Jun Xiaoyao's affairs, which they managed together. I wonder if he has truly become enamored with someone else, Tian Yuzi pouted, her displeasure evident. The Celestial Tower has been concluded for several days. Yet Jun Xiaoyao has yet to return. With Bing'er, Qingwu, Morong Xing and even Qingming around, what could possibly keep him away? Surely, some pressing matter must have delayed him. Mu Wanjun chuckled, understanding Jun Xiaoyao's character. He was not the type to be easily swayed by fleeting attractions. Moreover, surrounded by such a multitude of exquisite young women, there was little that could captivate his interest. In truth, among all the enchanting and exceptional girls surrounding him, only she and Yuzi shared a deeper connection with him. Chapter 254. Husband, you look so dashing in the Tower of All Realms. Junjia, does he bully you? Can you handle it? Tian Yuzi shifted slightly, softly inquiring of Mu Wanjun. Her exquisite face was flushed with a rosy hue. Although they were both women, discussing such matters made her bashful, especially as it pertained to her beloved. She was curious whether her partner could withstand the charm of Junjia when they were together. That fellow was as stubborn as an ox, often leaving her at his mercy. Why are you saying such things? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanjun also felt a wave of embarrassment. Though they were sisters, this was a private matter concerning her husband. How could she openly discuss it? Just asking. Tian Yuzi chuckled, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Mu Wanjun. Junjia is so alluring and has such a wonderful figure. Your husband must adore her. Just plead for mercy, and that should suffice. Indeed, Mu Wanjun replied, and with that, everything was understood. I feel the same. Tian Yuzi instantly comprehended. She, too, had been at the mercy of her partner countless times, ultimately left with no choice but to plead for mercy. It had been 2 years. How she missed him. Lifting her teacup, she rose and strolled toward the balcony railing, her face filled with longing and yearning. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Tian Yuzi's eye. It was too recognizable. Upon seeing that silhouette, she gasped and instinctively rubbed her eyes, fearing that her yearning had conjured an illusion. Yuzi, what's wrong? Mu Wanjun asked, her curiosity piqued. Junjia, come look. Am I seeing things? Tian Yuzi hurriedly exclaimed, pointing toward the direction of the community road. What? Mu Wanjun responded, moving toward Tian Yuzi. As she caught sight of the familiar figure, she confirmed it was not an illusion. It was truly Jun Xiaoyao, her beloved returning home. In an instant, Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun exchanged glances and leapt from the villa balcony, appearing outside, their eyes fixed on the man approaching them. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao also spotted Mu Wanjun and Tian Yuzi outside the villa. They were breathtaking, sensual, and mature, two natural beauties together. A smile spread across Jun Xiaoyao's face. After 2 years apart, they were finally reunited. "Wife, darling," Jun Xiaoyao called out as he approached Mu Wanjun and Tian Yuzi. "Hubby, hubby." Both Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun could no longer contain themselves, rushing into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. He wrapped his arms around them, holding them tightly, enveloped by familiar scents, softness, and warmth. Everything felt so familiar, as if returning home after a long separation. A sense of nostalgia enveloped me. The moment was marked by a notification. Event triggered. The master reunites with Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun. Reward points, 10 billion. Event triggered. Tian Yuzi's cultivation improves. Mu Wanjun's cultivation improves. Su Mengyao's cultivation improves. Reward points, 30 billion. The three embraced joyfully, only to part quickly, for they were within the confines of a community, not in the privacy of their home. The thought of being seen was slightly disconcerting. After all, the nature of her relationship with Yuzi and Jun Xiaoyao might invite speculation. However, they were perhaps overthinking it. With Jun Tiandi's status, who would dare to speak ill? It was expected that a figure of his stature would have multiple women by his side. The trio entered the villa, sitting beside Jun Xiaoyao, each resting against him. "Husband, you were magnificent in the Tower of the Heavens," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, utterly invincible, especially when you subdued hundreds of saints. And the establishment of the First Alliance was remarkable as well, not to mention the alliance wars and the individual ranking battles." The two women chattered incessantly, their excitement palpable, overwhelmed by the brilliance of their beloved. Even from behind a vast screen, he could quicken their heartbeats. Within the Tower of the Heavens, Jun Xiaoyao was truly unparalleled, reigning over all. Half an hour later, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor shifted. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with melancholy. What happened?" they asked, alarmed. "Husband, what is wrong with Bing Er and Qingwu?" Mu Wanjun and Tian Yuzi exchanged worried glances, knowing that Tian Luo Bing and Ji Qingwu were their sisters, with Tian Luo Bing being Tian Yuzi's biological sister. The revelation of their absence sent a chill through them. Had something happened? Yet, they were fine at the conclusion of the Tower of the Heavens. In truth, Bing Er was the reincarnation of the celestial empress of the supreme heaven, while Qingwu was the reincarnation of the demon emperor of the fifth demon domain. In their past lives, they were rivals, competing fiercely, until they were inexplicably reborn on Earth following a battle. Now, as the Tower of the Heavens concluded, they had been transported back to their original world. Qing Xian was also the reincarnated leader of the Eastern Heavens Gui Yuan sect. With his head bowed and a heavy heart, Jun Xiaoyao recounted the circumstances, regret gnawing at him. If only he had allowed them to enter the Yuan realm before the transportation, this unfortunate situation might have been averted. Now, they returned to the realm of Tai Xian and the fifth demon domain, realizing that locating their companions would require considerable effort and time. However, once the matters on Earth were resolved, they would seek out Qingwu and Bing Er. "That's right. Fortunately, my dear, we shall find them in due course," said Jun Xiaoyao, which eased Tian Yuzi's heart significantly. As long as her sister was safe, they could search for her later. Little did they anticipate that her sister was the reincarnation of the Empress. Reflecting on their last encounter, when Bing Er and Ji Qingwu faced each other as if sworn enemies, it became clear that they had been adversaries for millennia. No wonder they had behaved that way. Yet now, despite their differences, they were no longer foes, but sisters, thanks to Jun Xiaoyao's influence. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor, Tian Yuzi gently comforted him, fully aware of his inner turmoil and guilt. "You are right, my love. We shall seek them out in Tai Xian and the fifth demon domain in the future." Suddenly, Mu Wanjun pondered a thought. Could Yao Er be a reincarnation or rebirth as well? This notion surprised her. For if her husband's fiancé and women were either reincarnated or reborn, and she herself was a rebirth, what about Yao Er? "Sister Jun, what do you mean?" Tian Yuzi inquired with curiosity. "What does this imply?" Bing Er is the reincarnation of the Empress, Qing Wu the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, and Qing Xin the rebirth of the Heavenly Sect Master. I am a rebirth of a true immortal. Even Qing Ming and Mu Rongxing Er are not of the human race. So what about Yao Er? Mu Wanjun articulated, astonished by the revelations. This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 255, The System. Ultimate Edition. Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun shared with Jun Xiaoyao various matters concerning Earth and the entrance to the Yuanshe realm for a full 2 hours, during which Jun Xiaoyao finally grasped all there was to know about Earth. Currently, Huaxia dominates the globe and has established the Earth Covenant. Each nation is permitted to expand to 10 times its original size, with the expanded territories being integrated planets, not exceeding this 10-fold limit. Beyond national borders, all other areas belong to the global public domain. The world prohibits the possession of environmentally destructive weapons and universally recognizes Jun Tiandi as the sovereign of Earth. His words are paramount. The entire globe has transitioned into an era of cultivation, wherein martial artists from other realms may only enter Earth with the consent of the Martial Arts Alliance centered around Huaxia. To settle on Earth, one must obtain permission from this alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance lacks a leader, yet all silently regard Jun Tiandi as their chief. Each nation has at least one representative within the alliance, while Huaxia boasts 10 prominent members, including Mu Wanjun, Tian Yuzi, Su Mingyao, Shangwan Yuer, Qing Ling, and the grandfather of Ji Qingwu, all of whom are distinguished by their cultivation prowess and their connection with Jun Tiandi. Additionally, there are 4 official members from Huaxia. The Martial Arts Alliance is headquartered in Jiangnan City. Apart from various covenants and regulations, a rule of law must be implemented globally. Martial artists are forbidden from engaging in combat within city limits. Within just a year, Huaxia and the Martial Arts Alliance have refined the legal framework and system. Nations across the world are prohibited from interfering in the internal affairs of others or launching attacks, as the globe has entered an era of peaceful development. Husband, where did you go after leaving the Tower of the Heavens? Tian Yuzi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she enjoyed her breakfast. The Eastern Celestial Domain. After the conclusion of the Tower of the Heavens, all who could depart made their way to the Eastern Celestial Domain, either joining its kingdoms and sects or aligning with superpowers or empires. Of course, one could also return to their original world. I chose to go to the Great Qin Empire, Jun Xiaoyao responded. The Great Qin Empire? Mu Wanjun was taken aback. It bore a striking resemblance to the Qin dynasty of ancient Huaxia. Why else would her husband choose to venture to the Great Qin Empire? You are correct. The emperor of the Great Qin Empire is none other than the ancestral dragon of Ur, who established the empire in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Countless myths and forebears of Huaxia are intertwined with the Great Qin Empire, which currently stands as one of the most formidable forces in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon has bestowed upon me a marriage proposal, Jun Xiaoyao said, leisurely savoring his breakfast. As he spoke, his confidence waned slightly, and just as he finished, he sensed 2 piercing gazes directed at him. He quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance. My dear husband, how many sisters are you planning to find for us? Mu Wanjun spoke coldly, her lips pouting. Once a domineering CEO, she now resembled a petulant little girl, seemingly upset. Indeed, husband, I'm ignoring you now. Honestly confess. Did you go to the Great Qin because you found the princess beautiful? Tian Yuzi also pouted, her arms crossed defiantly, her demeanor exuding indignation. Jun Xiaoyao raised his gaze, just in time to witness this scene, which evoked memories of grandeur that left him momentarily entranced. Am I the kind of person who would seek such things? The Great Qin is, after all, the ancestral home of our Huaxia. If not to the Great Qin, would I venture to other sects and powers? In truth, I am against arranged marriages, but the words of the dragon sovereign are absolute. What choice do I have? I assure you, I have not laid a hand on that princess. Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The truth was, each of the women before him was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in their allure and perfection. To win the affection of even one would be akin to accumulating countless merits over millennia, or perhaps even saving the galaxy. Yet here he was, inexplicably blessed with so much. He ought to be content. Giggling, Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun could not help but laugh at Jun Xiaoyao's expression, finding him irresistibly adorable. Especially when he was in the wrong. He resembled a well-behaved child who had committed a transgression. In truth, They were merely teasing him. This was Wang Jun's jest. And that was Yuzi's. Seeing the two women like this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief, though guilt lingered in his heart. They were both modest girls. Yet for his sake, they were willing to set aside their shyness and attend to him, allowing him to enjoy the blessings of companionship, a pursuit that most men yearn for. Yet few are fortunate enough to attain. Even if one did find it, it often lacked genuine love. But Jun Xiaoyao was acutely aware of the sincerity behind Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun's feelings for him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he retrieved two radiant orbs from the elemental realm, handing one to Mu Wanjun and the other to Tian Yuzi. These were items exchanged in the divine hall of all heavens. Even he, Jun Xiaoyao, only had 10 such tokens to his name. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun chimed in unison, their joy unmistakable as they accepted the luminous orbs and stored them in their spatial rings, fully aware of their immense value. By the way, you two have fallen behind in your cultivation. After a while, we will enter the core area of the elemental realm to train and strive to reach the great sage level. Jun Xiaoyao said as he rose and made his way towards the second floor. Husband, where are you going? Tian Yuzi inquired curiously as she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's ascent to the upper level. Regarding Jun Xiaoyao's suggestion for them to elevate their cultivation to the great sage level, they harbored no doubts whatsoever, for Jun Xiaoyao's words were akin to law in their eyes. After a nap, Jun Xiaoyao replied, Dear, your waist must be aching. Given how you bullied us last night, giggled Luo Luo. By the way, dear, do you wish to continue playing? Mu Wanjun paused for a moment, then spoke. While speaking, she provocatively glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, followed by peals of laughter, with Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun laughing uncontrollably. Ding! Event triggered. The master has been teased by Mu Wanjun. Reward points. 10 billion really want to play? Come over, Jun Xiaoyao replied, a dark expression crossing his face upon hearing Mu Wanjun's words. This woman, so audacious. Who was it that begged for mercy last night? Dear, spare me. You should go to sleep. Mu Wanjun quickly shook her head, feeling a bit intimidated. If she proceeded, she would undoubtedly be mercilessly bullied. Nonetheless, her heart was aflame with excitement. She was merely jesting with Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, a formidable sage would not experience such ailments. Especially considering her husband's extraordinary talents and physique, how could he possibly be in pain? What of Yuer and Qingling? As Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the second floor, preparing to enter Mu Wanjun's bedroom, he recalled that two individuals had not been mentioned. He casually inquired, those two girls have forgotten their roots since arriving on Earth. Qingling and Yuer are at Jiangnan University with Yaoer. By the way, dear, do you miss your two little maidens? Tian Yuzi jested. She spoke the truth. Shangguan Yuer and Qingling were not in a favorable situation in their own world. Otherwise, they would not have entered the Sacred Lord realm, nearly facing annihilation. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had rescued them. After arriving on Earth, the two became enamored with life here. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was the sovereign of Earth. Although they came to Earth alongside him, they regarded themselves as his maidens. With Jun Xiaoyao as their protector, who would dare to bully them? Furthermore, their cultivation on Earth was considered top tier. Thus, they intended to fully integrate into this world. Upon entering the university, feeling mischievous, are we? Jun Xiaoyao shot a glare at Tian Yuzi. This woman. It seemed she would need to be duly punished tonight. With that thought, he entered the bedroom, lay upon the bed, and sent his consciousness into the primordial realm. This journey to the celestial tower had yielded tremendous rewards. He obtained a supreme artifact, a world artifact, shards of eternity, and an eternal artifact, along with becoming a disciple of the eternal Lord. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial sage level, amassing countless treasures and resources. Moreover, the supreme sect, the Eternal Hall, has been established, boasting countless great saints and lesser saints. It can be said that this time, in every respect, it has been a bountiful harvest. Presently, his points have also accumulated significantly. He wondered if it might be possible to upgrade. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the virtual screen. Available balance, 411. 368 billion. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao commenced the upgrade process. 3 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. System, Ultimate Edition. Host, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 23 years. Appearance, 100 points. Cultivation, Extreme Heaven Saint, 1 billion 100 billion points. Talent, Chaos Divine Demon Body, 8th level, 101 billion 1 trillion points. Divine Ability, Domain Shield, 8th level, 101 billion 1 trillion points. Divine Skill, Creation of Stars, 8th level, 101 billion 1 trillion points. Domain, Power Domain. Laws, Law of Life, Law of Natural Disasters, Law of Black Holes, Law of Immortality, Law of Resurrection. Companions, Mu Wanjun, Tian Yuzi, Morong Xing. Mounts, Sacred Heavenly Palace, Celestial Battleship. Treasures, Annihilation Scripture. Alliance Leader Set, Chaos Set, Eternal Temple, War Goddess Hammer, War Goddess Tower. Points, 11. 368 billion. Total points, 416, 999 billion. The upgrade was completed, leaving only 10 billion points remaining. The next upgrade would require 1 trillion points. However, with the system now at the Ultimate Edition, further upgrades are no longer necessary. He inquired, what new features does the Ultimate Edition possess? One would expect some grand surprises. Yet, in truth, it was merely a matter of anticipation, for he lacked nothing at present. Chapter 256, The Opening of the Spirit Hall, the Immortal Soul in the Ultimate Version of the System. Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and curiosity. It was indeed the Ultimate Edition. Would there be new features? To the Master, the Ultimate Version system does not possess new functionalities. However, the realm has expanded to length 999, 9 billion miles, width 999, 9 billion miles, height 999, 9 billion miles. The aura, celestial energy, and holy power have increased 100-fold from their original state. The Spirit Hall has been activated, capable of safeguarding the entire realm and ensuring the immortality of the Master's soul. The spirit, Xianji, can accompany the Master in battle. Yet she will mostly reside within the realm aside from combat. The voice of the system's spirit resonated. In that instant, Xianji appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, manifesting into a tangible form. She possessed flesh and blood, unparalleled beauty, resembling a quintessential anime maiden. With a lovely visage, a flawless figure, and long, fair legs exuding a delicate fragrance, she truly resembled a human. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Xianji, awestruck, unable to fathom her transformation into such a being. Instinctively, he reached out and pinched her exquisite face. It was smooth and bouncy, so vividly real. No longer merely a virtual entity, she had become a genuine girl. To the Master, Xianji is now a true human. However, Xianji belongs to the Eternal Clan. Xianji responded, a blush adorning her stunning countenance, stirring something within Jun Xiaoyao's heart. A curiosity lingered in his mind. Did Xianji know what he was doing, particularly when he engaged intimately with women? Would the system be aware of such matters? Upon this thought, relief washed over him. He was fortunate that Xianji was a girl. Had she been a lewd man, it would have been unimaginable. Xianji, will you know what I do? After a moment's contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao posed the question. To the Master, regarding the Master's private affairs, Xianji does not concern herself with them. They are automatically shielded. Moreover, triggered events and tasks are preset, requiring no direct involvement from Xianji. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's inquiry, Xianji's exquisite face flushed slightly. She was well aware of what he was implying. What is your current strength? Jun Xiaoyao sighed with relief, grateful that his private matters would not be scrutinized by her, averting potential embarrassment. To the Master, Xianji possesses no cultivation, but she has 3 opportunities for combat each month, with a maximum duration of 1 hour for each battle. The strength varies on each occasion. Once as a 9 calamities Holy Emperor, once as a 9 calamities Holy Venerable, and once as a 9 calamities Holy Emperor. Since Xianji's existence is within the realm, she is immortal. As the Master's cultivation strength increases, so too will Xianji's capabilities. Xianji articulated, causing Jun Xiaoyao's heart to tremble with understanding. In essence, it meant that Xuanji has 3 opportunities to act each month, with each opportunity possessing varying levels of power. One may choose one specific level of power, but only one can be selected within a month. For instance, if one utilizes the power of the Holy Emperor this month, that power will no longer be available, leaving only the powers of the Holy Sovereign and the Holy Monarch to choose from. Within a month, there are merely 3 chances. Moreover, Xuanji, though human, belongs to the Eternal Clan, and her existence within the primordial realm ensures her immortality. Understanding this, Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and subsequently withdrew his consciousness from the primordial realm. The capabilities of Xuanji are truly extraordinary. The ultimate system, while lacking new features, represents the most formidable and wondrous version. Having such a terrifying combat partner as Xuanji renders one virtually invincible. The lowest level of power one can wield is that of the Holy Emperor. Should one's cultivation advance, Xuanji's minimum power would no longer be the Holy Emperor, but rather the Holy Sovereign, thus raising the upper limit by a tier. Beyond Xuanji, the primordial realm has expanded exponentially compared to its original size, now measuring 9 billion li in length, width, and height. The spiritual energy, celestial essence, and holy force have increased to 100-fold of their original levels. Such a world is truly miraculous. More importantly, the Spirit Hall can safeguard the entire primordial realm, meaning that even in the event of his demise, the realm will not collapse, and the Spirit Hall will ensure his soul remains undying and indestructible. As long as the soul persists with the divine blood, he can resurrect at any moment. Furthermore, he has cultivated the laws of life, immortality, and resurrection, all of which pertain to the essence of existence. With the primordial realm and the celestial halls, who could possibly vanquish him? If faced with insurmountable odds, he can simply retreat into the celestial halls, which is vast enough to constitute a world of its own, allowing him to thrive within. While his true self may not enter the primordial realm, his consciousness certainly can. Once his consciousness withdrew, Jun Xiaoyao shifted his sleeping position and continued to slumber. He slept until evening. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes to behold a breathtakingly beautiful face gazing at him, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, her rosy lips mere 20 centimeters away. A faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirring his heart. "Wanjun, what brings you here?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. He had been asleep while they were in the dining room. So how had she ended up in his bed? "Where's Yuzi?" "My dear, this is my bed, and you are sleeping in it," she replied sweetly. Her cheeks flushed. They had been together for quite some time, and with their child now in kindergarten, her boldness in initiating intimacy still left her shy. As she spoke, one of her lovely legs had already draped over Jun Xiaoyao. "And Yuzi?" he asked, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. "So enticing, it's utterly irresistible. You still wish for a double delight? Don't dream. Yuzi has returned home." Mu Wanjun pouted her luscious lips, exuding a captivating allure. Mistakenly believing that Jun Xiaoyao desired a repeat of last night's escapade, she would never succumb to that again. How embarrassing. If only Yuzi were not present. She could freely indulge in playful antics with Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 257. How could I possibly believe you? What are you thinking? I was merely inquiring. Upon hearing Mu Wanjun's words, Jun Xiaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly could not admit it. However, he could not deny that he had indeed entertained such thoughts. Every man, without exception, would think the same, especially considering how stunningly beautiful and alluring Tianyuzi and Mu Wanjun were. The notion of being together with them was simply beyond imagination, beyond description. "Really, you didn't think about it?" Mu Wanjun gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with disbelief. "How could I possibly believe you? You have no idea how much enjoyment you found last night." As she spoke, her delicate figure nestled against Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. Soon after, the world turned upside down once more. 3 hours later, they concluded with satisfaction, and Mu Wanjun fell into a contented slumber. In the Tian family's ancestral home. What? Binger has already gone to the Taishan realm. Tian Lansheng was utterly astounded by Tianyuzi's revelation. He could hardly fathom that his precious granddaughter was, in fact, the reincarnation of the Empress of Taishan, now returned to her original world, a realm infinitely distant from Earth. He wondered if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Tianyuzi's parents were engulfed in a whirlpool of emotions. In their hearts, their beloved daughters were their very lifeblood, especially Binger, who was both aloof and fiercely independent. Their greatest concern was that Binger might face hardships. Now that she had returned to her own world, their hearts brimmed with worry and longing. "My husband said he would go to the Taishan realm after some time." Tianyuzi softly reassured her grandfather and parents. No wonder there had been celestial phenomena at the time of Binger's birth. Tianxiao pondered, recalling the extraordinary events surrounding Tianluo Bing's arrival into the world. Those omens had been profoundly powerful, and upon her birth, she bore a jade pendant inscribed with her name. This indicated that the name Tianluo Bing was not bestowed by her parents or grandparents. In retrospect, Tianluo Bing's exceptional talents made perfect sense. It's all right. I trust that young Master Jun will be able to bring Binger back. Tian Lanxing sighed with relief. He then continued, reflecting that had it been a century ago, when Earth had not yet entered the realm of fantasy and spiritual energy had not revived, they would have found it inconceivable that Tianluo Bing was still alive. After all, back then, it was widely believed that Earth was the sole planet harboring life. Now, however, circumstances had changed. Earth had transitioned into a mystical realm, with spiritual energy rejuvenating, evolving into a civilization of martial arts. They learned that beyond Earth, there existed countless planets and realms teeming with life. Grandfather, did you know? The first emperor of our great Qin still exists. He has forged a powerful Qin empire in the Eastern Celestial Domain. After the conclusion of the Celestial Tower, my husband will head to the Qin Empire, Tian Yuzi exclaimed with excitement, her heart swelling with pride for the legacy of Chinese civilization. The descendants of Yin and Huang possess an unparalleled sense of belonging and pride. The first emperor of the Qin dynasty, revered as the eternal sovereign, unified the vast land of Huaxia. Without him, Huaxia may not have existed, and it would have been even more fragmented than ancient Western Europe. The first emperor is one of the ancestors of the Huaxia people. It was unexpected that he still lives and has forged a powerful Qin empire in the Eastern Celestial Domain. The ancestral dragon endures. He has created the Qin Empire. How fares Jun Gongzi in the Qin Empire? Has he encountered any challenges? Tian Lanxing inquired, astonished and curious. From his perspective, it seemed that Jun Xiaoyao must have faced difficulties in the Qin Empire. Otherwise, he would not have returned to Earth so swiftly. For he is indeed the ancestral dragon of the Qin Empire. Emperor Yingzheng granted a marriage, bestowing his most cherished sixth princess upon him, conferring upon him the title of Heavenly Emperor, with dominion over 300,000 miles. The entire Heavenly Emperor alliance was restructured into the Heavenly Emperor Legion, under his independent command, and bestowed with 1,000,000 legions to safeguard the galactic frontier. Tian Yuzi spoke, her expression brimming with excitement, as if the one conferred as Heavenly Emperor was she herself. In a sense, it was quite similar, for Jun Xiaoyao as her man. In the room, upon hearing Tian Yuzi's words, Tian Lanxing and Tian Yuzi's parents could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Emperor Yingzheng would hold such esteem for Jun Xiaoyao. In truth, it was quite reasonable to envision this. For Jun Xiaoyao is the Heavenly Emperor, possessing the ability to defy fate and commanding the existence of the Celestial Tower, an invincible powerhouse. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, they remained shocked. After all, the Qin Empire is vastly more formidable than the ancient Qin dynasty. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao could be appointed as the Heavenly Emperor, with dominion over 300,000 miles, illustrates his esteemed position within the Qin Empire. I inquired with Sister Xing'er, who mentioned that the Emperor intends to pass the throne to my husband. Tian Yuzi continued. After departing from the Sunshine Community, she made a trip back to Longquan Mountain and met with Mu Rong Xing'er. The two conversed for a long time and learned a wealth of information. Z'er, how is your relationship with Jun Gongzi? Tian Xiao asked. Such an exceptional man. Could my daughter truly be worthy of him? After all, the Tian family lacks the powerful foundation to support Tian Yuzi. Father, my relationship with my husband is splendid, Tian Yuzi replied. Indeed, it is splendid. She has become Jun Xiaoyao's woman, and how could their relationship be anything less than wonderful? Chapter 258, The Adorable Young Girl and Her Brother. Jun Tiandi in the Sunshine Community. The following day, Jun Xiaoyao awoke to find Mu Wanjun curled up in his embrace, her exquisite face adorned with a look of contentment and bliss. Darling, you're awake. What were you pondering? She inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she noticed Jun Xiaoyao lost in thought. I was considering a visit to the Ji family in Kyoto today, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Ji Qingwu had returned to the fifth demon domain, and he felt it was imperative to inform the Ji family. After all, he was Ji Qingwu's boyfriend. He had brought her to the Tower of All Realms, only to return alone, leaving her behind. It was simply unacceptable. He could not allow the Ji family to worry. Indeed, it is necessary to go, lest Uncle Ji and the others become anxious. Mu Wanju nodded in agreement with Jun Xiaoyao's sentiment. By the way, the primordial realm has expanded significantly compared to before. In the future, You all should reside there. It is far more suitable for cultivation than earth. And we shall no longer concern ourselves with matters of the earth, Jun Xiaoyao mused, realizing something. Indeed, the primordial realm has developed its own ecosystem, with a population reaching 80 million, akin to a large nation. After some time, we can let Wanjun and the others move there, Mu Wanjun concurred. Once they entered the primordial realm, it would be safer than Earth. Moreover, even if Jun Xiaoyao ventured to other worlds for training, she would be able to contact him at any time, allowing them to be together whenever they wished. At noon, Jun Xiaoyao departed from the Sunshine community and made his way directly to Kyoto. Without Ji Qingwu by his side, he eschewed air travel and simply traversed dimensions, arriving before the Ji family's courtyard, where he felt a twinge of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. It was Zhou Yushi who answered. Oh, it's little Jun. Come in quickly. Has Qingwu not returned? Zhou Yushi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao. However, upon noticing Ji Qingwu's absence, she was taken aback. Why hadn't the girl returned with him? Had something happened? Zhou auntie, where are the old master and uncle? Jun Xiaoyao inquired as he stepped into the courtyard, deliberately omitting any mention of Ji Qingwu. The old master is in the study. Little Jun, why hasn't Ji Qingwu returned? Zhou Yushi pressed. A sense of unease growing within her. A mother and daughter share a bond that transcends words, and she feared something might have befallen her daughter. Zhou auntie, Qingwu didn't return to Earth. She has gone to another world to cultivate. I came specifically to inform you, Jun Xiaoyao explained, his heart heavy with guilt as he looked at Zhou Yushi. Ah, is Qingwu all right? Zhou Yushi's expression shifted. Why would one venture to another world when all seemed well? Had there been a quarrel, or was there something else amiss? The old man and the uncle emerged, and after greeting them, Jun Xiaoyao revealed Ji Qingwu's true identity and her current predicament. Upon learning of Ji Qingwu's situation, Zhou Yushi and the old man sighed with relief. As long as Qingwu was safe, that was all that mattered. Moreover, as Ji Qingwu's boyfriend, Jun Xiaoyao would certainly find a way to reach her. Given his capabilities, this would not pose a significant challenge. Subsequently, the old man inquired about Jun Xiaoyao's training. Initially, he intended to return to Jiangnan, but he was persuaded to stay. That evening, Jun Xiaoyao found himself in Ji Qingwu's room. Although it was a girl's chamber, it was entirely reasonable for him, as her boyfriend, to be there. After spending the night at the Ji residence, Jun Xiaoyao returned to Jiangnan. It was Friday, and Yaoer was to come home from school. He planned to surprise her by picking her up, cherishing the long-awaited reunion after 2 years, filled with both longing and a hint of guilt. Most importantly, he regretted not being by her side during her college entrance examination. Jiangnan University is the foremost institution in Huaxia, and, due to Jun Tianyi's influence, holds the distinction of being the top university globally. Jiangnan City is regarded as the center of the world. It is said that after its expansion, Jiangnan University now spans an impressive 143 square kilometers, with a student body reaching 650,000, making it the largest in the world in both area and enrollment. In the afternoon, an array of luxury cars lined the university entrance, as countless students prepared to return home, with boarding students making up 90% of the population. Miss Su, hello. Miss Su, hello. Miss Su, hello. At that moment, 3 extraordinarily beautiful girls emerged onto the university pathways. These girls exuded an ethereal grace, resembling divine beings. The one at the center was a charming, adorable lowly beauty. Upon seeing her, countless students greeted her politely, for they recognized this enchanting lowly. She was among the top 5 prodigies on the global talent list, and more significantly, she had an elder brother known as Jun Tiandi. And who is Jun Tiandi? He is the sovereign of Earth, the savior of humanity. Let us first consider the fact that her prowess and innate talent alone could command respect across the globe, even without the overshadowing presence of her domineering brother. Consequently, countless students hold her in high esteem, yet none possess the audacity to pursue her. On her exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a sweet smile, there lies a flicker of inner turmoil. The brilliance of celebrity is indeed captivating. Yet being the center of attention wherever she goes is an unsettling experience for her. Suddenly, Su Mingyao halted, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Miss, what troubles you? Inquired Shangguan Yuer and Qin Ling, taken aback by her demeanor. In truth, Su Mingyao shares a close bond with the two, akin to that of sisters. However, out of respect, Shangguan Yuer and Qin Ling address her as Miss, recognizing her as the sister of Jun Xiaoyao. My brother has returned. A radiant smile graced Su Mingyao's face. Yet crystalline tears began to slip down her cheeks as she caught sight of her brother. In that moment, she resembled a child, dashing forward with uncontained joy. This scene incited curiosity and astonishment among countless students. After all, Su Mingyao is revered as the first goddess of Jiangnan University, the foremost beauty, and the sister of the celestial emperor. Before long, she found herself before a young man, disregarding all semblance of decorum as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her entire being clinging to him. In response, the youth encircled her delicate waist, joyfully twirling her around, while the air filled with the sweet, bell-like laughter of the girl. This spectacle left many students and parents in awe and envy. Who is this person that can evoke such affection from the sister of the celestial emperor? Brother, Yao Yao has missed you. Su Mingyao clung to Jun Xiaoyao, unwilling to let go, oblivious to the astonished and envious gazes surrounding her. In her eyes, the world consisted solely of her brother. As she spoke, her rosy lips brushed against Jun Xiaoyao's cheek in a gentle kiss. I have missed you too, Yao Yao. Jun Xiaoyao replied with delight. My little girl has truly grown up, yet she remains just as adorable as she was at 16. As he embraced her moments before, he noted with surprise how much she had blossomed. Jun Xiaoyao, that is Miss Su's brother. The name reverberated among the throngs, and soon, students and parents alike recognized him, bowing in respect and admiration. Their reverence was heartfelt and genuine. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a warm smile and a gentle wave of his hand. Yuer has met the young master. Qingling has met the young master. Shangwan Yuer and Qingling approached Jun Xiaoyao, curtsying gracefully, embodying utmost decorum and charm. They are inherently beautiful, truly stunning. At Jiangnan University, she is also one of the top 10 goddesses. At this moment, so obedient and gentle before Jun Xiaoyao, countless students secretly in love with them felt their hearts shatter, realizing that there was no hope, as these two goddesses were the attendants of the divine Emperor Jun. Who would dare to covet the women of the divine Emperor Jun? Ding! Event triggered. Master picks up Su Mingyao after school. Reward: 500 million points. Let us go home. Jun Xiaoyao took Su Mingyao's delicate white hand and walked towards Longquan Mountain. Su Mingyao was obediently following Jun Xiaoyao, her small face adorned with a sweet smile. As today was a day of immense joy for her. Last week, when she returned home, her brother hadn't come back, leaving her quite worried. But this week, her brother came to pick her up after school. How could she not be happy? After 2 years apart, she missed him dearly. Brother, why did you take so long to return? Yao Yao has missed you so much. Su Mingyao pouted her lovely little lips, her expression one of playful affection. She was curious about what had transpired after the Celestial Tower ended, as her brother had not returned immediately. After the Celestial Tower concluded, those who survived went to the Eastern Celestial Domain, which caused a slight delay. Yao Yao has become even more beautiful, Jun Xiaoyao remarked as they walked, glancing at the girl beside him in admiration. After 2 years apart, the little girl had indeed blossomed, her grace exquisite. However, she had not grown much taller. Still standing at around 165 centimeters, appearing petite and delicate, a quintessential soft and adorable beauty. Of course, brother, Yao Yao is now 18. Isn't that considered an adult? Su Mingyao replied joyfully, feeling a sweetness in her heart. With the enhancement of her cultivation, she had become increasingly beautiful, her aura ethereal, like a celestial fairy untouched by the mundane world. Yes, you have indeed grown up, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. 18 is certainly adulthood. Brother, Yao Yao wants to marry you. The girl tiptoed, her lips close to Jun Xiaoyao's ear, whispering softly. Upon speaking, her breathtakingly beautiful face flushed crimson, even her delicate earlobes turning pink. Although the siblings had been inseparable since childhood and often spent time together, this confession felt incredibly shy. Had she not mustered the courage, she wouldn't have been able to utter it at all. Really? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Of course it's true. Does brother wish to see such a lovely Yao Yao to someone else? Su Mingyao said, her cheeks still flushed. At this moment, her spirit was soaring. Being by her brother's side was the happiest thing in the world. Does Yao Yao have someone she likes? Jun Xiaoyao playfully pinched her exquisitely beautiful cheek, which felt so smooth and plump, the touch delightful beyond measure. Indeed, Su Mingyao nodded. Who is it? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Of course, it's my brother. Therefore, Yao wishes to marry her brother. Brother, Carry me, Su Mingyao responded, halting in her tracks. I shall not walk any further. I want Jun Xiaoyao to carry me. At your age, aren't you embarrassed? Jun Xiaoyao glanced around. They were at Jiangnan University, bustling with passers-by, and he pondered whether it was appropriate to carry Su Mingyao like this, given her age. Not at all, Su Mingyao retorted, unbothered by the opinions of onlookers. Besides, isn't it quite normal for a boyfriend to carry his girlfriend? Moreover, brother, it has been ages since you last carried me. Su Mingyao pouted her delicate lips, playfully expressing her desire. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao conceded, tenderly stroking her silky hair. He crouched down, and Su Mingyao joyfully nestled onto his back, her fair hands encircling his neck. Jun Xiaoyao's arms enveloped her slender, smooth legs as he lifted Su Mingyao, their skin brushing against one another, igniting a fervor within him that was overwhelming. Previously, in his heart, Yaoer was merely a younger sister. Now, she was his fiancée, destined to be his beloved. The sentiment was entirely different, especially as Yaoer had blossomed into a veritable goddess, a charming, adorable young lady. It would indeed be strange if he were not stirred by such a sight. Chapter 259, The Origins of Yaoer the Soft. Delicate figure resting upon his back ignited a fervent passion within Jun Xiaoyao, particularly as her ample form pressed closely against him. Furthermore, Su Mingyao's gentle breath, fragrant as orchids, sent a delightful tickle along his neck. Behind him, Su Mingyao felt an equal measure of nervousness and shyness, her heart racing. In the past, her brother often carried her, and they would sleep together, yet she had never experienced such sensations. Now, embarrassment enveloped her, making her wish to vanish into the earth. Her mind was a blank canvas. However, this enchanting feeling was one she cherished deeply. Countless students gazed upon the scene with envy, their admiration for Su Mingyao and Jun Xiaoyao palpable. This only heightened Su Mingyao's bashfulness. Although she initially claimed to feel no embarrassment, she now found herself overwhelmed by it. Yet, amidst her shyness, there was a sweetness, joy, and happiness that enveloped her. Not far behind, Shang Yuer and Qing Ling exchanged amused glances, their eyes reflecting the same envy as they observed Su Mingyao and Jun Xiaoyao. After half an hour, they returned to Longquan Mountain. For Jun Xiaoyao, this distance was trivial. Even with Su Mingyao on his back, her weight was scarcely a burden, perhaps around 90 pounds. Carrying such a stunningly soft and adorable girl was hardly tiring. Yaoer is back from school. Upon their arrival at Longquan Mountain, Murong Xinger was present and greeted Su Mingyao. Sister Xing, Su Mingyao joyfully responded. Our Yaoer has grown up and is even more beautiful and captivating. Murong Xinger teased, and indeed, Su Mingyao had blossomed over the past 2 years, shedding her youthful innocence. Really? Thank you, Sister Xing. Su Mingyao beamed with delight, conversing as she made her way into the villa, heading to her room to bathe and change clothes. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, Jun Xiaoyao strolled around Longquan Mountain for a couple of laps before returning to his room. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed, engrossed in a game on his phone. Brother. Soon, Su Mingyao's sweet, melodic voice echoed, followed by the soft creak of the door as she entered. She wore a sleepwear that accentuated her long, fair legs, her exquisite figure radiating youthful vigor. Her face bore a hint of crimson as she approached Jun Xiaoyao's bedside. Come on up. Why so shy? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled upon seeing her bashful demeanor. In the past, this girl exhibited no restraint, effortlessly finding excuses to climb into his bed and nestle in his embrace, without a hint of hesitation regarding their gender. Now, however, she seemed slightly bashful. Su Mingyao nodded before climbing onto the bed. The delicate form of Linglong nestled beside Jun Xiaoyao, exuding a fragrant and soft presence. Even through her nightgown, he could feel her smooth skin. What's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, engrossed in his game. Noticing that Su Mingyao was silent, curiosity piqued within him. Typically, when this girl was near him, she would chatter incessantly or join him in gaming. Why was she so unusually docile today? Had she truly matured? Even if she had grown, such a transformation seemed unlikely. Brother, I have something to tell you, Su Mingyao said earnestly, as if she were about to reveal a monumental decision. This was her secret. Jun Xiaoyao paused, placing his phone down, straightening his posture, and wrapping his arm around the girl's slender waist. The softness of her skin sent shivers through him, and her faint fragrance stirred his senses. He gazed intently at her, pondering what she might say. Moreover, after their 2-year separation and his return from the Celestial Tower, the girl had indeed changed significantly. Though he could not quite articulate how. Brother, 3 months ago, Mengyao awakened her memories. Of her past life, Su Mengyao softly articulated, leaning against Jun Xiaoyao, yet feeling a tinge of shyness. In the past, she would never have felt bashful, as she regarded her brother as her boyfriend, envisioning a future marriage. However, since the events of 3 months prior, she had undergone a transformation. Is that so? What was Mengyao like in her previous life? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, realizing that the system was indeed remarkable. It granted him 5 fiancées, whether they were true immortals reincarnated, demonic emperors or empresses reborn, or the leaders of celestial sects resurrected. Now, even Mengyao had regained her past life memories. Undoubtedly, she too was a reincarnation or a rebirth. Curiosity surged within him. What had Mengyao's previous existence entailed? Simultaneously, a sense of worry crept in. He hoped she wouldn't depart like Tian Luobing and Ji Qingwu. Brother, I am not joking, Su Mengyao insisted earnestly, perceiving her brother's demeanor as if he were merely listening to a story. Otherwise, he should have been shocked. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Xiaoyao had long since acclimatized to such revelations. Mengyao, I believe you, he replied with a wry smile. I truly believe you are a reincarnation or rebirth. Not only my dear Mengyao, but even your sisters are reincarnated or reborn. I have grown accustomed to it. If it were not for reincarnation, that would indeed be unusual. All right. 3 months ago, when Mengyao's spiritual consciousness reached the 100th tier, her past life memories awakened. Mengyao hails from the realm of cultivation, Su Mengyao murmured, revealing a glimpse of the world she came from. She has her family and loved ones, yet she is also haunted by her nightmares. At this moment, the exquisite features of Su Mengyao's face display a myriad of emotions as she reflects upon the events of her past life. In the realm of cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao is taken aback. Indeed, the realm of cultivation truly exists. However, he quickly becomes accustomed to the notion. After all, Wan Jun has undergone the cycle of reincarnation as a true immortal, so the existence of a realm of cultivation is hardly surprising. Moreover, within this universe, there are countless worlds beyond imagination. Chapter 260. The synthesis of the eternal artifact in the realm of cultivation. Not only are there practitioners, but also formidable celestial beings, including the revered great Luo saints, resembling the mythical world of primordial chaos. However, my exposure to this realm was limited and my knowledge was scant. Yaoer was born into a prestigious sect, with her parents serving as esteemed elders. Despite her lack of talent for cultivation, she possessed striking beauty. In their quest to procure rare treasures for her, her parents never returned. The son of the sect's grand elder sought to take Yaoer as his concubine. In her desperation, she fled, ultimately encountering the cataclysm of time and space, leading to her reincarnation in the present. Su Mengyao spoke softly, tears glistening on her delicate face, evoking a pang of sorrow in Jun Xiaoyao. He reached out to wipe away her tears, having never allowed her to weep in their shared childhood. Yaoer, once I resolve our current predicament, I will help you find your parents. How does that sound? In truth, your reincarnation has only spanned a few decades. A mere blink of an eye for a cultivator. Perhaps by the time we return to the realm of cultivation, they will have safely returned as well. Jun Xiaoyao said gently. To force Yaoer into becoming a concubine is a death wish, he added, though it was a fragment of Yaoer's past life. Yet, as long as she could remember it, it held significance in this lifetime. Yes, Yaoer will listen to you, brother. In truth, Yaoer had grown indifferent to the fate of her parents in her previous life. After all, that was a past existence, and in this life, to have a brother was her fortune, perhaps a reward for her countless lives spent saving the galaxy. Having already lost her parents in her former life, Yaoer did not wish to be without her brother in this one, longing to remain by his side through all lifetimes. Su Mengyao softly continued, lifting her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Jun Xiaoyao. Little one, who taught you to be so sentimental? Yaoer will forever be the source of my joy, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, pinching her lovely cheek. Ah, little one, you've grown, he remarked. I'm not being sentimental, it's merely what I feel. The young girl pouted, preparing to rise. However, her reluctance was evident. Where are you off to? You should rest, Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Brother, I have been with you since I was 5, and now that I am 18, Your thoughts are clearly written on your face. You don't truly wish to leave your bed, yet you pretend otherwise, he teased. I'll return to my room. Otherwise, Sister Zier and Sister Xinger will arrive soon, Su Mingyao said softly, aware of Jun Xiaoyao's relationships with Tianyu Zier and Murong Xing. Originally, her brother's embrace was meant for her, but now he shared it with them. If they came to sleep in his room, isn't it excessive to be here? Or rather, it interrupts their intimate moments with my brother. Time to sleep. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Hooray! Su Mingyao exclaimed with immense delight. Her supple form nestled in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace. Her delicate lips brushed against his cheek in a gentle kiss. A long, smooth, and fair leg draped over him. Her entire being entwined around him like an octopus, devoid of any reservations. In the past, she had been similarly carefree. She had gained some weight. Jun Xiaoyao felt the added weight and playfully smacked Su Mingyao's soft rear, which was delightfully bouncy and pleasing to the touch. Ah, brother, are you being mischievous? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. She had experienced this playful reprimand from Jun Xiaoyao in her childhood, but that was long ago. Since turning 10, he had refrained from such antics, acknowledging the differences between boys and girls. Now that she had matured, such playful gestures from him were bound to evoke embarrassment. Moreover, her rear was a sensitive area. Was this considered mischievous behavior? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. It could be, or it may not be. Su Mingyao whispered, how so? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. It is mischievous because I am a girl, yet it is not because I belong to my brother, and he can do as he pleases. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her delicate body trembling slightly, her face aglow with warmth, even her soft earlobes blushing. Time to sleep, Jun Xiaoyao said, leaving no room for further discussion. Brother, hold me close, Su Mingyao nodded obediently. Jun Xiaoyao did not refuse. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, enjoying the softness of her skin. Su Mingyao curled up in his embrace and soon drifted into slumber, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet, blissful smile. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao, guided by the system's prompts, set about collecting all the eternal fragments from Earth. Now, combined with the eternal fragments acquired from the Celestial Tower, he had a total of 12, which was precisely enough to forge an artifact of eternal grade. As he contemplated what type of eternal grade artifact to create, the system provided an announcement. Master, the synthesis of the eternal grade artifact is beyond both your and my control, as it is random. The spirit of the system, known as Xuanji, had now taken on a human form, residing within the elemental realm, ever ready to assist Jun Xiaoyao. Upon realizing that he was deliberating on the synthesis of a treasure, Xuanji prompted him, very well, let us proceed with the synthesis. Jun Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then replied, if it is to be random, then so be it. Regardless, they are all artifacts of the eternal level. Even the most inferior among them cannot be compared to artifacts of any other tier. Synthesis of eternal level artifacts requires 3 years. Synthesis begins. The voice of Xuanji resonated. Following that, silence ensued. Within the realm of the primordial world, radiant light flickered as 12 shards melded together. However, to achieve a complete synthesis, a span of 3 years is required, and it may well extend beyond that. The last attempt at synthesizing a chaos-level artifact had already exceeded the designated time. Chapter 261. All was already arranged. Time flowed day by day, and 3 months passed. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao typically spent his days in the company of Murong Xinger, Mu Wanjun, and Tianyu Zi, engaging in the cultivation of various laws and domains, mastering treasures, and refining celestial warships. Wanjun had already entered elementary school, and after classes, Jun Xiaoyao was able to accompany her. Over the course of 3 months, Mu Wanjun and Tianyu Zi managed to bring 100 million elite talents from Earth into the Yuan realm. Now, the Yuan realm boasted a population of 80 million Huaxia individuals, effectively forming a vast nation. The Ji and Tian families had relocated there, and even some members of the Shangwan family from Jiangnan City had made their way into the Yuan realm. Darling, are you planning to head to the Eastern Heaven domain? One evening, Murong Xinger entered the room clad in her pajamas, casting a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a game. During this time, it seemed Jun Xiaoyao had been doing little, yet she could sense a subtle undercurrent. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Earth has entered an era of peaceful cultivation, and my master, the eternal sovereign, has promised to safeguard Earth for 30,000 years. This means it is safe here for now. Additionally, I must ascend to divinity within a century, otherwise, my master will revoke all promises made. Now is the time to prepare for departure. After achieving divinity, he would return, confident that Earth would be even more magnificent by then, transformed into the very center of the universe. Can I accompany you? Murong Xing'er gently inquired, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation and longing. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao's journey might span countless years, and she could not bear to be apart from him. Hence her desire to join him. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Xing'er, you wish to go simply because you cannot bear to leave your husband. Her demeanor suggested that he had no intention of taking Murong Xing'er away from Earth, which caused her heart to tighten. This man truly did not plan to bring her along, leaving her feeling disheartened. As she spoke, her alluring lips formed a tempting pout, an invitation impossible to resist. Not wanting to leave, are you? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, realizing that she constantly sought to entice him. Very well, I shall tease you a bit. Murong Xing'er playfully licked her lips, her movements and stunning figure rendering her irresistibly captivating. What are you thinking? Did you really believe I wouldn't take you with me? I had long since arranged to take all of you away from Earth. However, you will reside in the Yuan realm for the time being, where cultivation is even more rapid than in the celestial holy vein. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, gently tousling Murong Xing'er's silky hair. Ah, my dear husband is simply wonderful. No, wait. My dear, just now you were teasing Xing'er. You are quite mischievous, always enjoying to bully her. This cannot stand. Xing'er must retaliate, or she will be at a disadvantage. Murong Xing'er listened intently to Jun Xiaoyao's words, her heart brimming with excitement. The prospect of being with Jun Xiaoyao brought her unparalleled joy. Not only would her cultivation progress rapidly, but she would also lack for neither resources nor treasures. More importantly, it meant she could spend every day in the company of her beloved husband, for she had become utterly dependent on him. However, it soon dawned on her that despite having arranged to take them all away from Earth, he continued to tease and bully her, which was infuriating. The following day, Jun Xiaoyao departed from Longquan Mountain and, with a single leap, appeared in Kyoto. Today, he was to make his final arrangements and declarations. He swiftly arrived at the Ministry of Security. Upon entering the secret chamber, he found over 30 core members from the Huaxia faction seated within. Mr. Jun. They greeted him, rising respectfully as he entered. Elders, please take your seats. From this moment forth, I shall not converse with you as a junior, but rather as the sovereign of Earth, as well as a descendant of the great Qin. Jun Xiaoyao bowed deeply. The assembly consisted of elderly gentlemen in their 60s and 70s, who had devoted their lives to the service of Huaxia. If not for his strength, it would be entirely normal for Jun Xiaoyao to address these elders as uncles and grandfathers. However, given his current status and identity, he could no longer consider himself a junior. Thus, after this bow, his identity as a junior came to an end. From here on, he would speak as a superior, responsible for the entire Huaxia nation, for Huaxia civilization, and for the planet. Very well, the elders nodded, moved by Jun Xiaoyao's gesture, and they accepted it with equanimity. For by age, they indeed qualified as his elders. I shall outline 5 stipulations. First, for a millennium, the people of Huaxia shall not step beyond the bounds of Earth. Second, for a millennium, the people of Huaxia shall not consent to foreign settlement. Third, for a millennium, those of esteemed rank and above shall refrain from conflict, fostering peaceful development. Fourth, for a millennium, the people of Huaxia shall not engage in hegemonism. Fifth, for a millennium, the people of Huaxia must embrace socialism. These are my demands, and I assure you that no foreign power shall pose a threat to Earth within the next millennium. Jun Xiaoyao spoke calmly, establishing these 5 principles. Earth is the cradle of Huaxia civilization, and the Confucian ideals of Huaxia embody peace. Thus, it is essential that this philosophy continues to thrive. The regulations he established may serve as a means of self-preservation for Earth, as long as one adheres to his rules. The planet shall transform into a superworld within a millennium, rendering it impervious to the bullying of other realms. Chapter 262. This is the celestial sanctuary in accordance with Jun Xiaoyao's regulations. The Chinese authorities naturally complied. They understood that this was for the sake of Chinese civilization, the Chinese nation, and indeed for the entire planet. Despite Earth's current status as the foremost realm among myriad worlds, abundant in resources and treasures, It remains merely a delectable morsel to the truly powerful, each entity eager to take a bite. Thus, for the time being, the inhabitants of Earth must refrain from departing, particularly to prevent external forces from establishing a foothold. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao provided several contingencies to ensure the safety and absolute dominance of China. Once arrangements were complete, he departed from Kyoto and returned to Jiangnan City. Is there a way to reach the Eastern Celestial Domain? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Presently, although Earth had merged into the realm of the fantastical, the vastness of this world rendered the direction to the Eastern Celestial Domain utterly unclear. How could one traverse to the galactic boundary? In response to the Master, with your current cultivation, you can easily traverse interstellar space and head directly to the galactic boundary. Upon reaching there, you will arrive at the Eastern Celestial Domain. Alternatively, you could utilize a warship, though it would take slightly longer, replied Xuanji. Understood. In a month's time then, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. As he spoke, he entered Longquan Mountain. He had resolved to leave Earth for the Eastern Celestial Domain in 1 month. Darling, he heard Tian Yuzi's voice as he just entered Longquan Mountain. Yuzu, Jun Xiaoyao said, gazing at Tian Yuzi, his eyes drawn to her ample form. A slight smile gracing his lips. The name suits her well, particularly fitting given her stature. Rogue, Tian Yuzi blushed at Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Recalling that he had just referred to her as Yuzu rather than Yuzi, feeling both shy and somewhat proud. Among the girls she had encountered, only Mu Wanjun could compare. And moreover, her husband had a penchant for her. Rogue. In the evening, I'll show you what a rogue truly is. By the way, we will be heading to the Eastern Celestial Domain soon. Please make the necessary arrangements for the Tian family. You know best how to handle it. This journey might last for years, perhaps even decades or longer, Jun Xiaoyao said, wrapping his arm around Tian Yuzi's slender waist as they walked towards the villa, continuing their conversation. Understood. I will finalize everything in the next couple of days, Tian Yuzi nodded. As a powerful being, she was well aware of the implications of departing from Earth. Such a decision was only logical. Indeed, the spiritual and celestial energies on Earth were exceptionally pure and abundant, with countless resources and treasures, rivaling even the most ancient worlds, if not surpassing them. Yet, the number of true powerhouses on Earth was woefully insufficient. Genuine strength could only be forged through trials and combat. Were you just about to head out? Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao recalled that when he entered, Tian Yuzi seemed to be heading out. Indeed, I was on my way to Sister Wanjun's place. How did I end up back with you? Tian Yuzi halted, pouting slightly. She had intended to go to the Sunshine Community, but upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao on her way, she was unwittingly led back, completely forgetting her original purpose. Haha, why don't we go together? And then in the evening, Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, reminiscing about the wild escapades he shared with Tian Yuzi and Mu Wanjun. Alas, ever since that last encounter, he had not been afforded another opportunity. What a shame. Tian Yuzi's cheeks flushed. That time was far too embarrassing. If she were alone with Jun Xiaoyao, she could act without restraint, but with Sister Wanjun present, she felt shy. She was acutely aware that Sister Wanjun was just like her. As they spoke, she swayed her alluring figure towards the entrance of Longquan Mountain, ultimately departing. Why is Yuzi blushing? Upon returning to the villa, Murong Xinger inquired curiously. She had just witnessed Tian Yuzi's flushed face and was puzzled about what Jun Xiaoyao had said to her. Considering the two had a relationship akin to that of a long-married couple, there was no reason for such embarrassment. I won't tell you, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, heading towards his room. Little boy. Murong Xinger pouted, calling out in mock anger. Try shouting again. Jun Xiaoyao paused, turned around, and cast a stern glance at Murong Xinger. Hubby, I want to do it again, she quickly pleaded, darting into her own room, fully aware that another shout would result in a spanking as punishment. However, to her surprise, as soon as she returned to her room, Jun Xiaoyao followed her in. Why have you stopped running? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Murong Xinger. Hubby, you wouldn't want. Her heart raced. This guy couldn't possibly be feeling some urge that required her assistance, could he? At this thought, she internally screamed, oh no, oh no. By the way, Xinger, you mentioned before that you could help me break through. Will that affect your body? Speak the truth, no lies. Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor grew serious as he inquired. During this period, his power had increased significantly, yet after reaching the extreme level of Tian Sheng, he found himself unable to progress further. For someone of his age, It would not be unusual to break through even after a millennium. After all, this was Tiansheng. Ascending to the realm of Tiansheng meant one could live for at least 100,000 years. However, now, he is preparing to leave Earth, destined for the eastern celestial domain, and even to venture beyond it into realms of greater power. Thus, it is imperative for him to elevate his cultivation to possess an absolute capacity for self-preservation. Undoubtedly, he is equipped with countless treasures and divine artifacts, rendering his demise implausible. However, he has resolved that he will not resort to his trump cards and ultimate techniques unless absolutely necessary. Previously, Morong Xinger had mentioned that she could assist him in breaking through. Yet, he harbors concerns about the potential harm this might inflict upon her body, hence his inquiry. Chapter 263. In 10 days, achieving the sacred realm, my dear. Do you aspire to break through to the heavenly saint? Morong Xinger assured him, I am not deceiving you. It truly will not harm me. In fact, it will be beneficial for me, and our gains are reciprocal, perhaps even to my greater advantage. However, it will demand considerable time. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Morong Xinger became earnest, a rosy hue gracing her delicate visage. This was a genuine dual cultivation, requiring a significant investment of time. How long? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed on Morong Xinger, reassured by her honesty. His greatest concern was that she might jeopardize her health for his sake, a notion he could not abide. 7 days, Morong Xinger replied. A conservative estimate considering she was a princess of the dragon clan, the sole inheritor of the 7-colored dragon source in millennia, destined to cultivate into the 7-colored chaos divine dragon. To fully master and awaken this power, she needed to engage in dual cultivation with a man of formidable physique. She recognized that Jun Xiaoyao, endowed with a physique akin to that of a demon and possessing divine blood, was undoubtedly equal to her 7-colored dragon source. Both were blessed with extraordinary talents. Thus, their fusion and awakening would necessitate ample time. Very well, let us prepare, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. 7 days should suffice. Morong Xinger obediently nodded, then proceeded to the bath. Jun Xiaoyao set up a simple formation to prevent any interruptions. Once ready, the two commenced their cultivation. As time trickled by, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Morong Xinger's 7-colored dragon source harmonized with Jun Xiaoyao, as if they had become one. Their true essence circulated rapidly, continuously refining their physiques. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly saint, with no further ascension unless he broke through. In contrast, Morong Xinger, being an upper heavenly saint, still had room for advancement. On the 4th day, Morong Xinger ascended to the heavenly position of the great saint. On the 5th day, she broke through to the peak great saint. On the 6th day, she reached the lower heavenly saint. By the 7th day, she had attained the intermediate heavenly saint. Yet, as the 7 days elapsed, the 7-colored dragon source had not fully merged and refined, compelling them to extend their efforts. They had completely immersed themselves in a state of transcendence, utterly oblivious to the passage of time, unwilling to be distracted or to pause for even a moment. On the 8th day, Morong Xinger achieved the upper heavenly saint. On the 9th day, she broke through to the heavenly position heavenly saint. On the 10th day, she reached the peak heavenly saint. Their cultivations had become indistinguishable. Finally, the vibrant essence of the 7-colored dragon was wholly refined and merged into the bodies of Jun Xiaoyao and Morong Xinger. At that moment, the skies above Longquan Mountain were engulfed in tumultuous winds and rolling thunder, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. This spectacle sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Huaxia, for the commotion was monumental. It was evident that my brother was on the verge of a breakthrough, and the aura of Xinger was palpable. What formidable cultivation technique were they practicing? It was astonishingly powerful. It seemed they were nearing the completion of their training. On Longquan Mountain, Tian Yuzi and her companions gazed at the heavens, conversing among themselves. Over the past few days, they had become aware that Jun Xiaoyao and Morong Xinger were engaged in secluded cultivation, although the specifics of their practice remained unknown to them. Witnessing such a tumultuous display left them utterly astounded. The cataclysmic scene persisted for 3 days. After 3 days, clouds spanning millions of miles and countless rays of dawn light cascaded toward Longquan Mountain. 5 days passed, and at last, the radiant light and clouds were completely absorbed. Within the room, Morong Xinger and Jun Xiaoyao simultaneously opened their eyes, both adorned with expressions of elation, having each achieved a breakthrough to the sacred realm. Setting aside their newfound strength, their lifespans had now extended to an astonishing 300,000 years. "Let us go," Jun Xiaoyao declared, rising and taking Murong Xing'er's delicate hand as they made their way to the bath. In truth, during the prior 2 days, their passion had gradually transitioned into a state of profound cultivation, yet they dared not cease their practice. Now, at long last, they could indulge in a moment of respite. An hour later, Murong Xing'er emerged from the bath, her exquisite visage flushed with a rosy hue as she donned a fresh gown. Moments later, the pair exited their chamber. "Brother, congratulations. Sister Xing'er, congratulations. Darling, congratulations." Instantaneously, Tian Yuzi and Su Mingyao offered their heartfelt congratulations to Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xing'er, brimming with joy. For the greater strength of Jun Xiaoyao and Murong Xing'er would ultimately benefit them all, their fates intertwined. "You must also endeavor in your cultivation," Jun Xiaoyao urged. A few days later, they all entered the Yuan realm for training. He gently adjusted Su Mingyao's cultivation and playfully pinched Tian Yuzi's cheek. Their levels of cultivation were rather low. While they were not required to engage in battle, possessing the ability for self-defense was imperative. Moreover, only by enhancing their cultivation could they secure a more enduring lifespan. In Jiangcheng, the Yi family, largely due to Yi Qinxian, was undeniably one of the 3 prominent families of Huaxia. Naturally, Yi Qinxian noticed the commotion in Jiangnan City. "This fellow has achieved a breakthrough," Yi Qinxian murmured to herself, her heart filled with astonishment. In truth, she was unaware of Jun Xiaoyao's precise cultivation level, but it was undoubtedly significant. The magnitude of this breakthrough suggested he had ascended to the sacred realm. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao's recent advancement, she would still be uncertain of his true capabilities. At last, the truth has been unveiled. Oh, the utmost sage. She stands merely a step away from the pinnacle of her past life. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao possesses formidable strength, undoubtedly. He is capable of vanquishing the supreme version of her from her previous existence. In an instant, envy enveloped her being. How could he prepare to depart without uttering a word to me? It infuriates me. Yi Qingxian pouted her lips, expressing her vexation. In this moment, she bore no semblance of the aloof sword god nor the commanding presence of the lord of the heavenly sect. Instead, she appeared as a mere young girl. Were this sight to be witnessed by others, they would surely be left astounded. It is essential to remember that she is the reincarnation of the lord of the heavenly sect, currently the foremost powerhouse of the Yi family, commanding respect even from the family head. Although she may not be physically present in Jiangnan, she remains acutely aware of every development occurring there, naturally deducing that Jun Xiaoyao is preparing to depart, as his relatives and friends have already taken their leave. Yet, that fellow has not sought her out. How utterly exasperating. Chapter 264. Departing from Earth. Journey to the galactic frontier. As the visitor pondered, her frustration mounted, prompting Yi Qinxian to speak. The Holy Master, an elder from the Yi family who had attained the martial god realm, approached Yi Qinxian respectfully, addressing her as Holy Master. Although Yi Qinxian was not the head of the family, she possessed the stature of a sage, and thus everyone referred to her with that honorific. "I intend to embark on a journey of experience," Yi Qinxian declared. "The Yi family shall cultivate its development discreetly." Upon finishing her words, she vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated, leaving no sign behind. "Holy Master," the elder mused with a wry smile upon witnessing her departure. As someone who had traversed a similar path, he understood her intentions. After all, Yi Qinxian was still a girl, and the commotion in Jiangnan would undoubtedly unsettle her. As a high-ranking sage, traversing from Jiangcheng to Jiangnan was but a mere leap. Upon reaching the entrance of Longquan Mountain, Yi Qinxian felt her cheeks flush. Though anger had consumed her, it dissipated, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, why should she be upset? He was not beholden to her, and there was no obligation for him to bid her farewell before leaving Earth. Now, she pondered her own presence there. Should she be seen, what would she say? The thought was mortifying. Within her mind, she chided herself. "Yi Qinxian, what are you thinking?" She turned to leave, yet found her feet unwilling to move. Deep down, she recognized that if she turned away now, it might truly be their last meeting, a notion that brought a strange heaviness to her heart. "Miss Qinxian," a sweet, melodious voice rang out. The sound was familiar, yet she could not place it. Following the voice, She was startled to find it belonged to one of the two girls saved by Jun Xiaoyao. She recalled her name. Qingling, Yi Qingxian said with a smile. Though her heart raced with turmoil. What should she do now? Caught in the act, she couldn't possibly claim she was merely passing by. This girl was a maid of Jun Xiaoyao. It was likely that he had informed her about their meeting, and she would undoubtedly relay this encounter to him. In that moment, she felt bewildered, uncertain of her next move. Miss Qingxian, it seems you and the young master share a remarkable connection, Qingling remarked cheerfully. This morning, the young master mentioned he would seek you out in Jiangqing tomorrow. Who would have thought you would arrive here so fortuitously? If he were to see you now, he would surely be delighted. Miss Qingxian, please, Qingling continued, her demeanor bright and inviting. Yi Qingxian, taken aback, felt a surge of surprise. Could it be true? Would he genuinely come to find her? Such a thought warmed her heart, and she could not help but feel a sense of joy at this unexpected coincidence. A friend of mine resides in the Jiangnan region, and after visiting, I decided to come here to see you all. Yi Qingxian accompanied Qingling into Longquan Mountain. To be honest, I have passed by this place several times, yet this is my first time venturing inside. This fellow truly relishes the experience. The environment is simply splendid. Qingxian has arrived. Qingxian, it has been quite some time. Morong Xinger and Qingming greeted Yi Qingxian, while Su Mingyao and her companions, unfamiliar with Yi Qingxian, were aware that this enchanting girl was one of Jun Xiaoyao's fiancées. They proceeded with mutual introductions, and soon, Yi Qingxian was seamlessly integrated among Su Mingyao and her friends, as they were all stunning goddesses who appreciated one another. Ah, Qingxian is here. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the villa, and upon seeing Yi Qingxian, he was momentarily taken aback. What brings this woman here? I had intended to visit Jiangsheng in a couple of days to ask if she would like to go to the Eastern Celestial Domain. I never expected her to come on her own. Well, congratulations. Yi Qingxian felt a surge of nervousness. Her heart raced at the sight of him, and she was inexplicably anxious. Thank you. You all chat. I will prepare dinner, Jun Xiaoyao said as he walked towards the kitchen. Upon seeing him leave, Yi Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. Thus, she settled at Longquan Mountain. Days passed in orderly fashion, and all arrangements proceeded smoothly. On one particular day, Mu Wanjun and her daughter, Morong Xinger, Yi Qingxian, Qingming, Shangwan Yuer, and Qingling entered the Yuan realm for cultivation, leaving only Su Mingyao outside. In the dark of night, Jun Xiaoyao took Su Mingyao's hand and soared towards the horizon. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded area, whereupon a subtle shift in his consciousness caused the space to tremble slightly, and a colossal warship materialized in the air. Jun Xiaoyao took Su Mingyao aboard. Entering the celestial warship, a resounding roar echoed as the warship emitted a powerful force capable of traversing time and space, vanishing into the void in an instant. Brother, this is the celestial warship? On board, Su Mingyao was utterly astonished, for this warship was extraordinarily vast and luxurious. Indeed, the celestial warship measured 10 li in length, 3 li in width, and 300 meters in height, resembling a colossal space carrier. This celestial warship was incomparable to the sacred heavenly palace, which was merely a supreme sacred artifact. In contrast, the celestial warship was a world-class divine instrument, boasting terrifying speed, formidable offense, and astounding defense. It was said that not even a sage, let alone a deity, could shake the celestial warship. Quite the opposite. If the celestial battleships were to unleash a terrifying assault, even the Saint Kings and Emperors would be reduced to mere ashes with a single shot. For the time being, we reside here. Do you like it? Jun Xiaoyao gently tousled the girl's hair, speaking tenderly. Presently, Su Mingyao has ceased her studies, as she must depart from Earth, rendering further education impossible. Even if she were to continue her studies, it would have to be in the Origin realm, where several esteemed universities await. As long as she is with her brother, Yaoer finds joy. The young girl expressed her delight. Her soft and fragrant form nestled against Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 265. An ominous omen at the edge of the galaxy. Yaoer, find yourself a room. Jun Xiaoyao instructed Su Mingyao aboard the celestial warship. The vessel was a veritable microcosm, a self-sufficient ecosystem that boasted every conceivable luxury. The accommodations were opulent suites, for the warship, capable of faster-than-light travel, could navigate the vastness of space effortlessly, allowing its occupants to reside aboard for centuries, even millennia. without concern. However, Su Mingyao, with a gentle nod, expressed her desire to stay with her brother. Yet, she eventually sought a room within the living quarters of the warship. System, commandeer the celestial warship and set course for the edge of the galaxy, Jun Xiaoyao commanded. Once Su Mingyao departed, he connected with Xuanji. Response to Master. The celestial warship is now under control. Estimated time, 6 months, Xuanji replied. Subsequently, the warship was entrusted entirely to the system, alleviating Jun Xiaoyao of any burdens. With everything in order, he made his way to the living quarters, settling down in the room adjacent to Su Mingyao's. At the edge of the galaxy, one found themselves at the easternmost boundary of the Great Qin Empire, the terminus of the eastern celestial domain. In the distance lay a tumultuous sea, said to be insurmountable. Even the mightiest of saints who ventured into its depths vanished without a trace, as the oppressive waters exerted a fearsome pressure. For martial artists and saints alike, encountering this force would reduce their prowess to a mere fraction of its original might. The skies above the water were fraught with peril. Thunderous roars resonated through the void. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and flashes of crimson light intermittently illuminated the scene, rendering it reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. The atmosphere was thick with dread, instilling a sense of suffocation. This unsettling phenomenon had long been reported back to the imperial palace of the Great Qin, and soon, the entirety of the eastern celestial domain's powers and warriors became aware of it, sensing that a significant upheaval was imminent, one that could potentially affect the entire realm. The Galactic Sanctum, though unnamed initially, had earned its title as a result of being bestowed upon by the Celestial Emperor. At its heart lay a magnificent palace, akin to the celestial abodes of the heavens, shrouded in ethereal energies that rendered the sanctum a veritable paradise. Indeed, one could scarcely find a location more suited for cultivation within the Great Qin Empire or the Eastern Celestial Domain. To secure this galactic sanctum, the Great Qin Empire waged war against 32 other empires and countless superpowers for 2 millennia. Ultimately, it was the Emperor's might and the geostrategic significance of the location that prevailed. The Galactic Sanctuary ultimately became the territory of the Qin Empire. Presently, this Galactic Sanctuary belongs to the domain of the Celestial Emperor. The princess remarked, "The Celestial Emperor has yet to return, and the current situation remains uncertain. Perhaps you should return to the Imperial Palace. We can guard this place." The speaker was Lu Suifeng, one of the 6 commanders of the Celestial Legion, formerly known as the Celestial Alliance. "No, I shall wait here for my husband's return," responded the 6th princess, Ing Yulua, resolutely refusing to return to the Imperial Palace. "My husband instructed me to await him here. It has only been 5 months, half a year at most, and he will return to the galactic border." Lu Suifeng nodded, leading a group of formidable warriors out of the palace. Subsequently, the 800,000 troops of the Celestial Legion and the million-strong army of the Qin jointly defended the galactic border, vigilantly monitoring every movement, with all soldiers and warriors prepared for battle. Amidst the vastness of the starry expanse, a colossal warship glided through the cosmos like a phantom, moving at an astonishing speed that surpassed light itself, as space constrained below the speed of light. "Brother, so this is what the stars truly are," exclaimed Jun Xiaoyao, reclining in a lounge chair on the observation deck of the warship, with Su Mingyao nestled beside him, their eyes captivated by the fleeting celestial bodies. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao had slowed the warship's pace, for otherwise, the stars would have been a mere blur. As they beheld those planets, Su Mingyao's excitement was palpable. These celestial bodies were the very stars observed from Earth. Only by approaching them could one discern that they were not mere stars, but vast planets, many larger than Earth, though life was scarce upon them. After 2 weeks of travel, she had encountered several life-bearing planets. "Aren't these stars adorable?" Jun Xiaoyao teased, gently stroking the girl's hair. "Not at all. They are not cute in the slightest," Su Mingyao shook her head. "The stars seen from Earth are so beautiful, twinkling and shimmering, filling the sky with their charm. Now, I realize these so-called stars are far from beautiful. They pale in comparison to Earth. Yaoer, would you like to visit the Origin Realm?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, chuckling as he observed the girl. During these 2 weeks, Yaoer had been by his side, and although the vast warship was delightful, it could become somewhat monotonous. Thankfully, they could practice their skills and enjoy solo games. A visit to the Origin Realm would undoubtedly be more entertaining than remaining aboard the warship. Within the realm, The spiritual energy and celestial essence are exceptionally pure, even infused with divine power and sacred intention. Moreover, it has already evolved into a grand nation. This realm is akin to a second Earth, boasting advanced technology that surpasses our current world. Life within it is undoubtedly comfortable, especially with Su Guanyu and her companions residing there. However, I prefer to remain with my brother. By the way, Yaoer is not practicing today. She intends to visit her brother's room. Su Mingyao shook her head, and as she spoke, a delicate blush unexpectedly graced her stunning visage. Chapter 266. A sudden turmoil at the galactic frontier. Time passes, day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month has gone by. Throughout this month, the celestial warship has traversed the vastness of space in solitude. Although only the siblings Jun Xiaoyao and Su Mingyao were aboard, they felt no loneliness. Their bond, already profound and unparalleled, has only deepened in their intimate companionship. In the evenings, Su Mingyao would often nestle in Jun Xiaoyao's warm embrace, sharing tender moments filled with affectionate whispers and gentle caresses, leaving her breathless and flushed. "Brother, you are so mischievous, but I like it," she would tease. "I want to go to the Yuan realm." Curled up in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, Su Mingyao's thoughts wandered. Jun Xiaoyao paused, surprised at her suggestion. Why was she considering the Yuan realm? It was true that the Yuan realm offered a more suitable environment for cultivation compared to the warship, which traveled at light speed through the starry void, where spiritual energy was scarce, making it difficult to advance in their skills. Did Mingyao truly wish to cultivate? "My cultivation level is too low," Su Mingyao expressed. "I want to spend some time in the Yuan realm to enhance my abilities." Though reluctant to part from her brother, she understood the necessity of sacrifice. She didn't want to monopolize his attention, leaving their friends lonely. Moreover, she feared that if this continued, she might be completely consumed by her brother's affections. Yet, it was not fear that held her back, but rather a yearning tempered by her physique and cultivation level. As a divine soul sacred body, her physical prowess was not on par with martial artists, and her cultivation was insufficient. To truly be with her brother, she needed to achieve sanctification. Only then could her body undergo divine transformation, allowing them to share their love freely. Seeing her brother's struggles to contain himself during their intimate moments pained her, prompting her desire for their companions, Tian Yuzi and others, to join Jun Xiaoyao, while she herself ventured into the Yuan realm for cultivation. "Very well. I shall escort you to the Yuan realm," Jun Xiaoyao agreed, recognizing the urgency of her situation. Indeed, Mingyao's cultivation was far too low. She needed a substantial period of focused training in the Yuan realm to strive for divine sanctification and to elevate her physical form. Ideally, she would attain the level of great sage, at which point Su Mingyao would be capable of standing alongside the divine, even challenging the most formidable opponents. As they continued their playful exchange, Su Mingyao playfully interrupted, "Brother, stop. Call out to Sister Jun and Sister Zi, or even Sister Xing. If not, perhaps Yuer and Qingling can join too. You may indulge in your affections with them while I take a bath and change my clothes." With a light-hearted grip on Jun Xiaoyao's hand, she smiled cheerfully. Leaping from the bed, I dashed towards the bathroom, soon accompanied by the sound of cascading water. "That girl." A smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's face as he reminisced about Yaoer's exquisite figure, evoking a deep sense of longing within him. The sensation was simply unparalleled, never to be tiresome. Alas, Yaoer's cultivation was insufficient, and being a sacred body of the soul, she remained beyond his grasp. Otherwise, he would have claimed her as his own. 10 minutes later, Su Mingyao emerged from her bath, adorned in fresh attire, and planted a gentle kiss upon Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. With a mere thought, he activated the primordial realm. Su Mingyao stepped into this ethereal domain, finding herself in a world of perfection, a realm where advanced technology intertwined with martial civilization, a harmonious fusion of martial prowess and scientific advancement. Before long, she encountered Shangwan Yuer and Qingling. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao's ethereal form materialized within the chamber of Tian Yuzi. "Darling," Tian Yuzi exclaimed, immersed in her reading, her joy palpable upon his arrival. She moved to embrace him, only to grasp at empty air, for his presence was but a virtual manifestation. His true self was unable to enter the primordial realm, existing solely as a projection of his consciousness. "Have you missed me?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a smile. "Indeed, immensely." Tian Yuzi pouted, her response filled with sincerity. It has been nearly 2 months. Come, let us step outside, he urged. Yay, that would be splendid, Tian Yuzi exclaimed, her exquisite visage lighting up with excitement as realization dawned upon her. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao guided Tian Yuzi, leaving the primordial realm and appearing in a chamber aboard the celestial battleship. Boom, boom, boom. At the edge of the galaxy, the cacophony of destruction grew increasingly intense, with dark clouds thickening ominously, casting a somber shade over the sky. The tumultuous waters surged violently, instilling a sense of dread. At this moment, the galactic boundary was fortified by the Celestial Emperor's Legion, the Qin Empire's forces, and countless formidable beings from the Qin Empire and other realms. It was indeed one of the focal points of the Eastern Celestial Domain. Emperor Yingzheng had proclaimed that should turmoil seep from the galactic boundary into the Eastern Celestial Domain, and should its inhabitants refrain from offering aid, the Qin Empire would withdraw and not assist in repelling the chaos. After all, the Eastern Celestial Domain did not belong solely to the Qin Empire. In truth, all factions and empires within the Eastern Celestial Domain were acutely aware of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Thus, countless empires, kingdoms, sects, and forces dispatched their strongest and most talented individuals to the galactic boundary, not only to thwart the impending chaos, but also to ensure that, should fortune arise instead of calamity, they would not allow the Qin Empire to monopolize it. On this day, a resounding crack echoed, a sound reminiscent of branches being snapped underfoot. This noise sent tremors through the hearts of countless sages, their expressions shifting dramatically. Though the nature of the events unfolding remains shrouded in mystery, and the future appears equally uncertain, an ominous premonition lingers, one of destruction and death, devoid of anything else. Soon, amidst the tumultuous waters, a luminous column, measuring several thousand meters in diameter, ascends skyward. In an instant, this radiant beam pierces through the darkened clouds, delving into the profound abyss of the void. At this moment, the obsidian clouds begin to swirl, forming a mysterious tether with the tumultuous waters of the galaxy. Swiftly, the clouds transform, and in the blink of an eye, the endless darkness coalesces into a terrifying behemoth. This colossal creature towers over 1,000 zhong, brimming with the essence of annihilation. In this instant, the entire sky at the edge of the galaxy, along with the raging waters, is teeming with these monstrous entities. The giants, with their immense hands, strike towards the Eastern Celestial Domain, unleashing their wrath upon countless formidable beings. Chapter 267. The Invasion of the Beasts from the Demon Realm. The terror of the domain shield, a thunderous roar echoed as the colossal beasts unleashed their devastating power, overwhelming the formidable beings at the edge of the galaxy. In an instant, space shattered, the earth fractured, and countless saints met their demise, caught off guard without a shred of resistance. In but a fleeting moment, thousands perished, their primordial spirits unable to escape. The waters of the galaxy dispersed, chaos engulfed the world. What on earth is happening? These beasts are terrifying. What are they? Could it be that the demon realm, as described in ancient texts, has emerged? What is the demon realm? It is a colossal ancient clan from primordial times, composed entirely of beasts, far more formidable than humanity. Once, the demon realm invaded the Eastern Celestial Domain. Within a single day, the region fell. Only when the saints of the Holy Domain descended were the beasts defeated and sealed beyond the galactic boundary. Does this mean the seal of the demon realm has shattered? It is over. The Eastern Celestial Domain is doomed. All individuals of saintly rank and above in the Eastern Celestial Domain hastened to the galactic boundary to repel the invasion of the demon realm. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, countless kingdoms, sects, empires, and factions witnessed the unfolding chaos via projections. Instantly, the entire domain erupted into turmoil, with widespread panic gripping the hearts of many. The knowledgeable warriors understood the gravity of the situation. The seal of the demon realm had indeed broken. In a moment of collective urgency, the major sects and factions, along with the empires and kingdoms, unanimously resolved that all powerful beings of saintly rank and above must proceed to the galactic boundary to confront the incursion of the demon realm. Should the monstrous beasts breach the Eastern Celestial Domain, it would surely spell catastrophe. The galactic boundary erupted into a cataclysmic battle. Countless saints fell, and innumerable beasts were vanquished. Yet, The sheer strength and multitude of the beasts proved insurmountable. The human forces and legions found themselves in retreat. In merely half a day, countless warriors had withdrawn to the sacred land of the galaxy, the domain of the Heavenly Emperor, and the site of his royal palace. "Princess, we must leave the territory at once," urged Lu Suifeng. The other powerful members of the Heavenly Emperor's Legion echoed their concern for the sixth princess. Although the Heavenly Emperor was no longer present, their respect for him remained unwavering, and they could not bear to see harm come to his kin. They feared that upon his return, they would be unable to face him. The sixth princess remained silent, stepping out of the palace and onto the city wall. With her delicate hand extended, a golden jade tablet materialized in her palm. As her slender fingers closed around it, a decisive moment approached. The jade tablet shattered, and in that moment, a cataclysmic force surged skyward. This power ascended to the heavens before cascading down to the earth, instantaneously manifesting as a luminous barrier spanning 1,000 miles, centered around the palace, enveloping all within its reach. Witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the barrier, countless individuals were left in awe. Human warriors were permitted entry, marking this location as humanity's first line of defense. The sixth princess spoke, her voice resonating across the vast expanse. Though she was but 16 years of age, she possessed the strength of a semi-saint and wielded numerous resources and treasures bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao, including elixirs that could elevate her cultivation. These invaluable items had been procured by Jun Xiaoyao from distant realms. In the eastern celestial domain, millions of legions and powerful beings bowed in acknowledgement, having sensed the barrier's might. Upon the barrier lingered a familiar essence, that of the Heavenly Emperor Jun. For this luminous shield was forged from Jun Xiaoyao's domain shield. This domain shield, at the 7th level, could encompass 30 million miles, impervious even to divine beings. Before departing the eastern celestial domain, he had sealed a domain shield within the jade tablet, which he then entrusted to Yingyu, who had now unleashed its power. For 3 days, the formidable beings at the edge of the galaxy faced relentless defeat, ultimately finding themselves compelled to retreat into the protective barrier. The atmosphere was charged with tension as countless warriors and legions harbored doubts. Could this barrier truly withstand the monstrous beasts of the demon domain? Indeed, confronted by such terrifying creatures, skepticism lingered regarding the barrier's efficacy, for the beasts were numerous and overwhelmingly powerful. Soon, an overwhelming horde of monstrous creatures approached the barrier, regarding it with disdain. A great beast of the saintly level raised its massive paw and struck towards the barrier. As its paw collided with the shield, the hearts of countless warriors and legions leaped into their throats, bracing for impact. However, the devastating blow that could obliterate a saint did not so much as ripple the surface of the barrier. It remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Indeed, it was unshakable. Countless warriors and legions rejoiced with exhilaration, realizing that the barrier could withstand the onslaught of a saintly beast, a testament to its formidable strength. Such a defense was akin to a wall that could withstand the might of these monstrous entities, the beasts of the demon domain. Witnessing the seemingly fragile barrier's extraordinary resilience, erupted in roars of fury, and soon, thousands of them charged towards the shield. This scenario rekindled concern among the warriors and legions, as the tension in the air grew palpable. The assault of the colossal beast struck against the luminous barrier. The barrier remained utterly unperturbed, as if the ferocious onslaught of the monstrous entities were but a futile endeavor against the very air itself. Chapter 268. The celestial battleship at 50 times light speed, racing towards the galactic frontier. The situation at the galactic frontier was laid bare before the entire eastern celestial domain. That wondrous luminescent barrier left countless powerful beings in awe. It was evident that this barrier was not a formation, but rather a defensive measure conjured by a formidable individual, merely compressed into a jade slip, allowing it to be manifested without the need for true essence. Such techniques were commonly employed by ancient masters. It was unexpected that the sixth princess possessed such a jade slip. Moreover, there was a familiar aura emanating from that barrier. Who could have invoked such a terrifying defense? It was the aura of Emperor Jun. I recall him employing such a technique within the Celestial Tower, albeit at that time the area of effect was quite limited. Now it spanned thousands of miles. Had his defenses grown this formidable? With such a defense, Emperor Jun would be virtually invulnerable. Upon returning to Earth, He had inadvertently left behind this powerful measure for the sixth princess. Should she activate this defense, Emperor Jun would sense it and would undoubtedly return to the Eastern Celestial Domain post-haste. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, countless powerful beings recognized the aura surrounding the barrier. This signified that the barrier was indeed Emperor Jun's defense. In an instant, a wave of shock rippled through the minds of many. Could Emperor Jun's defenses truly be this potent? Amidst the vastness of the starry expanse, the celestial battleship glided like a specter through the darkness of space. The battleship was under system control, navigating autonomously. In Jun Xiaoyao's chambers, Tian Yuzi and Jun Xiaoyao were entangled in fervent passion. 3 hours later, the curtain fell. Tian Yuzi nestled contentedly in Jun Xiaoyao's embrace, her exquisite and alluring visage radiating satisfaction and bliss. She was utterly drained, having been thoroughly overwhelmed by him. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, his expression shifting. "What's wrong, dear?" Tian Yuzi inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor with curiosity. Could something have transpired? It seemed unlikely, for they were adrift in the vast starry void, far from any shore or life, which should not cause him concern. Could it be related to the realm? The Eastern Celestial Domain is in turmoil, Jun Xiaoyao thought, his countenance growing grave. He had sensed that the domain shield was under intense assault. The onslaught was relentless, unprecedented in its ferocity. Ahead lay the might of the great sage, while behind was the power of the celestial sage, even assaults from the supreme sage level, all numbering in the thousands. How could he not feel astonished and apprehensive? After all, the number of great and celestial sages in the Eastern Celestial Domain was finite. It is improbable that all the formidable saint-level warriors of the Eastern Celestial Domain are simultaneously assaulting his defenses. Those defenses lie at the edge of the galaxy, under the aegis of Luo Air. Should she invoke this protection, it surely indicates she is in dire straits. Could it be that all the saints of the Eastern Celestial Domain are targeting Luo Air? Such a notion is evidently absurd. After all, she is the princess of the Great Qin, and she possesses nothing that merits a collective assault from the entire domain. Therefore, it must be concluded that a disturbance has arisen at the galactic boundary. What could be amiss? Tian Yuzi arose, concern etched upon her countenance. The Great Qin Empire is situated within the Eastern Celestial Domain, and the sixth princess is the beloved of Jun Xiaoyao. I have bestowed upon her a domain shield, which is now under relentless attack, besieged by overwhelming forces of saint level and above. I suspect a disturbance at the galactic boundary, Jun Xiaoyao succinctly articulated. What shall we do now? Tian Yuzi inquired anxiously. Currently, the distance to the Eastern Celestial Domain is vast, and it remains uncertain when we shall arrive. Furthermore, if calamity befalls the Eastern Celestial Domain, and they are unable to resolve it themselves, would it not be perilous for my husband to venture there? We must hasten our speed to shorten our travel time. Given the current onslaught, my domain shield can endure for at most 10 days. If a foe of emperor-level strength emerges, the shield will not hold for long, Jun Xiaoyao expressed. As he spoke, his consciousness entered the Yuan realm, engaging in discourse with Xuanji. Xuanji, how long will it take the celestial battleship to reach the galactic boundary at its utmost speed? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. In truth, he held little hope, for the world is vast, and the system may not be able to provide an accurate estimate. Replying to Master, the celestial battleship's maximum speed is 50 times the speed of light, and with spatial jumps, it should reach the galactic boundary within 3 days. Warning, the disturbance at the galactic boundary is perilous. Master should exercise caution. Xuanji replied, simultaneously alerting Jun Xiaoyao. It is evident that the turmoil at the galactic boundary is fraught with danger, to the extent that even the system advises against Jun Xiaoyao's approach. What does that imply? He asked. Given my current cultivation and the treasures at my disposal, can the disturbance truly pose a threat to me? The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Xuanji cryptically responded, leaving Jun Xiaoyao speechless. Is it truly entertaining to keep secrets like this? We shall proceed to the galactic boundary at the utmost speed, Jun Xiaoyao declared. Regardless of the reasons, I must go. There lies the Celestial Emperor Legion, the Great Qin Empire, and Yingyu Luo. I cannot simply stand by and witness her plight. Accelerating now, Xuanji responded. Subsequently, the celestial battleship executed a spatial jump, heading towards the direction of the galactic boundary. Chapter 269. The defense crumbles in the realm of the Celestial Emperor, a radiant barrier spanned across the borders of the galaxy, serving as a formidable shield against countless colossal beasts. This luminous curtain was regarded as the foremost line of defense in the eastern celestial domain. However, it was universally acknowledged that although this barrier was immensely powerful, its endurance was finite. The moment it shattered, the entire eastern celestial domain would lay bare before the monstrous entities of the demon domain. Consequently, legions of warriors and formidable beings from the eastern celestial domain hastened to the galactic frontier to engage in battle. Initially, the confrontation involved great saints, but it gradually escalated to encompass celestial saints and even the participation of holy kings. Within a mere span of 2 days, 37 holy kings from the eastern celestial domain had perished, and a significant number of holy kings among the colossal beasts had also fallen. Yet, the sheer multitude of the demon domain's beasts was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to ascertain their true numbers, instilling a sense of futility in the struggle. Observing the state of the barrier, one could predict its imminent destruction within 10 days. The question arose, would the eastern celestial domain truly face annihilation? Previously, a powerful being from the holy domain had descended to collaborate in sealing off the demon domain. Would such assistance be forthcoming this time? It seemed unlikely, for the passageways between the holy domain and the 4 great domains had been shattered, preventing any travel in either direction. Thus, the hope for assistance from the holy domain was extinguished. What of the holy emperors of the eastern celestial domain? As of now, the true terrifying entities of the demon domain had yet to reveal themselves. The barrier, under the relentless assault of the colossal beasts, began to tremble ominously. If this continued, it would inevitably be torn asunder. After all, this barrier was merely a defensive measure orchestrated by the celestial emperor and could not withstand perpetual assault without diminishing in strength. Once the barrier was breached, it would signify the loss of a vital defense, allowing the myriad beasts to flood into the eastern celestial domain, leading to utter devastation. In an atmosphere of dread, the populace of the eastern celestial domain was gripped by anxiety. The 33 empires dispatched 10 million legions each, while various sects and factions were compelled to deploy 2/3 of their holy realm warriors. They could not permit the beasts from the demon domain to penetrate the heart of the eastern celestial domain. Otherwise, it would plunge into chaos and destruction. This principle was well understood. Under such circumstances, survival was precarious. Thus, the collective might of the eastern celestial domain converged upon the galactic frontier, preparing for a desperate struggle against the monstrous denizens of the demon domain. In warfare, the empires held the upper hand, and the formidable beings of the sects and factions were to remain responsive to the commanders of the 33 empires, unifying their scattered forces into a cohesive strength capable of unleashing extraordinary power. As time passed, each day witnessed the demise of countless saints, while the beasts from the demon domain appeared inexhaustible, defying expulsion. Moreover, the barrier at the galactic border continued to sway precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The beasts of the demon domain, perceiving this vulnerability, intensified their assault with renewed ferocity. Can this defense be reinforced? Inquired a powerful being. Countless saints, numerous heavenly sages, and supreme saints, as well as holy kings, reside within the eastern celestial domain. Indeed, even holy emperors exist. This luminous barrier is immensely formidable. Although it endures the onslaught of beasts from the demon domain, would it not become even more resilient if these holy kings were to lend their strength to it? It cannot be reinforced, a holy king replied. This is a defense established by the celestial emperor and does not belong to any formation. Unless the celestial emperor himself is present, no one else can strengthen this barrier. We can only await its shattering, and before that occurs, a new defensive formation must be erected. Without a formation to withstand the beasts from the demon domain, the eastern celestial domain will face annihilation. After all, the number of beasts from the demon domain is staggering. Thus far, the most formidable of these beasts are merely at the holy king level. Yet even such beings can easily overwhelm countless powerful entities within the eastern celestial domain. How many more beasts of the demon domain exist? How many powerful beings surpassing the holy king level remain? The answers elude us. This uncertainty is what renders the situation truly terrifying. There appears to be no glimmer of hope for the eastern celestial domain. Boom, boom, boom. 2 days later, the barrier finally shattered. beasts from the demon domain, numbering in the thousands, surged toward the territory of the Celestial Emperor, but their target was not the Emperor's domain. Rather, they were headed straight for the Eastern Celestial Domain. The air was filled with anguished cries, as countless saints perished. Of course, some beasts also fell, but compared to the unending horde, their deaths were merely a drop in the ocean. For each human warrior lost, the ranks diminished. There was no means of resistance. What should be done? Is the Eastern Celestial Domain doomed? Countless saints and powerful beings from the Eastern Celestial Domain were engulfed in despair. At this moment, even holy kings charged to the front lines, battling fiercely against the beasts. In the tumultuous waters and the skies above, beasts from the demon domain continued to descend in droves, so densely packed that one could scarcely fathom their numbers, akin to an endless tide. Chapter 270. The Emergence of the Sacred Emperor, Lord of the Eastern Celestial Domain. Boom. 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 The entire galactic frontier reverberated with the essence of annihilation. The sounds of colossal beasts and fallen humanity had long been drowned out. Confronted by these world-destroying titans, the saints of humanity did not retreat a single step. They either perished in battle or stood their ground against the monstrous onslaught. For retreat was tantamount to death, and behind them lay countless loved ones and descendants. Your Highness, we must withdraw, came the voice of Lu Suifeng. The defenses had crumbled, and the Heavenly Emperor's legion and the princess's guard were at the forefront of the chaos. He urged the princess to retreat, prioritizing her safety above all else, regardless of the fate of the Eastern Celestial Domain. As one of the commanders of the Heavenly Emperor's legion and the leader of the guard, he had been entrusted by the Heavenly Emperor to protect the sixth princess. He could not allow any harm to befall her, even if it meant sacrificing himself to fulfill his duty. No, I shall not retreat. This is my husband's domain, and I shall wait here for his return, declared Yulua coldly. At the tender age of 16, she possessed unparalleled talent and beauty that could captivate the world. Initially, she had been dissatisfied with the marriage decreed by the imperial ancestor, but upon meeting the Heavenly Emperor, her heart was swayed. She vowed to remain in this place, even if it meant facing death, for it was her husband's territory. Forgive me, Your Highness, Lu Suifeng pondered briefly before stepping before Yulua. With a swift gesture, a mysterious force enveloped her, instantly sealing her powers. Having completed his task, he entrusted her to two maidservants and commanded the guard to retreat. Though she was extraordinarily gifted and immensely powerful, Yulua remained only at the half-saint level, a stark contrast to Lu Suifeng's prowess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elite saints of the guard and the Heavenly Emperor's legion fought valiantly while retreating, their sole mission being the protection of the sixth princess. Soon, they exited the boundaries of the galactic frontier, the overwhelming terror of the colossal beasts temporarily held at bay by the forces of the Eastern Celestial Domain. It was only then that the guard and legion came to a halt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the horizon, formidable auras surged forth, each one belonging to a saint king. These saint kings were ancient beings rarely seen in the eastern wilderness, including sect leaders, imperial princes, and even sovereigns. They would not have risked their lives were it not for the invasion of the demon domain. At this moment, they all emerged, fully aware that if they did not confront the monstrous incursion, the Eastern Celestial Domain would face utter ruin. Without the Eastern Celestial Domain, could they hope to survive? Boom, boom, boom. The arrival of the Saint Kings heralded an immediate clash. Without a hint of hesitation, each Saint King took action, and the battle erupted forthwith. The boundary of the galaxy was shattered, the endless colossal beasts dissolving into nothingness. However, among these titanic creatures, a Saint King class emerged, engaging in a fierce battle that escalated the conflict to its zenith. Unexpectedly, the manifestation of Saint King-level beasts became increasingly frequent, surpassing the number of human saints. At last, one fell. The demise of a saint resonated through the eastern wilderness, heralding a storm of blood and ominous signs. The second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, time slipped away inexorably, and within a mere half-day, over 100 Saint Kings among the beasts had perished, alongside more than 100 human saints. This calamity was nothing short of apocalyptic for the Eastern Celestial Domain. Yet, despite the devastation, no Saint King retreated. Where was the Lord of the Demon Domain? In the deepest recesses of the eastern wilderness, an ancient and profound voice echoed, resonating throughout the eastern celestial domain. Under the weight of this voice, the colossal beasts began to collapse, even those of Saint King caliber. The sound bore the authority of heaven itself. Finally, the invasion of the beasts came to a temporary halt, their fearful gazes directed towards the depths of the eastern celestial domain. The Lord of the celestial domain, the Holy Emperor. The presence of the celestial domain lord stirred the very fabric of the realm. With the emergence of a celestial domain lord, the eastern celestial domain found hope. It was said that the Lord had attained the Holy Emperor realm 100,000 years ago. Now, their power was likely even more formidable, perhaps having ascended to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage. Achieving such heights is no trivial feat. Each step after becoming a saint is fraught with difficulty, especially for a Holy Emperor. Nonetheless, with the Lord's intervention, the Eastern Celestial Domain still held a glimmer of hope. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, upon hearing that voice, countless Saint Kings were filled with exhilaration. Each face bore expressions of respect and reverence. Even the ancestral dragon displayed a countenance of respect, for this was none other than the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Domain, the singular Holy Emperor of the realm. Why would the Holy Lord need to intervene in the Eastern Celestial Domain? From among the countless colossal beasts in the galaxy's boundary, a voice, cold and disdainful, emerged. As it resonated, the vast horde of beasts parted to create a passage. A strikingly handsome and otherworldly youth stepped forth from the demonic domain. As if traversing through time and space, the dark passage and the enigmatic youth stirred an inexplicable tremor in the hearts of onlookers. Moreover, the boy's piercing gaze instilled a shudder even among the Saint Kings. Soon, the youth found himself hovering above the galaxy's boundary, his cold and disdainful eyes surveying the surroundings as though he were utterly satisfied with this world. Or rather, it seemed to him that the Eastern Celestial Domain was his own private garden, where everything belonged to him. At the sight of the youth's arrival, and the emergence of the Celestial Domain Lord, the forces of the Eastern Celestial Domain, along with the saints, swiftly retreated. For they understood, in the impending battle, even the Holy King cannot participate. Remaining here would merely lead to needless sacrifices. Moreover, the Lord of the Heavenly Domain may find himself constrained, adversely affecting his performance. The youth harbors no disdain for the retreat of the humans from the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Is it possible that the demon domain intends to contravene the sacred rules of the Holy Domain? Deep within the Eastern Heavenly Domain, the Lord spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The rules of the Holy Domain? What concern are they of the demon domain? Once we obtain the heart of the domain Lord, the demon domain shall obliterate the Holy Domain. Do you truly believe that the demon domain would care for such trivial regulations? Eons ago, our retreat was merely a strategic pause, awaiting the opportune moment. Do the pitiful humans truly believe the Holy Domain can stand against my demon domain? The youth erupted into a raucous laughter, unrestrained and carefree, as he stepped further into the depths of the Eastern Heavenly Domain. With each stride, he traversed countless miles. However, he refrained from annihilating the human beings. The colossal beasts at the edge of the galaxy also did not advance. This spectacle left countless saints and legions from the Eastern Heavenly Domain perplexed. There exists within the Eastern Heavenly Domain a presence he fears. Furthermore, should the ordinary beings of the Eastern Heavenly Domain suffer significant devastation, the Holy Domain would take notice. Thus, until he acquires what he desires, he dares not allow the Holy Domain to detect his actions. An extraordinary Holy King spoke up, illuminating the minds of many. Upon hearing his words, countless saints and legions experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, while the youth is also a Holy Emperor, he leads the monstrous entities of the demon domain to invade the Eastern Heavenly Domain, yet refrains from allowing the Holy Domain to perceive his actions. At least until he secures the heart of the Domain Lord, for such rampant slaughter would undoubtedly attract their attention. Chapter 271. The Battle of the Holy Emperor. A crisis in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Do you wish to obtain the heart of the Domain Lord? Do you truly believe you are capable? At the deepest recesses of the Eastern Celestial Domain, upon the pinnacle of the eastern sky, lies the most exalted and sacred place in the entire realm. It signifies the zenith of power within the Eastern Celestial Domain, where the Lord of the Celestial Domain resides. A voice imbued with the weight of ages reverberated once more. Simultaneously, across a radius of 100,000 miles around the pinnacle, myriad beams of light erupted, piercing the heavens. The spiritual energy of the entire eastern celestial domain surged towards the pinnacle, coalescing into a devastating sacred formation, sustained by the multitude of radiant beams. Upon this lofty summit stood a middle-aged man, unwavering in the air. He bore no trace of overwhelming power, appearing as an ordinary individual. Yet, even in this seemingly unremarkable stance, the aura of an exalted being was unmistakably present. The eastern celestial domain melded with him, his gaze tranquil, as he held a crystal scepter in hand. He was the sovereign of the eastern celestial domain, the sole holy emperor, Dong Tianshu. In this moment, he embodied the guardian spirit of the entire eastern celestial domain, its last bastion of hope. Should even he falter against the monstrous beasts and holy emperor of the demon realm, the entire eastern celestial domain would be doomed to obliteration. And by the time the sacred realm intervened, it would be far too late. Is this current lord of the eastern celestial domain truly so feeble? A youth traversed the fabric of time and space, materializing before the pinnacle of the eastern sky, gazing upon Dong Tianshu from a distance of 1,000 miles. He spoke, his tone laced with disdain. Indeed, disdain. He had initially assumed that the lord of the eastern celestial domain was an ultimate holy emperor or even a holy venerable. Before arriving in the eastern celestial domain, he had treated the domain lord as a holy venerable. Even if the domain lord were a holy venerable, he possessed the means to effortlessly annihilate him and seize the heart of the domain lord. To his astonishment, the lord of the eastern celestial domain was merely a mid-level holy emperor, his cultivation realm equivalent to his own. This was truly abysmal. The demon race of the demon realm was inherently superior to humanity, capable of obliterating them within their own tier. Thus, he, as a mid-level holy emperor, could easily vanquish a mid-level holy emperor of the human race. Moreover, he had brought a magnificent treasure specifically designed to counter the holy venerables of humanity. This implied that he, as a mid-level holy emperor, could effortlessly eradicate a holy venerable of the human race. Dong Tianshu chuckled lightly. What could he say? Dignity? Face? Were such notions of any consequence? Furthermore, the demon race was inherently beyond the realm of comparison with humanity. The demon race possessed a formidable physique, while humanity could not hope to match them in strength and power. In a contest of equals, humanity was invariably slain. This was an irrefutable truth. One must protect the heart of the domain master and delay the activation of the sacred domain passage to seek assistance from the sacred realm. Do you wish to call upon the sacred domain, young one? A smile graced Dong Tianshu's lips as he inquired. Do you believe you can obtain the heart of the domain master? When the sacred domain descends, it will herald the destruction of the demon domain. You won't even have the chance to leave Dong Tianyu. Dong Tianshu spoke with a calm demeanor. As he spoke, the crystal scepter in his hand began to move swiftly, conjuring magical rays of light that ultimately coalesced into a brilliant beam, piercing through time and space towards the 9 heavens. This was the radiant energy formed by the convergence of countless powers of Dong Tianyu, carrying a distress signal within its brilliance. Only by gathering the power of Dong Tianyu could one traverse time and space to reach the sacred domain. Whoosh! Having completed his actions, Dong Tianshu vanished from the pinnacle of Dong Tian. The crystal scepter unleashed a devastating attack, an onslaught aimed at the young one. He could have remained at the pinnacle of Dong Tian, where he held both the advantage of time and terrain, yet he could not afford to stay. He needed to engage the youth, to restrain him from disrupting the distress signal. If the signal could traverse time and space and reach the sacred domain, they would send powerful reinforcements to Dong Tianyu. Humans are not only humble, but also ignorant. The youth, known as Yao Tian, is one of the 8 guardians of the demon domain. As he spoke, he raised his fist, unleashing a destructive force that surged towards Dong Tianshu's attack. The battle of the sacred emperor commenced. Countless saints and Dong Tianshu were puzzled as to why the youth did not attempt to disrupt the distress signal. Was he not afraid of the strong ones from the sacred domain descending upon him? Just then, amidst the confusion of the saints and Dong Tianshu, a melodious and sweet laughter echoed through the sky. That laughter sent shivers down their spines, hinting at the extraordinary beauty of the woman behind it. Indeed, as the laughter rang out, a stunningly beautiful and bewitching woman appeared in the heavens, clad in fiery red garments, her figure exquisite and alluring, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a force of the Sacred Emperor emerged, directly interrupting the distress signal. A Sacred Emperor. Another Sacred Emperor. So that was it. 2 Sacred Emperors from the demon domain had arrived. Dong Tianyu was doomed. In that moment, despair engulfed the humans and saints of Dong Tianyu. With 2 Sacred Emperors having arrived, and even interrupting the distress signal, was there any hope left for Dong Tianyu? It was undoubtedly hopeless. The announcement of impending doom reverberated throughout the Eastern Celestial Domain, casting an overwhelming veil of despair. Amidst the chaos, Dong Tianshu maintained a facade of calm, yet his heart was shrouded in hopelessness. His initial departure from the pinnacle of the Eastern Celestial Domain had been a strategic maneuver, intended to send a distress signal to the Holy Realm in hopes of summoning its formidable warriors. However, now that he had vacated that vantage point, his advantages had dissipated. In essence, his exit from the summit rendered him nearly powerless. If sacrificing his strength could ensure the tranquility of the Eastern Celestial Domain, it would have been a worthy trade. Yet now, stripped of his might, the domain itself faced annihilation. He was unable to contend with even a single holy emperor, let alone 2. Was a return to the summit conceivable? Humanity, frail and ignorant, was also remarkably foolish, the demon emperor sneered. Effortlessly, he expelled the human holy emperor from the summit. With Dong Tianshu's departure, extinguishing the human holy emperor was a task as simple as breathing. As he spoke, a colossal fist thundered towards Dong Tianshu, obstructing his path back to the summit. Above, a breathtaking woman refrained from intervening, instead observing the fierce clash between the 2 holy emperors with indifference, as if the feeble human holy emperor held no significance worthy of her involvement. With the threat of annihilation looming, Dong Tianshu sensed the impending peril. He brandished his crystalline scepter, summoning a surge of holy emperor power that manifested as the Tiangang shield, which he positioned before him. However, the might of the demon realm's holy emperor was utterly terrifying, shattering the Tiangang shield and striking Dong Tianshu directly. Instantly, the force of destruction nearly obliterated his form, causing him to spout blood, his visage paling. At that moment, a youth appeared before Dong Tianshu, blocking his path back to the pinnacle of the Eastern Celestial Domain. Chapter 272, The Fall of the Domain Lord. The demon domain sovereign's intent to annihilate the Eastern Heaven Domain. The countenance of Dong Tianshu darkened, his gaze icy as he stared ahead at the demon heaven. As a sovereign, he was acutely aware of his dire predicament. Today, his demise was all but inevitable. The 2 great sovereigns would not permit him to survive. And as the ruler of the Eastern Heaven Domain, he bore the solemn duty to protect the heart of the Domain Lord. He could not allow it to fall into the hands of the demon domain, for such a betrayal would herald the collapse of the entire sacred realm, and indeed, threaten humanity itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the most terrifying of secret arts. This technique was one from which the practitioner would surely perish. It was a desperate gambit of mutual destruction. Humph, you wish to drag me down with you? Upon witnessing Dong Tianshu invoking the forbidden technique, the expression on Yao Tian's face shifted dramatically. His form flickered as he retreated 1,000 miles. Though he held humanity in contempt, he dared not risk his life against a sovereign employing a technique that would result in their mutual demise. He chose to withdraw momentarily, planning to utilize a powerful artifact to eliminate this human sovereign. However, what he failed to anticipate was that Dong Tianshu did not intend for mutual destruction. Rather, he sought to ascend to the pinnacle of the Eastern Heaven. A cataclysmic inferno erupted from Dong Tianshu, his very life igniting in flames. In an instant, his corporeal form vanished, and his soul soared back to the summit of the Eastern Heaven. His spirit entered the forbidden ground at the pinnacle, where myriad beams of light rapidly converged, forming a devastating killing formation. Dong Tianshu, sacrificing his life, activated the most potent killing array to safeguard the heart of the Domain Lord. Domain Lord, Domain Lord, Domain Lord. Witnessing this scene, all beings and humans within the Eastern Heaven Domain, countless saints, fell to their knees. They understood that their Domain Lord was resolutely burning his life for the sake of the Eastern Heaven Domain. The greater the strength, the heavier the responsibility. As the Domain Lord, Dong Tianshu defended the duties of the Eastern clan with his actions, choosing to protect the Eastern Heaven Domain with his very life. It is worth noting that a sovereign could live for millions of years, and the more powerful one became, the more one feared death. Yet he chose death. Infuriating. Infuriating. Yao Tian, along with the breathtaking woman, realized Dong Tianshu's true intent. At this moment, they comprehended that they had been deceived. But it was too late. The annihilating killing formation could slay any sovereign. The shield of annihilation and the shield of demon power. Both demon sovereigns dared not hesitate, immediately unleashing their most formidable defenses. Simultaneously, two powerful artifacts manifested before them, employed to withstand the onslaught of the killing formation. They could not retreat, for to do so would risk the destruction of the heart of the domain lord. At that juncture, they would have no explanation to offer to the demon domain sovereign. The slaughter array has ensnared them. As long as they remain in the eastern celestial domain, they cannot evade its relentless assault. The only means of escape lies in departing from this realm, yet the distance to the demon domain's passage is insurmountable. Of course, for them, returning to the passage could be accomplished in mere moments. However, the slaughter array grants them not a single instant of respite. With a resounding roar, the devastating array, imbued with boundless power, unleashes its fury. In that moment, all beings within the eastern celestial domain tremble, prostrating themselves upon the ground. Fortunately, the cataclysmic force does not target them. Otherwise, the entire domain would face obliteration. In the blink of an eye, several beams of annihilation pierce through the fabric of time and space, crashing down before the demon monarch and the woman. Subsequently, an endless wave of destruction envelopes them, transforming a radius of 100,000 miles into a sea of blinding light. The two figures are consumed by this radiance. All humans and creatures within the eastern celestial domain silently pray that this annihilating array will eradicate the two demon domain sovereigns. Otherwise, the domain is truly doomed. Yet, will the sovereigns truly be vanquished by the slaughter array? Time seems to stand still. After an indeterminate duration, the light dissipates. The earth falls into tranquility, enveloping the world in profound silence, devoid of any sound. Every heart quakes with trepidation, as countless saints gaze anxiously at the position of the sovereigns, hoping that they might vanish into oblivion. However, despair grips the hearts of all the saints when they discover that the two demon domain sovereigns remain steadfast. They are shrouded in golden barriers, though these shields appear marred by countless fissures, threatening to shatter at any moment. Damn it! After what feels like an eternity, the barriers fade. The demon monarch roars in defiance. Just moments ago, he had summoned his most formidable defenses and treasures, barely withstanding the array's onslaught. Had it not been for the injuries sustained by Dong Tianshu, who burned his life force to mitigate the array's true might, he would have been obliterated by now. Yet, even so, fury courses through him, for he has been wounded. I will claim the heart of the domain lord. You have annihilated this world. The enchanting woman intones coolly. As she speaks, her graceful form twists, ascending to the pinnacle of the eastern celestial domain. Now, the slaughter array has vanished. The protective barriers have dissipated, and even Dong Tianshu has perished, leaving no obstacle in their wake. I grant you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the demon monarch declares, his gaze coldly sweeping over the multitude of saints and beings in the eastern celestial domain. He is wounded. He is enraged. Thus, he shall slaughter every living soul within this domain. Strike! 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 All the holy kings of the eastern celestial domain soared towards the demon realm, unleashing a torrent of destructive power. With the fall of the domain's ruler, the heart of the domain would inevitably fall into the hands of the demon realm. Moreover, the demon emperor sought to annihilate the eastern celestial domain. They had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle, making their final stand in defiance of their fate. How foolish, echoed the scornful voice of the demon emperor. Can a holy king even be compared to a holy emperor? As he spoke, a single hand waved, and the power of the demons erupted forth. With each strike, a holy king fell, while their assaults proved utterly futile against the might of the demon emperor. Such was the overwhelming strength of the holy emperor. Before him, even the most formidable holy kings were akin to mere insects before a dragon. Time ticked away, and soon, the pinnacle of the eastern celestial domain lay in ruins. A breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from the devastation, cradling a resplendent, multicolored crystal in her palm. This crystal exuded an aura of mysterious power and brilliance. It was the heart of the domain. The heart of the domain was not the ruler's heart, but rather a crystallization of the essence of the eastern celestial domain. infused with enigmatic power and laws. Millennia ago, when the demon realm invaded, it sought this very heart. Unfortunately, that invasion was thwarted by the arrival of the holy domain. Now, however, the demon realm returned, effortlessly seizing the heart of the domain. With the heart in hand, you may depart. I shall bring about the destruction of this eastern celestial domain, the demon emperor declared, casting a glance at the heart. As he spoke, he harnessed the cataclysmic power of the holy emperor. No matter how vast the eastern celestial domain might be, it could not withstand the onslaught of a holy emperor. Soon, the entire domain would be obliterated. What is that? The woman did not flee. A grave expression crossed her exquisite face as her gaze fixed upon the distant edge of the galaxy. Chapter 273, The Arrival of Emperor Jun. Confronting the two great holy emperors upon hearing the words of the enchanting woman, Yao Tian was momentarily taken aback. He turned and followed her gaze towards the boundary of the galaxy. As a holy emperor himself, he was acutely aware of the situation unfolding at the galactic frontier and found himself engulfed in confusion. However, he soon dismissed it. In the skies above the galactic boundary, a peculiar rift had been torn in the fabric of space, revealing a pitch-black passage leading into the boundless expanse of the starry realm, its distance unfathomable. From within this passage emanated a terrifying force, unmistakably indicating that it had been created by a powerful entity intent on entering the eastern celestial domain. At such a critical juncture, the tearing of space to reach the eastern celestial domain clearly signified an assault on the heart of the domain or its rulers. Amidst the turmoil, millions of human legions and saints found themselves in utter despair. The lord of the eastern celestial domain had perished, and the heart of the domain had been seized. Moreover, the holy emperor of the demon domain sought to annihilate the eastern celestial domain. How could one not feel hopeless? At that moment, a sound resonated through the air, signaling the rending of space. A dark passage materialized in the void, exuding an aura of destruction, its depth unknown. Soon, the passage expanded, buzzing ominously. Under the gaze of countless eyes, an enormous warship emerged from the depths of the black tunnel. The vessel stretched 10 miles in length, 3 miles in width, and 300 meters in height, radiating an overwhelming power of annihilation. As the warship appeared, it soared directly over the vast beasts of the abyss. Wherever it traversed, countless monstrous entities were obliterated, be they ordinary beasts, saint-level monstrosities, or even those at the Holy King level. All were crushed under the sheer force unleashed by the warship. Its dominance and might left an indelible impression on all who beheld it. Hearts trembled with an inexplicable dread. Could it be that another formidable adversary had arrived? The warship came to a halt, suspended above the endless horde of beasts, its destructive power compressing the very space around it. Finally, it had returned. From the warship emerged a young man, his features exquisite and sharply defined. He exuded an air of nobility, draped in a dark robe that radiated boundless authority, akin to an otherworldly being descended from the heavens. His gaze swept over the multitude of human souls and the dense throng of beasts. Beside him walked a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun. The leader. The leader has arrived. In that moment, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd. Countless individuals who recognized the young man could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, upon seeing the youth, were overwhelmed with excitement, as if the arrival of the Emperor of the East heralded salvation for the Eastern Domain. At that moment, Lu Suifeng unsealed the sixth princess. It was evident that the Eastern Domain was in dire straits. It seems trouble brews for the Eastern Domain, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, his voice calm and composed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yet, his gaze drifted towards the distant peak of the Eastern Domain. For there lay the most formidable adversary, the Holy Emperor. Two powerful Holy Emperors, the Alliance leader and the Holy Emperor of the Demon Domain, had invaded, seizing the heart of the Domain Lord, resulting in the fall of the Eastern Domain's ruler. Lu Suifeng succinctly elaborated on the situation. Oh, the Demon Domain dares to approach the Eastern Domain. They have grown quite bold. Yuzi, take command of the warship. Should these beasts dare to set foot beyond the borders of the galaxy, annihilate them. I will deal with those two myself. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a casual tone. He then glanced at Tian Yuzi, indicating his intent clearly. neither allowing the colossal beasts to breach the galactic boundary nor permitting the two holy emperors from the demon domain to escape the eastern domain. At present, his lower-level saint realm had become quite stable, bolstered by his extraordinary divine skills and treasures. He yearned for a confrontation with the Holy King and Holy Emperors, a chance he had long awaited and could not afford to miss. "All right, be careful, my dear," Tian Yuzi replied obediently, nodding. She then turned and entered the main control room of the warship, taking command of the celestial vessel. The destructive attack was set to target the two Holy Emperors. Should Jun Xiaoyao find himself in peril, she would unleash the warship's might to obliterate them. "Husband, take care. They are Holy Emperors," she cautioned. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Heavenly Emperor Legion, Ying Yulua spoke up, her exquisite features radiating excitement and a hint of crimson. "Understood," Jun Xiaoyao nodded, stepping forward. With a flick of his consciousness, the chaotic armor adorned him: golden crown, armor, cloak, war hammer, and shoes, a total of 5 pieces of chaotic-level artifacts. Each singular chaotic artifact possessed the power to devastate worlds, and now, equipped with a complete set, his might transcended mere arithmetic. This marked the first time he wielded the chaotic artifacts. Previously, such power had eluded him. Now, he stood against two Holy Emperors, and he could not afford to be careless. In this moment, Jun Xiaoyao embodied an unparalleled war deity, clad in armor and wielding a war hammer. An aura of cataclysmic power radiating from him as the quintuplet realms of strength tore through the fabric of space. With each deliberate step, spanning thousands of miles, the very air trembled and shattered. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the two Holy Emperors. Soon, in the gaze of countless beings, Jun Xiaoyao traversed innumerable dimensions, appearing not far from the pinnacle of the eastern sky, halting close to the demon heaven and the enchanting woman. The celestial emperor, Jun Tiandi, was poised to engage in battle against the two formidable holy monarchs. He had attained the status of the saint, the youngest among them, scarcely in his 100th year. Though merely a saint, his formidable presence and domain of power eclipsed that of even the holy kings. Yet it remained insufficient to contend with the holy monarch of the demon realm. In the heights of the eastern sky, hundreds of thousands of saints, countless heavenly saints and holy kings congregated here. This was the site of humanity's final stand in the eastern sky domain. Upon witnessing the emergence of Jun Tiandi, they were struck with profound astonishment. A saint? Huh, such a humble and ignorant human. The demon heaven cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, erupting in laughter. Initially uncertain of the youth's status as merely a saint, he now recognized it. Yet the aura and power emanating from the young man were enough to send chills down his spine. Even he, a holy monarch, felt a pang of trepidation. What was more alarming was that this young man was scarcely in his 20s. A saint in his 20s had never before graced the demon domain. In comparison to this youth, he felt leagues apart, both in talent and appearance, stirring within him a sense of jealousy so intense that he wished to reduce the young man to ashes. Furthermore, the extraordinary treasures adorning the youth were overwhelmingly powerful. Each artifact left him in awe and exhilaration. It is worth noting that even he possessed but a single holy artifact. The creatures of the demon domain were so lowly that they could scarcely be deemed worthy of existence, having lived for millions of years, yet remaining mere holy monarchs. What a disgrace! Jun Xiaoyao spoke with a calm demeanor. With a single step, he fused the quintessence of the fivefold celestial domain into his warhammer, which instantly transformed into a colossal mountain. The hammer's handle extended 100 miles, and with a mighty swing, it was hurled forcefully towards the demon heaven. Chapter 274, The Chaotic Warhammer. Shattering the dual sacred emperors. The chaotic warhammer, in comparison to the god of war's hammer, possesses an unfathomable magnitude of power, or rather, the two weapons exist on entirely different planes. After all, the chaotic warhammer is a divine artifact of chaos, whereas the god of war's hammer is merely a supreme artifact. Previously, he had wielded the god of war's hammer to vanquish a peak sacred king, and now, he brandishes the chaotic warhammer against the sacred emperors, enhanced further by the might of the god of war and an even more potent realm of power. The merged chaotic artifacts coalesced into one. With a single strike, it threatened to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic warhammer annihilated all. At this moment, centered around Jun Xiaoyao, the space within 1,000,000 miles transformed into nothingness, as if the chaotic warhammer sought to dismantle the entire world. Damn it! Yao Tian, be cautious. This is a divine artifact. Yao Tian exclaimed in alarm, his expression shifting dramatically. He could no longer underestimate Jun Xiaoyao, for this youth was terrifying beyond measure, his strength defying all conventional assessments. Before the destructive power of the chaotic warhammer, his spirit quaked. Such a scenario had only occurred in the presence of the Lord of the Demon Realm. Could it be that this youth stood on par with the Lord of the Demon Realm? In the heavens, a stunningly beautiful woman cried out in terror, her exquisite visage betraying her fear. As she spoke, a cerulean longsword sliced through the air towards Jun Xiaoyao, attempting a desperate diversion. Foolishness, Jun Xiaoyao remarked indifferently. The chaotic warhammer did not relent, crashing down regardless, as he paid no heed to the beautiful woman's attack, for a faint luminescent shield materialized around him, akin to a magical shield from a sorcerer's arsenal. In an instant, the chaotic warhammer struck Yao Tian, causing him to spew forth blood, his form nearly shattered. Retreating 3,000 miles, his complexion pale and weak, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. Clang! The cerulean longsword of the beautiful woman struck against Jun Xiaoyao's shield, causing a slight tremor, yet failing to disrupt it. Ants! Jun Xiaoyao uttered coldly. The chaotic warhammer swung fiercely towards the beautiful woman, indifferent to her allure, as an enemy. She was met with the same fate as any other. Boom! The chaotic warhammer, a divine artifact of chaos, wielded astonishing power. No artifact of the same rank could withstand its might. No defense or strength could impede its assault. The strike landed squarely upon the beautiful woman, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Yao Tian's. With one blow, the beautiful woman's body was utterly shattered, and the heart of the domain master was sent flying. Go! Yao Tian grasped with a single hand. The stunning beauty was captured, simultaneously soaring towards the heart of the domain, intent on seizing it and fleeing back to the demon domain. This youth was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what any holy emperor could contend with. Moreover, his mere hammer strikes were simplistic yet devastating. One could hardly fathom the extent of his power should he employ other artifacts. The singular treasure at his disposal, sufficient to confront a holy sovereign, was but a superior holy weapon, utterly inadequate when compared to superlative artifacts. Do you intend to escape? Have I granted you permission? Jun Xiaoyao remarked indifferently, as the chaos warhammer in his grasp once again descended upon Yao Tian. This time, it struck with precision, for Yao Tian was in close proximity to the captivating beauty, 2 hammer strikes for 2 targets. The warhammer descended without a hint of suspense, crashing down upon both Yao Tian and the enchanting maiden. The beauty's form was utterly annihilated, dissipating into nothingness, while her soul narrowly evaded the hammer's lethal reach. Yao Tian, on the other hand, was left battered and bloodied, hurled several 100,000 miles away. Observing the fleeing soul, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness stirred, invoking the laws of the black hole. Although the first tier of the black hole's principle was not overwhelmingly powerful, it sufficed to deal with a disembodied soul effortlessly. Even a singular layer of the black hole's law was more than adequate to dominate all realms. A pitch-black void materialized in the air, voraciously consuming the beauty's soul. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao clutched the heart of the domain in his hand, dismissing the demon domain's holy emperor as nothing more than a farce. Without hesitation, the warhammer in Jun Xiaoyao's grasp descended once more. He engaged in battle earnestly, never allowing his adversary a moment's respite. For he understood that villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. He reasoned that as his opponent was no more than a beast from the demon domain, there was no need for lengthy discourse. Thus, in a position of advantage, he resolved to obliterate the foe outright. You shall not escape. Yao Tian despaired, facing the chaos warhammer, realizing he had no opportunity to retaliate. He could only watch helplessly as the hammer of destruction descended upon him, even before it made contact. His once proud and defiant form began to collapse swiftly into nothingness. His essence was ultimately shattered by the chaos warhammer. The battle concluded. Jun Xiaoyao single-handedly vanquished the 2 holy emperors of the demon domain, maintaining an overwhelming superiority throughout. The chaos warhammer was both efficient and brutally effective, dispatching the 2 holy emperors with mere strikes. In the eastern heaven domain, the echoes of the conflict faded into silence. All saints and beings, witnessing this cataclysmic battle, were utterly astonished, rendered almost speechless. A supreme young sage confronted two great sovereigns, overpowering them with such ease that they were left without a chance to retaliate. Not even an opportunity to flee. In the end, both sovereigns met their demise. Such an extraordinary turn of events was beyond belief. Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Jun. At that moment, the entire Eastern Celestial Domain reverberated with these words, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless beings and saints erupted in joyous celebration. The Eastern Celestial Domain was, for the time being, secure. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not pause. His figure vanished enigmatically, and when he reappeared, he stood at the edge of the galaxy, wielding the chaotic war hammer that he hurled toward the endless monstrous beasts. These Saint King-level beasts were terrifying in their own right, yet before the chaotic war hammer, they were nothing but mere dust. With a single strike, hundreds of thousands of beasts were obliterated. Even those of Saint King rank were annihilated. Roars erupted from countless beasts, yet they dared not confront Jun Xiaoyao directly. In a fleeting moment, hordes of beasts fled toward the demon domain, only to find the passage closed, rendering escape impossible. The massacre commenced at this juncture. The slaughter was no longer instigated by Jun Xiaoyao, but by the saints of the Eastern Celestial Domain. Countless saints unleashed devastating attacks, engaging in fierce combat with the beasts at the galaxy's boundary. Anger and hatred were vented at this moment. With no sovereigns remaining and only a handful of Saint King-level beasts left, they stood no chance against the saints of the Eastern Celestial Domain, who slaughtered the monstrous foes with overwhelming force. The celestial warships vanished, falling into the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Tian Yuzi stood beside him, and the two descended to the ground. We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. We pay our respects to the Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Emperor's Legion, the Guardian Corps, the forces of the Great Qin Empire, as well as legions and powerful figures from other empires in the Eastern Celestial Domain, and the elite from various sects, all bowed in reverence to Jun Xiaoyao.